Chen Pinggang came to this world of immortal cultivation from Earth 5 years ago. The same move, the same inability to cultivate without spiritual roots, the same system. The difference was that it was impossible to become stronger without completing 1,000 missions. The task was an ordinary, everyday trifle, and as a reward they were given things that could be used in life. In order to live comfortably, you had to rely on the system. This guy with black hair below the waist and blue eyes was ready to endure anything, if only they would give him Wi-Fi and air conditioning. But still, he had to sit and suffer from the heat, not knowing what to do with himself in his free time. Suddenly, the system announced that a new task had been selected. Chen opened the system panel and assumed that he would be forced to make toys for children or break up a fight between lovers again. However, this time it was necessary to go to the mountain sect. It was an immortal sect that ruled over the nearby mortal cities, and Ping'an couldn't see how he, with a mortal body, could get there. The brunette hoped that he would finally be given a way to become stronger. The system stated that the man must be strong and gave him 3 months to complete the task. In case of failure, the guy was to be destroyed. Over the past 5 years, he had been given the most bizarre tasks, from delivering babies to creating children's toys, and now 5 years of his hard work could go down the drain. Chen was sure that he would not be able to cope with the last task. But the brunette did not hesitate and set off on his way. But he didn't know where this mountain sect was located. The system said that a man should be self-sufficient, and Ping'an rudely shut it up. As a result, Chen got lost, not understanding how it was possible to find the immortal sect in the mountains. In complete despair, he decided to wait until a solution fell from the sky. And at that moment, a black-haired girl fell on top of him with a scream. Hearing someone's voice, the boy looked up at the sky. He was somewhat surprised to notice the falling man. Chen tried to catch the girl somehow, but he didn't make it, so he said he was sorry. Ping'an thought that this beautiful girl was most likely a cultivator since she fell from the sky. The brunette, who had temporarily lost consciousness, suddenly came to her senses, and in front of her she saw a strangely smiling guy who was poking her with a stick. The girl immediately recoiled and blushed, assuming something terrible had happened, and a worried Chen tried to explain that he had not meant to do anything bad. The stranger looked at him with fear and hope. She addressed Ping'an as an elder and asked him to help her, which puzzled the guy. Turning around, Chen saw men with an unusual aura appearing nearby. Ping'an became nervous, realizing that this lady was being chased, and he found himself in the path of the enemies. The guy said that there were too many of these people, so the brunette should run. The girl made a pitiful face, and Chen said that cute eyes wouldn't help her. Ping'an didn't understand how he, a mere mortal, was supposed to defeat so many cultivators. Suddenly, all these ill-wishers bowed to Chen, surprising the guy. One of them, turning to Ping'an, asked the elder for forgiveness for disturbing him. The worried boy couldn't understand why the immortal cultivators behaved like that. Meanwhile, in Ping'an's domain, someone was saying that he did not know when the owner would return from his journey. One of the roosters said that he was ashamed of how he had been reborn from a phoenix into a chicken. And he also said that he had seen his owner collecting a lot of things, including a kitchen knife, and now the bird was wondering why he had no luck. The fish in the pond was also outraged by the fact that in a past life it was a dragon, and now it was forced to splash around in a hole. The peach tree said that the knife complained every day that it wanted to kill. But the rooster calmed him down, explaining that this sharp object could not do anything until the owner himself began to cut people with it. The brunette was shocked as soon as she saw Chen. She was sure that the guy was not just an elder. The cultivators saw the Tao rhythm around Ping'an and were unable to approach Chen under such pressure. They hoped that they could catch Mu Ron Sui without problems, but they didn't expect that she would meet such a powerful existence. The men were filled with horror. Just one look at the guy made them feel as if their souls would be scattered to the wind. To the cultivators, this man looked like a real monster. Exuding an incredibly strong and frightening energy, Chen uttered just one word, and this was enough for one of the men to cry out, "If you want to tell us something, please just tell us, and we will leave you immediately." This seemed strange to Ping'an, and he decided that these people were actually good. The guy didn't want them to attack the girl, but because of the system, he was just a puppet to carry out orders. Trying to put on a kind face, Chen asked, "How about you guys leave?" After this question, the cultivators thanked Ping'an and rushed away. Having introduced herself, the girl rushed to hug the guy and thank him for saving her. And Chen himself tried to fight her off and explained that he had done nothing, and that he was an ordinary mortal. But Zhu didn't believe it, since Ping'an was able to scare 4 Jindan stage experts with just one Tao rhythm. She thought that the guy had his own reasons for saying such things. Ron agreed that the boy was mortal, but her expression betrayed her disbelief. Knowing the brunette's name, Chen guessed that she was the holy maiden of the mountain sect. and Sue was glad that he knew her. The guy asked Ron to take him to the sect, which made the girl even happier. Ping'an was confident that now it was possible not only to get into the mountain sect, but also to experience the flight of cultivators, and the brunette hoped that Chen would allow her to travel through the sky. The girl pointed her finger somewhere, saying that there was a sect in that direction, and Shui and Ping'an smiled at each other. Some time passed in this awkward silence. The brunette continued to smile, but the guy was already starting to feel uneasy. He explained to Ron that he was merely mortal, so he could only walk. Sue said that she understood everything, and in that case she would go with the elder, which the guy didn't like. After walking part of the way, the couple stopped to rest. The brunette sat in the middle of the river on a large rock, meditating and making the water swirl above her. She opened one eye to check something. However, this was done in vain. The water immediately fell back into the river, creating waves and splashes. Ron was upset that she had failed again. She watched the water and educated herself for several months, but still could not break through. At that moment, Chen was sitting by the fire and cooking, unhappy that he had to climb up the mountain step by step instead of flying straight to the sect. Ping'an was led out of such reasoning by Wei, who approached him. She explained to the guy that she needed to ask him for something. The girl was all wet, and her wet clothes were see-through. Smiling, Chen asked if the problem Ron needed help with had something to do with water. The surprised brunette admired the wisdom of the elder, who somehow figured everything out, and the guy himself was thinking that the girl should have dried her clothes because he shouldn't have looked at the view that opened up to him. What fascinated Ping'an the most was Zhui's butt, which he practically said out loud, and this made Ron turn questioningly to the elder. The embarrassed boy said nothing, and the brunette continued to admire him, because the mysterious Chen was able to understand that she not only practiced the arts of the water element, but also could not break through. Addressing Ping'an, the girl came close to him. Seward explained that this breakthrough was important to her. Before, the girl tried to follow the instructions of her father and grandfather, but now they were not around. Ron could only rely on the help of Chen, who replied that he was an ordinary person and he had no right to interfere in her personal affairs. Handing the girl a mug, the guy said to drink a certain drink first and then discuss everything. He noted that immortal cultivators had many ways to achieve a breakthrough, and Ron said that she really couldn't ask them for help. While sipping the liquid and thinking about Ping'an's words, Yue suddenly felt something unusual. As she felt the warmth spread through her body, she realized what the elder was trying to say was that instead of watching the water and waiting for enlightenment, she needed to become one with the water in order to become enlightened. Following this advice, the girl managed to break through. Ron amazed the boy by bowing to him and thanking him for the gesture of kindness that he would never forget. In response, Chen scratched his head in confusion, not understanding what he had done. After some time, the couple finally reached the place. Once there, Ping'an felt the full majesty of this sect, and he also didn't expect that Ron would be the daughter of the sect's mentor, and now the guy understood why she couldn't even dry her own clothes. They entered through the back door, since even laborers had to be qualified to go through the main one. After listening to Zhui's story, Chen had a rough idea of what was going on. Mountain sect leader Mu Rong Yunhai asked the girl questions. You can't see the foundations of his cultivation, but his qi is like that of an immortal, and he is surrounded by the rhythms of the Tao, and his every step is calculated. Who could this be, and why haven't I heard of him? And why does such a person want to join our sect? Elder Qin Xuan even thought it was some kind of joke. The indignant brunette told her father and uncle that she had not lied and was also surprised that the eldest wanted to join them. She told Ping'an to wait outside and came to find the leaders of the sect. Dissatisfied, Yunhai demanded that they shut up, as the little girl Sui didn't know what this world was like yet, so she might just be deceived by some unorthodox cultivator. The man told Zhuan that he would go with him to study the treasures later, but for now, he had to deal with the liar. The leader stood up from his chair and walked towards Chen, ignoring his daughter's attempts to convince him of her words. He wanted to see who dared to lie to Shui, and whether that person could continue to do so in the presence of the girl's father. But as soon as Ping'an appeared before Yunhai's gaze, the man immediately froze. The leader asked Sui again, "You said that his whole body was radiating qi," and the daughter asked in surprise, "Did her father really not see this?" The man noted that it looked more like Chen's body was pure qi. Noticing the approaching head of the mountain sect, Ping'an became nervous. The boy was supposed to greet his elder with honor, but he didn't have time to really say anything. Yunhai bowed and said, "I didn't know that the immortal ancestors had descended upon us. If I had known, I would not have dared to detain you. I have committed a sin for which I deserve death." Chen panicked and asked the leader to stand up, believing that both his daughter and father were reacting too violently to him. Yu explained to the man that the elder had been cultivating his mind like a mortal for self-control, so the leader shouldn't get hung up on cultivating so as not to anger Pingang. However, looking at the guy, it was difficult to call him an ordinary mortal. Shocking Chen, Yunhai offered to address him by name, like a friend or relative, and told him that he had heard about the boy's desire to join their humble sect. Nervously, Pingan begged the chief to allow him to stay at least as a laborer. But the worried man answered negatively, which made his daughter nervous as well. And the guy, observing Yunhai's emotions, found it strange that his interlocutors were even more excited than he was. The man announced that he was resigning from his position as sect leader, and from that moment on, the position would be passed on to Chen, who thought that Yunhai had gone mad. The guy refused to be the head of the sect, considering himself unworthy of such a title. Looking awkwardly at his daughter, Yunhai decided that he had been reckless and that this post was probably not good enough for the elder. The man sternly said that in that case he would not play at being noble. And after these words, Chen hoped that he would not be kicked out, because then he would fail the mission. However, the leader said that on behalf of his father, he was allowing him to leave his position as the founder of the sect. And from now on, Pingan was the only ancient ancestor of their mountain sect. Putting his hand on his face, the boy considered Yunhai a bad son, and noted that it was impossible to talk normally to cultivators. Chen might not be able to cultivate, but he knew a thing or two about mountain sects. Pingan considered himself an ordinary person who was hardly fit to even be a student. But here, they were trying to make him an ancient ancestor, and the guy couldn't figure out how to convince the cultivators otherwise. Yunhai stated that everything was decided and now the guy would be their founder. The chief said it was impolite to make the senior stand there for so long while they talked, and he demanded that his subordinates prepare for the meeting in the hall. But suddenly Jue grabbed her father's sleeve and clarified that Qin Xuan was still in the hall. The girl explained that Yunhai and uncle were in the same position, and Xuan, who did not know the whole situation, might say something disrespectful to the elder. The man had completely forgotten about this, so he rushed to Qin, asking his daughter to stay with Chen. Pingan, not understanding what was happening, asked Ron, "Did your father need help?" And the brunette answered uncertainly that that was probably the case. Yunhai walked some distance to reach the hall. There, Xuan was still sitting on the chair, looking at a certain ball. The worried leader rushed into the room, turning to his brother, who asked if Yunhai had kicked out the brazen liar. The man asked Qin not to say such things to the elder whose strength was unpredictable, and he also explained that this man was now the ancient ancestor of their sect. These statements puzzled Xuan, who decided that some rogue had fooled his brother as well. Now the outraged elder decided to see what kind of skilled deceiver had visited them. Seeing the man emitting powerful energy, Qin was taken aback. Admitting his wrong, he fell to his knees before Pingan. Xuan said that he didn't know that the great master had visited them and apologized for not greeting the guest properly, while Yunhai stood to the side and quietly chuckled. Still kneeling, the elder thought about how lucky his brother was to have come across such a creature, and the nervous Chen kept wondering why everyone continued to bow down to him. The boy decided to do the same, asking if he should bow too, but they immediately tried to stop him, explaining that he had no need to bow to them. At that moment, the elder dropped the ball that he had been stubbornly examining recently. The object hit the ground and continued its flight towards Chen's feet. Picking up the thing, the boy asked how Xuan got it. Qin replied that this ball was found by the disciples of his illusory moon sect. The material from which the object was made was unknown, and it was empty inside, but they were unable to open the ball. Pingan explained that it was an ordinary tree and that there was food inside. The surprised men asked if the elder's eyes could really see what was inside. Chen replied that he didn't know how to do it, but that the item was simply created by him. He created this thing when he was given the task of making toys. Then the guy got some wood, from which he made Lubin locks. However, this particular item had a mechanism that was clearly broken, meaning it could not be opened in the usual way. After rummaging through his things, the guy found a knife. Having taken it out, Pingan terrified those around him. From this item, the cultivators felt an incredible power that the world's treasures could not even come close to. Even the rumored immortal weapons were not at this level. It was safe to say that this knife was a legendary artifact. The next moment, Chen used this weapon to cut through his own creation. Observing the boy's actions, the elder took it for a clash of laws. When the ball broke into two, Pingan announced that the object had been opened. Turning around, the guy asked the people why they had gone so far away. Looking at the contents of the toy, Sui asked what it was, and Chen explained that it contained a simple candy that was supposed to be a reward for the children who opened their ball. The guy gave this treat to the girl, who felt how powerful spiritual power emanated from the candy. Having decided to try the sweetness, Sui was pleasantly surprised. She advanced from the first level of core formation to the 10th. The brunette grabbed Pingin's hand, saying that he not only saved her life and helped her break through, but also gave her such a chance. She didn't know how to repay her elder and was ready to do it with her body. These words made Chen nervous and his face flushed. Zhui was a beautiful girl with a great figure and willing to sell herself for candy. So Chen thought that she clearly had problems with her head. He said that he didn't have to behave like that. He didn't need the girl's body, and her father would hardly agree to that. However, Yuanhai stated that he had taught his daughter to be grateful since childhood, and considered reciprocity to be the best way to pay. And Pingying now understood from whom the brunette had inherited her problems. Chen addressed the girl by name, placing his hand on her shoulder. The guy then said that virginity was clearly not something Sui would give up for candy. Then Ron, clinging to his chest, noted that when the elder came to the mountain sect, he needed someone who could serve him. Continuing to cuddle up to the guy, Ron asked him to let the brunette become his maid. Pinyin was taken aback, and the girl, almost crying, asked if she really looked that bad. Chen looked pleadingly at the leader, who was actively showing an approving gesture, and Zhuan asked his brother if he was really trying to say that little Shui would be his daughter-in-law. The elder asked him to preserve at least a drop of his dignity. Yunhai replied that his brother had the opportunity to snatch it from his elder, and it was unreasonable to blame others for his incompetence. Not to mention that it was Ron's desire. And Qin realized that his brother was greedy for his elder's favor. The elder didn't know how everything was supposed to work out for this great deity to remain in the sect. Thanks to him, Zhui not only made a breakthrough, but also jumped 10 levels at once. Xuan's son was also very handsome, and the man wondered what his chances would be if he were to face Pingang. The elder even imagined his son seducing Chen. Qin's thoughts even sent a chill down the guy's spine. Pulling himself together, the guy asked the brunette to let him go, but the girl said that she would never do this and hugged Pinyin tightly, who could no longer withstand such pressure. He was inexplicably promoted to the position of ancient ancestor by the leader of the sect, and the leader's daughter became his maid, and the guy was sure that there was not a single sane person there. However, the system task was successfully completed. Chen asked Yunhai what the ancient ancestors usually did, and the man explained that there was no need for the elder to do anything. He was only needed when the sect had to make an important decision or faced insurmountable difficulties. In that case, Pinyin asked for someone to take him back home. The boy was brought to the appointed place by the head, the elder and Shui. Chen worried Yunhai, saying in disappointment that he was sorry. The nervous man felt that traveling at light speed seemed as slow as a turtle crawling in the eyes of the elder, and the chief thought that he had wasted the man's time. However, Chen was upset by the high speed, which made him feel like he was flying. Entering his courtyard, the boy asked not to pay attention to his words, since he was just thinking about everything. Also, Pinyin offered the guests tea before they left, and the cultivators agreed to humbly follow the elder. The leader was able to breathe a sigh of relief that Chen did not blame him. Pinggang's residence seemed unsuitable to Yunhai, and he said that he could negotiate a better place in the sect for the elder. However, Pinyin said he liked the life, and he had fish and chickens to raise. After walking through the elder's territory, the cultivators met a rooster. The bird's gaze was so terrifying that it made the guests uneasy. Noticing the pale faces of the sectarians, Chen asked what was wrong. Wiping sweat from his forehead, the chief said that he was simply suddenly a little out of breath. Su and Qin also said that everything was fine. When entering his house, Pinyin would ask his guests to stroll around the courtyard while he prepared tea. The cultivators asked not to do this, but the guy disappeared behind the doors, ignoring the people's pleas. The elder, the chief, and his daughter were in a panic, thinking that everything was over. Shaking with fear, Qin said he had never seen anything like it. The blossoming peach tree was completely surrounded by Kai, and the pond with fish was overflowing with this energy. Chickens and even a broom also emitted qi. The entire courtyard was completely permeated with qi energy. Ron was shocked by such treasures and asked what they should do now in this too scary place where the elder lived. And the father suggested that this was how Pinyin tested them, so they had to endure. This place was simply guarded by the devil, made of a broom, chickens, fish, and wood. A sweaty Jue told her father that she couldn't hold back any longer. Suddenly, Chen started coughing behind the door. Hearing this, all the inhabitants of the courtyard became alarmed. The cultivators were also worried, unsure of their actions. The leader turned to the elder and suggested that he test the ancient ancestor. Approaching the door, the man called on his brother and daughter to quickly enter the house. Once inside, Yunhai announced that they had entered and found Pinyin choking on his tea. The guy turned around and invited the guest to sit down, As the tea had only just brewed, Chen took a closer look at the cultivators and a question came out of his mouth. They looked so exhausted that the guy asked if they had been doing exercises in the yard. But Ping'an doubted that even after several laps of running, his guests would not be so exhausted. Looking at the flushed Ron, Chen was overcome with many different thoughts. Embarrassed, he decided not to think about it. In any case, it was none of his business. While pouring drinks into cups, Ping'an asked people to try the tea and tell him if they liked it. Observing the liquid, the elder asked if this tea was an elixir, and the chief replied that he did not know this, but the drink, infused with qi, should be no worse than Chen's kitchen knife, so there was no need to rush. The cultivators took the cups with the drink and began to closely examine the liquid. They were surprised at how the qi energy changed. Spiritual roots were the foundation of every immortal cultivation, and the level of spiritual roots determined the speed and purity of spiritual energy absorption. The aroma of the tea alone was inspiring, and if one drank it, the spiritual root could rise. Seeing the guests' reactions, a worried Ping'an asked what was wrong, assuming that the drink was not tasty. Afraid of what might happen, Yunhai and Xuan still drank tea, following Shui. Then the cultivators said in unison that they wanted even more, and Chen thought that either they didn't really like it, or he was just overthinking it. After drinking tea for some time, the boy stated that he did not have enough tea leaves, but the leader still continued to ask for the drink. Ping'an told the guests not to panic and explained that they had already drunk everything and there was no more water. But the elder was not ready to give up and refuse the elixir. He took a bag out of his bosom and said that there was still water in it. Then the outraged guy began to drive the cultivators out of his house. After escorting them to the gate, Chen said that drinking too much was bad for their health, and the guests replied that they would remember the ancestors' teachings. Looking at the retreating figures of the elder, the chief and his daughter, Ping'an still could not understand what he had taught these people. Once the guests had finally left, the boy decided to go and buy some food in the city before he died of hunger. At this time, a gray-haired man with a black beard was sitting on a stone under the scorching sun. The old man was confident that, looking at the fiery celestial ball, he had a 60% chance of breaking through. The man believed that, having reached a spiritual level, he could not make mistakes. The man kept looking at the sun, hoping to break through at any moment. This blinding celestial body caused pain to the old man's eyes, but the old man endured, feeling that he had very little more to suffer. However, someone suddenly interrupted him, making his attempt to break through unsuccessful. It was Yunhai, who announced that he had great news for the man. But before voicing them, the sect leader noted that the old man looked somewhat upset. Drawing his sword from its sheath, the gray-haired man asked, "Great news?" As the old man walked towards Yunhai, he said that he was the one with the bad news. The angry man began to beat his son, who begged for mercy. The old man assumed that Yunhai had disrupted his cultivation because he was dissatisfied with him in his past life. Watching this scene, Xuan noted that Shu's grandfather was upset, and the girl replied that the reason for this was most likely her father. Kneeling, the leader hugged the old man, forcing him to stop beating him. Clenching his hand into a fist, the man asked, "Do you think I'm joking?" And Yunhai, covered in bruises, asked his father not to be angry, since their clan had an elder who would definitely help break through. Sitting down on the stone again, the old man said that until the immortal came down to earth to enlighten him, no one would help him break through. Once again, the man pointed out that his impeccable cultivation had been disrupted by his son. The upset headman asked if his father really didn't believe him, and the old man responded by offering to make a bet. Then the leader said he didn't mind and asked what he would get if they won. Qin and Shui decided to gamble with 10,000 soul stones, and the white-haired man became nervous, because that was almost all the money the cultivators had. Seeing his father's doubts, a pleased Yunhai asked if he really was too weak to place his bet. The angry old man slapped his son for being rude and demanded that he be taken to this elder. After some time, the cultivators were already at the gates of Pingang's domain. The old man expressed dissatisfaction with Chen's simple residence, and Ron asked her grandfather to watch his language. Yunhai supported his daughter, advising his father not to say anything rude, and explained that the elder respected himself as a mortal to cultivate the mind, and the leader also noted that the old man had never noticed the meaning of cultivation. Considering all this to be a liar's game, the gray-haired man opened the gate, wanting to look at the immortal, and what he saw in Pingana's courtyard shocked him. Zhui and Yunhai rushed towards the man, worried about him. Xuan also became worried about Uncle Mu, who had fallen to his knees. Now the old man believed that everything his family had said was true, and only pressure prevented him from moving. The man was amazed at what divine entities all these things in the yard were. Suddenly, in a blue flash, a guy flew from the house to the gate. The excited rooster screamed at the knife to stop. When the stranger got close to Mu, his fist flew very close to the man's face. Then an energy vortex formed around them, raising clouds of dust. In this warlike guy, Yunhai recognized the elder's knife. Then his father was surprised at the treasure he came across. Addressing the rooster as a phoenix, the knife said that this old man seemed like a bad person at first glance. And besides, he had not been here before, so the man should be fine after the weapon cut him into pieces. While Mu was amazed at the tool's high intelligence and the phoenix, the rooster said that the old man looked like an idiot and asked the knife if he was afraid that the man would become even more stupid after cutting. The boy agreed with the bird's guess, but the man continued to sit at the instrument's feet. This time the knife decided to leave Mu alone. Changing his appearance, the guy told the old man to behave normally. Otherwise, even if he became stupid, he would kill the man. Turning into a blue sphere, the knife darted back into the house. Bowing to the rooster, Mu thanked him for his mercy, saying that the rooster's grace was unforgettable. Yunhai noted that his father should have believed them by now, so the old man should have made his bet. Mu clearly didn't like the fact that his son was saying such words at such a moment. Having slapped the chief, the man said angrily, "Your father almost died and you still think about the bet." Ron asked her grandfather to be patient, since the elder one was apparently not at home. But when he returned, the old man would certainly receive help, and Mu decided to listen to his granddaughter. When he returned home, Ping'an was surprised that the cultivators came to him again. He did not want to make tea again. Wanting to take a break from the guests, Chen thought about how he could hide from them. The guy, believing that he would remain unnoticed, tried to hide from people, but Zhu suddenly turned around. Noticing the elder, the girl was delighted. The brunette said that they had been waiting a long time for Chen to return. As if nothing had happened, Ping'an asked why they had returned so quickly, and if there was anything else he could do to help. Then, the brunette introduced the guy to her grandfather. Upon learning that the person standing before him was the true ancestor of the mountain sect, Chen became worried that this person was kneeling in his courtyard. Ping'an walked towards the old man, not wanting to allow such a person to be humiliated. The sect leader told his father that the ancestor had already been here, and there was Qi hovering around him. So Yunhai asked him not to forget about self-control when he saw Chen. Ping'an, who was about to apologize, was already next to Mu, who sensed the boy's approach. When the old man saw Ping'an, he was amazed at his great energy. Because the man was stronger than his relatives, he was able to see and feel more. So for him, Qi was not only hovering around Chen's body, but also spreading throughout the entire area. Mu suddenly bowed his head to the young man, shocking the boy. Ping'an became nervous because things were only getting worse. While trying to lift the old man up, Chen asked him to stand up, as he was an ordinary mortal and should not be bowed down to. And the man felt his breathing become easier, which led Mu to conclude that the boy could force Qi to obey passively, like a true immortal. At the same time, as Yunhai said, Ping'an treated himself as a mortal in order to cultivate his mind. Addressing the ancestor, Mu said that Chen was very generous and could call the man a junior or palace elder, but not an elder. And the guy replied that he would call him an old man. And since everyone had gathered at the guy's again, he offered to come into his house and sit down. Ping'an politely said to make themselves at home, and the elder, the chief, and the brunette were happy, eager to drink the aromatic tea again. However, the guy said he would no longer make this drink. Chen suggested cooking the food instead, to which Mu agreed. And Zhuai, hearing this, was incredibly happy. All 4 guests sat at the table and awaited the divine food. Seeing the dissatisfied faces of his relatives, Mu himself became embarrassed. This made the old man apologize for his wrongdoing. The man admitted that he did not expect the elder to live in solitude in their backyard. The man also said that he would give back the lost soul stones, but Yunhai explained that they did not need money. The leader stated that they just wanted to drink tea, and his father asked why the man didn't go and make the drink himself. Touching one of the objects on the table, the old man suddenly felt incredible strength, and after that Mu's face met the table. It was quite difficult for him to straighten up, as he felt incredible pressure on himself. Looking at the dishes infused with qi, the man guessed that they were also treasures. A cheerful Yunhai said that they were afraid to lift a finger when they entered the house. But his father dared to touch things. Face to face with the table again, Mu was indignant that he had not been warned about this immediately. Somewhere behind the door, Ping'an suddenly sneezed. He was in the kitchen, where he was actively preparing various dishes, including shrimp, and he sneezed from the pepper, which turned out to be quite pungent. Smelling the aroma of fried food, Sui was delighted. A Xuan, inhaling the magnificent aroma, felt something wonderful, and after this, the satisfied elder informed everyone about his breakthrough. This news shocked the others so much that they even asked again if it really happened. The old man said to sniff carefully, because it was not just a smell, but a pure aura. And Yunhai could not understand what Chen was preparing that made the air become pure. Ping'an placed the food on the table, allowing the guests to taste it, and said that he would also bring rice. The guests admired the dishes and were ready to devour them. And Ping'an, leaving the dining room, hoped that at least this time the cultivators would be polite. However, the guy still had a bad feeling. To make sure there was enough for everyone, Chen cooked a lot of rice. The guy took a container of impressive size and returned to the dining room. But what he saw there made Ping'an horrified. Forgetting all bounds of decency, the elder devoured the food. The head also ate the contents of the plate without missing a crumb. Zhu stuffed her cheeks with food, becoming like a hamster. In one voice, the guests asked the elder to give them a bowl of rice, and the indignant guy asked if this was really the last time they would eat in their lives. Chen didn't understand anything, but he was shocked. He thought that the life of cultivators was too miserable, since they could devour any rice like hungry ghosts. And watching Ron unceremoniously eat food, the guy just wanted to tell her to watch her image. So in a few moments, all the food on the table was gone. Large portions of rice were also completely eaten. The cultivators, suffering from overeating but satisfied, thanked Ping'an for his hospitality. The guy was surprised that his guests even licked their plates clean. Zhuan moved from the 5th stage of yin to the 8th stage of yang. Mu, after the peak of the spiritual core, reached the 1st stage of divinity. Zhu from the 5th stage of the Qi cluster has reached the formation of the core. Yunhai has reached the 5th stage of yin from the 8th stage. The old man was happy that he finally broke through. The man thought that he would not be able to do this for the rest of his life and would become mired in depression. Shedding tears and bowing to Chen, Mu said that he would never forget the elder's favor even in his next life. Nervous, Ping'an couldn't understand what was going on and why the guests were behaving like crazy. The boy told the old man kneeling in front of him that there was no need to thank him. The inspired man stood up and asked, "When we have time in the future, will we be able to have lunch with the elder more often?" These words finally drove Chen crazy. He drove people out of his house with the words, "Go and cultivate." Turning to his father, Yunhai said that it was shameless to say such things. Having slapped his son in the face, the man was outraged that they dared to talk to him like that. The old man admitted that he had been overly enthusiastic and had accidentally let it slip, but noted that the elder had excellent abilities. So it was strange that the boy would get angry over such a trivial thing. In reality, Ping'an was angry that the cultivators ate all the food without even letting Chen taste it, leaving the owner of the house hungry. Mu told his loved ones what the ancestor had told them to cultivate, and the old man was reminded that greed could not stabilize the foundation of cultivation, and the power created in this way was useless. The man also said that the ancestor was too caring about them. An inspired Ron told her grandfather that she understood everything, and he was glad that he had a granddaughter. Mu also realized that the 2 easy breakthroughs, thanks to the elder's food, were a real scam. The old man told Qin that he should have told the others about the new ancestor. Xuan obeyed and was about to return to the sect, but suddenly someone's voice in his head demanded not to do so. The elder told his relatives that he heard his father. Mu asked him if these could be thousands of words of a hidden voice. The elder confirmed the old man's words. This was the most urgent method of contact from the sect, which was only used once. This meant that the illusory moon sect was under attack. Calling out lightning and turning to Ran Xiaofeng, a certain black-haired man said, "When you took away my legs, did you think that I would be able to break through to the 1st stage of the realm's divinity? I want your sect to be buried with you." And Feng, the ancestor of the illusory moon sect, replied, "You destroyed an entire village and killed a bunch of people. You should have been punished. I hate myself for not finishing you off on the spot back then." Struck by the man's calm, the brunette asked, "Aren't you afraid to die?" Xiao saw nothing wrong with death and stated that his son was not in the sect now, so he was bound to avenge his father sooner or later. But all of the ancestors' hope evaporated when Xuan behind him happily announced that he had returned. An indignant Feng asked why his son had come if his father had told him not to return. And Qin replied that, as the head of the sect, he would have no excuse to miss such an event. Looking at the enemy levitating on the board, Xuan said, "This is just the 1st stage of the divine realm." This caused the cultivators to be silent for a moment in confusion, while Qin smiled. The ancestor was amazed by his son's self-confidence. Insulting the hated people, embittered towards the whole world, the cultivator said, "Do you really think that the divine realm is some kind of cabbage that can be eaten by tearing off a leaf every day? If the divine realm were a person, then I would call it father." Quietly sneaking up from behind and scaring the enemy, Mu asked, "Who are you calling a cabbage head?" Nervously, the enemy turned around and asked the old man, "Who is he?" Before answering, the man extended his hand towards his enemy's face. While summoning fire, Mu said, "If I said that I am your father, it would be an insult to my granddaughter." Then, flames with incredible force surrounded the two cultivators. Admiring his ally's strength, Xiao asked who this man was, and Zhuan replied that it was Uncle Mu, who was in the same kingdom as the enemy. After laughing, the cultivator decided that it was enough to set the enemy on fire and withdrew the fire. Mu didn't understand why it was necessary to create such problems, but he was glad that he arrived on time. Feng asked in surprise, "Mountain sect ancestor, is it really you, old friend? What's wrong with your cultivation?" Not wanting to tell everything, the old man only said that it was a long story. He simply could not say that he did not believe in the strength of his elder and lost when he made a bet, thinking that his own son was lying to him. However, Mu did reveal that there was an immortal living in the mortal city under the jurisdiction of their sect, and after dining with him, the man managed to break through. Hearing this, Xiao thought about it and became inspired. Grabbing his friend's hand, Feng asked him to take him to the elder, and the old man was shocked that the man immediately believed his words, without even suspecting him of lying. Xiao explained this reaction by the fact that his useless son's powers had increased dramatically, and, moreover, Feng had been friends with Mu for many years and could trust him like no one else. And somewhere nearby, Xuan was mentally indignant at his father's words. The old man said, "I didn't expect you to say that. The true elder has come down to earth and has started to treat himself as a person to cultivate his mind. We just left the ancestral home. I don't think it's worth bothering him again." Xiao winced, causing Mu to ask his friend what was wrong with his face. Feng, upset, claimed that the man had lied to him, and the old man wondered where all those years of friendship had suddenly gone. Suddenly, the cultivators felt something frightening that was bothering them. Alarmed, Xuan, who felt the earthquake, asked what the sound was that they had just heard, and his father explained that it was a strong spiritual pressure approaching, and it was approaching from the direction of the elder's residence. Grabbing Xiao by the hand, the old man offered to check what was there, hoping to make it in time for dinner at the elder's house. The cultivators then moved, leaving Qin alone. Xuan was disappointed that he was not taken with his elder. A moment later, the cultivators were already in Pinggang's courtyard. The rooster announced to all its inhabitants that he had spotted some kind of problem. Then he noticed Feng, who was amazed at the simplicity of the property, and Mu, who discovered that the door was locked, meaning the owner was not at home. The old man was upset that he would not be able to have dinner with his elder, and Xiao could not understand why his friend was so worried about dinner. But what was more important now was what Feng noticed in the sky. It was a large black hole that was a secret cave, and it was because of this that the earthquake was felt by Qi. After the secret cave, a kingdom was supposed to descend to the earth, and judging by its size, it could wipe entire cities off the face of the earth. Xiao asked if this was the work of the ancestor, and Mu replied that it was impossible, since the elder cultivated himself like a mortal, and never used cultivation to do cruel things. The old man said that there was no point in staying here. It was necessary to save as many people from the city as possible while there was time, to which Feng agreed. Suddenly, a bright light burst out of the pond. Xiao and Mu turned around to see this phenomenon. And after a couple of seconds, a dragon's head appeared. Then the golden Chinese dragon appeared before the people in all its glory. This incredible mythical beast rushed into the sky. He reached the portal and grabbed it with his mouth like a cookie. Feng was amazed by the appearance of a dragon that was trying to drag away the black hole. And Mu told him that there was also a phoenix in that place. Xiao was shocked that Pingan could command both a dragon and the king of beasts. After all, only an immortal emperor was capable of this. Somewhere in the forest, another blue portal opened, and from it fell onto the green grass a golden sword, which was glad that it had finally reached the mortal world. But at the same time, he was indignant that the Blood Moon sect wanted an apology. Even though he was heavily injured due to the turbulence during the teleportation, his spiritual body was not damaged, so the weapon could restore its true form in the next 100 years. Chen passed by and was surprised to see a sword lying in the middle of the forest. The smug weapon was confident that a mortal who touched it would be crushed by the sword's aura, so the person could begin to blame himself for his bad luck. The guy calmly took the object in his hand, but nothing happened. The man turned the weapon over to examine it better and evaluate it. Sword was amazed that this man was okay. Looking at Pingan and seeing his power, the weapon was horrified, and Chen decided to take home this item of good quality. Because the boy was surrounded by qi and the rhythm of the Tao, the sword began to doubt that it was in the mortal world. Pingan felt the alarmed object move on its own and guessed that it was a high-class magic weapon. The guy decided that he could sell the sword for a good price and threw the sword into the bag, which was outraged by such behavior of the man. Many strong people wanted to serve this item in the immortal world, and he didn't expect to fall so low. In the bag, the weapon was able to see medicinal herbs, many common materials, and several first-class elixirs. The sword realized that it had finally fallen into the hands of an ordinary mortal, and considered the fact that the man could not see the level of the thing to be a plus. Due to the damage, the blade was sharply reduced, thanks to which the guy was able to pick it up. Finally noticing the visual illusion, the sword was now sure that it had entered the ordinary world. Suddenly, a hoe lying nearby ordered the object to shut up, also emitting a terrifying aura. The tool called the sword a bug. Suddenly, the bag shook, attracting Pingin's attention. The guy wondered why the weapon jerked so violently. The hoe demanded that the sword stop moving, and the nervous object obeyed. Sword looked at the instrument around which the energy of Kai was hovering. He concluded that the hoe was in fact an artifact. Chen's attention was drawn to something above him, and he looked up at the sky. Mu, Feng, and several other people flew towards the black portal on their swords. Suddenly sensing danger, the former ancestor of the mountain sect called for everyone to stop. A moment later, light burst out of the portal. Pingin was surprised to see a black hole in the sky with a beam of light coming from it. He suggested that it could be a so-called secret kingdom. Suddenly, a system window with a new task popped up in front of Chen, and the guy hoped that it was not related to the portal. Nervously, Pingin asked if the system wanted him to deal with the beam of light. An announcement followed about a lottery that was to end in 5 hours, so Chen had to use the ticket as soon as possible. When the boy completed the task, he completely forgot about the lottery. At the very beginning, it was interesting to Pingang. But since he got everyday things that seemed useless, Chen began to ignore the lottery. However, this time the guy decided to use his ticket. He pressed the appropriate button and it turned into a sphere. The system then generated a new item and reported that mining was complete, and that thing turned out to be a bamboo flute. This time, in Pingin's opinion, she was good. In his past life, he learned to play this musical instrument and decided to try again when he returned home. The flute was safely thrown into the bag with the other items. The sword became increasingly nervous, feeling the powerful force from the new artifact. He could not believe that all this was reality and began to consider it an illusion. Returning home, a tired Chen put all the items on the table and decided to go wash up and go to bed. And the sword, having looked around the room, was horrified. The whole house was full of artifacts and permeated with energy. The weapons had been in the world of immortals for thousands of years, but I had never seen anything like this. And the peach tree on the street seemed to him the holiest in the whole world. He also felt the power of the rooster and the fish. They were 1,000 times stronger than the immortal emperor's dragon and phoenix. The broom called the sword trash, not understanding why the master had picked it up. The hoe supported him, saying that at first the little bug had continued to babble something offensive, and she would have happily destroyed the weapon if Pingin had not needed it. The jug was outraged that the weapon insulted Chen and wanted to destroy the offender. Worried, the sword apologized and, calling itself stupid compared to the angry objects, asked everyone not to be angry. It was already late at night, but the beam of light remained just as bright. Yu concentrated on the new water power. She gathered energy into her fist, intending to attack. The brunette launched a water blast straight at the beam of light, and then a terrible pain pierced the girl's hand. Grabbing her hand, she complained to her grandfather that it was too difficult, and he told her not to even try, as it was a secret kingdom that even second-tier divinity was useless against. There was no passage, but the beam of light still remained. Mu assumed that perhaps some secret word was needed here to open it. Feng asked if they should ask the elder for help. The old man understood that everyone wanted to see Pingang, but he explained that Chen should have already heard about such a large-scale event, and since he didn't show up, it meant that the elder wanted the cultivators to handle it themselves, so there was no point in disturbing the boy. Mu also said that Pingan could well have arrived a little later, and Xiao asked why his friend was so sure of this. Mu wanted to answer something, but he was interrupted by the beam pulsating, producing a loud sound. The energy released was so strong that it almost knocked the brunette down. The loud noise reached all the way to Pingaina's house. This disturbed Chen's sleep, and he was angry that the cultivators still hadn't sorted out their problem. He tossed and turned in bed and complained that he couldn't sleep properly. In response to these complaints, the kitchen knife took on a human form. Ready to kill anyone who would disturb his master's sleep, the weapon aimed at the sound. Still at the portal, the cultivators noticed a man walking towards them, and Feng asked if this was the same ancestor. Turning his head away and covering his face with his hands, the old man said that it was his elder's kitchen knife, and a puzzled Xiao asked why his friend was hiding. The arriving weapon looked at the beam of light and thought about how rare it was for something so powerful to appear in the human world. But in the world of immortals, such a phenomenon occurred quite often. It was an interesting fact, but such a black hole was nothing compared to the sword spirit. The knife directed its energy into the beam, shouting, "Disappear." However, the light pillar did not collapse as quickly as desired. The guy decided that everything didn't work out so well because he thought a lot. A moment later, the beam of light began to disintegrate as if cracking. An explosion followed, from the fragments and energy of which Mu and Xiao protected themselves by creating a dome around themselves. At the site of the explosion, a deep hole was formed, at the bottom of which a large ball was glowing. It was this sphere that was the secret kingdom, inside of which was the girl in chains. She suddenly woke up, trying to look around and understand what was happening. The stranger sat down and smiled as she saw the shackles that held her down being destroyed. The sword spirit was somewhat surprised as it watched the ball appear. A joyful Shui, helping her grandfather to stand up, said that the beam of light had dissipated and suggested that they come over and see what was there. Looking at the sphere, Feng was surprised. An ominous aura emanated from the rising ball that formed a wind stream. From this unusual core, a girl's hand suddenly reached out. The knife was surprised when it realized that there was someone trapped inside the sphere. Finally, the girl came out of her cage, which the weapon did not expect. Looking at the cultivators surrounding her, the stranger asked, "Is this the Tianyuan kingdom?" Mu was amazed that an immortal from the spirit world appeared before him, and such a huge secret kingdom was used as a prison for her. With childish joy, the old man noted that they had managed to meet another immortal, which outraged Xiao, who wanted to meet the elder, and not the one who wanted to kill them. Grabbing her grandfather's sleeve, Sui asked what they were going to do now. The man sighed and said that they had nowhere to go, and they couldn't even escape from under the immortal fairy's nose. So their only hope was the kitchen knife of the elder who greeted the stranger. Flying closer to her, the weapon asked who she was. She looked at the guy with eyes full of rage. Pushing off the ground, the girl headed towards the spirit. Approaching him, the girl wished him death in flight. Using some kind of spell, the knife called her prank a cheap trick. The guy said to stop, and the stranger's fist obediently slowed down. Having deprived the girl of the ability to move, the spirit asked, "Since when does an immortal from the spirit world dare to shout at me like that?" He also said that the cultivators from the imperial immortal world were just trash. This statement astonished Mu and Feng, who decided to ask where Ping'an was from. The guy decided to see what drove the stranger crazy. He approached her and touched her forehead with his finger, and the light from the magic lingered in that place. So he managed to see a memory in which a little girl was walking through a flower field. It was there that the little girl's unfortunate encounter with a bad man took place. It was this unknown man who put anger into the girl, using his abilities, which completely changed the baby's life, without even giving the opportunity to fix anything. Having learned the reason that led to the girl's imprisonment and such behavior, the spirit felt sorry for her. To stop her from resisting and to allow the guy to help her, the knife made her fall asleep. Holding the girl in his arms, the guy told the cultivators that they couldn't tell anyone about this incident. Otherwise, they themselves knew what consequences could await them. Mu replied that he understood everything, and the spirit left along with the stranger, and Feng suggested that, most likely, the elder wanted to meet this crazy woman, and his friend replied that, most likely, Chen wanted to know who she was. In the end, he had to intervene due to their powerlessness, so it was impossible to cause Ping'an any more inconvenience. The old man ordered his granddaughter to go down and explain to all his followers that they should remain silent about this, otherwise they would be killed, and those who escaped would be persecuted for the rest of their days. The brunette accepted the task, but she had doubts. Looking at the deep hole, she thought that it would be difficult to hide everything. Meanwhile, the spirit of the knife had already returned home with the guest. The dissatisfied rooster, seeing a fresh person, asked why the guy brought the girl here. The weapon ignored this and approached the peach tree, saying that he would leave the stranger with it and return to the house. Hearing this, Peach summoned his human form. It turned out to be a girl with pink hair who was surprised by such a statement from the knife. But looking at the guest, she was even more amazed. The tree also showed sympathy after learning that the cruel immortal had been merciless towards the 6-year-old girl. Then Peach decided to help the poor girl with her magic. She cast a spell and summoned a delicate pink flower. Endowed with special power, he slowly flew down, and he landed right on the girl's forehead, after which magic began to happen. It was an attempt to remove the terrible spell from the guest. The curious sword, recently picked up by Chen, decided to find out what was going on. Looking out into the street, he saw a girl who was familiar to him and who was being imprinted by the peach tree. It was Su Ling, who who was the daughter of the immortal emperor. After some time, the renewed girl woke up. The peach tree and the rooster admired that Su looked very cute. Looking around, the girl wondered where she was. Then Peach put her fingers to her forehead and, using another seal, said that from that day on this was the girl's home. She also said to call the master Big Brother. And the sword, spying on all this, felt that the immortal emperor would not leave this just like that. Meanwhile, the emperor received a message about the destruction of the secret world that he had created. The man was unhappy that someone had allowed Ling to regain consciousness and decided to send people to look for her. The emperor only had to say, "Come," to summon 3 subordinates. They arrived immediately and said in one voice, "I obey." The angry man said that they should convey an order to all the people from the court of heaven that they should immediately descend to earth and track down the location of his daughter. And if they found her, he was willing to give up the imperial throne as a reward. It was already morning in the human world, and bright sunlight was shining through the windows of Chen's house. The guy was still snoring sweetly in his bed when the heavenly body warmed his body. This dream was wonderful, as Ping'an had not slept so well for a long time. Unexpectedly for the boy, someone extended a hand to him, calling him brother. Chen rolled over, opened his eyes and looked at Su. But in his sleep, he didn't immediately understand what was happening. While removing the blanket from Pingyan, Ling said that the sun had already risen, causing the boy to freeze. Realizing everything, Chen became scared and asked his little sister who she was and why she was in his house. The girl gave her name and said that this was her house. Ping'an thought that she meant this town, but he considered it impossible since he had never seen such a cute girl in the 5 years that he lived here. The guy lowered his feet to the cold floor and stood up, asking the girl's name. After patting her on the head, Chen said that he would call her Xiaoling, and also explained that her older brother would take her to her parents. He told me to follow him and asked me not to get lost again. Ping'an headed towards the exit when suddenly Ling ran up and took his hand. The guy looked at her in surprise, and the girl asked if she could hold his hand. And the embarrassed Chen decided to let her do it. Ping'an invited Su to go with him into town and show him the way to her house, to which Ling agreed. After an hour of walking around the area, the girl pointed to a house, calling it hers. However, this was Chen's house, which they had approached more than once. The boy, who was starting to get worried, asked if Su remembered what her parents looked like. It turned out that she didn't know her relatives at all. However, Ling wanted to tell about the Peach sister, but the worried tree threw a stone at her. Such a projectile flew straight into the girl's head, causing her to scream. She rubbed her sore forehead and the guy asked if she was okay. Ping'an assumed that she had been walking through the city with her parents and had gotten lost. And since Ling didn't know what had happened, she might have fallen and hit her head, causing her to forget everything. Su squatted down and asked the guy in an upset voice, "Brother, don't you like Ling?" Chen stroked the girl and said that it was not so. He decided to take care of her until he found her parents. Outside the door of his yard, a familiar voice asked if the elder was home. Without answering the question, Ping'an opened the door. Seeing the 2 men, the boy asked what they were doing here, and Mu replied, "Senior, this is my friend Ran Xiaofeng. He really wanted to meet you in person, so I brought him." After bowing his head, Xiao greeted Chen and thanked him for his help. Feng was convinced that this man was indeed as strong as his friend said. Ping'an himself was puzzled, because he saw Xiao for the first time and could not help him with anything. Unhappy with what was happening, the guy wondered what would happen this time. Ling approached Chen and asked who these people were. Mu was surprised when he saw the girl and wanted to ask a question, but the guy got ahead of him. Ping'an explained that it was his little sister, Xiuling, an ordinary 12-year-old person. He told Ling to greet the elders and the girl obediently did as he asked. And Feng and Mu were shocked by the guy's words. They couldn't believe that Chen called her an ordinary person. This little girl who emitted a strong aura looked even younger than Xue, who was the youngest genius in Wanshan. But even she did not possess such power, so the men assumed that she was also an immortal cultivator. In Mu's opinion, given that the girl was the elder's sister, there was nothing surprising. And if the siblings were so strong, then the old man was interested in what their parents' capabilities were. The guy invited the guests to come in and sit with them for a while, and also noted that since there were only 2 of them, there should be enough food. A nervous Xiao said that there was no need for that, and they couldn't barge into the elder's house so unceremoniously. But Mu covered his mouth with his hand and said, "As you wish, elder." Chen advised them to gather their courage and go in, and Ling excitedly asked the guy if he was really going to cook. And then the inspired girl asked to give it to her. Ping'an didn't know that Su could cook and wasn't very confident in her culinary abilities. Addressing the guests, the guy nervously said that there would be a child at the table with them today, so they should take care of their manners. Feng whispered to his friend what he had eaten in the elder's house that made him forget his manners and lose control, and the old man told him to control himself. After a while, Xiao smelled a wonderful smell. Then Ling entered the room with a large hot container. When she placed the bowl on the table and opened the lid, the men witnessed a miracle. The food looked so delicious that Xiao compared it to an unimaginable treasure. Having stuffed their bellies to capacity, the guests thanked the hosts for the treat. And Chen was unhappy that the men had eaten a whole bowl of rice again. However, this time the guy was not surprised, since Sue's cooking skills were much better than his. With such skills, the girl could even become a chef. Ping'an asked his sister where she learned to cook like that, and the girl said that she didn't know, but she could cook a lot. Hearing this, the boy felt joy that he would no longer have to cook. The pot in the kitchen called Ling his soulmate, and her cooking excellent. He asked the knife to tell the divine peach to add more seals to Ling, and the girl couldn't remember anything, and the weapon was unhappy with the noise. Feng cried with happiness, as he was finally able to break through. After the meal, he was able to reach the first level of divinity. Mu also shed tears of joy, as the dishes were not only delicious, but also strengthened his self-improvement. The old man was even envious because his granddaughter was inferior in everything. Rushing towards Chen, Mu asked him to allow him to exchange Zhui for Ling, which the boy considered to be crazy nonsense. Somewhere far from Pinggang's house, the blushing Ron suddenly sneezed. This made the girl think about who could be scolding her behind her back, and she was also interested in what important business her grandfather and father had gone away on. Looking up at the sky, Shui saw the ship she had been waiting for sailing across the sky. He sank to the ground, allowing the people to leave him. A blonde girl came down the steps in a hurry, happy to meet Shui. It was Imperial Princess Luo Lanking who said that she had finally returned. Ron, pleasing the princess, said, "I haven't seen you for so long. You're getting prettier every day." Looking at Lanking's chest, she noticed that it was growing and growing, which made the girl blush. The brunette also got off the ship and turned to his sister. Smiling, Luo Shanji asked her if she hadn't noticed him. Dissatisfied, Sui asked why he was here. Was he up to his old tricks again? And she also asked the princess to stay away from this terrible guy. And Shanji told Lanking not to listen to this nonsense, because he was quite good. He whispered to his sister, "When you grew up, you became a little stronger. But keep in mind, when you were a child, I bullied you as much as I could." And Ron replied that at that time, his cultivation base was praiseworthy, and the girl could not defeat him. But now everything has changed. She also said to try to defeat her if he had enough strength to do so. Then, to intimidate her brother, Ron directed a powerful energy at him. Knocked down and amazed by such force, the guy asked how she did it. Sue boasted about her 8th level of Qi and asked Shanji how her strength was comparable to the 3 geniuses of the kingdom who were stuck at the 5th level of core formation. Lanking took her friend's hands and asked what was wrong with her cultivation. Was it really all because of the spirit sword that the girl had no idea about? The princess admitted that she came here for this very reason. That day, she and her father were supposed to participate in an auction, and at night, Lanking admired the mountains from the balcony. It was said that the mountains contained countless wealth and resources, and were also the basis for the creation of the state. However, out of nowhere, the spiritual sword cut the mountain in two. It probably belonged to a great cultivator who was diligently practicing at the time of the incident. The sword cut through countless mountain peaks without receiving a single scratch. Besides the princess, many other cultivators came to this place to find the owner of the sword. A nervous Ron said that it wasn't the sword itself, but only its intentions, and Lanking was glad that her friend knew something about it. However, Shui looked at her brother with displeasure and was in no hurry to say anything. The girl suggested that the princess talk in another place, away from prying ears, and Shanji asked the girl not to be like his sister and to take her with him. However, the friends moved away, pushed off the ground and flew away, and the guy was left alone in the field, outraged by the girl's behavior. During the flight, Ron began to tell the princess what really happened, forgetting that it was a secret. Lanking was surprised that Pingan was immortal. His tea raised the level of the spiritual core, and his food improved self-cultivation. The princess asked if her friend was lying to her, and the girl said that she was not, and suggested that she go and meet him to see for herself. Chen sat on a chair in his courtyard and looked at the flute, thinking that he had not played such an instrument for a long time and perhaps did not remember a single melody. At that moment, the door opened and Ron appeared, asking if Pingan was home and if they could come in. The guy allowed her to enter his domain and asked why she had come to him today. Once in the courtyard, Zui waved her hand, calling her friend to come in. However, when she stepped onto the boy's land, The princess was frightened, feeling many powerful eyes looking at her. The girl felt as if she was being seen through and through, which made her feel unsafe. Ron asked Lanking to relax, since they were invited by the elder, which meant that no one would touch them. The princess blushed, and Shui explained to Chen that his friend wanted to meet him, so the girl brought the princess here. Lanking greeted Pinggong hesitantly, mentally noting that his cultivation level, just as Ron said, was unimaginable. She thought that this immortal would be a gray-haired old man, and not a handsome young man who asked to skip the formalities. Even though everyone called him senior, Chen believed that he didn't even come close to having that kind of strength. Ling looked out from behind the tree and asked who it was. Zhu also asked who the girl was, and the boy called her his sister. And he told the girl to call the guests big sisters, and Su greeted them in a friendly manner. As expected, the girls saw that the younger sister was quite strong. However, at the same time, she was also indescribably cute, which made Sui and Lanking admire her. Although it was difficult to take his eyes off the girl, Chen believed that staring was also indecent. Taking up the flute, the boy decided to continue his game. Using the instrument, Pingan began to play a beautiful melody that enchanted the girls. These beautiful sounds allowed the guests to experience the peak of awakening. The golden sword heard the notes blend into harmony. As soon as he listened to the melody for a while, his injury was half healed. The weapon thought that this person not only radiated power and greatness, but was also familiar with awakening, in which case the number of artifacts was not so surprising, and the melody was to blame for everything. The sword believed that it had a chance to become a divine artifact if it stayed here. And the dissatisfied Ho demanded that he shut up and go into the corner. Even though the sword didn't like it, it obediently did as the other artifact said. Ling clapped for her brother, calling his melody beautiful, which made the boy happy. The princess was surprised that she was able to reach the 6th level of core formation from the 1st level, just by singing a song. A Shui had entered the 9th level of Yuanying and was amazed that she had never known how many amazing things the elder was capable of. The girls bowed and thanked the elder for his blessing, but Chen didn't understand what they were talking about. Besides, he didn't feed them, so he considered this reaction strange. The princess began to speak. "Senior, how can I thank you for such a generous gesture of kindness?" "I could?" But suddenly the guy interrupted her, saying that he couldn't take it with his body, which made the girl embarrassed. Lanking couldn't bear such an insult and even began to cry. Then a sympathetic Ron took her aside, trying to calm her friend down. One thought was spinning in Pingan's head. How could immortals open their hearts to a humble mortal? After thinking for a bit, the guy decided that he was simply too handsome. Walking through the forest with her friend, Lanking lamented that her first confession, the confession of the imperial princess, was so decisively rejected, and Zui reassured her friend, saying that Chen was an immortal, so he was used to looking down on people like them. However, her friend's words made the princess ask if Shui had also confessed to the elder. But the embarrassed Ron decided to lie and said that she was not so shameless as to talk about such things. Anyway, the brunette told Lanking not to be greedy, because the elder's blessing was not only intended for her. Putting her hand into the sleeve of her dress, the princess decided to change the subject and mentioned the song they had just heard. She admitted that she recorded the melody on a sound crystal that she received at the last auction. When the elder said he wanted to play the flute, the girl secretly activated the item. A delighted Ron called her friend too smart and suggested finding a place to listen to the music again. Secluded in the forest, the girls listened to the melody, feeling the same incredible feeling as in the elder's yard. Zhue, who had reached the peak of Yuanying, called the sound crystal very useful and stated that if they continued to listen to this music, they would soon be able to become immortal. And the joyful princess, who had reached the peak of core formation, was confident that they would quickly make a breakthrough today. However, the crystal suddenly stopped making sounds and exploded next to the girls. Lanking was indignant at this and wondered if this item was really a one-time use item, while Zhui assumed that the elder realized what they were doing and decided to punish them like this. And she also wondered what kind of black smoke surrounded them after the explosion. Holes began to appear actively on the princess's dress, exposing her delicate skin. Lanking became alarmed when she realized that the smoke was corroding her clothes. And after a few moments, the girls' dresses were too damaged, so they stood half-naked in the middle of the forest. Shanji, who remained on the field, thought that he was one of the 3 great geniuses of the kingdom, so Shui shouldn't think that she could leave so easily. In order to prevent separation from the princess, he installed tracking technology on her clothes in advance, so that the girl could be easily found. Looking at the magic card, the guy was surprised, not understanding why the ladies had been standing in the same place for so long. But at one moment, Lanking's location suddenly disappeared, which shocked Shanji even more. Behind the guy, who couldn't understand what had happened, girls were trying to run unnoticed. However, they accidentally gave themselves away when Ron stepped on a stick, which made a loud crunching sound. The cracking sound attracted the attention of Shanji, who immediately turned towards the sound and noticed Shui and Lanking. Then the surprised guy asked where they came from. The princess covered herself in embarrassment, and the brunette demanded that her brother turn away and threatened to kill him if he dared to look at them. Confused, Shanji obeyed and turned away in shame. But he managed to notice that the girl's strength had increased sharply. But there was no time for talking. Ron and Lanking were in a hurry to board the ship and hide their nakedness. And the guy thought that the increase in their strength must have been related to the place where the girls stayed for a long time. So he himself decided to go there and look around to understand what was going on. After some time, Shanji arrived at Pingin's house. Having seen these possessions, the guy did not notice anything special. However, when he set foot on foreign soil, he encountered incredible power. It was so powerful that it caused Shanji to fall. He wondered what kind of monsters were in the yard. Only their compulsion immobilized the guy, making him feel like he was burning alive. But this feeling didn't frighten Shanji, rather, he even liked it. The rooster wondered why the boy was so excited, and why the bird felt the blood of this young man boiling. The broom, addressing the phoenix, told Dinian that it was a child and was unlikely to have any amulets. On his way home, Chen told Ling that he had dug up a lot of yams today, so he was going to cook her some treats later, which made the girl happy. When he reached his gate, Pingin was surprised to see a stranger standing near it. He couldn't understand why the man was kneeling and assumed that perhaps the intruder had tripped, but the threshold was not that high. Approaching the guy, Chen asked if everything was okay. Pingin helped the man up, for which Shanji thanked him, thinking that the coercion and pressure on the body had disappeared as soon as the owner returned. And looking at Chen, the guy was amazed at his power. He bowed before Pingin and said, "This humble man greets the elder. Please forgive me for invading your territory." The owner of the house assumed that the boy was part of the Mu Ran family and explained that his relatives often visited him, so there was no need to worry so much. The boy was overjoyed and said that the elder was truly full of mercy. He was sure that Shui couldn't talk about him, which meant that the elder knew who he was just by looking. This level of deduction really terrified Shanji, and Chen thought that their whole family was abnormal. And when they came to the guy, everyone was sweating in the yard. Pingin even wondered if kidney failure was really hereditary. As she passed by, Su told her brother that she would go inside, and Shanji was shocked that in this place there were two of the strongest people he had ever seen. The boy was amazed that the girl, who looked 12 years old at most, possessed enormous power. He bowed to Ling as well, angering Pingin, who demanded that they stop calling everyone elder. Chen grabbed the guest by the hand and told him to stand up. The owner of the house noticed that Shanji had a weak body, so he advised the boy not to overexert himself and find a balance between cultivation and rest. Pingin also said that his figure itself was unstable, so he shouldn't have overused this kneeling position. After all, a person doesn't always have a gold coin under their feet. The guest thanked the host and became fixated on the proverb, thinking that it was a hint or a key to his problems. Shanji couldn't believe that Chen was able to see the boy's flaw, and he was one of the kingdom's great geniuses. Shanji's cultivation base was never different from other geniuses, yet he was constantly suppressed by these two. And the most fundamental difference was that he didn't have any martial arts skills that could support his body. Perhaps that's what the elder was hinting at. The guy was thinking about the following: converging, condensing, and gathering. Golden air rising up, colliding, and taking shape. He concentrated on his feelings, on his body and energy, until he felt he was ready. Shanji screamed, "Rise up," and then pushed off the ground and was able to fly into the sky. Watching this, Pingin realized that the guy was a martial arts cultivator, which looked quite impressive. The guest was glad that everything worked out, and he was able to create 3 martial arts at once, albeit not without the help of the elder, but it was still a great feat that was impossible for a green rookie to accomplish. From below, Chen shouted at Shanji to go back now and balance training with rest. Make his body healthier, not kneel for too long or the blood will stop circulating. Take his time and beware of trouble. Looking at the owner of the house, the guy wondered if something was wrong. At that moment, distracted from levitation, the guest almost fell. He realized that there were problems with martial arts. It was necessary to maintain the chi cycle. Shanji thanked the elder for his advice and flew away. And Pingin was puzzled by the fact that a reminder about the need to strengthen the kidneys was now also considered advice. While walking with Ling through the city streets, Chen asked her what she wanted to eat today. The girl said she wanted watermelon, and the boy wondered why Su chose that fruit again. A man passed by him and Pingin heard his conversation. "Are you sure she is here?" Another man answered him, I'm sure a lot of important people have come here to find out more about it. Taking a closer look at them, Chen realized that these were new cultivators that he had not seen before. In Pingang's courtyard, the peach tree told the kitchen knife that cultivators were appearing around, probably due to his actions. The rooster said that if they found this place, they would definitely destroy it, so the responsibility was on the weapon. Fish supported the others, also believing that it was all because of the knife, so he should deal with his problems himself. The nervous guy said that he never expected the immortal emperor to be so weak. It was definitely the most terrifying immortal emperor he had ever seen. Also, the problem was that the master told him not to go out, so he didn't know how to fix it. The sword that was peeping from behind the door did not quite agree with the knife. Suddenly, the weapon approached the blade, frightening him. The boy asked the sword if this little useless piece of trash would like to help him out, stammering. The blade told the big brother that if he needed help, he would definitely do everything perfectly, and the knife told him not to worry, as the task was not difficult at all. Apparently, the sword's wounds had almost healed enough for it to transform, so the spirit told it to go out to see what was going on, and then think about how to lead the curious cultivators away from their home. Although there was no difficulty, the blade could become very useful, in which case the anxious sword agreed to fulfill the request. The knife, holding his hand on its guard, smiled slyly. The nervous sword smiled back and said that he had accepted the order and would now go complete the mission. And then he instantly took off, flying away from the yard. He arrived at the very place of the incident where Ling appeared. That day, the whole country saw the intention of the knife. Many mountains were destroyed, and if you follow the tracks, you can come to the starting point. There were ruins there, created by a ray of light from the realm of the immortals, and they could definitely be noticed. The weapon took on its human form, intending to fix everything. Then the blonde guy started hitting the ground. This caused dust to rise and pieces of soil and stones to fly in all directions. The sword performed such actions in order to level the holes with the ground. The humanoid celestial artifact was caught by cultivators during this pogrom. The guy was waiting for these people who accused him of creating the incident. They were sure that if they had this immortal weapon, they would become invincible on this earth, but they did not know how to catch the artifact. Then the owner of Tianrong Tower, named Long Ayotian, stepped forward. Taking something out of his sleeve, he declared that he knew what to do. He showed the other cultivators the sleeping immortal formation, but it required a lot of chi energy to control it. All those present were Mahayana realm masters, and Long was confident that it would not be difficult for them to trap the new artifact. Then, the sword would be able to choose any master at its discretion. Since there was no other way out and Aochin decided to sacrifice the artifact, the cultivators decided to unite to catch the weapon. Looking at Lon and seeing his actions, the sword smiled. Using their chi energy, the men tried to activate the artifact. A seal began to form under the boy, which he recognized as a sleepy immortal formation. Sword hadn't seen him for a long time, although he had searched so diligently. 2 hours later, the blade was still sitting in the air and looking sad. One of the cultivators was already exhausted and fell to his knees. He did not understand why the artifact did not work. The other man's ki was also running out. One of them, with the last of his strength, stood up on his feet, pouring more energy into the artifact. This was the last chi he had left. Sword was dissatisfied with such a disgusting cultivation base because the people didn't even have enough chi. He was so bored that he even considered going down and deactivating the artifact. Lon knew that the blade was good enough for an immortal's magical weapon, but the man's energy was about to run out. Fortunately, all was not lost yet. As long as the education worked, he had a chance to become a recognized master. Finally, the sleepy formation had absorbed enough power and began its main action. The cultivators held on with all their might, sincerely believing that they would succeed. Chains extended from the seal, surrounding the weapon. The guy was even a little surprised when the shackles began to wrap around him. Aodian was glad that the cultivator had finally managed to catch the sword. The weapon smiled and said it was his turn now. He only hit the seal once and it broke. Lon was shocked to find that his efforts had been in vain, causing him to fall to his knees. The sword asked the men a haughty question. "How can someone like you subjugate me?" The weapon said that it does not kill the weak, and explained that it came to find a master worthy of it. Pointing somewhere to the side, the sword declared that in a month it would appear in the center of the continent. For someone who is destined for the weapon by fate, it will not mind helping them become the best in this world and even gain a place among the immortals. Such words were said in order to distract the cultivators from Pingang. Then the guy went home like a lightning bolt. One of the cultivators was struck by an airstrike from a sword earlier, which was so devastating that the man thought he had died, and another even admitted that he had shamefully wet himself. The cultivators decided to return to the sect and report everything, and in a month go to the center of the continent. And if this immortal chooses them, then the future for them will be a fairy tale. Aodian thought that the world was vast, considering the power and influence. He had believed that he had no mortal competitors, but now this seemed nothing more than a ridiculous assumption. The man had not been home for thousands of years and did not even know if the small town was still there. But it had to be somewhere nearby. The door to Chen's house opened slightly, letting in sunlight, and behind her appeared a sword, which informed the elder brother that everything had been decided, and those cultivators would not bother them anymore. The knife praised the weapon and reminded him that their master was due to arrive soon, so the blade should not be allowed to cross his path, and he needed to return to his sword form. Otherwise, his small body and mind could be destroyed. The boy became alarmed and asked, "Will the master kill me if he sees me in this form?" But no one answered him. Pinyin was already entering the house. The sword barely had time to take on its true form before its owner saw it, smilingly asking Su to wash the food while he prepared the firewood. Chen glanced towards the sword but didn't see the axe he bought last time. The weapon, looking at its owner, wondered why the royal rhymes surrounding it had disappeared. Sword guessed that the master most likely hid them because of the annoying cultivators. The boy tried to find the missing axe, but when he couldn't do it, he looked at the blade again. Chen took the weapon and said that today it would be instead of the axe, and the blade did not understand why it was him. The sword was not at all happy about being used to chop down a tree. Meanwhile, Lon entered a ruined house in the middle of the forest. He never thought that everything here would be so empty and destroyed. As Aoshin brushed the dust off the furniture, he thought that hundreds of years had passed and his parents were long dead. And he himself was already old, but he came to this place. Even now, the man remembered those hard days. At that moment, he made a breakthrough and felt the weakness disappear. Apparently, the development of the heart was also important. Previously, Lon was sure that diligent cultivation was the right path. But now he realized that this was not the case. Aodian no longer intended to stay in the house where he once grew up. He told the deceased father and mother that their child was leaving, just like when I promised to become the strongest on this continent. The man was returning to the human settlement through the forest. On the way, he came across Chen, who was cutting down trees near his house. The guy did this with a sword, which the man recognized as the very immortal weapon he was trying to catch. Pinyin, running his hand over the sword, admired the fact that it was not only a weapon for cultivators, but it was also convenient for cutting down wood. Watching this scene, Lon was shocked that this guy was chopping wood with an immortal weapon. He even thought that he was hallucinating because of the blow. And the sword thought that during its immortal life it had gained enough experience and it would not be used like an axe. It was glad that at least no one had seen it doing this. The weapon looked to the side and saw a man. The sword and Aoshin's gazes met, and the blade realized the whole problem. The man lost his balance and fell, convinced that it was indeed the immortal weapon he had seen just now. Turning around, Pinyin was puzzled to see Lon collapsed on the ground. The worried boy dropped his sword and ran up to the stranger, asking if he was okay. Seeing Chen simply throw away his weapon, Aoshin was horrified. The amazed man asked the boy why he used such a powerful weapon to chop wood. To this, Chen replied that the item was useless, so Pinyin used it where it was useful, an explanation that shocked Long even more. While collecting firewood, the boy asked if he could come into his house and wait until Chen finished. Then Aodian looked again at the sword that was lying in the grass. The man thought that this person certainly had a sense, but he did not see the lightest level of cultivation. Pinyin seemed like a fool for not seeing the full power of the item and thought it was an ordinary weapon. Lon couldn't understand why the immortal weapon would recognize this guy as its master. He also didn't understand why the sword didn't go berserk when the master used it as an axe. Having finished chopping and tying the firewood, Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to the man and asked him to carry the sword. Aodian was surprised and even nervous because of such a request. Smiling, Pinyin told him to just try not to cut himself, and Lon wondered if this man really thought that a cut was all a sword could do. The man felt like the weapon would kill him if he just touched it. But still, the desire to hold the immortal sword in my hands turned out to be stronger. Gathering his courage, Aoshin reached out and grabbed the hilt. The weapon immediately jerked and moved towards the man's throat. The man said he was wrong and explained that the young master had asked to hold the sword. As soon as Chen coughed, the blade calmed down. Pinyin admitted that he had been working for half a day and his throat was dry. As the boy walked towards his house, he told Lon to follow him. Aodian couldn't believe that this man had subdued the immortal weapon so easily, and now he wondered who he was. When they entered the courtyard, the sword was left next to the firewood. Chen said that this was his home and asked the guest to forgive him for his wretchedness. Seeing the guy's possessions and feeling the energy floating in them, the man was shocked. He made a slight bow, introduced himself to Ping'an and called him his master. Now Aotian understood, compared to this courtyard, the immortal weapon was truly useless. The man assumed that the elder was cultivating his mind, and if he was mortal, then the man next to him was nothing more than a bug. Chen found it strange that this man had previously addressed him as a boy, but now called him sir. Ping'an asked him to drop the formalities and asked if the cultivator knew about the Murong Palace. Hearing about the palace, Aotian was dumbfounded. The founder of Tianzin Tower ascended to heaven thousands of years ago, and Long was surprised that the elder had found out something about the tower's owner. The man said that the gentleman had great wisdom, which he admired. But the boy did not like it. He thought that the guest treated everyone connected with the Murong Palace like that. Ling came out of the house, happy that her little brother had finally returned, and Chen told her that they had a guest. She greeted her grandfather, who was amazed by her. To him, as well as to everyone else, Su looked like a cute little girl with enormous strength. Ping'an asked Ling if she had cut the watermelon he had brought and asked her to treat her grandfather. But the girl was indignant because the watermelon was very small and she would not have gotten anything at all. Patting Su on the head, Chen told her to be a good girl and not be greedy. Dissatisfied, Ling, returning to the house, invited the guest into it. But the worried man did not dare to enter the house of such powerful people. Aotian was extremely nervous, trying to come up with some kind of excuse. Lon told Ping'an that he suddenly remembered that he had some unfinished business, and it was very urgent, so the man was forced to take his leave. Su, who was emitting a terrifying aura, was indignant, urgent, so sudden, and the sweaty Long confirmed his words. The guy said he wouldn't force him to stay, but before the guest left, he asked if he had ever heard of a treasure that could lower the temperature. The man admitted that he had such a thing, but he doubted that it was a treasure. Aotian was sure that the item should have been insignificant trash for the master. Smiling, Ping'an explained that as long as the thing served its purpose, it remained useful. The boy asked if Long was planning to sell it to anyone, and the man said that Chen was too polite. Aotian admitted that he hardly used the item, so if Chen wanted, the cultivator could bring it tomorrow. Ping'an said he would be only too happy to do so, and also asked if the man would like something to eat before leaving. The guy walked forward into the house, and Ling turned to Aotian and growled angrily. The man became frightened and again noted that he had incredibly urgent matters to attend to. He thanked the owner of the house and immediately took off. The girl was glad that the guest did not stay with them for long, and the whole watermelon would go to her, and the guy assumed that Lon really needed to do something very important. It was an early, clear morning the next day. As soon as young Ling woke up, she immediately ran to her brother. Entering his room, the girl began to wake the guy up. However, Chen did not want to wake up at all. He said that it was still early and asked Su to let him sleep some more. But the girl was not going to give up. She reminded the guy that he promised to buy her a new dress today. This still made Ping'an get out of bed. He told Ling that he would get ready now, and they would set off. Finally, the people left the house, which made the sword happy. He was too tired of listening to people talk about him. Looking up at the sky, the weapon saw several more cultivators flying. Blade assumed that they hadn't had enough yesterday and decided to satisfy his older brother. Taking human form, the sword went to the scene of the incident, telling the older brother that there was still some small matter left there that he would solve himself, and the knife became nervous, realizing that something was wrong. Returning to where Su appeared, the sword didn't notice any changes. However, it seemed strange to him that after all the fuss, there was no one there. A man with a scar on his chin came out of nowhere and said, "I just said that this mortal world has a familiar smell." It was precisely the golden sword that this man hoped to encounter here. The worried boy remembered how he was kept locked up. He was bound with a chain and the helpless weapon was brutally beaten with a whip, causing hellish pain. And it was this man who mocked the sword. The man demonstratively took out a whip and asked if this was not an immortal weapon with a golden plume. As he pulled the whip, he said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The cultivators who arrived were members of the Blood Moon sect. The sword said that there are a huge number of mortal worlds, and even after calculating the correct one, it was impossible to determine its exact location so quickly and easily. How did you do it? The man explained that they had marked his chi and had been tracking him from the very beginning. While the boy was using his powers, the spell was able to track him as well. Now the weapon understood that yesterday's blow led to an energy leak and the arrival of enemies. The man said that the sword underestimated their power over him, and the weapon, with its hand behind its back, tried to use magic to escape. However, this turned out to be not so easy to do. The man, who had foreseen the escape, took out a talisman, which served as a trap for the immortal weapon. A seal appeared under the sword, and above it a beam of light that pressed the guy into the ground. The smug man said, "It sounds familiar, but it was created especially for you." The weapon replied that if it weren't for this barrier sealing his chi, trash like the man and his crappy sect wouldn't be able to do anything to him. The man laughed and said that the sword could talk whatever it wanted. But even though the guy considered the man trash, he could make the weapon powerless and unable to resist, so it would be easier to give up. Sighing, the boy said, "You still don't understand anything. That if I say that there is an immortal who is far superior to you, what a pity that even in the mortal world you remain a non-entity." The worried man asked, "Are you saying that I am no better than a mortal?" To this question, the satisfied sword gave an affirmative answer. He had never seen anyone equal to Chen in strength before. Even though his level was unattainable for weapons, just being nearby was already considered a luxury. The guy said that both the man and the others were simply the scum of society and were not even worthy of being called trash. Using another spell, the man said that the sword was too noisy. After that, a blue glow appeared in the sky. It turned into a beam that headed straight towards the weapon. Upon reaching its target, the beam made a deep, wide hole in the guy, causing severe bleeding. As the sword expected, it was still too weak. If Pingan wanted to save him, he should have appeared right now, and the elder brothers could not leave the courtyard due to the master's restrictions. The weapon closed its eyes, realizing that its end had come. Peach told the knife that they couldn't leave without the master's permission, and the artifact replied that it knew about it. The rooster asked to listen to him. He said, "You know the rules. Leaving the yard without permission will not only turn you into a mortal, but also destroy you." Knife understood this, but felt responsible for the guy, since it was he who sent him to sort everything out. So the weapon believed that even if it died, it would still save this fool. A red glow suddenly appeared in the sky at the scene of the incident, attracting the attention of the man with the scar. It was a knife that, upon landing hard, kicked up a lot of earth. The surprised man could not understand from whom in the realm of the living such strong pressure could come. The knife said, "When I get angry, even Buddha kneels. You, a larva from the kingdom of the dead, have brought my wrath upon yourself." The wounded sword was surprised that it was a knife that came to save him. The elder asked, "Are you being held back by such a bad barrier?" Raising his hand to the barrier, the knife called the guy a worthless piece of shit. One snap of the fingers was enough to destroy the trap. The scarred man pointed at the powerful weapon and shouted, "I am the head of the Blood Moon cult of the immortal world. How dare you go against me?" Menacingly heading towards the man, the knife asked again, "Dare to go against you?" As the weapon struck, it asked, "Are you even worth it?" But the man could no longer answer. His head had flown off his shoulders. The worried sword asked his brother why he went out, but the guy just told him to shut up and follow him. The sword smiled. He was grateful to his brother for saving him and for his self-sacrifice. Upon returning, the knife entered the house, but the immortal weapon remained outside. The sword, the rooster, the fish in the tree were worried about their friend, fearing the worst outcome. The knife stood on its knees in the dark room, ready for its fate. A transparent blue system maiden appeared before him. Standing with her back to him, she concluded that the guy had broken a taboo. Meanwhile, in the Blood Moon Immortal sect, the leader sat at a stone garden table and sipped tea. A subordinate approached him and reported that Ju-Hu's life card had exploded. This news shocked the man and made him nervous. The head of the sect kept wondering who could have killed the immortal. There were very few people capable of such a thing. The leader assumed that it could have been connected with the search for the immortal emperor's daughter. In the world of the living, there was someone who could break the immortal emperor's bridge of light, which meant that this person was comparable in strength to him. The man smiled, thinking that he would soon be able to share this world with the living. On the way home, Chen asked Ling if she had fun. In the city, they had bought the girl a whole bag of clothes. A happy Sue replied that it was the best day. At the gate near his house, the boy met Lon, who greeted the elder. Pingan asked why the man had not come in. He was worried that the guest had been standing there all day. Aochin explained that while the owner of the house was away, it was difficult for him to go inside. So the man brought the necessary treasure and waited for Chen. He took out a wooden box from his sleeve and, opening it, clarified that it was a mystical sky ice crystal, as the boy had asked. A delighted Pingan told Lon, if he came next time, not to be shy and to wait inside. The man thanked the guy, who noted that the guest had been in a hurry yesterday, but today, he simply had to stay. An immortal emperor unexpectedly arrived at Chen's house. In this place, he sensed the cultivation base of the immortal realm, the aura of which, for some reason, he suddenly stopped feeling. As he opened the door, he wondered if this base could be in the abandoned garden. But the energy he saw in the yard made him freeze in place. While eating the food served to the Pingans, Ayoshin was amazed that it helped in cultivating. The tea prepared by the guy helped strengthen the spiritual threads. Looking at the drink, Lan was amazed that such a small cup had destroyed the neck. The man considered being in Chen's house a great opportunity. Since his powers were actively increasing, Lan thought that Pingan was thanking him for the crystal. Seeing that the owner of the house had attached the artifact to the wall inside the cabinet that contained the cut watermelon, the man thought that the elder's methods were quite peculiar. A pleased Chen, taking out a plate with pieces of fruit, said, "I didn't think it was so easy to use. I've long dreamed of a refrigerator. Frozen watermelon is incredibly delicious." Having placed the plate on the table, the host invited the guest to sit down. When the man sat down on the chair, he became somewhat alarmed. On the other side of the table, Ling was glaring at him with displeasure. Pingan lightly hit the girl on the head and told her not to look at the guests like that and not to overeat the watermelon, otherwise she would get diarrhea. Upset, Sue, rubbing the place where she was hit, replied that she understood everything. Having plucked up his courage, the man decided to take a piece of fruit. Holding the watermelon in his hands, Long thanked Chen. There was magical tea and food in this house. As Ayoshin bit into the red flesh, he thought that perhaps the fruit was the same. After eating the watermelon, the man felt something unimaginable, as if he had entered another space where he saw Dantian. It was a sign that someone had broken through to the immortal realm of the earth. The man was amazed that he could achieve it. He was also shocked that a normal watermelon could do this. Lon suggested that it could be the power of a kitchen knife. When cutting with this tool, most likely, the energy of Kai flowed into the food. The knife itself, being on the cutting board, was outraged by the fact that it was slippery. And this was very inconvenient. He hoped that it would be washed soon. After finishing the watermelon, Ayoshin thanked the elder again for such a kind attitude, for which the man could not repay. But if Chen needed anything, Long was ready to do everything in his power. Realizing that the release of energy from the breakthrough would be enormous, the man hurried to take his leave so as not to destroy the elder's house. Lon explained his retreat by saying that he urgently needed to resolve some matters, and Pingan thought that the guest was overexcited again. Opening the door, Aochin met a stranger in the courtyard who was kneeling. Seeing this man, Lon wondered who he was. It was the emperor, who couldn't understand why the man wasn't pressed by the aura of the garden. He wanted to say something to Aochin, but the man unceremoniously ran away, saying that he was very busy. The emperor felt that this man must have broken through to the earthly realm of the immortals, so he was unlikely to be the owner of this place. As he left the house, Pingan shouted at his guest not to run away because they had a toilet. When the boy appeared before the emperor's gaze, the man was amazed, because the man's body consisted of Tao. Now he understood why the garden was filled with a terrifying aura. Apparently the emperor had broken into the expert's house, but the man could not guess what such a person was doing in the realm of the living. Seeing the stranger, Chen became alarmed and asked why the man was sitting at the entrance. He assumed that it was due to the strength of the barrier. The man realized that the guy in front of him had mental cultivation, which was beyond the realm of possibility. Around Pinggang, he saw the rhythms of the Taoism of the immortal emperor. The guest began to think that all this was a game of chess with millions of people's lives. The people in it were figures and the world was a board, and the two older ones were just playing with it. The emperor was not pleased to realize that he was just a pawn. A nervous Chen asked the man if he was okay, and if he was injured, the guy assured him that he would weaken the barrier a little later. The man was dressed quite luxuriously, so Pingan assumed that the stranger was quite strong and it was not worth messing with him. However, the emperor bowed at his feet and called himself Xia Sui. The worried boy asked if he had come for Suling, and the emperor asked if it was true that his daughter was in the house. Chen was in no hurry to answer, not knowing how to tell everything correctly. Since it was the girl's father, Pingang needed to clarify everything so that the man would not think that the boy had kidnapped her. First, he asked the man to stand up, helping him do so. Chen confirmed that Ling was indeed in the house and began calling her. The boy asked her if this man was really her father, and the girl, hiding behind her brother, said that she did not know this man. Sui also had difficulty recognizing her daughter. Ling said again, frightened, that she didn't know this man. The guy, suspicious, asked what had happened. He asked if Xia was really her father. The man recalled that the girl was cursed by a cruel immortal, and the only thing the emperor could do was lock her away for thousands of years. Sui thought, "Doesn't the elder know the fate of everyone on the chessboard? Apparently I am an unnecessary piece, and she is his pawn." Clenching his hand into a fist, the man understood that it was impossible to hide the fact that he had been away from his daughter for a long time. The emperor admitted that the girl should have grown up, but Ling looked the same as before, so he was full of doubts. Suspicious Pingan asked, Don't you even remember your daughter? Doubting that the man was indeed Su's father, Chen asked him to describe the girl's birthmark. Then the emperor said that Ling had a snowflake on the back of her neck, and the boy was surprised that this man was really her dad. Since the girl did not remember her father, Ping'an gave her the opportunity to decide for herself who she would stay with, and Ling chose her brother. The guy said that Su still didn't remember Xia, perhaps because of the long separation, and if her father didn't mind, Chen could keep her with him. It was just time for the girl to study, so he was ready to take care of this and pass on all his knowledge to her. The emperor thought that this man had cured her and wanted to teach her. Besides this, he also offered such a profitable deal. Bowing and hitting his forehead, Sui said that he was leaving his daughter with Ping'an, and the boy replied that he shouldn't react so violently. A surprised Chen assumed that the man had found out that the boy was teaching in the city, but Ping'an thought that Zi was being overly dramatic. Aodian was sitting somewhere in the forest in the lotus position. At some point, he made a breakthrough, and due to the release of energy, several trees around him fell to the ground. The man was glad that he was finally able to pass into the earthly immortal kingdom. Not far from Lan was the emperor, who, approaching and clapping his hands, said, "Accept my congratulations, fellow Taoist." Aodian admitted that the breakthrough could have happened while he was with the elder, and the man hoped that Chen would forgive his sinful soul, and the emperor said that they were both somehow connected to the elder, so he suggested switching to you or brother. Lan agreed with this proposal. He thought that this acquaintance was even better than the immortal artifact, so the man had not come there in vain. Smiling and placing his hand on his new acquaintance's shoulder, Sui asked him to let him know when he reached the immortal realm. He also said that Long had received some useful skills from the elder, so the emperor was confident that the man would soon reach the lowest level of immortality. Xia gave him a certain token and asked him to accept it as proof of their acquaintance. With the help of this item, one could enter any city or clan or directly to his realm of immortality. Aodian thanked the man for this, introduced himself, and asked how to address him. Xia also said his name, but explained that in the immortal realm he was called the Emperor. Lan said enthusiastically that it was a beautiful name. Sui, stepping on scattered branches, hurried back home. It was only when the man left that Aoshin realized that it was the same immortal emperor in front of him, which shocked the man. While in the realm of immortals, Xia was happy that after so many years he was able to see his daughter, and thanks to the elder, he could now visit her. He thought Ping'an was good because the boy allowed him to come to Ling once a month. In his domain, the man suddenly noticed the head of the blood moon. He bowed low to greet the emperor, who asked what had happened. Sui was unhappy that this disgusting man came to him and asked if the emperor had found the fairy Suling. The man decided to lie and, passing by the member of the blood moon, said that his daughter was still missing. This stunned the head of the sect, who turned to the departing man in bewilderment. He asked the emperor if he should send more people to search for the girl, since she had to be found. An unhappy Sui directed a stream of energy at the man, demanding that he leave. From such a blow, the head flew to the side and hit a column. The emperor then said to the man lying on the floor, "Xiaozhou, remember this well. If you come to me again, I will kill you. And no matter what you're looking for, the immortal weapon or something else, if I find out that someone from your clan has descended to Earth, I will cut them out completely, understand?" While Xi was in the Elder's Garden, he sensed the immortal artifact Golden Feather, and now he was glad that Chen did not blame the emperor for this. He wondered if Ping'an wanted to share this world with him. After all, there was no harm in dreaming. In the world of people, there was a thriving capital of light, and in it was located the Immortal Academy of Shushan. Someone inside suddenly cried out that the wisdom of Confucius really did belong to this man. Hearing this, the naked old man, whose nakedness after taking a bath was barely covered by a towel, opened the door and demanded that everyone be quiet. It was the tutor, Zhengdan Teng, who said that even if Confucius's skill was really here, it didn't mean it was necessary to shout like that and ruin the reputation of the academy. Dan also asked where he was, and one of the boys told the teacher that it was hardly the right time for that. Another boy entered the room and greeted Teng, introducing himself as Shen Guo Zimo, a Confucius skill holder. The man asked if he had been trained as a child, or if he had done it himself with the help of a mentor. And Zimo replied that he had started training at the age of 13, and had been assisted by Mr. Chen for the past 4 years. Guo said that this man had an unlimited supply of knowledge, and if he was a cultivator, then at the very least he would be immortal. Dan had never heard of such a guy either in the realm of the living or in the world of the dead, and asked Zimo to read the poems of the mentor, if they were written down. Ten did not know what kind of weirdo got this treasure, but the man hoped that he did not ruin the life of this boy. Guo admitted that Mr. Chen had written countless poems, so the boy decided to read the one the teacher gave him on the last day of school. The teacher hoped that it was not too late to correct other people's mistakes. Zemo knew the last poem read by his mentor by heart, so he began to recite it without any problems. Crying can be heard from the house, but it is not crying of happiness or sadness, but the crying of children gathered together, not knowing where the guest came from. The man suddenly fell to his knees, causing Guo to become worried. Dan was shocked that this verse turned out to be incredibly poetic and profound, a cry not of sadness, not of happiness, but of childish innocence. These lines described life with all its vicissitudes. Now Ten understood that the man who wrote this was truly worthy of the title of Confucius. The delighted man, who wanted to visit the author right now and offer him a teaching position at their academy, asked Zemo where this wonderful Mr. Chen lived. Dan had an even better idea. He wanted to make this man a mentor. The man grabbed Guo's hand and said that they were leaving right now. And then, a moment later, a naked man in a towel was dragging the young man somewhere off the academy grounds. The system notified Chen of a new task that required the owner to create a new cult. Seeing this, the guy grabbed the system window and screamed, "Are you kidding?" Last time he was forced to join the mountain cult, and Pingang was lucky that the Mu Rong family was generous and gave him the title of ancestor. And now they demanded a whole cult from him. The system didn't care about Chen's opinion. It gave him 2 months to complete it. Apparently, the guy had to ask the Mu Ron family for a favor again, which he didn't want to do. Pingan's indignation was distracted by someone's voice asking if the owner was home. Opening the door, Chen met Guo. The young man greeted him, and Chen asked if Zemo had decided to return from the city so quickly. Then, the young man introduced Pingang to the mentor of the Immortal Academy, Shushan, who was very eager to meet them. The owner of the house could not believe that one of the most influential people on the continent had arrived to visit him, and this man excitedly bowed and greeted Chen. This action did not please Pingan, who believed that it was not worth doing if his health did not allow it. The owner of the house suddenly wondered if Dan was related to Mu Ron. All the important people bowed to him and called him senior, so Chen couldn't understand when he became invincible. Ping Gang said that he wanted to ask Master Zheng something. Ten saw a man with a powerful aura in front of him who asked, "Am I too strong for you?" Frightened, Dan bowed his head to the ground and began to ask for forgiveness. However, Chen had nothing to forgive the man for. He just wanted an honest answer. Still kneeling and looking at the ground, Ten thought that Pingan was angry, perhaps because the man had interrupted his solitude. The mentor assumed that the elder had come down to train talents and enjoy an ascetic lifestyle. And then Chen figured out Dan's intentions, which disturbed the guy's peace. Since Pingan had given him permission to tell the truth, the man was ready to voice it. Sweating, the mentor said, "You are powerless. There is not a drop of cultivation in you. The elder is a mere mortal." And these words somewhat upset the master of the house. The teacher asked to dispense with formalities and suggested that Chen call him Zheng Teng or Xiao Zheng. However, the guy refused this because it was too uncomfortable. Standing behind Ten, Zemo asked why his mentor's hands were shaking so much. Was it really painful for him? But Dan didn't answer this. He only said that he got what he wanted. The mentor went into the sky, taking Guo with him and saying goodbye to the elder. The man was surprised that Pingan didn't attack him. Apparently, he decided to let him go. Ten was glad that he didn't anger the guy even more. Otherwise, he would have encountered serious problems. Dan assumed that he was released because of Zemo, who was the elder's student. And for this reason, the mentor decided to seriously take up the training of this genius. Chen assumed that Guo had read one of Dan's poems, and the master had assumed that he had written it. So the man had taken Pingang for a literary genius and had come to idolize him. But that didn't matter now. Chen needed to figure out how to complete the task. The guy didn't know much about cultivation, and the system wanted him to start a cult, which was kind of stupid. He decided to go into town and buy a couple of books on cultivation. Finding himself in a large settlement, Chen visited the 1,000 bookstore. Entering it, Pingan asked if Chief Duan was there. Slamming the book shut, the girl sitting in the chair said, "Could it be Mr. Chen? You haven't visited us for a long time. What have you been doing?" The guy really hadn't visited for a long time. He changed the topic and asked how Duan was doing. She replied that everything was difficult, as usual. The girl noted that she was a weak woman trying to earn a living through hard work, and she would like to find a good husband. To this, Pingan said that it was unlikely that there would be a guy who matched Duan. However, the girl herself did not agree with this. Leaning close to Chen and touching her finger to his lips, she declared that she believed the right guy for her was standing right in front of her. Pingan coughed and said that they would finish here. He then asked if she had any books for beginners on cultivation. Duan was upset that the guy always changed the subject at such moments, but she still went to look for the necessary item. Chen said that he thought that any book could be found there, and the girl confirmed that this was the case, since he had seen the name of her store. Duan handed him a cultivation manual for beginners and said that she would give it to him for free as a token of her love and appreciation. The guy thanked the girl and said that he would definitely help her with advertising. Duan explained that it wasn't necessary. It was enough that he came in more often. But Ping'an had a strong feeling that he was doing something terrible by constantly returning to this store. Before leaving, the guy realized that this girl reminded him of someone. And at that moment, a certain thought burst into his head with lightning speed. Chen turned around and addressed Duan, who was already stretching in her chair. The smiling girl asked, "Have you changed your mind, Mr. Chen? Have you decided to propose to me?" The guy appreciated the joke and explained that she had helped him many times, so he decided to invite her to his place. Duan agreed to this and said that she would come when the time came. Ping'an was suddenly overcome by a feeling that he seemed to know but could not explain. Relaxing in her chair, the girl watched as the guy left her store. When Chen was already far beyond it, Duan snapped her fingers and said, "Sorry, not this time." And at that very moment, a bright golden glow appeared near Ping'an's house, frightening a cat passing by. But then it began to disappear as quickly as it appeared. Chen sat in his garden and read a book, from which he learned that there were many opportunities for cultivators to develop their abilities, such as through food. The boy was amazed, assuming that everyone came to him for the cultivation-enhancing food. But then he thought it was nonsense, since the opportunity for a breakthrough was due to Tiankai Dibao, and Pingyan was buying rice in a city where it was unlikely to happen. Chen's guests seemed to like his food. Even though the food didn't increase cultivation, it was still delicious. The guy also thought about Long, who was quite polite due to his status. Pingyan decided to test his theory and also ask about the formation of the cult. Just at that moment, Sui appeared outside the door of his courtyard, asking if the elder was home. Chen said that the girl came just in time. He needed to talk to her father, so the guy asked him to convey his words to Yunhai. The brunette was delighted that the elder was able to foresee her arrival. She said that she had arrived just in time with a message from her grandfather and father to discuss the merger of the Mu-Ron family mountain cult and the illusory moon cult into a new cult under Pingong. Suit explained that if the guy agreed to it, he could choose the name, and if he didn't like it, they could abandon the plan. Chen was surprised by this coincidence, and the girl explained that he was the ancestor of the cult's followers, so the new cult had to belong to the guy, and the name also had to be given to Ping'an. The guy came up with several names, and the first option was Hengjong. Su said it was a great name that everyone else would definitely like. The guy found it strange that they liked everything he said. He decided to ask the brunette a question. "You seem to call me elder and remain respectful and polite. What's the matter?" Zhu happily replied that it was because of his cultivation strength, and then she suddenly fell silent, realizing what she had said. Chen was surprised by these words and once again said that he was an ordinary mortal. The brunette began to get nervous, realizing that she had put it wrong. She had completely forgotten about the elder's mental cultivation, and now she was even talking about it. Ping'an still could not understand such a reverent attitude towards himself, but seeing that the girl was already ready to bow, he decided to finish the questioning. Since Ron was supposed to be in charge of merging the cults, Chen suggested that they eat before heading out. The girl bowed sharply and refused to eat. She admitted that she had learned the lesson of the hidden sound of the stone and would no longer try to profit from deals with the elder. Ping'an didn't understand what she was talking about and asked if it was really about food, and the girl was dumbfounded, realizing that she had said something wrong again. Seeing no other way out, the brunette ran away, asking the elder for forgiveness and explaining that she had urgent business. Shu's behavior puzzled the guy. He asked only a couple of questions and she changed the subject. As he walked back inside the house, Chen dreamed of truly becoming strong. And at that moment, somewhere high in the sky, something flashed. A meteorite was approaching this planet directly from space. It was already late at night and the meteorite could be seen falling. A couple in love was sitting in a meadow, the girl asked. "Will you really take all the responsibility upon yourself?" And they answered her, "Of course. In my heart there is only room for you." In honor of our love, such a large meteorite fell. The guy hugging the girl looked back, attracted by the unusual phenomenon. A truly huge meteorite was flying towards him, causing panic. And nearby stood Aotian, who watched the couple run away from the alien stone. In this falling meteorite, he recognized the Hodge stone, which apparently belonged to an unusual person. This stone, which had been searching for its owner for a long time and diligently, was flying straight towards the Ping'an estate. Lan did not even hope to see such a sight. Looking up at the sky, the rooster was unhappy that the elder's good fortune had once again brought trouble. The meteorite was even bigger than last time, so the bird left the problem to the fish. A dragon flew out of the pond, calling for people to look at it. He flew towards the falling star and knocked the stone away, causing it to fly in the other direction. Seeing this scene, Aoshin was shocked. After all, Chen's estate had a real dragon that protected its owner from any misfortune. Returning home, Lan was somewhat saddened that his elder had other plans for the meteorite. He was sure that the inhabitants of the house where the stone landed would soon become known as immortal. And indeed, a story emerged of how one night a certain kingdom burned down and was reborn from its ashes, after which Prince Chinyu awakened previously unseen abilities and became one of the talents of the continent. The great emperor was able to make a breakthrough into the Mahayana kingdom, and less than a month later the kingdom received a new name, the Empire of the Thousand Feathers, and became a center of power. A month and a half later, Mu reported the current situation to Pingong, who did not think that some people would disturb them, and he also thought that the imperial prince had bought too many people. The old man said that they were asking for cooperation to search for treasures. Their highest level of cultivation was to overcome the period of calamities. The Ghost Moon sect was unable to resist him and had to stop building the new cult. The foundation had already been laid, and there was little work left to do. There was a month and a half left, and Ping'an couldn't understand why the Imperials would come now. The boy noted that the strength of the Shushan Immortal Academy was greater than the Emperor's people, so it would be possible to ask them to deal with this. Then Mu clarified whether the elder really wanted to entrust this to the Immortal Academy. The only problem was that it was impossible to do this, since Chen could not contact the dean. Ping'an suddenly became inspired. Father Ling was also strong, and he could ask for help. The old man was surprised that the boy knew someone stronger than the academy students. However, Xie had only just arrived, and they had to wait for another month for him. It was tiresome for Mu that the elder for some reason could not contact anyone. The girl sitting on the chair forced Yunhai, Xuan, and Xiao to dig the ground more actively. It was the Thousand Feather Empire Princess Liu Yuxi who claimed that any old woman was stronger than these men. 3 people looked at the girl with displeasure and she asked, "Is there something you don't like?" If that was the case, Yuxi suggested that they fight the guy next to her, who was an immortal cultivator of the supremacy world. Putting a plate of fruit on the table, Zhue said, "Here is your watermelon." Displeased, Liu insulted the girl and asked how she dared to shake. The princess, while simultaneously humiliating all the inhabitants of the sect, was even more indignant. Why was it so hard to get a melon in this backwater? Then Yuxi took a very small bite of the watermelon flesh, after which she threw the fruit at Ron, demanding that he bring another one, since this one was not tasty. Shu clenched her fist, feeling anger welling up inside her. The angry Ron was already ready to engage in battle with the impudent girl. Folding her arms across her chest and smiling slyly, the princess asked, "What, you don't want to?" Zhu tried to restrain herself, not wanting to cause trouble for her cult. At that moment, Mu came to them straight from Ping'an. The brunette was happy about this and asked what the elder had said. And the old man replied that he had not yet been able to take matters into his own hands, so there had to be more meetings. After hearing this, all joy and hope immediately disappeared. Suddenly, everyone felt the earth shaking. The men hurried to get out of the hole, to which Yuxi ran up and asked if this was how treasure was born. Something huge with black scales began to burst out of the ground. Louis was shocked, not understanding what was happening. This creature slashed the princess with its body, ruining her clothes. A moment later, a black demonic snake was already looming in front of the cultivators. Everyone ran away wherever they could, but the girls sat in place, demanding that the dragon be stopped. Asking for it to stop, Aochin approached the demonic beast. The man said, "As long as I'm here, you won't be able to kill anyone." Yuxi introduced herself to the owner of Tianzhong Tower as the princess of the Thousand Feather cult and demanded that he take her to a safe place. Lan had been away for a long time, so he didn't know what this girl had done. After his last breakthrough, there wasn't much spiritual power left. But this monster at the peak of the Mahayana kingdom was perfect for training. The demonic beast bared its teeth, terrifying everyone with its appearance. But suddenly, calling himself a Buddhist, he began to justify himself by saying that he had not killed anyone and had not even intended to. This sudden change in behavior shocked the cultivator, who was supposed to protect the innocent and not allow the snake to hurt them. The dragon said that it was all nonsense and that he had no intention of harming anyone, but had simply come out to bask in the sun. The beast continued to speak. "You don't acknowledge me, but in the past I killed immortal beasts. Don't think that you are great just because your cultivation level is higher than mine." Lan felt humiliated and could not kill the snake, which did not behave cruelly and bloodthirstily enough. The princess approached the cultivator and grabbed his sleeve. Yuxi said that this dragon was obviously afraid of the man, and that was why it was acting like this. But once Aochin left, this creature would kill everyone and then go somewhere else to wreak havoc, so it was better to kill it now. The man looked at the girl whose words he did not like. Throwing away the princess's hand, he said that he did not intend to be her sword, even if she was from the Thousand Feather Empire. Lan said the following: "I don't know who your father is, but when I look at you, I think he's no better. Girl, remember, what they gave you can also be taken away if you are too angry." As he walked away, Aochin said that she was on her own. An indignant Louis replied that one day the Tenrun Tower would also fall at the feet of their empire. The dragon came down to the princess and asked, "Did you just say something bad about me?" Yusi wanted to somehow justify herself, but it was too late. Walking through the forest, Lan had an internal monologue. "You want to suppress me? I'm giving you a break only because of my predecessor's luckstone. I thought this was all planned by the elder, but apparently it wasn't." Stopping at the place he needed, Aochin asked someone to show themselves, and a man in a black robe appeared before him. Lan ordered him to immediately gather everyone from the tower, as well as all auxiliary forces to fight the Empire of 1,000 Feathers, and also threaten all powers that those who will cooperate with this empire, he declares enemies. The man also asked if the subordinate was able to return them to their original state, to which a positive answer was given. Aodian also asked to send them a message. That same night, a pogrom occurred in the Empire of 1,000 Feathers. They were attacked by the Tianjun Tower, which set fire to houses. These people killed everyone in their path. Having reached the emperor, the man said that he had a wonderful daughter. Lan came to Pingang, where he was treated to a cup of tea and asked if he knew the Empire of 1,000 Feathers. Aodian was amazed by the elder's great wisdom. He said that this is exactly what he came to talk about. These people were too cruel and arrogant, so Lan pacified them. The man also asked for forgiveness if he exceeded his authority. The guy was glad that the cultivator had already dealt with this problem and admitted that he did not expect this. After praising Long, Chen asked why he apologized, but Aotian didn't know what to answer. Initially, Pingan thought that the man was a member of the mountain sect, but he managed to suppress the empire in a day. And now the boy was wondering why such a strong man called him senior. The cultivator thought that the elder was testing him, and it was possible that the 1,000 Feather Empire was included in Chen's test. Since Pingan wanted it, the man was ready to give a reason. Lan said that it was all because the elder was the strongest. Suddenly, a system window popped up that had nothing to say. Chen smiled strangely and thanked Aochin. The guy said that he still had something to do, so their conversation was over. And before that, the cultivator said that he would deal with the aftermath of the suppression. Not daring to delay the elder any longer, the man hurried away. As Lan left, he was glad that the elder did not look angry, which meant that the man had passed his test. Left alone, Pingan turned to the system. She didn't show up right away, and the guy angrily forced her to show up. Chen couldn't understand why everyone respected him. He thought he was strong, but the system always said otherwise, and now the guy asked what it would say to him about this. Then a text appeared in the system window. "If you fight someone and surpass me, I will be very surprised." An embittered Pingan said he still didn't believe it. He wondered who he could engage in a fight with. The Muron family was too kind to him. Pingan also couldn't fight the thugs, because if he really turned out to be weak, they would simply kill him. It was hard to think of who to ask to fight. Ling was lying on a sun lounger in the yard, basking in the sun, when Chen approached her. He asked the girl to do her brother a favor by surprising her. An inspired Pingan explained that he had to fight him. The system just found this funny. It didn't believe in the guy at all, and all the inhabitants of Chen's courtyard were shocked by such impudence of the owner. Pointing to the bamboo stick, Pingan asked if they could use it as a weapon. Su agreed with this and asked if the guy really wanted to fight. The guy agreed with this and decided to take off his outerwear first. Ling doubted that her brother should undress because she could hurt him. However, Chen said that everything was fine and he just didn't want to get his clothes dirty. Pingan was curious about how hard Su hit because she was still a baby, and the guy doubted that the girl would harm him. So Chen was confident that he would win and show this system his strength. Smiling, Pingan asked if the girl was ready. Then came the unexpected swing of the improvised weapon from the guy. The bamboo stick was approaching Chen, making him nervous. The blow was delivered from below, directly to Pingana's jaw. Such an attack could easily knock the guy off his feet. An alarmed Ling asked if everything was okay, and Chen replied that everything was fine. He just wasn't ready. Pingan was surprised that Su was so strong that he couldn't even dodge. The guy couldn't believe that he really wasn't able to defeat even a little girl. Trying to prove to himself that he was not weak, the boy asked to attack again. Chen also successfully missed the next blow, hitting him in the face. Not intending to give up, he asked to continue the fight. And the girl continued to beat the adult guy for some time. The fight ended and Ping'an emerged from it covered in bruises and abrasions. A system appeared in front of Chen, who was lying on a chaise lounge, reminding him that he was right. The disgruntled guy folded his arms across his chest and demanded that she shut up, as he wanted to be alone. Looking at Ling, Chen realized that she was from a family of cultivators, which meant she had more strength than an ordinary child. Sue asked her brother if he was okay, but Ping'an was too busy thinking about how he was weaker than the girl. But Lan was unlikely to be lying then. Since the boy was actually weak, but others saw a different picture, Chen assumed it was a bug. The textbook said that cultivators could sense the strength of their opponents. Even though Ping'an was weaker than Ling, the cultists could sense a strong aura around him due to the bug. That is why they called him Elder, and did not believe him when he said that he was a mere mortal. The boy became inspired when he realized that he could lie about his strength. It was late night and everyone should have been asleep by now. There was still a dragon living in the forest within the mountain sect's territory. Curled up in a circle, the black snake fell asleep, finding itself in the same hole from which it emerged. Ping'an was also sleeping in his soft bed under the moonlight. Knife asked the fish why he felt one of his dragon family today. It was a very strange feeling. The creature had a lot of dragon power, but it seemed like it was not using it all. The fish assumed that this beast ate a dead dragon, but it itself was wounded by the scum in the mortal realm. And after that, it accidentally ended up in their world and hid here. The creature could not absorb dragon energy on its own, but if it was with the fish, there was a chance that it would become a real dragon. The rooster asked the fish if he would like to train the dragon and make him his servant. All the inhabitants of the garden agreed with this idea. The golden sword, which looked out to the others from the house, also agreed. The fish said that in that case, the little trash should go and make the dragon swallow a certain sphere, which should change the shape of the creature, and after that it was necessary to lead the beast to them. And if the creature did not obey, the sword knew what to do. The weapon that agreed to carry out the task went into the forest where the black snake lived. Landing at the pit, the boy said that there was no need to worry, since he did not intend to kill the dragon. He also warned that there was no point in hiding. Looking out of the pit, the beast asked the boss how she could be of service. The sword was incredibly pleased with such respectful treatment. Watching the sword's reaction, the dragon thought she had said something wrong. The weapon asked her to repeat what she had called it. Not understanding what was happening, the creature said questioningly, "Boss?" The happy guy smiled with pleasure, and the beast asked him to be more serious. Clearing his throat, the sword said that the big people wanted her to become their servant, and he, being merciful, offered two possible scenarios. Either the dragon will agree, or the weapon will force her to join them. This choice seemed very meager to the dragon, because it still led to the same result. Then the guy asked if something was wrong. He snapped his fingers and an explosion occurred above the black snake's head, frightening her. There were no other options left, and the beast agreed to become a servant. In that case, the sword gave her the ball, explaining that it had to be eaten. The dragon obeyed the boy and swallowed the small glowing sphere. The beast was surprised that this ball contained a large amount of pure dragon energy. In a second, the beast was able to absorb a tenth of the energy that was in her body, and to this was added a secret transformation technique. The creature felt that it could change shape and succumb to it. Fluffy ears suddenly grew on his head, and from behind appeared a wagging tail covered with fur. From a formidable dragon, the beast turned into a large dog. The dissatisfied creature could not understand why a dog. Seeing what the dragon would now be, the sword laughed. The dog didn't see anything funny in this, and the guy explained that he wasn't laughing at her, but simply remembered a funny joke. However, the beast understood that this laughter was caused by his transformation and was not going to stop. Finally calming down, the weapon told him to follow him as he was about to show the real boss. They arrived at Ping'an's house and the boy reported that they were back. When the door to the yard opened, the dog went into shock. She felt a terrifying aura in this place. The beast thought that there was only one powerful guy in this place. But the dragon never expected that there would be so many of them here. Turning to the sword, the knife noted that the little wretch must have been well trained, and the boy replied that it was because of his older brother, who taught him everything. Then the knife switched to the animal. He told it to stand up and behave like a real dog, especially next to the master, and if he suspected anything, then the animal would be finished. The dog, shaking with fear, replied that she understood everything. In that case, the knife told her to go to the pond, because there was her ancestor in it, with whom she could talk. The surprised dog approached the water and met a fish there. The beast did not understand what was happening. From just one glance, the level of dragon energy in the body grew. The fish asked not to worry so much, assuring that the dog would soon get used to it. Many people with dragon blood, and even ancestors, found it difficult to look at him. But the beast, unlike them, coped well. The creature was surprised that even its ancestors could not stand such a look, and asked who the fish was. Completely forgetting to introduce himself, the pond dweller said that many knew him as the Holy Dragon. The dog was horrified. There were still parts of the memories of the eaten dragon left in her, so she remembered something like this. The Holy Dragon existed before the creation of the world. He existed always and everywhere, and was the true ancestor of dragons. The real deity lived in the pond in the form of a goldfish, and this made the beast wonder how strong their master was. After the appearance of a new creature in this yard, the peach tree had a new business. To fulfill it, Peach acquired her human form. Using magic, the tree spoke to the sleeping Ling. Peach asked the girl to persuade the master to leave the dog tomorrow. Falling asleep again, Sue agreed to fulfill her Peach sister's request. In the palace of the Empire of 1,000 Feathers, an old man was terribly dissatisfied. He angrily demanded that the man explain to him what was happening. Emperor 1,000 Feathers, Zhentao, asked his father to calm down. But Grandpa Liu was outraged that Tianjin Tower had defeated them in one night and their former allies had turned their backs on them. A worried Zhentao explained that he really didn't know anything. Yusi appeared at the door and announced that she had returned. The girl said that it had become dangerous lately, but she was lucky that she was smart. And the princess also asked why there was no one. The dissatisfied Yusi demanded that someone bring her a cup of tea, and the emperor was outraged by his daughter's behavior. He demanded that the girl tell him everything she had done during her absence, and the princess, tasting the dessert, replied, "Don't ask. The cult masters have become completely lazy. They are worse than dogs." Now the man understood that his own daughter was to blame for everything that happened. The girl looked at her father, whose face had changed, and asked him what had happened. The emperor clenched his fist in anger as Yusi's actions had caused terrible consequences that had destroyed his empire. Zheng Tao asked his grandfather if he could hit his beloved granddaughter, and the old man stopped his son. The princess was glad that her grandfather was on her side and did not let anyone harm the girl. However, everything was not so. Holding a stick in his hands, the old man said that he would even help the emperor beat up the wretch. At Pingana's estate, Ling tried to wake up her brother. The boy woke up and asked the girl what was wrong, and the inspired Sue, with a black dog standing behind her, continued to call on Chen to wake up. Noticing the animal, Pingan asked the girl where she found this dog. Then smiling, Ling said, "Look how cute she is. She was lying by the door. Apparently she got lost. Let's leave her." The puzzled boy asked how the girl knew that the animal was lost if it was lying by the door. And Sue, unable to think of anything better, pointed to the dog and said that the little dog had told her about it. Patting Ling on the head, Chen asked her not to say anything stupid. He assumed that someone had let the dog out for a walk, so he asked the girl to take the dog into the yard, and perhaps the animal would return home on its own when it had played enough. Ling obeyed, and Pingan thought that the animal found in the mountains might be wild, even though Sue liked it. That's why the guy didn't want to risk the girl's safety. As Ling let the dog out into the street, she said that she had fulfilled her part of the deal, and she didn't care what happened to the animal. Since her brother didn't need the dog, he should go and play in the yard. Once outside, the beast thought that he should have at least tried to make a cute face. The animal, displeased that the girl had given up so quickly, stood up and headed towards the peach tree. The dog decided to see how she would be kicked out if she just lay there. After some time, Pingan looked out the window to check if the dog had left. But the dog simply lay down in the yard and waited. The guy went out to the animal and asked it to leave, assuming that the animal wanted to steal his bones and gnaw them. The dog mentally asked Chen not to throw her out, because the bones from his yard were a real feast. The guy was distracted from trying to chase the dog away by a pop-up window. It announced a new assignment that was given immediately after the previous one was completed, which happened for the first time in 5 years. It consisted of the fact that Pingan had to recruit 10,000 people into his sect within 10 days. Such a time frame stunned Chen. He didn't even know where to get so many cultivators because there weren't even that many people living in the area. The guy cried out that if they wanted to get rid of him, they could have just killed him. The system then explained that death was not a punishment for failing to complete this task. Since it couldn't kill Chen, he decided that it wasn't necessary to carry it out. However, the system stated that in this case, Ping's member would be halved. The guy didn't like this statement at all and suddenly grabbed the system window. An angry Chen then threw it, causing the screen to hit the floor and fly off. While the boy was insulting the system, Mu arrived and asked if he could come in. Pingan was delighted and opened the door for the old man. He said that the guest had arrived on time and asked him to come in, and Mu noted that the elder had become cheerful, so the man could assume that everything had been resolved with the 1,000 Feather Empire. Pingen said that thanks to their actions, the empire was suppressed, and the construction of the cult building was also completed, so it would soon be possible to begin accepting disciples. Mu was surprised that despite his old age, Ocean was still quite strong. Although the guest could not defeat Ling, he could quite control Long. However, the old man said that a couple of days ago, where they were looking for treasure, a monster appeared that scared even Aoshin. Mu became worried when he noticed a black dog in Pingang's yard. Chen was puzzled when he turned around and saw an old man huddled against the fence. This behavior was strange and made the guy ask what happened. Mu felt that the dog's breath was similar to that of a black snake. The old man could not understand why such a beast was in this place. The man had managed to insult the snake and now hoped that the dragon would not take revenge on him. Pointing to the animal, Pingen asked if the old man was afraid of dogs. Mu stuttered and answered negatively, guessing that the snake living here was under the control of the elder, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Coming closer to the boy, the old man reminded him that Chen wanted to say something, and Pingen explained that it might seem like a difficult task. Feeling awkward about such a request, the boy asked if they could recruit 10,000 students in 10 days. The man replied that they could do it without any problem, but the help of an elder was needed. Mu was afraid that all the cultivators in the world might flock to the city if Pingang appeared there in person. So the old man asked to lend him the dog for a couple of days, and then he would find the necessary number of disciples, and if not, he would never show his face to Chen again. In this way, Mu could both complete the boy's task and take away the black snake. Pointing to the animal, the puzzled boy asked whether the old man really needed this particular dog. Chen noticed that Mu Ronggong was scared of the beast, and there were also rumors that Yao Lu had appeared nearby. So this black dog who was trying so hard to play his role could well have been that creature. It was written in the cultivation book that some demonic creatures, although they looked normal, would sometimes go berserk and start killing. Pingen didn't see anything wrong with the dog eating the chicken, but he didn't want to put Ling in danger. The boy asked what the old man was going to do with the dog. Smiling good-naturedly, Zhonggong replied that he would take the dog to the city, although it was strange to do so with a demonic creature. Sighing, Pingen, who wanted to get rid of the animal, asked Mu to act a little faster. Taking the dog in his arms, the old man smiled and promised with great confidence that in a couple of days, the elder would have 10,000 students. The dragon, in the form of a dog, being carried away from the yard, turned to his ancestor with fear and pleading in his eyes. And the fish in the pond said not to be afraid, assuring that the creature could return at night. Pingen watched as Zhonggong left his domain, setting off on a celestial journey. The guy didn't know whether Mu would be able to handle the task, and Chen himself wanted to take part in the recruitment. He was sure that thanks to a bug in the system, he could attract a whole crowd and feed his ego at the expense of people's jubilation. But Pingen hasn't yet confirmed whether his aura works the same way on everyone. If not, then other people would simply consider the guy a weakling and a madman, so all hope was only on Zhungun. The man brought the black snake into the building of the Hengzhong cult. The dog bared his teeth and asked if the old man understood that he had deprived her of the opportunity to become stronger. Zhonggong became nervous and asked the demonic creature not to be angry, claiming that he was trying to help. The man explained that Chen didn't like greedy people, so he would have kicked the dog out if it was an eyesore. And the old man brought the beast into the cult of the elder and promised that after helping Pingen, he would send the snake back with recommendations, which was quite fair. The dog admitted that the guy really wanted to drive her away. Bowing down, the beast admitted that the man had secretly helped him, and now the animal was in debt. Since they were in the Elder's sect, the dog decided to try even harder. Using her magical power, she created a protective cult formation. The beast said that it had imbued it with spiritual energy, so the formation could withstand an attack from a cultivator even at the peak of the Mahayana realm. Throwing out various artifacts and coins from her spiritual storage, the dog said that she could not use this trash. So now all of this belonged to the sect, for which Zhonggong thanked the creature. Using internal energy, the dog began to return to its original appearance. Once again becoming a black serpent, the dragon said that this was only a small part of what he could do. Mu noted that he had not seen the creature for only a couple of days, but it had already managed to change its form and, apparently, thanks to its ancestor, it had changed so much. As he walked away, the man declared that from now on, recruitment into the Hengzhong cult would begin. Once near the Pingang sect, Aochin discovered the Mahayana Dragon Mountain Protector Kingdom formation. The man thought that the elder had given them this formation by accident, but then Long stopped short, because Chen, in his opinion, had thought everything through to the smallest detail, so he couldn't be wrong, which meant that everything here was not so simple. Then Aodian realized that this was a divine test of the three. The first test was the Empire of 1,000 Feathers. The elder knew that they would be arrogant and despotic, but he gave them a chance, and unfortunately they did not change. The second test was Lon himself, since he, under the command of Pingin, saved the people of the mountain cult, offering to destroy the Empire of 1,000 Feathers on his own. The man passed the test. And the third test was the mountain cult. Obviously they also coped, so the elder gifted them with a formation. Everything was going as it should. The elder could calculate everything. And this terrified Aoshin. Calling over his hiding subordinate, Lon asked the man to find him an excellent gift. The man in the robe was ready to carry out the task, but he did not know what kind of gift was needed. Aodian then explained that he needed something suitable for living at the peak of the continent. In just half a day, Zhonggong was able to complete one of Pinggang's assignments. The system window notified that the task was completed, and along with it, a free lottery ticket was received. Chen was surprised that Mu was able to fulfill his request so quickly and decided to load him up more next time. The guy asked to start the drawing and a text popped up in the window, "Draw a ticket." Pinggin noted that he had always had bad luck, such as with the sword he had picked up on the mountain and which had turned out to be useless. The weapon was outraged to hear such an opinion. Finally, it was announced that the ticket had been successfully drawn and the winning system awarded the lot, moving it through the portal. The reward, a heavy bag, fell right on the lying guy's stomach, causing him pain. There was an inscription on the bag, after reading which Pinggin realized that he had received fertilizer. Chen was lucky because he just wanted to grow something in his yard, and he thought the fertilizer looked good, so the effect should be amazing. The guy called Ling, who seemed to want more watermelon, and offered to buy her some seeds. The girl was delighted and agreed with her brother, after which they got ready and went to the city. At the city market, when Pinggin was buying watermelon seeds, an unknown boy was watching him from around the corner. Returning home, the boy began to cultivate the land and make beds on it, and Ling helped him, placing the seeds in the holes. When the sowing was finished, Pinggin scattered fertilizer over the garden. Su and Chen, who was wiping sweat and dirt from his face with a towel, looked with satisfaction at the fruits of their labor. The boy was glad that they were finally able to finish planting Ling's favorite fruit. However, he was also upset that he was moving further and further away from the cultivator's lifestyle, since with a Panama hat on his head, in work clothes and with dirty hands, he looked like a commoner. Chen was distracted from these sad thoughts by Su, who asked her brother to look at something. Looking at the garden, the guy was shocked that the first sprout had already sprouted. Pinggin realized that these fertilizers accelerated the growth of plants. He exclaimed that he had finally come across something normal and not trash like before, which outraged the fish in the broom. The knife lying on an improvised board in the kitchen was also dissatisfied with this statement. The happy girl asked Chen if they would soon have watermelons, and the boy answered negatively, since the fertilizer, although it was good, had to be used wisely, so it was necessary to wait at least 2 weeks. Leaving the upset Su alone in the yard, Pinggin said that he would go change his clothes and start cooking. Looking at the bag of fertilizer, Ling decided to take matters into her own hands. Having poured the plant food into the necessary container, the girl began to scatter it throughout the garden. She fertilized each plant generously to achieve the desired results. The sprouts actively increased in size, quickly passing all stages of development. Suddenly, the girl's actions were interrupted by Pinggin, who returned to the yard and asked what she was doing. Hiding the bowl of fertilizer behind her, Su pointed to the garden and said that the watermelons had already grown and were now ready to eat. Seeing the fruits, Chen was surprised. This magic fertilizer was stronger than he thought. After using such a small amount, everything sprouted to the last stage. But then the guy looked at the girl suspiciously. Behind her, he noticed a bag that was a third empty, and asked Ling to explain what had happened to the fertilizer. Su replied that she didn't know that and assumed that it was just a breeze that blew away some of the fertilizer. Of course, Pinggin didn't believe such nonsense and asked if the girl really loved watermelons that much, and there was a boy standing outside the door to the yard and watching them. He heard Chen tell Ling to wash her hands, and the girl obediently went to do so. Having collected the fruits, the boy brought them into the house, washed them, and began to cut them. However, cutting the watermelon was difficult, and the boy wondered if the fruit was really edible. He thought he should try a piece before the girl came running. However, Pinggin didn't have time to do this. Ling was already standing in front of him and devouring the pulp of the fruit. The worried boy asked if everything was okay and if she was feeling well, and Su replied that the watermelon was very sweet. She urged her brother to try the fruit. Chen asked the girl to eat more slowly because no one would steal her watermelon. But Ling continued to quickly eat the pieces of fruit, saying that her brother could give the fruit to the boy outside the gate. Looking at the courtyard door, the boy asked, "Which boy?" Ping'an decided to test Su's words and opened the gate, holding a piece of watermelon in his hand. There he actually came across a fair-haired boy with a yellow bow on his head. Nervously, he stood frozen in place, seeing powerful energy everywhere. Confused, Ping'an asked the boy what was wrong. But the child stood in a stupor and remained silent, and Chen assumed that he had frightened the stranger. The guy asked the boy if he was a cultivator, but there was no answer. Now the owner of the house was sure that the bug had frightened the guest. Even Old Man Lon was scared. And here was such a child. The boy remained silent, and Ping'an assumed that this child was stupid, which made the guy feel sorry for the boy. Chen gave the young guest a watermelon without inviting him inside, and the child accepted the fruit with trembling hands. The guy asked the boy to go home and not make his parents worry. Then he closed the door, leaving the child alone. The boy, having calmed down a little, put his hand on his chest and said, "How scary." Suddenly, the door opened and the owner of the house concluded, "So you say." As he closed the gate again, Ping'an wondered why the cultivators in this world were so strange, not a single normal one. This made the child turn away from the house in horror. Still holding a piece of watermelon in his hand, the boy began to run. There were too many treasures in the yard, and for the first time the child was so scared that he could not even utter a word. He never thought that such a strong man would live on the outskirts of a small town. The boy was sure that Chen had noticed him on the street. The child was glad that the older one did not scold him. Having run far enough, the boy sat down near one of the trees, getting ready to taste a watermelon. As the child bit into the pulp, he suggested that Ping'an did not want to be disturbed, which was why he lived on the outskirts. After swallowing the fruit, the boy was surprised to feel his level increase. From the 5th level of Dan, he moved to the 1st level of divinity. The child assumed that Ping'an was giving him a chance. The boy underestimated the elder who was distributing such amplifiers. He guessed that it was because of Chen that the neighboring cult had risen so high. Taking out the artifact needed for communication, the child told his grandfather that this cult was not as simple as it seemed, so he needed to prepare a better gift. At that moment, Ping'an thought that next time the door should be bolted. The resulting fertilizer was a real artifact, and if it had been discovered, there would have been a lot of problems. Walking around his yard, the guy wondered how Su knew that someone was behind the door. He approached the girl and addressed her, intending to sort everything out. Chen asked Ling to answer honestly whether she knew the basics of cultivation. Hearing this, the girl became nervous. She was good at pretending to be mortal in order to please her elder. It was a mystery to her how the boy knew that she was not human. Smiling slyly, she admitted that she did indeed know the basics of cultivation. Ping'an was shocked that even Su had cultivator abilities, but he didn't. Trying to lie, Ling said that she was very weak compared to other people. Surprised that the girl had kept it a secret for so long, Chen asked what level she was at. Su was nervous, trying to find the right words to make her lie sound believable. Looking behind Chen, she saw the Peach sister holding a tablet and replied that she was at the level of gathering key energy. Noticing the girl's strange behavior, the guy turned around. However, behind him there was only a tree and nothing else. Then Ping'an asked Ling when she became a cultivator, and Su continued to look somewhere past her brother. Reading the Peach's sign, the girl replied that it happened not so long ago. At this moment, Chen turned around again sharply, trying to understand what was happening. However, there was no one behind him. And the boy wondered why Ling was looking behind him when she said something. It looked like someone was prompting her. The elder was puzzled. Because there were only the two of them in the yard, he did not know that the human form of a peach was hiding behind the tree. Picking up a plate of watermelon pieces from the table, Ping'an said that the girl had done wrong. Chen said that if Ling didn't tell him everything, he would take the watermelons, and Su screamed that it wasn't her fault. She admitted that it was Sister Peach Tree who taught her and asked not to take the watermelons. This answer puzzled the guy even more. The cultivation book said that any living thing that had existed for many years could become immortal, and these spirits could take on human form and even speak. Even though Ping'an received the tree sprout from the system, he didn't notice anything strange. Chen began to suspect that the sprout, like the fertilizer, was unusual. Standing behind the tree, the peach was outraged that the girl told everything for a couple of watermelons. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of the girl, which required the tree to find a solution to the problem. Otherwise, it knew what awaited it in case of failure. Peach saw only one way out of this situation. She used magic and directed a beam straight at the girl's head. Ling shook, which caught Ping'an's attention. She reported that her head suddenly began to spin. And not only the peach tree spoke to her, but also the clouds and even the watermelons. An alarmed Chen ran up to Su and asked what was happening to her. The girl started sweating and said that she was very hot. Looking at the garden, the guy thought that this was a side effect of the fertilizer. Ping'an took the sick girl in his arms and was indignant that even at that moment he was thinking about his own, and not about the child. As he carried Ling home, he asked her to be strong. Somewhere in the forest, Aoshin sat in the lotus position and meditated, trying to improve his level. At that moment, there was a sudden explosion that scattered several trees and rocks around the area. A certain man appeared before Lan, whom he called a vile old man who dared to attack an immortal. This man said, "I heard that you have become stronger now." Bai Gufeng asked if he couldn't even say hello now. An angry Aochin found this method of greeting questionable. Bai thought I used the strongest move using Qi energy, but Aochin dodged it so easily. Apparently, Chun wasn't lying. This old man was able to break through to a new level of cultivation with the help of his elder. Long said that he was too lazy to argue with anyone at the peak of the Mahayana realm. And he also asked if Gufeng was not ashamed to yell at an immortal. Aodian continued to say, "When we last met, you were also at the peak of Mahayana, can't you level up?" Indignant Bai answered him, "You at least know what you are talking about, so shut up already. Don't open your mouth about Mahayana Peak if you don't understand anything." Pleased with himself, Lon noted, "Then you became scarier than me." In response, an angry Gufeng insulted the man by showing him the middle finger. Ling lay in her bed with a wet towel on her head, suffering from the fever. Worried, Ping'an still couldn't figure out where this fever came from. It wasn't the watermelon that was the issue, as Chen had eaten it too, but he was fine. Then the guy assumed that the problem was that Ling was a cultivator. Someone opened the gate, asking if the elder was home. It was Mu, whom Ping'an happily let in with the request not to ask every time if he could come in. Once in the yard, the man was amazed by the changes that had taken place. Just a couple of days ago, there wasn't even a vegetable garden, but now it contained a multitude of watermelons. Moreover, they contained more spiritual power than the most powerful medicines. Watching Zhang Gong look at the garden, Chen guessed that he liked the watermelons. The guy suddenly remembered one thing from the book. When using too much spiritual energy, a fever could appear. Ping'an asked the old man if he thought that these watermelons had become elixirs with energy. He himself did not understand anything about cultivation, but he assumed that with the help of magic fertilizer, it was quite possible to create a potion. Then Mu asked, "Elder, are you kidding? How could a watermelon become an elixir?" However, in reality, the old man saw that these fruits were indeed real potions. Hearing that the fruits were not elixirs, Chen breathed a sigh of relief, as he still knew little about cultivation, so it would be difficult for him to explain why Ling had a fever that turned out to be quite normal. Zhang Gong said that today was the school's opening day, so he came to call the elder with him, and Ping'an replied that Su had suddenly fallen ill, so he needed to stay and look after the girl. Mu accepted these words but thought that such an excuse was quite interesting, since the immortal Ling was unlikely to get sick. The guy noted that Su shouldn't have eaten all the watermelons. So, while picking the fruits, Chen offered to share them with the disciples at the ceremony, and the old man agreed to do so, since that was the elder's wish. Zhang thought that while it might be a trinket for Ping'an, for the others it was a great opportunity to grow. To avoid carrying everything in his hands, the man placed the watermelons in a magic ring. He thanked Chen and said that he would return for the ceremony, and the boy asked him to forget about the 10,000 disciples and not worry about it anymore. Amu stated that they had already been recruited. The Hengzhong sect building was in a festive mood, with confetti flying everywhere. There were quite a lot of people on the cult's territory talking to each other about something. He ran up to her grandfather and asked if the elder would show up today, and the man replied that he had other things to do, so no. Meeting Lanking in the crowd, Mu smiled and said that he didn't think the princess would come. The girl greeted the man, who said that he was leaving her with his granddaughter. Then, finding himself in the center of the square, the old man announced that the celebration would begin. Suddenly, a stranger approached him, greeted him, and said that he was the Emperor of the Ancients and wanted to talk to Zhang Gong. Suddenly, the man was pushed aside by the crowd, and the stranger, trying to get through, demanded to be allowed to talk to the Emperor of the mountainous country. A man with an eye patch standing nearby noted that the patriarch was now at the stage of no more than a demigod. He believed that the sect had no great strength and, other than the formation and the dragon, it was almost useless. The young master of the Purgatory sect asked his subordinate, "Is this what you mean by meeting an immortal and that's it?" The man, who was literally cannon fodder, said that he really wasn't lying. Otherwise, the master would be thinking about how this selfless sect suddenly rose to the pinnacle of glory and managed to gain the favor of the empire. The master declared that it was all a trick to deceive the students, and that the accompanying gifts and money from the nobility were to be returned as is, and the rest was to be divided among 3 or 7. The subordinate wanted to object, but the man said that he was not in the mood to listen to such nonsense, He ordered to enter the clan and explained that the mountain defense training, even if it was revealed, would not have any effect on them. The sect did not pose a threat to their purgatory cult, even if they were strong. And the dragon in the sky, fortunately, was only at the peak of Dhyana, and the master could give him a fight. Licking his lips, the master demanded that Mu Ran Sua be captured. The man was sure that now they would be able to catch her and turn her into a weapon. Su suddenly turned around and noticed her enemy piercing her with his gaze. The girl was puzzled to see the disgusting, satisfied smile on his face. However, the next moment, he no longer looked so happy as he saw the owner of Tianrun Tower, Long Iodian. Then, Zhengdan Tung, the director of the Shushan Immortal Academy, arrived at the ceremony. And then Bai Gufeng, the owner of the treasury, appeared with the fair-haired boy. They all came to congratulate the Hengzhong sect on its opening. The Purgatory sect master was astonished that the ceremony was attended by 3 of the strongest people. He couldn't understand why these men were here. Looking at Gufeng, Long guessed that he came because he apparently heard about the elder. Mu apologized to the 3 leaders for not greeting them properly, and Aotian noted that the old man he met the second time was too polite. Zhonggong thanked him for saving him that time, but Long said that he shouldn't have thanked him and suggested calling him brother. Then Dan introduced himself, also offering to call him brother and asking for forgiveness for showing up uninvited. Next, Bai introduced himself and was going to repeat the director's words. However, Aochin interrupted him and told him to call Gufeng a moron, which angered the cultivator, who began to insult Long. Nervously, Mu assumed that these people came because of the elder and asked them to pass. However, Ten, opening a small chest, asked to accept a modest gift from him. A scroll burst out of the chest, which the director called a painting called Dragon and Phoenix Chenxiang. Dan explained that if you looked at it for a long time, you could greatly improve your cultivation skills. Mu guessed that it was the treasure of the Shushan Immortal Academy. Ten confirmed the guess and noted that this gift was just right for the newly opened academy. Bai said that after this he could not leave them without a proper gift, because he was the owner of the treasury. Gufeng opened the casket in his hands, from which a blue light began to rise. Bai explained that the spiritual energy in this place was weak, so he decided to gift a source of pure spiritual energy. Then, Aodian said that there are 5 levels of spiritual guides: lower, middle, high, and others. Lon stated that Gufeng's gift could be flushed down the toilet, since the absolute energy conductor that the tower owner brought was more suitable. An angry Bai insulted Aotian and said that he couldn't calm down, and the cultivator replied that he had simply always been ahead of him. Then Gufeng said that he had another gift, which was a golden card. With its help, one could get a 10% discount in his treasury. Dan was amazed, thinking that 10% was almost half of his treasury. Long said that it was trash, since he and Tianjin Tower were under the control of the elder. He also considered it insulting to take money from Pingana. Then Bai grabbed the fair-haired boy and said that his grandson would be studying in their academy, and from today on, he was a member of the Hengzhong cult. This statement without the child's consent puzzled the boy. An indignant Aotian demanded that Gufeng stop pretending, since he had originally planned to send his grandson here, and Bai replied that if the cultivator wanted, he could have sent his grandson here as well, and also called the man a 100-year-old virgin. Watching the cultivators in conflict, the director thought about how difficult it was with them. The Purgatory cult master couldn't believe that the top cultivators had come to congratulate the Hengzhong sect. He guessed that there really was someone very strong at the head of the cult. The subordinate whispered to the young master what they should do now, whether they should continue with the plan since they were going to catch Shui. Hearing this whisper, Ron turned around, and the sect leader tried to shut up the servant. The worried master explained to his subordinate that he should at least look around before opening his mouth. While these two were arguing, the girl approached the 3 strongest and, pointing to the master of Purgatory, said that these people were plotting something. The dissatisfied men asked in one voice who dared to do this. Approaching the potential enemy, Aochin placed his hand on his shoulder. Then the man, accompanied by Ten and Bai, asked the young master what he had said. Lon continued his speech. "You seem to be from the cult of Purgatory? Didn't you know whose sect it was you dared to cause chaos in the cult of your brother? You don't respect me, huh?" Guafeng continued. "There is no money to buy my treasures, but they boast about their eggs." And Dan picked up, "You have also insulted our academy." The young master tried to somehow excuse himself. He said that the elders apparently misunderstood everything. He was just a guest. Mu approached them and said that it turned out that there had been a misunderstanding and asked them to end it there, and that this man was a guest. He assumed that the young master probably had prepared a gift as well, which made the boy nervous. Jongun explained that they were not picky. Even if the gift was bad, you could always give more to make up for it. After some time, the Master of Purgatory gave the men everything he had. They didn't even think that there would be so many items. The young man was angry, but he could only clench his hand into a fist in an attempt to contain his anger. He promised himself that he would kill all his offenders. Long and Mu walked away from him, walking as if they were friends. Aoshin said that he lived on the hill nearby, so he was going to come over from time to time. The black snake hovering in the sky suddenly received a strong blow. The massive damage forced him to give in and take on his dog form, after which the animal fell onto the square near the sect building. Once at the bottom, the exhausted dog hurried to find Jungun. The worried man asked the dragon's sister what had happened, and she replied that she had been unable to defeat the man in the sky. Looking up, the men saw a floating immortal named Chen Yangming. He had no hope that his visit to this cult would be so fruitful. Yangming said that the dragon had not completely absorbed the essence and would not be able to become a full-fledged dragon in the future. The immortal sternly demanded that those below listen to him carefully. Mu became wary, feeling the pressure on himself, and Yangming said that if they didn't want to die on the spot, they should destroy the formation and hand over the dragon to him. Jongun explained that this beast did not belong to him or the cult, but to another person, and if the immortal wanted to take it, then he should contact the owner of the creature. This statement outraged Yangming, and he decided to give the pathetic man 3 seconds to think. The immortal began the countdown, making everyone present nervous. At the last second, a golden sword appeared behind the ill-wisher and asked what Yangming intended to do. Turning around and seeing the golden feather, the immortal became alarmed and asked what the weapon was doing here. The guy replied, "Do I really need to report where I am and what I am? You should be ashamed. I am defending this territory and you are wasting the resources of the immortal kingdom." Yangming couldn't understand what was going on here and why the immortal weapon was protecting the mortal cult. Seeing the enemy's aura, the immortal guessed that the sword was incredibly strong. Yangming understood that if he entered into battle with him, he would inevitably lose. Not wanting to die, the immortal decided to escape from the protector of humanity. Dissatisfied with such a pitiful sight, Golden Feather asked, "Are you running away? Having caught up with the scoundrel?" He asked the question again. "Did I give permission?" Then, swinging his leg, the sword struck the enemy. With a direct hit, he sent the enemy down. The attack was so powerful that it slammed the immortal into the ground. The resulting hole sent clouds of dust into the air. Landing nearby, the weapon told Yangming to return to the cult, fall to his knees, and ask for forgiveness. Spitting blood, the immortal asked, "Do you want me to apologize to the bugs?" He tried to set his own conditions, but it was in vain. A few more blows from the sword followed for the sake of conviction. Half naked and beaten, Yangming knelt in the Hengjong sect and begged for forgiveness. Sword gave Mu a bag containing all the immortal's belongings, and the old man thanked the youth for what he had done. The weapon told Yangming to leave and tell everyone that he was protecting this cult, and the immortal politely and fearfully replied that he would do so. He then immediately took off flying away from the sword. However, once he was far enough away, Yangming shouted that he would return. Mu cleared his throat, drawing attention to himself. He understood that he needed to somehow defuse the situation. The man said that when everything was finally resolved, within 3 days they would accept 10,000 disciples. 3 days later, the system notified that Pingin's mission had been successfully completed. Chen was amazed that the old man did not lie and fulfilled his request. The system congratulated the guy on completing the 900th task and notified that it would launch an update, and the reward would be chosen by Pingin himself. He could ask for something ordinary or restore cultivation. Hearing about cultivation, Chen became encouraged, realizing that he could become stronger. A window popped up informing you what percentage of the update had been downloaded. The system took a long time to update, and when it reached 99%, it seemed to freeze in place. Looking at this number, Pingin was already starting to get angry. Clutching his head, he did not understand what kind of files this system could have been downloading for an entire hour. And at that moment, Ling was trying to get to the watermelons behind him. However, the guy looked angrily at the girl, demanding that she stop. He said that Sue shouldn't have eaten watermelons, and asked if she had forgotten what happened a couple of days ago. And Ling replied that the watermelons weren't to blame. I was distracted from Ping's lecture by a notification that the update was complete. The delighted guy began clicking on the screen, and the upset Ling wandered back into the house. The system window turned gold, which amazed Chen. The system was updated to a better version, and now Pingin could choose the development path independently, and missions were supposed to appear automatically. You had to wait for the mission to appear, and after completing it, you could receive various rewards. Thanks to the Raider mod, The system automatically selected 100 places in different parts of the world between which you could move. After completing the mission, you could become stronger, and after completing 100 tasks, there was an opportunity to become completely invincible. Pinyin assumed that he would have to fight people, but he doubted that he could fight anyone right now. The system also offered a second choice. You can become a cultivator, but you have no spiritual roots, so independent development is impossible. The energy core will always be filled, and cultivation will be at the peak of each level. In this case, the guy decided to become a cultivator and chose this option on the screen. From this moment on, Chen was at the peak of the Dantan formation and could see his own ki. The guy was happy that his cultivation had finally been restored. It had been 5 whole years since he became the same as an ordinary person, and it was quite difficult for him to live for so long without strength. Pinyin felt that there was another flow of energy. Concentrating his power in his hand, he saw Kai. Chen decided to test his cultivation and directed the energy towards his home. The blow left a dent in the foundation, helping Pinyin confirm that he could now use cultivator techniques. The guy was glad that he was now quite strong. But Ling, standing behind the door on the contrary, considered her brother a weakling. Chen asked Su to come to him, and the girl immediately ran up to the guy. When handing Ling the bamboo stick, Pinyin asked, as before, to hit him with all his strength and he would not dodge. As Su accepted the weapon, she smiled slyly, intending to punish her brother. The girl jumped, intending to attack Chen from above and take revenge on him for not giving her watermelons. Seeing the approaching stick and Ling's energy, Pinyin was amazed that Su had strengthened herself with Kai. What followed was a powerful blow that went beyond Chen's domain. However, the guy himself was not at all harmed by the girl's attack, unlike last time when she hit very weakly. Pinyin felt nothing and was now glad that he really was strong, but Su assured him that this was not the case, and it was all because of the clothes that Chen now did not take off. While the boy admired how incredible he was, the rooster thought about when his owner would get all his strength back. It was still strange for the bird to see his elder like this. Peach said that after many reincarnations, Pinyin had changed somewhat. Before he was the strongest creature, but now everything was different. Sighing, the knife said that it was the master's decision, which they had no right to interfere with. He also thought about how invincible the elder had been in the past. The weapon told me, I remember it as if it were yesterday. One day, the owner was sitting in his domain and calmly sipping tea. But his ill-wishers dared to interrupt his rest. Then the master came face to face with a group of people whose movement could destroy the world. After a moment, Pinyin said to attack together, since he didn't have time to deal with each one. The guy didn't even intend to put down his cup of tea. With just one movement, he got rid of several enemies and indifferently left the bloody place, leaving behind many corpses. The sword was surprised that the elder was so strong before and wanted to ask something, but the knife told him not to ask stupid questions. A system window popped up, notifying that the first level was ready and asking if Pinyin would like to start it. Chen was surprised that it happened so quickly and thought that it was much better than waiting for the task. Suddenly, Zhonggun came to the guy and asked the system to wait a little. When the gate opened, the old man with the dog in his arms announced that he had come to return it. Then Pinyin reminded me, I told you that you don't have to return the animal. Mu explained that the reception of students was over, and the dog wanted to spend time with its owner, which surprised Chen. The guy asked incredulously if the beast was kind and would not bite. Pinyin became a cultivator and also received the root of Qi energy, so he thought that he had nothing to be afraid of. The old man said that the dog was very strong, but the elder did not have to worry about an attack. The dragon was a Buddhist, so he would not kill or maim people, and Chen found it strange that the demonic creature kept a fast and believed in Buddha. The guy still looked at the animal with apprehension, not believing that it could be so kind. Pinyin decided to test this, so he sat down on the ground opposite the animal and gave the command to sit, and the animal obediently followed it. The boy then asked for a paw, and the friendly-looking dog obeyed again. The elder called her a good girl and said that from now on her name was Smole, and she could accompany him everywhere. And Mu, watching Pinyin hugging the dog, thought that only the elder could play with the dragon without any problems. Turning to Zhonggong, Chen said, I want to ask for something. Can you lend me some 3rd or 4th level pills? The old man was surprised by this request. He did not understand why the elder needed such trash. He noticed that Pinyin had suppressed his ki to the 1st level of Dantain and wondered what the boy was planning. Taking the ring off his finger, Mu explained that it contained everything Chen was looking for. Putting the item in the elder's hand, Zhonggong asked him to take the thing and said that he could go to the cult and bring stronger medicines. He also explained that there was no need to return anything, because the property of the cult was the property of Pingang, so he could take whatever he wanted. The boy thanked Mu and said that this was more than enough. Even though the cult belonged to Chen, he thought that he had already taken a lot from him, so he wanted to repay the sect in full when he became stronger. Ping'an asked how the old man was enjoying the watermelons and whether he wanted to take a couple more, and Zhonggong asked hesitantly whether they were really okay to take. The guy replied that it was just a couple of watermelons. Ling couldn't eat that much on her own, so Mu could easily take some fruit. Besides, the old man helped Ping'an, and Su, who was nearby and armed with a stick, indignantly said that she would eat them herself. Ignoring the girl's discontent, Zhonggong agreed to take the watermelons and thanked the elder. The old man decided that Chen was giving them a chance to develop, since he exchanged such valuable fruits for some pills. Mu assumed that Ping'an had no reason to give them watermelons, so he used the pills as an excuse. As he left the boy's domain, the old man thought that Chen had been very kind. But to Ping'an, on the contrary, it seemed that 2 watermelons were nothing compared to the pills, which made the exchange unequal. He assumed that Zhonggong was embarrassed to refuse, so he agreed. Looking after Mu, the guy considered him very kind. Chen thought that with the help of Smoly and these pills, he would quickly pass the first level. But he still lacked a weapon. At first, the guy wanted to use a cleaver but decided that it wouldn't look very good. Entering the house, Ping'an noticed a dusty golden sword. This is what he decided to use as his weapon. Taking the blade in his hands, the guy noticed that it had become sharper. However, there was no sheath for the sword, which was not very convenient for Chen. Suddenly, the blade began to glow, and something began to materialize around it. Ping'an was amazed when the scabbard appeared by itself. Now he understood that the magical weapon was worthy of being such. While attaching the sword to his belt, Chen called the dog to accompany him. Also, when setting off on his journey, the guy told the system to get ready. The dragon was upset and asked where they were going, since she had just returned, and the sword told her that the dog should go and keep quiet. When the system window appeared in front of them, the beast and the weapon became alarmed. The system has notified you that your power was hidden, so be careful not to reveal yourself. It is enough to show a bit of power. The sword felt a strong pressure and now understood what the knife was telling it. Somewhere in an unknown place, Ms. Duan sat on a blue computer chair and behind a transparent blue keyboard. She didn't think there would be so many obstacles, but she was finally able to enter a new stage. In her opinion, she spent too much time on this. However, the girl was sure that they would meet soon. Meanwhile, Ping'an arrived in the northern region. The guy noted that it was quite lively here, although this was typical for a big city. When the system said that there were tasks in different parts of the world, he thought that he would end up in the forests. But it turned out that the missions were located in separate kingdoms. The system window announced that in this kingdom he would be known as Long Aochin. The task was to make everyone in the kingdom know about it, and the reward was an increase in the level of qi, all of which raised many questions in Chen. Ping'an thought for a moment and decided to test his theory first. He turned to one of the passers-by and asked, "Brother, do you think I am different?" In response, the disgruntled man called the guy crazy. Now, a confused Chen realized that the system error did not work for everyone, so cheating would not work. Suddenly, a stranger came up from behind, put his hand on Ping'an's shoulder and said, "You are different, very different." The man said his name was Wen Dagui, and Chen surprised him greatly. He guessed that the guy was a genius of cultivation and would become a worthy person in the future. Throwing off the stranger's hand, Ping'an called the man a merchant, and Wen tried to explain that he was not selling anything. He just wanted to ask if the guy would be willing to join their team for the tournament, which piqued Chen's interest. Dagi explained that the guy was new here, so he might not know about it. The Jiangwu kingdom valued martial arts very much, so a martial arts tournament was held on the prince's birthday. The team was supposed to consist of 5 people, but so far there were only 3. Wen saw that Ping'an's cultivation was at the first level, and he was not yet 30, so the man asked him about it. Chen considered participating in the tournament a great opportunity, because if he got any place, he would complete the task and test his skills on people, but he had to act extremely carefully. The guy told Dagi that he had thought about participating, but was busy with something else for now. Wen asked Ping'an to think about it carefully and come to a tea shop that was located nearby. Watching Chen leave, the man sighed in disappointment. Returning to the tea house, he said that he had apparently been refused, and the girl drinking the aromatic drink told Dagi to find someone else. Walking along the city streets, the guy noticed a crowd of people gathered near one building. One of the crowd called someone a scammer, backing it up with the fact that all 5 bets made had failed. He wanted his money back, and Li Shua, standing at the table with the spheres to whom all this was addressed, asked the Taoist not to be angry, since luck had simply turned away from the man, which was not Li's fault. Smiling, Shua said that since the accuser was just an evil newbie, it was not permissible for Lee, with his level, to hit him. He took a blue card out of his pocket, put it on display for all to see, and asked, "What if this is the case?" Everyone was shocked to learn that this young man was already a third-level master, and no one dared to argue with him anymore. People shamefacedly apologized and began to disperse, unable to do anything. Noticing Pingang, Lee decided to treat him as well, so he asked, "Brother Taoist, you're so surprised, maybe you want to try it." But Chen replied that he was only interested in the way his spheres worked. Shua said that everything was simple. There were barriers under the domes. The first was a protective barrier from the times of Anidia, and the second was an integrative defense of the external environment. Lee offered to pick one and try to destroy it to get 10 times his bet. It sounded easy to Chen, and he was also tempted by the fact that he could make some money this way. The only problem was that he didn't have any soul stones. Taking out a level 3 pill, Pingan asked how many times it could be played. Shua replied that one of those cost about 60 soul stones, but he was willing to make an exception for the guy and let him play 11 times. Smiling, Lee thought that in front of him stood a stupid rich man whom he wanted to rob. Shua was curious about what Chen would choose, but he knew that the guy would still lose since none of the domes would even crack. With his eyes burning with excitement, Pingan drew his blade from its sheath. Seeing the golden sword, Lee became worried. At first he thought that the guy was holding some kind of low-level sword. However, the air around the weapon was a little strange, and Lee felt like he had seen it somewhere before. Shua remembered how the immortal weapon destroyed the sleeping formation before his eyes. It was in the form of a golden-haired boy with amber eyes. Lee couldn't believe that Chen was holding that same golden sword in his hands. He had recently heard that an immortal artifact had reached the southern lands, but he doubted that the weapon could recognize such a fool. Since Pingan had paid anyway, Shua decided to increase the dome's protection to maximum just in case. Lee believed that even if he used all his strength, the boy would not be able to win. However, the sword was able to easily cut the dome in half, showing Shua its power. Pingan himself was shocked, because not only the barriers were damaged, but the base was also broken. He didn't know how it happened and assumed he had swung too hard. Chen asked how to calculate his winnings, hoping that Shua knew he didn't have money for repairs and wouldn't beat him. While the worried charlatan wondered if Pingan knew he was cheating and would kill him, the swindler told Chen that the guy was the only one who could win. Shua gave Pingang a bag containing his winnings of 600 soul stones, and Chen, calling the boy an honest man, said that he would go, since he still had business to attend to. As he left, Pingan was glad that they didn't ask him for money for repairs, and Lee quickly put his things away, saying that the shop was closed and demanding that they not look at him. Lee felt relieved that Chen wasn't angry, but he remembered that the immortal weapon once said that it would protect its master from anyone, even an immortal. Lee didn't care how strong Pingan was. He just hoped that the guy wouldn't want to get even with him. Watching Chen walk away, Shua noticed something suspicious. He saw Pingan and his dog being chased by several men who were clearly up to no good, and Lee thought this was his chance. Chen also noticed that strangers had been following him from the beginning. He assumed that they might have been the shopkeeper's boys. Running up to Pingang and startling him with a touch on the shoulder, Lee said, "Hello, Brother Taoist, what a meeting." The disgruntled guy asked the shopkeeper what he wanted, and Shua replied, "Don't worry, I'm not with the guys who want to rob you. I think you're a good guy, so I decided to help." Looking back, Lee loudly declared that under his protection, not a single living soul would approach Chen. Hearing this and seeing the shopkeeper's menacing look, the pursuing men became alarmed and taken aback. Lee said that the boy was now untouchable, and Pingan thanked him for it. Lee introduced himself and asked to be addressed by his first name, then asked Chen's name, and the nervous boy said, "Long Iodian." Shua knew that this was the name of the head of Tianjun Tower, and thought that maybe they had the same last name. However, the shopkeeper knew that a cultivator would never use someone else's name. He had heard that there was someone very powerful behind Tianrun Tower. The man in front of Lee was holding an immortal weapon and also used the name of the tower's owner. So the shopkeeper began to guess that this was not just a coincidence, causing Shua to become nervous and Pingan to ask why the guy was sweating so much. Lee tried to come up with some kind of excuse and said that they had simply been standing in one place for a long time, which only puzzled Chen more. After some time, Pingan came to the very tea house where he was asked to come to join the team to participate in the tournament. He entered with the dog and Shua, greeting everyone. Wen was surprised when he saw Chen and asked, "So you agree?" And the girl was even more surprised when she noticed Lee behind the guy. Peng Han, a 5th-level cultivator of the Dantean realm, was unhappy that Shua had come to them, and even brought someone with him. Lee explained that he also wanted to participate, so he decided to join the team along with Ping'an, who made it possible for him to win the tournament. While everyone was happy about the new addition to the team, Han was angry, because before Shua appeared, he was the strongest cultivator, which could help him win Fei Shan's attention. He had no idea that Li, whom Peng was clearly not thrilled about, would join them. Distracted from Shua, the embittered Khan noticed the dog. He indignantly asked Ping'an if this was his dog and why he had brought it. Chen replied that it was indeed his beast, and explained that the animal was not just a dog, but was a demonic creature. This seemed like nonsense to Pan, and he asked, "Do you even know what you're talking about? This garbage dog is a demonic creature." Then they walk on the street. Khan was unable to finish speaking because he felt a strong pressure that caused him to fall to his knees. The other team members were amazed by the behavior of their comrade, who suddenly began to tremble. Looking at the dog, Li thought, although it looked like an ordinary animal, the power emitted by it was indeed very similar to the energy of a demonic creature. Shua understood that Ping'an was not as simple as he seemed. Pleased with his trick, the dog thought, "Let's see if you dare to say something to me again." Peng himself was also surprised that he lost his balance. He could not understand how it happened. Khan felt a monstrous pressure, but he could not believe that it came from the beast. And the indignant Ping'an asked, "Did you see a ghost, or do you have low hemoglobin?" Peng replied that he simply slipped and fell. With her hands clasped in front of her in a pleading gesture, a nervous Fei asked her to stop her aggressive behavior. She said that there was little time left before the tournament, so it was time to head to the wild mountains to level up. Finding themselves in the forest in the wild mountains, Chen found it strange that there were no creatures, and Shan, worried, said that they must have come at the wrong time, as usually small creatures hid if something stronger and more ferocious than them appeared. Since Ping'an was at a low level, Fei asked him to stick behind them just in case, and he could also attack from behind them, taking less damage. Trying to support the girl, Pan told her not to worry, because at their level, no monsters were scary to them. Besides, they came to level up, so they had no need to protect Chen. However, Shan did not like these words, and she rudely asked the guy to shut up. Smiling stupidly and nervously, Ping'an turned away from Han, who was wildly angry, in an attempt to avoid trouble. Chen wondered if Peng was really as strong as he claimed. Ping'an had no spiritual roots, so he could not determine the level of the people around him. And the guy also had a strong feeling that Han wanted to stop him. Sword asked Smolya if she had released the dragon's breath, and the dog replied that she did not know this and asked if the weapon had felt it. Golden Feather replied that he had more cultivation than the dog, so even if she released a dragon breath, he would hardly notice. However, if she did show her energy again, then they would not encounter a single monster. After such an explanation, the dragon still decided to allow the team to train. First of all, she decided to set some monsters on Pan. Somewhere in this same area, one bear suggested to another that they leave, or explained this by saying that on the other side of the mountain there was a very terrible beast. Dee asked him to stop panicking, because he was already at the initial stage of the Soul Realm, so no one could defeat him, and there was nothing to be afraid of. This conversation was supported by Smol, who was behind, who suggested that the bear go through and deal with the enemy. Wanting to know who had interrupted their conversation, Dee turned around. He saw a dog in front of him that was emitting ominous dragon energy. Screaming in fear, the bear grabbed almost strangling him. Dee addressed Smolly as the Supreme One and asked what she was doing there, and the dog asked them not to be afraid and explained that she would not hurt the bears, and on the contrary, she hoped that they would help her with something. After the request was made, the dog returned to the team, which had been roaming the forest for a long time and could not find anyone. Finally, Ping'an noticed someone and said that there seemed to be a monster up ahead. Pan, delighted, asked to be shown where the creature was and said that he would show him how to kill it. Wanting to make a good impression on the girl and pacify the other guys on the team, Khan rushed at the beast. In the process, he concentrated all his energy into a clenched fist. Finding himself next to the bear, the guy dealt him what seemed like a powerful blow. However, this attack did not cause any harm to the animal. Realizing that the creature was in the initial stage of the Soul Realm, Peng became alarmed. Meanwhile, the grinning bear swung its paw and struck the guy. From such an attack, Khan flew several meters and fell somewhere behind his team. As the alarmed Shan thought, a powerful monster appeared in front of them. But they only had one person at the 7th stage of the Dantain formation, who was already lying on the ground unconscious. Therefore, the girl saw only one possible option and decided to run away from the bear, who had turned on her. However, their team also included the selfless Ping'an, who rushed to protect the girl. He stood in front of Shan, blocking the beast's path, and took out his weapon. With the help of the sword, the guy managed to stop the bear's paw that was approaching him. Wen and Fei were amazed by the power Chen showed them. But Shua, who was standing calmly by the tree, fully expected such a turn of events. The bear thought that he was lucky that he held back, because if the beast had wounded this man, the higher one would have made mincemeat out of him. And Chen was glad that he was able to repel the attack. Otherwise, he would have died on the spot. However, since the boy was able to restrain the animal, he found it strange that everyone else did not fight. The entire team was hiding behind the trees, except for Li, who was encouraging Ping'an and saying that they were leaving everything to the guy. Chen guessed that this monster was very weak, so they decided to entrust the bear to him. Even though Han, who was at the 7th stage of the Dantan formation, was unconscious, Ping'an thought that the bear was only at the 1st stage, and his comrades wanted him to show his abilities, so they entrusted him with killing this monster. In this case, the inspired guy decided to try to impress the team. He concentrated the energy in his fist and struck the bear. However, such an unexpectedly weak attack puzzled the animal. Bear realized that he had to give in and fell on his back, pretending that he had been dealt quite a lot of damage. Chen sincerely believed that he was able to defeat the monster so easily. The guy took a running start and jumped towards the bear. In flight, he swung his sword, intending to destroy the animal. Seeing the weapon rapidly approaching him, became alarmed. Trying to dodge the attack, the bear asked, "Hi, one. Shouldn't I have just played along? Why is he trying to kill me?" And the dog, giggling nervously, replied that it was no longer her problem, which alarmed the bear. The beast thought that it was time to end this circus, otherwise Ping'an would kill him. While running away from Chen, the animal suddenly stopped and turned around. The beast decided that it should avoid the boy's attacks and kill the rest, so it headed towards the defenseless Fei. However, Ping'an could not allow the girl to be hurt. Once in front of the bear, Chen said, "As long as I'm here, don't even think about it." The animal immediately stopped and looked questioningly at the man. Then the bear simply turned away and walked in the other direction, surprising Ping'an with such behavior. At this moment, Pan, who did not understand what was happening, was finally able to wake up. The boy only remembered being thrown back. While he was trying to comprehend everything, a bear appeared in front of him. Khan became alarmed, realizing that he would not be able to avoid the bear's attacks. When the animal attacked the guy, he just screamed hysterically. When it was all over, Peng wondered why the beast only beat him, and Wen replied that perhaps the bear didn't like Han. Fei, walking next to Ping'an, admired the guy and talked about how worried she was about him. But now she realized that during the tournament they could rely on him, and Chen told her that she must be joking. Peng, walking in front, was unhappy that Ping'an was getting all the attention, so he decided that he had to publicly humiliate Chen so that he would know his place. At that moment, someone's hand touched Khan's shoulder. Thinking that Wen had touched him, Peng asked what his comrade wanted. However, when he turned around, the guy saw not a man at all, but an ape-like monster in front of him. The creature brazenly sat down on Khan, pressing him into the ground. The next time on their way, the team encountered a huge green snake, which first of all wrapped itself around Pan, intending to eat him. Once she was dealt with, the people continued to search for other creatures and came across a boar, which immediately attacked Khan, sending him flying. The guy, beaten from head to toe, did not understand why they were always beating him. Shan admitted that she initially wanted to improve her teamwork skills, but after so many incidents, it was no longer worth doing. Exhausted and crippled, Peng, whose body was incredibly painful in every possible place, kept asking why all the blows were directed only at him. After moving Han onto a stretcher, Wen assured him that it wasn't that bad and that he would be as good as new in a couple of days, so he should stop whining. Doggy thought that although Peng had been pretty battered, there were no serious injuries, so it was hard to tell whether the guy was lucky or not. And Ping'an realized that he was wrong because he thought Khan was strong, but he turned out to be a real weakling. Chen approached the boy and, wanting to encourage him, said, "Even if you are weak, don't dare give up. Continue training to become stronger." Pan wanted to answer him something, but he could no longer. Losing consciousness, he again asked only one thing: why? Seeing how Chen Han lost consciousness after his words, Shua was once again convinced of how strong the elder was, and was glad that he was on good terms with him. Ping'an suddenly informed Li that it was time for them to say goodbye, since Chen had to go to the Alchemists Guild, and they could only meet tomorrow. However, Shua said that he also needed to go there because he wanted to buy some pills, so he offered to go together. Li also asked the guy if he wanted to buy the medicinal pills, and Chen replied that he had to sell them, since there were too many of them. Shua replied that it was a great idea and explained that he was known in the guild, so he assumed that the alchemists would be accommodating when selling. They were met at the guild by Ye Ming, who asked why Master Li had come to see them, and without warning. Smiling sweetly, the girl turned to the stranger and asked who this cute little brother was. "Let's eat sometime." However, Ping'an replied that he did not want this and explained that he only came to sell something. Min asked to leave the prelude and show what he brought, and she would then say how much the guy would receive. Chen thanked the girl and took the ring off his finger. He then began to dig through the magical vault in search of a certain item. The guy took out a cheesecake and said, "It looks like there are pills here." Seeing the baked goods, Min and Lee were surprised and asked again, "Pills?" When Ping'an realized what he had gotten, he became terribly embarrassed and began to apologize, explaining that he had only just received the ring, so he had not used it very well. He asked Shua if this was his friend, and the guy answered in the affirmative. Lee felt a Spanish sense of shame for Chen, who had killed the Yuan monster and now disgraced himself for no reason. Ping'an kept digging around in the magical vault, but his search remained unsuccessful. At some point, a golden card fell out of the portal. She slowly sank to the floor, right before Min's eyes. Having picked up the object, the girl was sure that she had seen something similar somewhere before. She recognized this thing as a golden map from the treasury, which shocked her, because there was only one such map in the world, and it belonged to Gufeng. Just when Chen managed to find the bag of pills, a girl came up to him and asked if he could wait a little bit. Ping'an didn't even have time to answer before Min ran away, promising to return soon. The girl was sure that the guy was not an easy person to have such a card, so she decided to ask the master what to do. Alchemist Guild leader Shiman Chen, Long Aotian, and Bai Gufeng were somewhere in the garden playing Go. Using the artifact, Ming contacted Seaman and told him that a boy named Long Aotian, who owned a golden treasure map, had come to sell them some pills. The real Long and Bai were too busy fighting over the game at the moment. The head of the guild was outraged by the noise they were making and asked them to be quieter. Seaman considered these two people fools who were his problem and whom he wanted to throw out. The men still thought about what Min said. The purple gold card of Gufeng's treasure haul let them know that it was about the elder. On the other side of the stone table, Aochin grabbed the guild leader by the collar and pulled him towards him. He demanded that Seaman treat Ping'an like his father. And Bai supported. "Even if your alchemist guild is empty, don't say a word." "Understood." The surprised head asked, "Are you talking about the same one whom you both bragged to me about meeting in the southern region?" In this case, the man asked his comrades to stop and picked up the dropped communication artifact. Nervously, Seaman said that Min could not drive him away, and explained that this man had to be treated with respect, and any request he made had to be fulfilled. And if the girl insulted him in any way, then she would be finished. Long admitted that he never thought that the elder would come to the northern region in such a short time. Aochin guessed that Ping'an had a new plan. Seaman said, "Isn't it clear that the elder could empty the treasure haul without any problems? So why should he have difficulty buying pills and elixirs? And the reason for this, of course, is that he needs me. He even came to the Northern Region General Council to find me, even though I wasn't there. That's enough to prove that I'm important to the elder." Listening to the guild leader, Lon thought about how unpleasant this person was. Meanwhile, Min finished talking to the master and was worried, not understanding what she should do. The girl understood that she had to satisfy all of Chen's demands. Since she had been teasing him for some time, she assumed that the guy might actually propose to her. Also Min, running back to Pingang, thought that this man was good-looking. Returning to the hall, the girl told the elder that she wanted to give him all of herself, which shocked Chen. Somewhere in the system, Duan was sitting and watching Ping'an, was indignant that another girl was pestering him. However, the guy did not reciprocate Min's feelings and simply sold the items. He didn't expect that for 10 third-level elixirs he could get many spiritual stones, and he was also grateful that Lee had found good acquaintances for him. Chen not only sold the elixirs and pills, but also bought 2 cultivation manuals that he wanted to study at home. Finding himself somewhere in an empty alley, Ping'an looked around. After making sure there was no one around, he asked the system to teleport him back. While teleporting, the boy thought that the people Shua introduced him to could be very useful, but he also wondered why the girls in this world always wanted to marry him. Chen concluded that he was simply too handsome. At some point, the system reported that the teleportation was complete. However, as he fell out of the portal, Ping'an was discouraged. Since he was a few meters from the surface, he had to meet the ground face down, but the dog, unlike him, landed on his paws. An indignant Chen asked why the system had thrown him to the ground, and she replied that it was a mistake. The guy told her not to look for excuses, and the dog, watching this, did not understand what was happening to the elder. Having calmed down, Ping'an thought that he had been gone for a long time, which meant that Ling must have missed him. However, the girl was lying on a sun lounger, basking in the sun's rays after eating watermelon, enjoying the beautiful days without Chen. Suddenly, the door to the courtyard opened, but Sue did not notice it. She continued to bask in the sun, intoxicated by the watermelon pulp. The girl came to her senses only when Ping'an announced that he had returned. Trying to pretend that she was genuinely bored, Ling forced out a tear. But at that moment, she hiccuped treacherously, giving herself away to her brother. There was no way to stop it, and the girl said that she must be dying. And Chen, in response to this, asked how many watermelons Sue had eaten. In the world of immortals, night had already reigned, and the moon, painted in a red hue, was shining in the sky. A certain woman was in a room lit by candles and taking a bath with a scarlet liquid. Behind her sat a maid, holding the long sleeve of her robe, washing her mistress, who raised her hand, watching as something other than water flowed down. "There's not enough blood again," the woman sighed haughtily, covering her body with an unknown scarlet water. "Come here," she briefly ordered the servant, who, like a bullet, appeared next to his mistress in a second. "Go to the mortal world and destroy several cities to replenish your blood supply." The girl gave the order, turning slightly, not showing her naked body. The next day turned out to be very warm and sunny. Ping'an, leaving the house after sleeping, realized that cultivation was a completely different matter, and even if he slept a lot, he was still full of energy. "Brother, are you leaving me alone at home again?" Sue asked, appearing from behind a tree. Ping'an, seeing Ling's behavior, immediately thought that something had happened to the girl. "Okay, then brother will miss one meeting today and stay at home with you," Ping'an exclaimed mockingly. After the guy's words, Sue immediately began to make excuses that everything was fine and that she shouldn't miss meetings. Smiling at the girl's worries, Ping'an thought how fortunately he didn't stay in that kingdom for long. Otherwise, Xiao would have been sad and lonely without him. "I'll have to go out a lot for a while, but don't forget about your fever. Keep your watermelon consumption to a minimum. And don't forget to eat right, okay?" The guy gave instructions and patted the girl on the head at the end. And having made sure that it was safe to go, Ping'an hurried off to do his business while Sue stood and watched the guy until he disappeared from sight. Realizing that she was alone, Ling smiled slyly. "He's gone." "Brother Cleaver, come out and let's play," the girl shouted, running to the cleaver which was stuck in a log. The sun was shining in the warrior kingdom, and the city itself lived as usual. Ping'an arrived to the city a little late, and first of all decided to find Brother Liu and the others. Suddenly, 2 red flashes flew across the sky, and the guy did not expect that someone from the immortal world would descend here. While the guy was looking at the sky, a dog quietly approached him, clearly becoming worried about the arrival of unexpected guests. An evil sect that uses human blood in its cultivation level, and apparently they were interested in the blood of people from this city. And most importantly, apparently, they were not included in the plans of the elders. It was worth checking to make sure nothing bad happened. It seems that a large amount of blood can be collected in this kingdom, the servant from the immortal world exclaimed as he hovered in the sky right above the people passing by. And having found a sufficient crowd of people, he began to collect blood. Why this place? A question was heard, distracting the immortal. The servant of the immortal world jumped up in fear upon seeing the golden weapon. But the sword itself was already tired that everyone was surprised by its arrival, and simply decided to quickly deal with the enemy. "Stop!" the unknown man shouted, fearing for his life. The sword ran around the enemy with a sharp movement, striking and leaving the servant of the immortal world to bleed. This world is quite big, but for some reason they decided to choose this place. The thoughts of the beast were heard near the sword. Both knew for sure that the enemy was not the only one who had come down here, and that in fact there were many more opponents. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in another city. The evil sect really attacked not only the warrior kingdom. All those who did not manage to escape were killed out of bloodlust. At this time, Old Man Mu knocked on Pingang's door, but no one opened the door for him. The man was surprised that there was silence in the house, because the eldest should have been at home. Suddenly, several people landed behind him, accompanied by bright flashes. "Even you guys are here?" Zheng Danteng smirked as he looked around. Gu Feng, Aotian, and Simen Chen were heading towards Pingang's house and were discussing that there seemed to be no need to ask, since they were all here for only one reason. The immortals were destroying the city. "Is Brother Gi, the elder, home?" Aoshin asked the old man after learning that it seemed like no one was home. "No," it was heard loudly behind the others. "Hello, Grandpas," Sue exclaimed in all her glory. Simen Chen, the first to see the girl, was even surprised by such a strong aura. He even thought that maybe she was the eldest, not thinking that she could be such a cutie. "Are you stupid? Didn't you hear her call us grandpas? She's the elder's sister," Aoshin shouted, slapping the guild leader, interrupting his thoughts. Xiaolinger, we have a very important matter and we need the help of the elder. Do you know where he is? The men began to inquire about the girl, who only answered that her brother had left and might not return until the evening. Old man Mu was disappointed by Xiao's words and thought that, unfortunately, by this time, millions of people might already be dead. You mean those guys in red suits? Actually, you don't have to worry, I can help too, the girl said, making the others tense up. And deciding to help, Ling tensed up slightly, causing her eyes to glow brightly. If brother comes back early, my plans will be ruined, so let me help you with such simple things. The girl exclaimed very confidently, putting her hand forward as if she wanted to grab something. And in an instant, she clenched her outstretched hand into a fist. Done! The girl exclaimed joyfully. But the others still didn't understand what Xiao had done. Meanwhile, two servants from the world of immortals were hovering in the air, waiting for two more of their people who, surprisingly, for some reason, had disappeared. While one warrior thought that nothing bad could happen to their comrade because they cannot be killed in this world, a large blue flash of light was heard behind him. And right from there, a ghostly silhouette of Xiaoling appeared, smiling brightly. The servant of the world of immortals, seeing what was behind him, was seriously frightened, not understanding what was happening. Before his eyes appeared the same ghostly big hand that wanted to grab him. Xie slammed her fist shut in the real world at that moment, as if she was controlling a ghost from a distance. So, what's going on? Xiao, you're not joking, right? Aoshin tried to find out without understanding the girl's actions. Ah, I missed one, the girl sighed, making it clear that she was not joking and was completely serious about wanting to help. Didn't we agree to meet here? Where is everyone? The man from the world of immortals continued to float in the air, looking around for his comrades. But suddenly something behind him began to move. It was Xiaoling's ghostly silhouette that looked many times larger than the unknown one. The girl, who had been helping the guests until now, put her hand forward again, and this time she managed to snap her hand as if catching someone. Everything is ready, Su exclaimed, leaving the observers completely confused about what was happening. There is no more time to wait. Let's go to the northern region to find the elder, Gufeng said, with a hint of excitement in his voice. But he completely forgot that they couldn't just go there for fear that the agreement of the elder in the region, who already knew about such a serious situation, would be destroyed. Suddenly, a masked guy stood behind Mu, calling his lord to tell him the news. The news came from the spies in the branch that the immortals who destroyed the city encountered a huge figure, the servant said, kneeling, adding that after that, everyone disappeared in an instant. At first, the old man didn't even believe the words, surprised that everyone had simply disappeared. And having listened to the servant's report to the end, he let him go. It's clear that we've thought too much, the old man thought out loud, looking at the girl. Hey, since I helped you, now you help me too, Xiao exclaimed with a wicked smile. The guests who came, believing the girl, nevertheless decided to help her. If the elder's younger sister is so strong, then how strong is the elder himself? Dan Teng thought out of breath as he carried out Xiao's request. I can't believe it. Did you notice that all 5 of us are here? High-ranking people of varying strengths? Seaman grumbled, holding a hoe in his hand and digging the ground. Mu, holding buckets of water on his shoulders, didn't even believe that he too was carried to a man with great strength. That's right. 5 people are like fingers that can control the world. I have long suspected that the elder is playing an amazing game of chess, and we are the decisive pawns. Aoshin languidly expressed his thoughts while also carrying buckets of water. Gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to join you as the elder's pawn, Gufeng intervened in the conversation, crossing his arms in a sign of respect. So it dawned on everyone one by one that the 5 most powerful people in this world had gathered. In the world of immortals, the hall of the evil sect was deathly silent, and the sky was darker than a cloud. The mistress, whose people were sent to the mortal world to collect blood, suddenly died. At about the same time, the mistress's servant said while standing on one knee, the mistress of blood, continuing to pour red liquid over her naked body, assumed that there must be someone immortal in the mortal world. Now, it was a critical time for her, and the mistress urgently needed blood to reach a higher level. So the girl decided to trust the bloody general to go down to that world herself and scout out the situation. Grandpa, you must be tired. Would you like some watermelon? Sue offered, standing with a large plate of watermelon. Aodin even hesitated, not believing that the girl would really give them treats after hard work. But Ling cunningly thought that later, if her brother asked her about the watermelons, she could say that the guests had eaten them all. The men happily accepted the juicy treat on such a hot day. Linger came from the courtyard door. Can I come in? The visitor asked, to which the girl sharply responded in the negative. The immortal emperor, standing in the doorway, begged the girl not to be so harsh because she herself made it clear that he could visit her once a month. "Didn't you hear?" The rooster bared his teeth menacingly, standing at the ready, and the fish reminded that the master was not at home and that it was not worth entering the yard. Dan and Simon, while eating watermelon, wondered who came to the elder's house, calling him an idiot since he dared to just break in here. Although his cultivation level is very high, who is this idiot? Gufeng asked a little more calmly, to which Aochin stepped forward and briefly explained that this was the immortal emperor. Bai, not realizing who it was, simply exhaled calmly, having caught the information. But after all three of them, Dan, Bai, and Seaman, did not believe it at the same time and stood up in shock, realizing who the immortal emperor was. "Brother Su, long time no see," Aochin greeted the man, who greeted him back. Deciding to speak for everyone, Aochin explained that he and everyone standing with him were the elder's assistants, and they all came here to find the elder. It was already approaching midday, and the wind outside had picked up slightly. Aodian, standing on the threshold with the emperor, explained the whole situation and told why they needed the elder. "I'm afraid that this is the work of an evil sect. In the immortal world, I'm also dealing with this issue, but so far I haven't come to any conclusions," the immortal emperor said thoughtfully, pondering the news. But their conversation did not last long. Suddenly the man felt that someone had decided to come down here again, and so he suggested that the others also see who it was. In the warrior kingdom, in the middle of the city, something began to thicken in the sky. A bloody general emerged from the portal, examining the place where the first soldier had disappeared. And while the girl was examining the place where she had disappeared, she clearly did not expect that she would be discovered so quickly. Right before her eyes stood the 5 strongest people in the world, calmly eating a watermelon. "This watermelon is so sweet," Aochin exclaimed with great pleasure as he ate the dessert, while the others also ate it, feeling how everyone's level was gradually rising. While the bloody general looked at the men with incomprehension, the immortal emperor suddenly appeared behind her. Taking advantage of the element of surprise, the man grabbed the general by the throat so that she could not run away. "Don't talk nonsense. Tell me everything. Otherwise, I will destroy your entire sect and torture you for 1,000 years." The emperor began to threaten, squeezing the bloody general's throat, trying to extract the truth. The girl, trying to get out of the man's grip, kept thinking about what the immortal emperor was doing here in the mortal world. And even if the ruler herself came here, there was no need for the emperor to appear here in person. There was no way out but to run away. And in an instant, blood appeared in the emperor's hands, and the girl disappeared. Using the escape technique, the bloody general, turning into blood, rushed as far as possible. "Do you think you can escape from me?" The man laughed sarcastically, not even trying to run after the enemy. Not far from the city, a portal has formed again in the forest. The bloody general was unable to hide far from the emperor, and her chances of escape were slim. But the girl was very devoted to her mistress, and she wanted to kill every mortal within 100 miles and was even ready to die for her own purposes. "How dare you boast to me of such weak skills?" The emperor laughed as he saw a large red cloud hanging over the city. "Look at the real power," the man said out loud, knowing that he could easily deal with the enemy. But at that moment, the emperor realized that he could not use so much energy for the fight, which turned out to be a big problem. The bloody general guessed that the immortal emperor appeared in this world because of someone he was looking after, but she didn't expect it to be because of a mortal. The immortal emperor wondered whether he should use all his strength or not, to which Aochin advised that if he let the bloody general go, then more mortals might die in the future and he shouldn't limit his strength. But saving the mortals was not a problem. It was about the hostages that the general took. At the moment when the girl used her power to obtain blood, Ping'an and the others were standing behind her. While Fei, Shua, and Han stood up in shock after seeing the unknown girl, Chen didn't understand why everyone had stopped. Everyone except the guy felt a terrifying aura and a desire to kill that made it impossible to move. Because of such a terrifying aura, it was impossible to even speak, but it was simply impossible to just sit and wait. Khan, unable to move or speak, could only think and hear his thoughts, which were filled with only one goal. He must definitely save Shan, who was also frozen in horror. "What are you going to do?" Han asked Ping'an in horror, not understanding what was about to happen. Even though Han didn't like Ping'an, the boy began to worry as he walked closer to the bloody general. Meanwhile, Ping'an calmly approached the girl, thinking about how best to deal with her. The bloody general seemed to do nothing, raised her head and looked at the guy. Ping'an noticed that this person was only at the first stage of forming a dantane, which for some reason was not suppressed by the guy's QE. But noticing that there was a girl in front of Ping'an, the guy decided to first ask if she needed help. The sword and the dog were shocked by such carelessness. "I took you hostage," the girl said, not understanding what the guy was doing. Hostage? Bandits? Or robbers? Chen sighed, not expecting that such things as robbing ordinary girls still existed in this world. The bloody general, hearing how she was even called an ordinary girl, laughed. The guy who approached her turned out to be funny to the girl, and so she decided to eliminate him first. With one sharp movement, the girl was about to hit Ping'an, but something went wrong. The guy didn't move from his place, although the blow was so strong that the shockwave behind him blew everything away for several meters. Ping'an, without moving from his place, smiled, looking into the girl's eyes. The bloody general couldn't believe that she couldn't even break through his defense. "Don't worry," the guy began to say, carefully taking the girl's hand. "Take these soul stones, then you will always be safe. Just like when you met us," Ping'an answered quite calmly, placing the blue stones in the palm of the surprised girl. "These guys are very strong," the guy added, pointing at Fei and Han who couldn't move. The girl couldn't believe that Chen thought of her as an ordinary girl, remembering that she had been treated like that 1,000 years ago. "Go back home," the boy exclaimed, heading towards his friends. But these actions only angered the girl, who considered the stranger to be simply crazy. Curiosity got the better of her, and the bloody general ran towards the guy, wanting to know who he really was. At the moment when she jumped to strike, the girl was shocked that Ping'an did not even move, even though he felt the attack. But in an instant, a cosmic barrier formed, painting the entire world gray. The girl froze in place, just like the whole world around her. Even the Emperor didn't have such powers, which made one wondering who it was with such powers. The bloody general began to look around in search of an understanding of who had set up the space barrier. Suddenly, there was a crash nearby. Duan, standing on the balcony of one of the houses, radiated a huge amount of anger. "You are not worthy of touching him yet," the girl screamed, as if the whole world was paused. A blue portal appeared under the feet of the bloody general. The girl seemed to start to split into small pieces, which was very painful. Before she could say a word, the girl instantly split apart and disappeared. Ping'an flinched momentarily as the space barrier was disabled. Turning around, the guy thought that the girl had left. "Brother, are you okay?" Fei asked when she was finally able to move. At first, Ping'an did not understand what had happened, and only after the girl explained did he learn that everyone except him could not speak or move. "So it turns out that you were suppressed by the aura and couldn't move. And this girl actually tried to kill me?" The guy screamed in horror, realizing the whole point of what was happening. "Didn't you understand?" Khan asked with disdain. Ping'an must not have had the spiritual root that could sense the enemy's aura, which is why he did not feel suppressed and was able to withstand the terrifying man. The guy, in order to change the subject, started saying again that he was actually very weak, but even Shua didn't believe it. Fei thought that the master had simply saved them secretly, and not wanting to see such a dangerous situation again today, suggested that they finish training for today. "Is that all?" "I didn't have enough, I didn't practice enough," Ping'an panicked, wanting to continue the lessons. But Shua immediately approached him and offered him a short walk as compensation. Suddenly, the card on Shua's belt lit up, announcing news from home. "What a powerful force, but unfortunately I didn't get to see the elders fight," Aoshin said, while looking into the distance while the Emperor was worried that it was the power of the Black Flood Dragon and the immortal weapon. He wasn't 100% sure, but he made his proposals confidently. The elder was indeed in this northern region in the wilds of this countryside. Mu put forward the idea, to which Seaman said that he had just learned through the Jade communication token that when the elder came to the association to sell pills, he came together with a second-rank mage named Liu Shua. Dan, Ten, and Mu were slightly surprised when they heard this name. Meanwhile, something was happening in the Liu mansion. "Liu Qi, don't force us," the man said as he stood in front of Shua. It was the great elder who kept repeating that in the end they were a family. And as long as the man meekly handed over the position of head, his life would not be made difficult. But under the leadership of the elder, the family would be several times stronger than it was now. "Great elder, this position was passed on to me by my father on his deathbed, so I regret that I cannot pass it on," Shua, Liu Qi's father, stated. "As I understand it, you do not want to accept my offer," the elder asked insistently, making it clear that he would not leave so easily. Liu Qi didn't have time to answer. With a sharp movement, the elder, using his strength and magic, pushed the man, knocking him off his feet. "I'll ask again," coming closer, the elder began to speak. "Agree or not?" the man asked threateningly, while Liu Qi lay powerlessly on the floor after the blow. And when the great elder did not receive a response from the man, he decided that it was worth simply eliminating him from the Liu family. "Enough!" Shua interrupted the man's insidious actions. "Shua, why did you come back?" Liu Qi asked in horror, looking at his son, who could not help but come back at such a moment in time. Great Elder, are you trying to start a rebellion? If you want to kill my father, kill me first, Shua shouted, covering his father with his body. Okay, but how can you stop me with your current strength? The elder asked, waving his hand, thinking that he could easily deal with the two now. But it didn't work out to strike. The elder was distracted at the most inopportune moment. The owner of Tianzhong Tower, the master of the treasure hall, and the president of the Alchemist Association decided to make their visit to Liu's house. The elder didn't understand how these big shots came here, thinking that the Liu family had never had anything to do with them. The man had been worried that some family members would not be convinced by the violent takeover of the head's position, but now he felt he could justify it. Where is the head of the Liu family? Gu Feng asked as soon as he entered the hall. The great elder, thinking that it would be better to take advantage of the opportunity to please the elder, knelt down and introduced himself as the head of the Liu family. If you're not the boss, get out! I'm in a hurry! Gu Feng shouted as he gave the man a hard slap, knocking him down in his path. Why are you in a hurry? Aoshin asked, watching what was happening. The man also reminded that they came to visit and that they shouldn't be rude to people. Gu Feng, having accepted his mistake, began to apologize to the one he hit. Are you Liu Shua? So it's your father, he is the head of the Liu family, right? Seaman asked as he came closer to Liu Qi, who was barely standing after the blow. Noticing that there were abrasions on the man's face, Dan Ten asked in horror who had done this. The great elder decided to intervene, saying that he had struck because he had insulted important people. But they didn't let him finish speaking and suddenly grabbed him by the hem of his clothes. Did you hurt him? Gu Feng asked menacingly, fiddling with the great elder who continued to say that it was he who hit Liu Qi. And as soon as the man repeated this again, Gu Feng threw him aside with all his strength, wishing the elder to get lost. After the blow, Bai turned back to everyone else as if nothing had happened. The elders... Shua began to speak excitedly, but he was interrupted and reassured that there was no need to be polite, saying that there was an elder who was interested in his growth, and so they were simply following his wishes and came to visit the Liu family. This is part of the assets of my branch in Tianzhong Tower. This is a gift. Please accept it, Aoshin said, holding out a ring with a large green stone. Later, Gu Feng handed over a red stone ring containing some of his assets from the treasury branch. Next, Seaman gave part of the assets of the Alchemist Guild headquarters in the form of a ring with hieroglyphs. Dan Ten, not having a large branch, modestly handed over a gift from his Shushan Academy. I can't accept such gifts, Shua shouted, not believing what was happening. But Aodian persistently put the ring in the boy's hand, asking him to accept it for the sake of his elder. Liu Qi, realizing that all the artifacts were worth more than the entire kingdom, could not believe that they went to his son. The elder they are talking about met you at your kiosk? The father asked his son, trying to understand what was going on. Shua didn't expect to meet such a powerful man and didn't want to open the kiosk anymore. Don't close it. You can make a good career by opening a few more branches. Hearing the conversation, the elder said, instilling a bit of hope. Meanwhile, the forest quietly lived its life, flooded with sunshine. Ping'an laid out his things on the ground and praised himself for how well he had become rich, not expecting to see so many treasures while wandering through the mountains. The boy thought that all these treasures must have been lost by cultivators of different levels, and this kind of treasure hunting was much more profitable than chopping wood and digging herbs in the mountains. Suddenly, an unknown sound was heard nearby. Yang Ming, the prince of the warrior kingdom, walked carefully through the forest with his warriors, sword in hand. A huge demonic beast from the astral realm stood in their way. Min already thought that they would die here and only a miracle would help. All that was left was to wait for someone to save them. And just then their cries were heard by Ping'an, who ran as fast as he could to help. Min, seeing who came to them, felt that he was in the first stage of the formation of the Danton and they would all soon become an easy snack for the beast. But Ping'an had completely different plans. The guy stood in front of everyone and held out his sword in front of a huge beast in the form of a cat. Unexpectedly for everyone, the beast began to hiss and meow in fear. Ping'an, pointing his weapon forward, could not understand what was happening. At this time, the dog behind the guy began to take on a frightening appearance. And having formed into a large snake, she frightened the beast with all her might. The astral animal screamed at the top of its lungs in fear, and ran away as far as possible while the others stood in shock. The beast continued to emit shrill cries of fear. Ping'an, not even having time to use his sword, stood there in bewilderment, looking into the distance and shouting for the animal to stop. Min couldn't believe that the guy had just scared the monster away and ordered it to stop. The big beast stopped after Ping'an's words, afraid to move. Sit down, Chen ordered calmly and firmly. The animal immediately obeyed the guy and obediently sat down on the ground. Yang Ming was shocked and couldn't believe what was happening with his mouth open. Before his eyes, the bloodthirsty monster turned into a cute animal that behaves like a dog and lets itself be petted. Ping calmed the animal and sighed. The animal began to hug the guy, making sounds of pleasure. But suddenly it again looked into the distance in fear. There was incredible fear in his eyes. He was frightened by the dog, which had previously taken on the bloodthirsty appearance of a snake and continued to sit menacingly behind the guy. Ping looked around, searching for the reason why the animal was even shaking a little from fear. At that moment, the guy thought that maybe his big key was still working and didn't work on people, but maybe it worked on monsters. "Thank you for saving us." Bowing, he thanked Min for saving him. "May I ask, what is your cultivation level?" the prince asked. Because in order to be able to instantly suppress an astral realm monster, his strength must be higher than the initial realm. Ping sheepishly decided not to answer this question, replying that it was not that important. "Maybe I'm a little stronger than you guys, just a little," the guy added, not giving away the truth. Min decided not to pry into how everything really was and simply remained silent. "I won't bother you anymore, but now I have to go," the guy said at last and went about his business. "Prince, even you can't tell the cultivation level of this guy?" the servant asked after they had already walked away, and Yang Ming explained that most likely the level was much higher than the astral realm. Maybe so high that even the prince couldn't tell the level of strength. "He made it clear to us that we shouldn't ask him about it, so let's stop. Haven't you understood how he looks at this world?" "Put 2 fingers to your eyes," the prince began to explain, showing his servants what was going on. "For him, the world is like this," Min exclaimed, putting his hand forward and making a gesture with his fingers, demonstrating something invisible that only Chen can see. But this was not so important for Ming. What was more important was the very presence of such a person in the kingdom, so the prince decided to immediately inform his father about this person. Meanwhile, Ping was thinking about how with his chi bug, he couldn't find any monsters to practice his skills on. But it seemed like the guy could make those monsters search for treasures on this mountain. "You are in my power, so take me to the other monsters," Chen commanded the beast with authority, who looked at the boy with cute, playful eyes. And together with the animal, Ping went to explore the area. The guy didn't have to walk for long before a large monster stood in his way. The second-level gorilla, in the nascent stage of the Soul Kingdom, growled terribly, waving its paws in different directions. Chen Pinggan, who was at the first level of the Dantan formation stage, was able to defeat the beast in an instant. The number of animals killed has increased, and the guy went to explore the area with 2 monsters. An hour later, many people arrived in the large forest. The arrival of several strong men came like a storm into the thicket. "Everyone stay alert," the unknown person ordered, behind whom stood several fighters with weapons. Aodian decided to greet the arrivals by coming closer. "Greetings to all elders. I would like to thank you all for your help in intercepting the monsters." The head of monster supervision greeted with his arms crossed. The elders said that they were also in the forest to catch the stream of monsters. Seaman Chen looked into the distance and remembered that such a situation had happened several decades ago, when someone had tracked down and killed the baby monster of the Mahayana Peak. As a result, the Mahayana Peak monster led thousands of monsters across the land, almost destroying half of the entire kingdom. This time, the elders felt the same stream of monsters moving towards them, but now they were definitely being controlled by someone. But what surprised the elders most was that the stream numbered 10,000. The goal is to strike the kingdom? Who can control so many monsters? Could it be an immortal again? Gufeng began to think, not believing that someone strong could control such a number of monsters. Aodian assumed that Brother Su had left, which meant that there was no one in the immortal world who could cause trouble. Even though everyone was curious, the elders couldn't abandon the tens of thousands of people in this city. Meanwhile, the horde of monsters was approaching closer and closer, accompanied by the rider Ping'an. Aodian froze in surprise. Gufeng clearly didn't expect to see Chen either. "Not even surprised," laughed Aochin, waiting for Pinggang's arrival. "Didn't you just say that you weren't going to abandon people?" the supervisor asked in a panic, watching the elders fall into a stupor. Aodian turned his head and replied that they were indeed surrendering. And after all, the person who controlled this wave of monsters was the elder. Ping'an was already close and was riding the bear with full enthusiasm, controlling the flow of animals. Riding an animal turned out to be much more fun than driving a car. As the boy approached his destination, Chen was surprised to notice that for some reason there were too many people waiting for him. To avoid hitting anyone, Ping'an quickly stopped the beast, and he calmly began to get off the bear, noticing that Aochin was the first to come talk to him. The head of supervision, looking at what was happening in shock, thought that he should find out from this guy how he was able to control so many monsters at once. But he had never seen anything like this before, and really couldn't understand how the elder controlled everyone. And when the head of the supervision began to examine the guy and his entourage, the man saw a dog next to him. To his great surprise, it turned out to be a dog in the form of a dragon. While the head of supervision was trying to comprehend what he had seen, Aochin explained to Pingyang how they thought it was a wave of animals that wanted to attack the kingdom and were already preparing for the attack. But apparently they were worried in vain. I gathered all these animals because I need their help in searching for treasure. Don't worry. There is no danger, Chen reassured the elders and clapped his hands and ordered the animals to disperse. The animals immediately obeyed the guy and ran away. When the animals all ran together in one direction, even the ground in the forest began to shake. Such a stream of monsters looked very dangerous and could cause a lot of problems. Pinyin, noticing that his orders to the monsters were not very safe, promised not to do so again. The elders, meanwhile, couldn't believe that the guy was able to pull off such a thing. After all the investigations, Pinyin returned home, thinking how he never thought that a wave of beasts could become so dangerous. But at the moment when the guy opened the door and shouted about his return, the beautiful Duan was waiting for him. "Boss Duan, why are you here?" Pingyang exclaimed in complete surprise, to which the girl replied that she came here because she wanted to live here. "To be honest, this was my uncle's house. 5 years ago, he left it in my care and moved away," the girl explained, saying that she didn't care about this place, but recently the bookstore had to be closed for renovations, so she would have to live in this house for a while. Pinyin was shocked and tried to comprehend the girl's words and didn't even believe it, asking the system if it was true. The system responded that the girl was not lying and that this was indeed her uncle's house and the system had to borrow it. Chen, in his anger, did not expect that the system would deceive him and would not even say anything about it. "Mr. Chen, I can't find temporary housing other than this house, so please be kind," Duan asked softly as she came closer, and the guy had no choice but to agree to let the girl live. So Duan stayed in Pingyang's house, and by evening, she felt at home. The first thing Duan did was take a bath, demonstratively drying herself. The girl seemed to be deliberately showing off the exposed areas of her body, sighing languidly about how good she felt. Pinyin understood that the girl was doing this on purpose and already regretted 100 times that he had agreed to let her into the house. "Mr. Chen, is there something wrong with you? Are you uncomfortable?" Duan asked, suddenly coming up behind the guy. "Or are you thinking about some indecent things?" the girl whispered in his ear, hugging the embarrassed guy from behind. "What are you even talking about? There's a child sitting here. Can you be more reserved and not wear such revealing clothes?" Chen shouted, pointing at Sue, who was calmly eating watermelons. Duan laughed slightly and said that she was just joking, and that there was no need to worry about little things. Covered with a veil, the girl headed towards the doors of the chambers. "By the way, Mr. Chen, don't do anything indecent to me at night," the girl said at last, baring her shoulders and arms. Pinyin could never have expected such impudence and openness in communication with him. And in anger, the guy decided to go outside to think about everything that was happening. Later, the boy demonstratively slammed his bedroom door while Sue looked at her angry brother. The girl didn't understand anything and was afraid that they would take the watermelons away from her. Pinyin sat on the bed and was able to exhale, but he still felt danger. Every time Duan saw him, she would constantly tease him, which made him very awkward. But it would be much worse if the girl suddenly came to him at night. Although it was impossible, because Chen had locked all the doors and Xiaolinger's presence would not allow the girl to behave so openly. And with complete confidence, the guy went to bed, thinking that tomorrow he should go and look for a place to live for the girl. The night passed quietly, as if even the crickets had fallen asleep, and the morning turned out to be warm and very sunny. Pinyin, waking up from the rays of the sun, noticed that someone was sleeping next to him. Duan, buried in the guy's chest, lay peacefully sleeping, while Pinyin himself held his hand on the girl, hugging her shoulder. Not having fully woken up from sleep, the guy at first did not even understand what was happening, but later, in horror, he could not believe it. Looking around, Pinyin realized that he was not sleeping in his own room at all. By some miracle, the guy ended up in Duan's bedroom in such a position that the girl's head was lying directly on Pinyin's hand, and it was impossible to move. Without getting up, the guy began to think that maybe he was sleepwalking and magically ended up in the girl's bed. But it would be strange not to know about sleepwalking after so many years of life. And at the moment when the guy pulled his hand out from under Duan's head and stood up a little, the girl began to wake up. Not fully awake, Duan began to stretch out in bed, stretching her body after sleep, showing her entire body in all its glory. Pinyin broke out in a cold sweat at what he saw and felt a great sense of confusion. Out of fear, the guy hurried to leave, and standing on his tiptoes, slowly headed towards the exit, trying not to wake the girl. "Sister Shin, are you awake yet?" Suddenly, unexpectedly for the guy, Xiao screamed, bursting into the bedroom. Ping'an looked at the girl in horror, thinking about the worst possible outcome. Ling also didn't expect to see a guy in the girl's bed and looked at her brother in surprise. "Oh, I didn't see anything," the girl whispered, quickly closing the door. Just when it seemed like Ping'an could leave, Duan woke up. "Good morning. What are you doing here?" the girl asked as if nothing had happened. Ping'an, unable to come up with anything, said that he wanted to invite the girl to breakfast, but missed the main thing, that breakfast was not ready. After some time, all three were eating at the same table. The guy just mechanically put food in his mouth and thought about what was happening. But suddenly, Duan started speaking, causing the boy to tense up. "Last night, I slept very well. It was probably the best rest and sleep I've had this month," the girl exclaimed, looking straight into the guy's eyes. Ping'an couldn't even swallow a piece of food due to embarrassment. "Brother, should I call Shin your wife now?" Xiao whispered in his ear, completely confusing Chen. From such an awkward question, Ping'an choked on his food and spat it all out right on his sister. Chen, realizing what he had done, immediately began to apologize to the girl. "Xiaolinger says this for your own good. You're over 20 years old. It's time to find a wife," Duan said with a smile on her face, wiping the girl's face with a napkin. Ping'an thought about it, because of course this question had been bothering him for as long as the fact of the system's existence. But now this question has become a lump in my throat. How long did Ping'an stay in this world? And now he can't even remember what his beloved wife looked like in that world, which caused him a lot of pain. "Mr. Chen, what's on your mind? How about the proposal I made you?" Duan interrupted his train of thought by coming face to face with the guy. "I will be your wife. What do you say?" the girl asked, tucking her hair behind her ear, showing all her beauty and seducing the guy with every move. Ping'an's heart began to beat wildly, but the guy, without showing it, simply put the cutlery on the table, declaring that he was full, and he went out into the street, saying that he had some business to do. "You're so nervous, can't you just say no?" Xiao began to get indignant, not expecting such a violent reaction. But Duan asked the girl not to worry, saying that one day her brother would understand everything and become careful. But still the girl warned that if Ling tried to hint about this topic again, she would take the whole watermelon from the girl. "Now is not the time," the girl answered, looking into the distance as if she had a very insidious plan. Ping'an headed to the warrior kingdom to quickly forget about the morning conversation. The city had already begun its daytime life in full swing. The guy decided to put off the idea of finding a home for Duan for now, because tomorrow was the tournament, and if the task couldn't be completed, there would be big problems. As the boy walked along the main street, he saw Fei talking to someone. "Miss Tian, I was just about to look for you. What a coincidence. Where are the others?" Chen asked happily, but the girl, to her surprise, began to wonder who this guy was and what his name was. "It's me, Long Aochin," the guy replied in confusion. But even when the girl's friend asked if she knew him, Tian said she had never seen him. "Get lost. You better understand right away that you shouldn't bother my tournament comrades," said the big guy with red hair. Ping'an suggested that the girl might have teamed up with someone else again. But still, it was too much to pretend that they were strangers. And in that case, the guy also decided to pretend that he didn't know Miss Tian. "See you at the tournament," Ping'an said at last, walking past the girl with a confident look. The first-level trash of Dantan has the courage to challenge. The guy who defended the girl laughed. These words made Chen stop. The dog, in horror, immediately asked the sword why it had not killed the insolent man. To which the sword replied that, of course, he wanted to, but there were a lot of people around. "Since you're so good, how about we duel?" Ping'an suggested after such words of humiliation addressed to him, but the guy only suggested that he get lost because he didn't want to waste time on him. "Don't want to? Or just can't? A person who calls others trash at every turn is no better," Ping'an demonstratively answered, infuriating his opponent. "I wonder if you want to be beaten so badly, then I will satisfy you," the offender shouted, ordering everyone to disperse. One of the residents began to whisper that wasn't it Mo Yi, the Prime Minister's son? And why was he in conflict with someone who was at the first level of Dantan formation? But nevertheless, the fight was about to begin, and Ping'an was very confidently ready to fight and offered to start when he counted to 1. "Boy, I was trying to do you a favor, don't blame me for knocking you out later," Mo Yi said sarcastically, as Ping Gang began to count down to 1. And the moment the guy counted 1, Chen stepped forward to strike first. Mo Yi didn't have time to say a word before he received a powerful blow to the face. The blow was so strong that it stunned the guy quite abruptly. In 1 second, Mo Yi fell to the ground, and Ping Gang was left with only his foot to finish off his opponent. "You are much stronger. How dare you disregard the martial ethics and secretly use your strength? Mo Yi shouted, rubbing his red cheek. I told you when I count to 1 and to 3, Chen only responded, raising his leg with all his might to deliver another blow. The locals watching the fight stood in complete shock and could not believe that someone was able to hit the minister's son. After Ping Gang landed a few more blows, Mo Yi finally stood up with a huge boot imprint on his cheek. Sparks began to fly around his body, and the enraged guy promised to rip off Pingan's leg for such antics. Mo Yi, sparkling with lightning, began to prepare to use the 1,000 breakthrough technique. Chen was surprised that the guy knew such a technique and remembered that, according to books, the essence of martial arts is to control one's ki. This meant that the lightning around his body was where he controlled his ki. And realizing that it didn't look difficult, Chen decided to do the same. When Mo Yi was already next to the guy, Pingan concentrated, and at the last moment he dodged, and the same sparks, only blue, began to form around his body. Mo Yi noticed that the opponent was using the same technique and was quite surprised. The guy couldn't understand how Chen knew this. At this time, Pingan gathered his ki in one place and raised his leg, making Mo think that he should dodge the kicks. It's a bluff, idiot, Chen shouted, giving him another hard slap. Young Master Mo, are you okay? Tianshan screamed in panic as she ran towards the fallen boy. Who the hell are you? You get in the way of others and beat them up for no reason. The girl began to complain, helping the young gentleman to stand up. Pingan could not believe the girl's words, wondering what was happening to her since she was pretending not to know him. But suddenly, a girl who looked exactly like him appeared behind the guy, calling him Brother Lun. Pingan's awkwardness level reached its limit. As it turned out, Shan's sister, Tianlai Chi, was being rude to him, and both girls were as alike as one drop of water. The sisters were twins, which greatly confused Pingan, and when the guy finally understood, he began to blame himself for not having realized this before. This must be a misunderstanding. Why don't we talk and try to make peace? Shan suggested, feeling guilty towards Chen. But Mo was clearly not happy with this outcome. I was insulted twice on the street, and you tell me it was a misunderstanding? The guy began to grumble, accumulating his chi again. His anger was so great that he was ready to take Pingan's life. But Mo was again distracted from his insidious plans for revenge. Let's see who wanted to touch Brother Long today, exclaimed Lu Shua, who had just arrived. The Prime Minister's son even opened his mouth in surprise, not expecting to see this man. Greetings, Brother Lu. What did you want? The boy greeted him obediently while Shua said that there was no need to continue arguing and consider this a slight misunderstanding. Mo could barely contain his anger after being beaten twice in a row, and now he has to let this situation go just like that. From a family whose existence was unknown to anyone, to grow into a family that could not be insulted, how could it be him? The boy thought maliciously, not being able to be cheeky to Shua. You don't seem to like it much, Lu said with a smile on his face, and he offered to exchange a couple of blows with Mo. At this time, Pingan whispered in Shua's ear how incredible it was that he was already being recognized even on the streets, thinking that the guy was big people. Brother Lu, forgive us, Mo suddenly replied, and taking his sister with him, Shan declared that it was a misunderstanding and they would better leave. Shua, without showing it, thought that the elder could kill these two with one wave of his hand, but in the end he pretends to be an ordinary person. I'm very sorry, Miss Tian. Because of me, you two sisters are now in conflict. Pingan began to apologize, but Shan kept saying that everything was fine and an apology was needed. Due to certain circumstances, my sister and I have had a bad relationship for a long time, the girl explained, suggesting that it would be better to go and train. It was deep night in the world of immortals where the evil sect lived. The immortal emperor was finally able to find the territory of the evil sect. What a disgusting cultivation method. Apparently the elder also knows about the existence of these people, and for me to find them due to a mistake means to erase them, the man thought out loud while in the sky right above the city. There was no need to notify others of his arrival, and the emperor decided to act quietly and alone. Using his technique, the man created a large yellow portal around himself. A large yellow blade, like the sun, began to emerge from it, which could destroy everyone here. Die, the emperor said quietly, raising his finger, and at that very second the blade from the portal fell to the ground. Every piece of earth shook. But at the moment of the strike on the city, something red flew across the sky. The Mistress of Blood flew away from the destruction, indignant at why the immortal emperor had attacked her domain. And at the moment when the girl seemed to fly away, a large obstacle appeared in front of her face. Do you think you can escape? The emperor asked treacherously, holding his sword near the mistress's throat. You know who is behind me? If you kill me, you will die too. the girl screamed, trying to avoid her death. But this did not stop the Emperor, and with one sharp movement, the man cut the head off his shoulders with his large sword. The divine world meanwhile flourished and lived a calm and measured life. Two people were playing Go, slowly moving stones. In one immortal world, the demonic seed that I sowed was destroyed, and the reason is also unclear to me. A plump man with a wide cap on his head was indignant. "Are you talking about the devastated immortal world?" Another man asked, dressed entirely in white robes and sporting equally snow-white hair and mustache. The two people were discussing that their people had injured the dragon, thinking that it had fallen in the devastated immortal world. But there was no trace of it there. "So, in the world of immortals there is someone stronger than us?" one of the men asked himself. Another said it was time to send someone and check everything. Meanwhile, the immortal emperor was already walking through the ruined city. As a result, the problem was solved, and there was no longer any danger. But suddenly a spark appeared in the sky, from which appeared like divine bright gates. The doors slowly began to open, and, like the entrance to paradise, glowed with a very bright light. The man, seeing who came out of there, could not even believe what he saw. A man from the divine world came down to him in the form of a girl with a mask over her eyes and a mantle on her shoulders. The girl carefully descended onto the destroyed ground. "It seems that you are the one who destroyed this place. Tell me who is behind you?" the envoy from the divine world asked. But the emperor did not want to report to the unknown and took a fighting stance, preparing to defend himself. "It's unbelievable, you're going to fight me, and you have a strong spirit," the girl laughed, starting to cast a spell. And with one easy movement, the girl immobilized the man. "I would like to see if your bones will break first, or if you will be torn to pieces right away," the messenger shouted ironically, surrounding the man with some bright portal that was supposed to kill him. Meanwhile, the courtyard of Pingana's house was quiet. Duan sat in a chair, enjoying the warm weather and peacefully falling asleep in the fresh air. But suddenly, in her dream, there appeared the image of that very messenger from the divine world. "Executioner," the girl whispered, waking up suddenly. Servant Duan immediately appeared next to her. "Go to the world of immortals and help him," the girl ordered, worried about the life of the emperor. The guy who arrived smiled and agreed to carry out the order. The messenger, meanwhile, was only glad that she would be able to defeat the one who had caused so many problems so quickly. "Go to hell," the emperor sneered, standing on his feet with all his might. But, to the girl's surprise, another person appeared nearby. The knife in the form of a man arrived to help just in time. "I thought the person who came down here would be more impressive, but he's just a little servant," the girl from the divine world thought as she looked at the completely calm guy. But the weapon was not going to mess around for long and was more eager to deal with the task at hand. Some seals on sheets of paper began to appear in the air. The girl opened her mouth in amazement, trying not to move. Meanwhile, there were more and more seals, and soon they began to revolve around the girl. There were more than 3,000 of them, and they drove the messenger into a dead end. The guy was ready to destroy just one seal today because that would be enough. The spirit in the form of a man, having formed a red blade in his hand, looked at the frightened girl with a smile and was already fully prepared to kill. The emperor tried to stand next to him, and leaning on his sword, the man realized that the spirit of the cleaver from the elder's house was standing in front of him. "Who are you?" the girl began to ask in a raised voice in horror, moving back away from the weapon. In the center where the spirit stood, a large red light lit up. Enormous power began to flow from the guy's weapon, destroying everything in sight. The messenger from the divine world was only able to try to stop the enemy once. At that very moment, she was torn into small pieces. The girl only had time to scream from great fear and incredible pain. The fight was over in a matter of seconds. The dust on the ground began to settle. How I miss the times of destroying the immortal world with one blow. It was more fun before. The spirit of the cleaver thought out loud, looking at the large wall of smoke and dust, as the emperor on his knees wondered where the guy got so much strength from. All this made one think about the most important question: what is the real power of the elder? After some time, the spirit of the cleaver returned to the elder's house. "Everything went well," the weapon exclaimed, falling to the ground with a very satisfied face. But Duan was not entirely satisfied with the work the spirit had done. "Next time, do it more cleanly," the girl said, sitting near the tree with Xiao. The spirit of the cleaver even began to worry a little and decided to leave as soon as possible. "Oh? You're still here, I should meet you," Duan added, putting down a small glass of drink. The emperor, standing outside the doors of the courtyard, thought that if his elder had saved him, then he had probably already returned and it was worth paying him a visit. It was necessary to tell about the world of immortals and about the secret attack. But the man clearly didn't expect that Duan would open the door when he knocked. The emperor, for the umpteenth time that day, could not believe his eyes. And having come to his senses, the man dropped to one knee and greeted the girl. "Great master," the man exclaimed, looking at the floor, to which Duan reminded him again that she had already said that she was not his master and should not be called that. "You told me that you always treat you as a stranger, but 10,000 years ago, you gave me the heavenly law and allowed me to become an immortal emperor. I will never forget your kindness and will not be able to repay it," the emperor exclaimed without rising from one knee. Duan decided not to argue with the man and decided to simply ask him directly to pretend that the man did not know her and was seeing her for the first time. "If you're waiting for the elder, he won't be back until late in the evening. Why don't you come in and see Xiao?" the girl suggested, opening the courtyard doors wider. But Ling was very angry when she saw the emperor and did not even want to see him. Noticing the girl's anger, the man decided that he would come in some other time, not wanting to bother Xiao unnecessarily. Still, the reason why she doesn't want to see a man may be connected with her mother. "Please stop. I already know everything. I'm not interested in hearing about it again," interrupted Emperor Duan's heart-rending conversation. The emperor had the feeling that the elder was a great strategist, because he was worried that Duan was the elder's opponent. But it turned out that they even lived together. And in a moment of reflection, the man realized that they were not just living together, but maybe even considered a couple. News of the recent battle reached the divine world. The man, still playing Go, was horrified to learn that his messenger had been defeated in a matter of seconds. The man who had just been sent to the immortal world was killed in an instant along with his soul. "I didn't even have time to send reinforcements," the man in the hat exclaimed. His white-haired partner began to use his divine powers to try to learn how things really were. But they still have no way to investigate everything properly, and the person who was sent down is one of the top upper mid-tier in the Divine World Division. And in an instant, he was killed and all the evidence was gone. Only one person with such power came into the men's minds. "You mean the Emperor's eternal god? Has he really been released after such a long period of seclusion?" the man asked, wondering how he could be connected to the immortal world. "I don't know, but we are one of the most important figures in this divine world. Where did he put us himself?" another divine man shouted, deciding to go to him himself and ask him everything. The two went to a huge palace where the very one they were talking about was living in seclusion. "What are you two doing in my palace?" the owner of the palace asked haughtily. The man sitting on the throne suggested speaking quickly, as he had recently come out into the world and needed to gather his strength. The two men asked that as the God Emperor in charge of the three factions, what were his intentions in attacking the demon faction now? "And you think that I have taken any action against your faction?" "I do not remember doing anything like that," the God Emperor answered calmly, sitting languidly on the throne. "Don't you remember? I also sent my man there, and he was destroyed along with his soul. How do you explain that?" The man began to scream, wanting to know the truth. The Emperor, looking menacingly at the guest, clearly did not expect that they would shout in his direction. "You just said?" the Emperor began to speak, rising from the throne. "Destroyed along with the soul?" the man asked, finding himself face to face with his guest in a second. But even the Emperor could not believe these words. In his opinion, no one could do such things, and, having finally learned something, the Emperor wanted to know more. "So, tell me everything you know," the man exclaimed, making it clear that until he got all the information, the guest would not go anywhere. Meanwhile, training was taking place in the forest. "Brother Long, are you sure about this?" Shua asked after learning where Ping'an had taken them. And Shan, seeing the enemy, began to back away. Before the boy's eyes stood two sparring partners in the form of two large bears, which Ping'an had already managed to tame. "Don't worry, I used a secret artifact so they will be obedient, so you can practice with confidence," Chen reassured while stroking the animal. Khan, looking at the large monster, began to guess what kind of secret artifact it was that was capable of controlling the demonic creature. The guy panicked, remembering how last time this bear had knocked him down to the ground very hard. "I see. It turns out that you did it so that I would be beaten up the other day," the young man shouted, to which Ping'an assured that he had found the artifact just a day ago. And realizing his mistake, Han suggested forgetting how he had just yelled at Chen. "I don't know how many more secrets you have that you're hiding, but with you, we should have a good chance of winning the tournament," Han noted, clearly not liking the fact that Ping'an had so many secrets. But there was no need for quarrels, since the tournament was very important for Shan. Today she saw her sister, with whom she used to be very close, but now they have become enemies. Shan couldn't form a team at first because her sister secretly set her up. "You must be wondering what the hell happened," Han asked, slightly confusing Ping'an. And having received no answer, Khan began to tell the story, looking mysteriously into the distance. "Sorry, but I'm not interested," Ping'an interrupted. The guy explained that he was participating in the tournament to achieve his goals. Fate just worked out in such a way that he met all the guys, and Chen was an ordinary guy who didn't want to clutter his head right now. In any case, if we win, won't that be enough? Pinggang asked, while Han stood there in surprise at hearing that Chen wasn't interested in listening to other people's stories. The next day arrived, bright, sunny, and warm. The tournament arena was filled with a lot of people who wanted to demonstrate their skills. Smolka, you cannot participate in the tournament, said Ping'an, tying a rope to the dog's neck. And having tied it around the tree so that the animal would not run away, the guy asked his friend to stay here and not run away anywhere. That's good. I'll come back when it's all over, Chen said, patting the animal on the head. And heading towards everyone else, on the way Ping'an met a certain person with a sword on her back. The guy, walking in his thoughts, did not notice the girl and accidentally pushed her. The girl stopped to see who almost knocked her down. Ping'an attracted the stranger's full attention. But she was even more interested in the sword in his hand. It seemed as if she had seen it somewhere before. No. I can't be distracted any longer. If I don't return the Firebird this time, I'll be scolded to death. The girl brought herself to her senses by hitting herself lightly on the head several times. But still, the sword in Ping'an's hands was very familiar to her and looked like a treasure. And the thought came into the girl's head that maybe if she returned him home, then this act would atone for the sin of losing the Firebird. The tournament was about to begin, the flags were raised, and the preparations were already nearing completion. In the rest area of the arena, Mo and Lai Chi sat peacefully on a bench, waiting for the fight. Suddenly, someone called the Prime Minister's son. Has the tournament started yet? I'm a little late, Go Xiun, who wanted to return the Ping'an sword to the family, asked in a sweet voice. Mo, is this the one you decided to invite? Lai Chi asked excitedly. But Mo replied that he didn't know this girl at all and hadn't seen her before. Does anyone know her? The guy asked, thinking that maybe someone from the team knew her. You are so funny. How can you not know me? I am Go Xiun, the girl laughed, starting to conjure something, looking into the eyes of others as if hypnotizing. With the help of magic, the girl made Mo believe that she was the most important member of their team. And thus, Xiun was able to invade the other team to make sure she could steal the sword. Her attention was focused only on this weapon. The girl turned out to be from the holy sect of the Yunji Immortal Kingdom. The tournament is divided into 2 rounds. The first round is a duel, and the second is a team match. Shan explained to her team, saying that they have enough strength to take first place. Shan, can I go out first? Ping'an asked without showing it. Other teams would not allow their strongest player to participate in the arena, so that they could conserve their QE and earn higher scores in the team match, and Ping'an was the weakest on the team and was well suited for the first round. Liu Shua, watching Chen want to go out first, became slightly tense, and yet he allowed Ping'an to go out first in the round, even though Shan thought that the guy was the strongest among them. But Chen had his own plan. In his last street fight, the guy discovered that he could master other people's martial arts skills at first glance, and maybe it was worth trying that trick again at the tournament. And if Ping'an gets a lot of skills for free, he can earn a fortune. Brother Long, the prince is also participating in the tournament, so you have to be careful, Shua warned the boy, who promised that he would not use too much force. It turns out that the king begged Shua to tell Chen about this, fearing that he could seriously injure the prince. The first round was between Pinggang and the prince, who, seeing his opponent, began to worry. Min couldn't understand why a person of such a high level came to the tournament at all. But Chen didn't care about those around him and, rather wanting to start the fight, the guy suggested taking their positions. Since he was fighting with the prince, Yang Ming must have some very expensive martial arts skills, which could greatly help Pinggang. Benefactor, I surrender, the prince suddenly declared, bowing before his opponent. Everyone around wondered why the prince simply surrendered in the first round to such a child who had little strength. One of the observers began to remember something about the benefactor. A few days ago, he was attacked by monsters in the mountains. And that same benefactor, the controller of the animals, who quite quickly saved those in need of help. Now it was clear what kind of person he was, since he was able to control a large number of animals. After all, every time it took Ping'an just a few minutes to defeat the monster. Looking at Ping'an standing in the arena, the fighter remembered that it was he who saved him the other day. The rest of the observers also began to remember that this guy also saved them from the big monsters. So one by one, everyone began to surrender, going out to duel with Chen. Without even starting to fight, everyone simply bowed and refused to fight, saying that they were surrendering. The situation became completely unclear to the guy. Everyone who came out was sure to thank him for saving them, and it all became more and more outrageous. It was no longer clear whether the tournament was a charity meeting and Pingang had already become completely desperate. But then someone entered the ring who didn't care what tricks Chen used. "Don't think that I will let you win so easily," Mo Yi exclaimed as he walked to the center of the fighting area. The guy wanted to take revenge for that incident so much that he was ready to fight with all his might. "This time I will make you suffer," Mo declared, taking up his sword. Pingan, of course, was not particularly happy with such an opponent, since he had already learned Mo's techniques, but he had no choice. "And yes, your sword is not as good as mine," Pingan noted, looking at his weapon and the weapon of his opponent. "Well, since we both use swords, then I'll let you use the sword so that others don't think that I was bullying you," Mo managed to say, as suddenly Pingan was already running towards the enemy with a weapon in his hands. This country bumpkin doesn't know that this sword was found in a secret kingdom, and even the powerful people on the continent want to get it, the hypnotized Mo thought in his mind. The fight started very brightly, with Pingan landing the first blow and the minister's son trying to parry it. But the guy's sword couldn't withstand it and simply split from one blow from Chen. "You talk so much about such a lousy weapon?" "It's really annoying," Pingan laughed as Mo had no idea what to do with the piece of the severed sword. "By the way, to tell the truth, that day I really made a mistake and confused my comrade, but I decided to beat you up because you called me trash," said Pingan, pointing his sword at his opponent's face, while Mo asked if the guy would feel low if he beat the minister's son with a weapon. But Chen didn't really care, since he was already behaving shamelessly in public. Still, taking a sword to easily cut Mo didn't look very good, and having decided to leave the weapon, Mo thought that as long as the guy didn't use the weapon, he still had a chance to win. But suddenly a second sword began to appear in Pingan's hand. "Not as good, but strong. I think chopping you with two swords would be more stylish," Chen laughed, raising two swords in his hands. Mo Yi had no choice but to admit defeat in this battle. "That's right. Now I'm letting you go," Pingan said as he was about to leave the arena. The observers could believe that even the minister's son admitted his defeat. Mo's sword was cut in one blow, which didn't put the guy in the best light. Prince Min laughed that his benefactor had such a wonderful sense of humor, but he realized from the conversation that there were some problems between the two. Once these problems were resolved, Pingan, in his opinion, was ready to serve the prince. And watching the minister's son leave in disgrace, the prince decided that he would have to tell his father everything. The 10th round came, and this time the one who definitely wanted to fight the guy entered the arena. But upon seeing Shiyun, Pingan went into a state of shock. In his eyes, the girl looked like a child who was incapable of fighting, and the guy even joked about it. Shiyun, not allowing herself to be offended, began to present 1,000 arguments proving that she could fight. "To tell you the truth, I am very interested in your sword. How about making a bet on this duel?" The girl suggested, full of determination, that today she would take this weapon. Pingan nevertheless decided to clarify what exactly the bets were on this fight, to which the girl explained that Pingan would place the sword in his hand, and Shiyun herself would place herself. This bet did not particularly interest the guy, who considered the girl mediocre and uninteresting. And when Chen refused to bet, it was like a stone had hit Shiyun on the head. The control skill didn't work on Pingan, and they had to come up with something better. "Since you are such an ignoramus, I will take my sword myself," the girl declared, clenching her fist in anger. And with the Blue Phoenix technique, she ran towards the guy, taking out her weapon along the way. But this did not frighten Pingan. Hope for obtaining new techniques appeared in his eyes again. And when the girl was about to hit the guy, Chen moved aside with a sharp movement in time. Xian clearly didn't expect the sword's wielder to have such power. Pingan was able to learn the girl's technique just by looking at her, and the boy even thought that maybe he was a genius. Such actions only added fuel to the fire and made the girl even more angry. And thinking that the effect of surprise would be created, Xian again tried to attack the guy, but he again very quickly dodged. Not a single blow was successful. Each time Pingan skillfully dodged. But most of all, the girl couldn't understand why Chen was using the same technique as her. "Hey, where did you learn this technique?" the girl screamed, knowing that this was a secret technique of her sect. Pingan answered very simply that he had just learned it. But Shiyun didn't believe the guy's words, and both of them continued this fight again. The girl no longer cared what the truth was. The secret technique had already leaked into the mortal world. So she couldn't leave the guy alive and not take the sword. And deciding to use all her strength, Shiyun took out her huge sword, which was exposed with deafening force, filling with blue light. The supreme spiritual weapon surprised everyone who watched the battle. The girl turned out to be not simple because she was a supreme master with an as-yet unknown form and will of the sword. The moment she took out her weapon, ghostly swords began to appear in the sky, filling the entire space. This time, Shiyun thought that Pingang would have no chance of winning. Pingan didn't think that immortals usually read their spells out loud and was very surprised by this. After hearing the words, Chen decided to try to learn it. Supreme Master Gushifran, the boy whispered, as Chen suddenly began to be filled with blue light, and his body hung in the air so that his legs barely touched the ground. "Baby, what do you see? This is the most powerful martial art of our sect." Shiyun laughed, thinking that Chen already wanted to give up after seeing her abilities. Each sword in the sky represented a piece of the kingdom, and one sword is equal to one death of a person. But when Shiyun focused her gaze on Pingan, the girl's eyes widened in surprise. The same ghostly swords were flying around Pingan, showing that the guy was completely copying the fight. The guy could only make an ironic joke at the surprised girl's expense. But all these actions angered Shiyun even more, who still couldn't understand who this guy was. He was clearly not a mere mortal in the world of immortals, but the girl had never heard of such a high-level genius. Having collected her thoughts, Shiyun continued the fight, firmly gripping her sword. The girl could not believe that she could not win. But suddenly, something interrupted her concentration. The aura of the firebird appeared at the girl's very inopportune moment, completely confusing him. "Don't you dare run away! If you have the courage, wait until I return and we will fight again!" the girl shouted before quickly running after the firebird. Pingan didn't even have time to ask how to cancel the technique before the girl disappeared. In a bright flash, Shiyun left the battlefield, giving the victory to the guy. But the problem was that she left Chen with an active technique who had absolutely no idea how to remove those ghost swords. At that moment, the guy looked around, and he noticed the frightened faces of the people. Everyone around was shouting that the guy was a murderer, and they needed to save themselves quickly. But Pingan couldn't do anything, and the pointed swords continued to hang in the sky, which forced the locals to flee. At one point, a notification from the system appeared next to Pingan. "Mission: let everyone in the kingdom know that you exist. Accomplished," the system read. And later, a notification appeared with small fireworks and the inscription, "Congratulations." But this did not suit Pingan at all. On the contrary, it angered him, because he did not want people to find out about him in this way. Chen didn't have to make any attempts to free himself from the technique, and after a while, everything became normal again. Since no one is participating in the next match, I declare that the Tian Shan Shan team has won first place in this competition. Congratulations to everyone. It was announced in the almost empty battle arena. Only a few people who did not run away from the square in fear learned about the victory. "So it turns out that we didn't even do anything?" Shan Shan asked sheepishly without joy after her team's victory. Li Shua was not at all happy with this outcome and only looked firmly at Pingang, who did not want to declare himself in this way at all. The guy had the feeling that now everyone considered him the devil, which could greatly interfere with his existence in this world. "Don't pay attention, benefactor. Later I will send people to go from one door to another and explain this misunderstanding." Prince Min intervened in the general confusion, patting Pingang on the shoulder. And later, the prince told the boy that today there would be a banquet in the palace in honor of his birthday and invited Pingan to join the banquet. Looking at the system notification, which said, "Reverse teleportation in 47 minutes and 33 seconds, the guy sighed and realized that he wouldn't be able to come to the palace. "Sorry, but I can't come. I'll ask someone to give you a gift," bowing and apologizing Pingan, from which the prince immediately showed disappointment and surprise. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have spent a lot of time with you, but for some reason, I will not be able to stay for long, so please forgive me." Turning to everyone, Pingan said, and everyone else realized that they had no right to keep the guy and did not detain him. "See you later," Chen said finally and headed towards his house. Meanwhile, there was someone in Pingana's yard. The spirit of the cleaver, resting after the battle, suddenly noticed with one eye that someone had come to him. A huge bird similar to this flew over the spirit. "Did you call me here?" the cleaver asked the rooster. "Do you already have students?" the bird asked, touching the ground with its claws. "So it's time for me to get one too," the big bird declared, flapping its wings, leaving behind a wall of dust and sand. Guoxiun ran to Pingang's courtyard and felt that the aura of everyone in this courtyard was 10,000 times stronger than that of the immortal emperor. But when the girl looked inside the courtyard, her eyes could only reveal deep surprise and shock. The spirit of the cleaver stood menacingly, arms crossed, and looked at the unexpected guest, and behind him a bird's sword, filled with a bright fiery light. When the spirit turned his gaze away, it was as if he saw someone scary. "The master will be back soon," Tessak screamed in panic, while the rooster hopped around the yard making characteristic sounds. "What happened, boss?" the newly arrived bird asked, noticing how the spirit of the cleaver had evaporated. And the rooster, running away somewhere, also said to stop chattering and hiding. Someone's foot stepped onto the threshold of the yard. Xiun felt someone's presence and froze, and thinking who exactly could scare the spirits to such an extent, she turned around to see who exactly was standing behind her. The girl saw Ping'an, who froze in place, clearly not understanding why Xiun was there. The northern region was hundreds of kilometers away from here, and the boy began to think that she was simply hiding her true strength. But the guy also thought that maybe she just came here to take revenge for that shameful fight. "Elder, it's all my fault that I barged into your yard and talked nonsense," the girl suddenly screamed, grabbing Ping'an's legs. Seeing the girl crying, Chen felt uneasy and asked the girl to get up quickly and that he was not at all offended by her. Mr. Chen came from behind the boy, and turning around, the guy saw Xiao and Duan, who was holding a large basket with various fruits and berries. "Have you been to the market?" the guy asked sheepishly, looking over his purchases. Xiun continued to cry and beg for forgiveness, which made Ping'an even more uncomfortable, and the guy, switching to a threatening tone, ordered the girl to quickly get up. "Is this the girl you like?" "No wonder you are so indifferent to my love," Duan asked sadly, covering her face with her hand. "Brother is a pervert," Xiao screamed, closing her eyes while Ping'an asked the girl not to make up unnecessary things. But Xiun only made the situation worse by continuing to climb into the guy's arms. "Mrs. Duan, let me explain everything." The guy began to make excuses while Xiun quietly watched the couple. The girl instantly became too scared and was even afraid to get up from the ground. To Xiun, so many terrifying masters had suddenly appeared, and she felt that the senior's cultivation must have been fake, and the power emanating from Duan was also so incomprehensible, as if she could make one disappear into thin air with just a thought. And when Xiun looked the two of them over from head to toe, her gaze fell on the girl. The girl thought that maybe this girl was the daughter of the elder and that woman. But it was strange that the girl looked no more than 12, but she was already at the level of the kingdom of the immortals. "Girl, are you okay?" Duan interrupted the girl's thoughts and came closer, extending a helping hand. "I haven't seen you in this city before. Would you like to come inside and have a cup of tea?" the girl asked kindly, helping Xiun to stand up. But what Guo Xian saw was not a sweet question from Duan, but an evil girl who threatened to kill her if Xiun tried to take her man. There was no limit to surprise and fear. Xiun had to desperately refuse the offer to come in for a cup of tea, and feeling fear at the sight of Duan, the girl took small steps back, and then she fled away from Pingana's court. "Didn't even let me walk her home?" Duan asked in surprise, pretending she hadn't said anything. "Mrs. Duan, it really isn't what you think," Pinggang began to say in order to somehow make amends for what happened. The girl only smiled slightly. "Mr. Chen, you are so cute, you don't need to explain," the girl said in a sweet voice. Ping'an, hearing these words, wondered why he really started explaining everything. After the misunderstanding cleared up, Duan suddenly said that she had known Chen for 5 years, and why shouldn't they call each other by different names, and suggested that she call the guy Pinggang, and Chen himself call her Xin Xin. "What do you say, Ping'an?" the girl asked, coming closer to Ping'an, who still can't understand how he really fell in love after that night. Xin Xin, the guy said, out loud, supporting the idea of communicating more informally. But as soon as the guy said this name, something seemed to click in his head. For some reason, this name was very familiar. Ping'an seemed to have heard it before, recalling the image of a girl in a white wedding dress in his head before. Thinking how the name Xin Xin was very familiar to him, memories began to surface in Ping'an's head of how he stood in a room with beautiful music playing, and a girl in a beautiful white dress was walking straight towards him. Miss Zhang Yunxin, together with her dear father, who accompanied his daughter to the altar, slowly walked towards the groom. The guests were also very familiar, as if the spirit of the cleaver and Go Shiyun were watching the guy. Meanwhile, Yunxin had already touched her beloved Ping'an's hands. "Friends, this is not just an ordinary ceremony. First of all, it is a great responsibility and love. This is a ceremony that connects feelings," said the priest, standing at the altar while Ping'an looked at his wonderful future wife. The name Xin Xin, like a stone hitting his head, awakened hidden memories in the boy's head. "You are Zhang Yunxin," the guy declared, taking the girl by the shoulders, trying to understand whether it was true or not. Fear appeared in Duan's eyes, and while the guy didn't see, the girl quickly snapped her hands, stopping time. Ping'an, who was shouting that the girl was his beloved, froze in an instant. The trees stopped swaying in the wind and froze in one position. "I can't change that?" Duan sighed, looking into the guy's eyes. The girl didn't even think that simply changing her name could weaken the seal. According to the plan, Duan couldn't let Pinggang remember everything now, and the girl would have to seal his memories again. With a slight movement of her hand, the girl drew a seal in front of the guy's eyes. And having started the flow of time again, Ping'an seemed to awaken from sleep. "Mr. Chen, why are you taking so long to let me go?" "What are you thinking about?" Duan asked sheepishly, pretending that nothing had happened while the guy held the girl tightly by the shoulders. Having come to his senses, the guy let go of the girl and, stepping aside, began to think that he definitely wanted to say something, but for some reason forgot, although it was definitely important. "Oh, damn right, where's Smol?" Ping'an shouted, remembering how he left the dog near the tree. The dog, meanwhile, was already lying down on the ground, wondering how you, the eldest, hadn't forgotten about her. While Ping'an ran after Smolya, Duan went into the yard, noticing a bird on the roof of the house. The firebird, trembling with fear, hoped that the elder would not drive her away, because if the Yunji sect caught her, they would cook soup out of her. "Don't worry, I'll give them a little compensation," Duan reassured, adjusting her hair. Meanwhile, Shiyun, out of breath and afraid, ran away from Pingang's courtyard. But suddenly an unexpected notification appeared in front of the girl, and later the system issued a few more, thereby frightening the girl so much that she began to wave her arms, falling to the ground. In the world of immortals, the weather was sunny, enveloping the city in clouds. "What? The firebird has disappeared!" a voice in the Yunji sect shouted. "This firebird is very important. And you tell me that you lost it?" Sect elder Yue Donglai scolded. Teacher Shiyun Zhang Lingguo looked down and asked the man not to get angry, saying that she had already sent Guo Shiyun to catch her. "She just hasn't returned yet," the girl added. Although in fact she was very angry at her student that while Shiyun had lost the bird, she was the only one reporting to the elder. "Elder, I am the only one who has been running the sect while you have gone into the shadows, so I cannot leave the sect," the girl stated, answering the elder's question about why she came here in the first place. "No need to justify yourself," the man shouted, picking up a large wooden bat. "You are Shiyun's teacher, so her mistake is yours too. Your butt is itching to get hit?" the elder shouted in wild anger, while Lin Guo stood timidly to the side. "Elder, don't be like that. I know you treat Shiyun like your granddaughter, but you don't have to treat me like that," the girl screamed in horror, not wanting to get hit with a bat. But suddenly someone came back. Shiyun returned just in time, and Lin Guo was able to avoid punishment and was already thinking about how Yue Donglai would punish the girl for his inattention. "Elder, you've returned!" Shiyun shouted, feigning great joy. "You've been in the shadows for over 10 years. I missed you so much," the girl said, and ran into the arms of the man, who also happily hugged Shiyun, saying how grown-up she had become. "And you're still just as beautiful," Dunlai added, stroking the girl's head. Lin Guo was surprised and didn't understand why the elder became so kind, because it was Shiyun who lost the bird. After all the warm hugs, the man finally asked if the girl had found the bird. "No, and apparently I will never find her again," Shiyun answered with a sad voice. Lin Guo, having heard the answer, already began to imagine how the elder would now teach her student a lesson. But it was not to be. Dunlai began to aim at something completely different from Shiyun. "First, I will teach your teacher a lesson," the man declared, pointing his baton at teacher Shiyun. But the elder was stopped by Shiyun herself, who pulled the man by the sleeve. "Although I failed to catch the bird, I found a better opportunity in return. With it, we can rise to the level of the dragon and transform into them," Shiyun said, stopping the elder from punishing the teacher. But Lin Guo began to accuse the girl of lying, adding that if the elder continued to spoil Shiyun, then anything could happen to her in the future. "Shut up, let Shiyun speak," the man interrupted, closing his eyes, wanting to hear the news from the girl. "I drove the firebird into the immortal courtyard, and inside there were many terrifying superior creatures, each with an aura stronger than that of the heavenly immortal emperor," Shiyun said with a serious face, and she added, slightly mysteriously, that even the owner of the courtyard could easily destroy the kingdom of immortals without any effort. Elder Donglai and teacher Lin Guo didn't really believe the girl's words. "Ah, Shiyun, lying is bad. If you continue to behave like this, then who will believe you?" Dunlai said in a sweet voice, lowering himself to the girl. And changing his tone to a more angry one, the man, taking the bat, again declared that he would first teach the teacher a lesson. Lin Guo was willing to do anything to avoid punishment. "Whatever you say, it's a lie. Quickly admit your wrongdoing and ask for forgiveness," the girl shouted at Shiyun, pointing her finger at the girl. But Shiyun stood her ground, proving that she had not lied when she said that in order to compete, the owner of the yard gave her the law of the heavenly technique. The elder laughed ironically, thinking that the girl's words were complete nonsense. "Is this technique practiced by the immortal emperor?" Shiyun asked, trying to prove the truth of her words. But the elder decided to interrupt the girl. "You can't lie, otherwise I'll have another reason to punish your teacher," Donglai said with a smile on his face while Lin Guo grumbled about how ungrateful the man was. The girl's teacher thought to herself how deeply Shiyun had fallen into lies, so the elder had to teach her a lesson. But in her defense, Shiyun unexpectedly handed the book to the elder, asking him to take a look. Lin Guo couldn't believe what she saw. The girl immediately thought that the book was a fake, and did not believe that a girl could enter a mortal's house and receive such a technique. Lin was 100% sure that the book was a fake. This is truly the technique of the immortal emperor, the surprised and focused man declared as he opened the book. Lin Guo turned to the wall in shock, hiding her surprise. The girl's worldview seemed to collapse. Teacher Shiyun clearly didn't expect that the girl could bring something like that. Shiyun, is everything you said true? The elder asked admiringly while Shiyun felt on top of proving her case. If so, then the person you met at the tournament may not be so simple. Perhaps it is inevitable that the Firebird escaped. I am afraid that fate is to blame for all of this, Dunlei said with a sigh of a little sadness. I thought so too, but in the end I was politely sent away, apparently because the elder did not want to be disturbed, Shiyun added, deciding not to tell how exactly she left. By the way, the tournament was held for the birthday of the Prince of the Kingdom, and the elder has very good relations with the guys from his team. We can secretly thank the elder and his guys through the prince. Changing the topic, the girl exclaimed joyfully. Elder Dunlai was very happy with all the news and stories and, approaching Shiyun, began to praise her, saying how she had grown and her ideas were amazing. Did you hear that? Learn from your disciple, the man said with disdain, turning to Lin Guo. In any case, even though the Firebird is lost, Shiyun did a good job, the man said with a smile on his face. Shiyun was very happy how, thanks to the news, she was able to avoid punishment for the loss of the bird. Lin Guo, on the other hand, was not herself because her student was being praised, but she herself was being punished. The girl began to be overcome by scattered thoughts, so much that it was very difficult to restrain herself and remain calm without unnecessary aggression. Teacher, is everything okay? Shiyun asked after noticing Lin Guo's strange behavior. But the girl's teacher, remembering how hard she had been taught for many years since she was a child, and how she had been asked not to cry, simply replied that everything was fine. Meanwhile, the weather was pleasant in the warrior kingdom, and the guys gathered in the courtyard after the tournament. Is this the gift that Brother Long asked you to buy to give to the prince? Shan Shan asked sheepishly as she looked at the gift. Of course it's a unique thing, Li Shua replied with a satisfied smile. Wen, Shan Shan, and Han, who were sitting at the table, could not understand how Li Shua bought 2 stones as a gift. Anyway, I bought it according to Brother Long's agreement. When he left, he gave me 110,000 spirit stones and asked me to buy a gift for the prince for 100,000 stones. The guy explained, so that he would not be considered completely strange for choosing such a gift. Li Shua added that he chose the gift himself for the remaining 10,000, and on the entire street, only these 2 stones cost exactly 110,000. Moreover, there is no one who would dare to deceive me, Shua proudly declared. Van, realizing that there was no point in saying anything at all, simply remained silent. Why don't you buy some ordinary gifts? Khan asked, clearly not happy to see stones as a gift for the prince. The guy checked with Shua and asked if maybe he had misunderstood Brother Long's words. Shan Shan, also in a bit of shock, asked where these stones were purchased. Shua said that he was walking down the street until he met a guy. The guy saw him for the first time, and in his opinion the stranger looked completely normal. Yo, little brother, I see that you have an amazing and extraordinary temperament. It must be fate that I met you, the stranger Li Shua called out, on the day of buying a gift. The seller turned out to be the spirit of a cleaver, who was trying his best to lure Shua to look at his goods. Are you really going to give the stones after the banquet? Shan Shan asked, while Li realized his mistake and realized that he didn't even know what the stones were for. But Peng Han reassured his friend, saying that there was no need to worry. Shua immediately thought that maybe Khan knew what these stones were for. No, but since the circumstances have developed this way, and the king calls you almost a brother, no one will object to what you give the prince, the guy explained, embarrassing Li even more. But Shua just had to accept it. Perhaps the guy will only be able to find out what it is during the banquet. Meanwhile, the celebration had already begun in the city. The palace was full of people congratulating the young prince on his birthday. So, all guests, forget about formalities today and do whatever you please, Prince Min declared, raising his glass with the guests. Later, it was time for gifts, and the first gift was from the Prime Minister's son. It was one of the swords from the treasury that lay beautifully on the pillow and glittered at the slightest light. The union of alchemists gave the prince the purest spiritual herb. Shua's turn came, and he was already in full panic, and the guy began to think that maybe it would be better to give the stones to the prince later in private. "Brother Yang, stop staring at me like that," the boy exclaimed, noticing how the prince was happily waiting for his gift. There was nowhere to retreat, and Shua simply decided to trust his brother Long and give him these stones. But an unexpected visit prevented him from presenting the gift to the guy. Unexpectedly for everyone, a large portal appeared in the air, in which silhouettes of people were visible. The first to emerge from the portal was a man. Prince Min felt great fear just by looking at the stranger. The guests who came were Elder Donglai, Shiyun, and her teacher, and their Qi levels made everyone feel afraid. Shua, feeling the immortal Qi from Shiyun, remembered how this girl fought with Ping'an. "Greetings to you three. I am the crown prince of this kingdom. May I ask why you have graced us with your presence?" Min asked in confusion. But the elder reassured the prince by explaining that there was no need to worry, and that they had only come to attend the banquet and present a gift. Prince Min even believed at first that these people came simply to attend his banquet. The guy also noticed how this old man was very polite to him and even called him his young friend. But then the prince had an incredible thought that maybe this was all because of his benefactor in the person of Ping'an. "I wanted to know if the elder who fought with me yesterday would come here?" Shiyun asked, noticing Shua, who replied that the elder would not come and asked him to give a gift from him to Prince Yan. Dunlai, of course, was very upset when he heard this news, but he did not show his disappointment. "It's a pity, of course, but we didn't come here just to see the elder," the man added, wanting to get something. "Since I was talking about giving gifts, I shouldn't go back on my words. This gift is called a talent token. It is extremely rare in the world of immortals," the elder explained as he took out a small gray token with a yellow inscription in the middle. This token is directly related to Elder Donglai's sect, and the man said that every time the token is touched, the cultivation level will constantly improve. After some time, you will be able to break through to the level of the immortal body. Everything will happen very smoothly, the man added, handing the gift into the hands of the prince, who, surprised, began to thank the elder. Prince Ming realized that he could now increase his cultivation level, but even better, he could reach the immortal level. "Brother Yang, I have a gift from Brother Long." Li Shua intervened in the conversation, surprising the prince with his statement, who immediately began to inquire what kind of gift the benefactor wanted to give. "To be honest, I don't know either. The process of buying this stone was also quite strange. The elder gave me certain instructions and I followed them. In the end, I bought this stone," Shua said, holding a large, uneven gray stone in his hands. The boy suggested that maybe the function of this stone could only be revealed when he offered a gift. But then the elder arrived and Shua decided to ask what the man might know how to use this stone. Meanwhile, Dunlai stood and looked at the gift from the elder without showing his surprise. The man did not expect that the elder even predicted the fact that he would go here and even presented the gift correctly. This is the transformation stone, the material from which the talent token was just made. According to this size, it should make about 3 pieces. The elder explained while Shua held the stone the whole time. "But it turns out that this also means that he wants me to help you create a talent token. It's just that then it will be a duplicate of the same gift that I gave earlier," the man thought, not understanding then what the elder's intention was. Prince Min also thought that since he already had a token, why did he need another one, wondering what the benefactor meant by his gift. The gift his benefactor gave him was not just 3 talent tokens, but that he allowed the prince to use them to help the boys. For the prince, this decision seemed one of the most correct. "Guys, these 3 tokens will belong to you," Yang Ming shouted, pointing his finger at Shan Shan, Peng Han, and Wen Dagi, who froze in surprise upon hearing such a statement. "Your Highness, this gift was given by Brother Long. Why are you giving it to us?" Shan Shan asked, completely confused. But the prince convinced the girl that this was exactly what the elder wanted. "Brother Liu, I think the elder has prepared a special gift for you, right?" Ming asked happily, puzzling Shua again. "May I ask you, what is the use of this stone?" he asked the elder Liu Shua, showing in his hand the small stone that the boy had bought for him with the remaining 10,000. But when he saw the stone, Elder Dunlai was horrified and, without hiding his emotions, was very surprised. "Young friend, do you want to be my student?" the man asked sharply, approaching Shua and shaking the boy by the shoulders. Shua didn't understand at all what the elder meant and simply fell silent. But Donglai thought about how the boy was not only able to guess the elder's intentions, but was also gifted with an extremely rare and superior transformation stone. And perhaps the heavenly technique was not only given to Donglai because of the firebird's compensation. Shua, realizing what was going on, was a little embarrassed at first and began to say something. "I agree to become your student," the guy said, falling to his knees in front of the elder. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in Pingana's courtyard was quiet. Chen slowly opened his eyes, coming out of sleep. The first thing the boy noticed was that he hadn't woken up in Duan's room today. "Why am I feeling a sense of loss and despair?" the guy said out loud, holding his head, a little recovered from sleep. But Duan was not in Chen's house at this time. The girl sat in her blue room and watched Pingan from a distance. Meanwhile, the guy received a notification from the system. The reward for the quest was issued. After receiving the rewards, the next task to increase the level will open. And later, a notification appeared that said, "Host reward, part of the main realm level," after which a yellow light appeared under the guy's feet. The system wrote that the cultivation level had reached the 5th level of the birth of the soul, and the host would be given a function related to the system, which Pingan did not expect, that after completing one stage he would immediately jump to the 5th level. After leveling up, the guy realized that if he got 100 points, he would be invincible. Moreover, new functions also opened up for him, and now maybe he would have the opportunity to exchange for some heaven-destroying skills. And when the guy decided to see what he could exchange, a page with Durex condoms for 10 points popped up in the system. The guy clearly didn't expect such an offer, and considering that the system was broken, the guy left the system aside, which in response advised him to scroll down the page. Still, the guy decided to return to choosing items for exchange. Scrolling the page again, Pingan got a page with a sniper rifle, a grenade and a pistol, which slightly puzzled the guy. But Chen was interested in the little red bike. Riding a small motor, the guy will never get stuck in traffic and will be able to get home quickly. Pingan was completely puzzled about which subject to choose and could not decide. While the guy was thinking, the system issued a new notification, which said, "Since the host has completed the first quest, he is given the opportunity to choose the conditions for receiving exchange points. First, the host evokes a feeling of admiration in people and receives certain points. Second, the host evokes a feeling of submission in people and receives certain points. Third, the host asks people, 'Do you like me?' And if someone answers yes, the host receives the corresponding exchange points." Pingan considered that this option was better and that it was worth weighing everything carefully. Depending on the level, these 3 options are relatively easy. The first 2 are passive, and the third option requires the guy to put in some effort, and if the person answers positively, Pingan will receive points. But the guy cunningly thought that there was a loophole in this option. Regardless of whether the person really liked him, if he answered yes, then everything would go as it should. "System, I choose the third option," Pingan shouted with all his joy. Duan, watching the guy's choice, did not think that, having simplified the task, the guy for some reason immediately rejected 2 correct options. The girl even thought that maybe Pingan was doing this on purpose, and Duan had no choice but to confirm her choice. Having received the skill, Pingan immediately rushed to test his idea. Meanwhile, Xiao was preparing breakfast and putting dumplings on the table. "Little Linger," Pingan called out sweetly as he entered. "Do you like me?" the guy asked with a sly face, unable to hide his face as if he was planning something. The girl, seeing the guy, was very scared of such behavior. "Sister Xin, something bad has happened. Brother has gone stupid," Xiao screamed as she ran out of the house. But Pingan quickly stopped his little sister. Pingan held the girl by the shoulder and asked her to answer the question honestly. Xiao shouted in response, "I don't like you. You always scold me and even confiscate my fruits." Having heard the answer, the guy did not expect that it would be difficult to get a positive answer. "Linger, I won't scold you anymore in the future, so just say that you like me, okay?" the guy asked in a panic. But the girl continued to scream that she would not say what the guy wanted. But suddenly someone entered the yard. "Mr. Chen," Duan Pingan softly called out after hearing the altercation. "Why is it so lively here in the morning? Did something good happen?" the girl asked, going out into the street in her sleepwear. Seeing the girl, Linger immediately ran into Duan's arms. "I only like Sister Xin," the girl shouted, hiding behind Duan's back. Pingan didn't think that only a few days would pass, and Xiao would already change sides so quickly. "Linger, there's nothing wrong with that. You were just asked if you liked it or not," the girl answered kindly, stroking Xiao's head. "But as for me, for some reason I have no luck with such questions," Duan said out loud, turning her eyes to the guy. Pingan's heart began to beat wildly as he caught the girl's gaze. Due to the tense atmosphere, the guy blushed and became nervous, not knowing what to say. "I have to go. I have a few things to do," Ping Gang quickly declared and ran out of his house, not noticing Duan's sad face. In the city of Qingyuan, in the Kanbao pharmacy, a blue-haired salesman was sitting reading a book. and one of the customers asked him what he was reading. "Teacher, I recently found a book about medicine to reread, but the content is very strange," answered the boy, sitting behind the counter of the pharmacy. The young man shared that the man in the book is a traveling doctor and he can cure all kinds of diseases. But the only thing he can't cure is a man who likes another man. The male protagonist is competitive and won't give up until he's cured. But at the end of the story, it turns out that he himself was also infected. And this did not prevent the two men from experiencing some feelings for each other. "Are you sure this is a medical book?" the teacher asked his student. "Isn't it? In this book, this man's illness is called Yang Dragon's Kindness. Does such an illness even exist?" the young man asked with great curiosity. "Perhaps there were records of this somewhere," the man answered, not knowing what to answer. But the student added that this could happen anywhere and was difficult to deal with. "Old man, long time no see," greeted Ping'an as he entered the doors of the pharmacy. "How is your business going lately?" the guy asked, trusting the shop owner. "Are you sick?" the man asked, without answering the question about business. "Old man, this time I just came to chat with you and wanted to ask you something." Chen began to speak from afar, thinking that he could earn points now. "Do you like me?" the guy asked unexpectedly. Such a sharp question surprised the man very much and put him in an awkward position. "Mr. Chen, are you talking about decent?" the man asked, not understanding why the question was asked. Ping'an reassured him and added that he was naturally talking about something decent. But the man was still confused, as was his student, who was watching what was happening. "Mr. Chen, not only are you sick, but you also have a very strange taste," the man blurted out sharply, and he quickly hurried out of the room, ordering the student to deal with Mr. Chen's question. Ping'an didn't think it would happen like this because the guy just wanted to earn points, not thinking that in this world they could mistakenly perceive this and think that he is gay. Thinking that maybe the young student, due to his age, should not think of something indecent, he addressed Xiao Jun by name, in the hope that maybe he could earn points with him. But when asked if he liked Ping'an Xiao, the young man, instead of answering, simply began to shout for the guy not to come near him. "Mr. Chen, I won't fall for your tricks." Jun managed to scream and, just like his teacher, quickly ran away from Chen. Ping'an was left alone, not thinking that everything would happen this way. But suddenly the system issued a new notification. Preparing for the second level, completed. In the kingdom of Dan Shen, life went on as usual. Along with the notification teleportation complete, Ping'an found himself in the kingdom of Dan Shen at this time, regretting that he was unable to convey his intentions. Now the guy was thinking how he could get back to the city. "Don't tell me the system deceived me?" Ping'an asked sharply out loud. But the system explained that the selected option was only the host's decision and had nothing to do with the system. And later, a window popped up that said, "Short comment, serves you right." To which Ping'an became furious and started shouting that how could he know how people would perceive his words. The guy realized that if he continued asking such questions, the genre of this manhwa would have to be changed. And returning to the system, the guy learned that in this world he would be called Zhen Danton. With this name, he would join the Dan Yuan sect, and most people would value Ping'an for his alchemy skills. And the reward was to complete the quest, and then the guy would receive the main realm level and a special gift. Ping'an was a little upset that he got alchemy again, but he no longer had the strength to complain, and in any case, he needed to find someone who would tell him about this place. Just as Ping'an was about to go looking for people, screams were heard behind him. "You won't escape! Stop right now!" Several girls screamed as a boy with turquoise hair ran away from them. While the young man was running, occasionally looking back at the girls, he did not notice how he had run into an obstacle. The boy realized that he had taken a wrong turn somewhere and had run into a dead end with no way out. "Yo! Bro, do you need help?" Ping'an asked, noticing the confused youth. For Chen, it was a great opportunity to make new friends. "Sir, I really need help. Please help me," the boy screamed, tugging the guy's sleeve, almost crying. "It's a beautiful day today," the guy said out loud and began to take out his sword. "How can I stand by and watch violence in the streets?" Ping'an exclaimed, wielding his blade. But what the guy saw made him lower his weapon. "Mr. Wang!" the girls called out, running up to Chen, who was slightly embarrassed. This whole situation was a little different from what he imagined, and instead of evil enemies, several beautiful girls with large body shapes approached him, which made Ping'an very confused. "Mr. Wang, this time we want to hear you say it clearly." The girl who stood in front of everyone else declared, her face covered by a transparent veil, and yellow flowers adorning her hair. "Who will you choose among us?" several young ladies asked in chorus, their eyes showing great intent to become the beloved of the young man they were chasing. Ping'an, not expecting this, realized that this was not something he could help with. By the way, How did you even manage to get into such a situation? Pingin asked the young man, who was thinking about what to answer all the girls. Thank you all for waiting, but I have already found my other half, the young man said, blushing a little, looking suspiciously at Pingin. And the only one I like, the boy continued speaking, coming closer to Chen and placing his hand on his chest. This young man, the youth exclaimed, smiling slyly while Pingin, in great surprise, could only remain silent with his mouth open. Hearing this, the girls gasped, and their world seemed to collapse. The system immediately gave Pingin 10 points and the guy understood how his points would now grow. But Chen didn't want to be in such situations, receiving compliments from men, which made it very difficult to stay in this world. What? Don't tell me Prince Wang likes boys, one of the girls said excitedly. But later the surprise gave way to a sly smile. This is even better, the girl exclaimed, turning her gaze to the two guys. Pingin and the young prince were slightly puzzled by this statement. This guy looks pretty cute. Since he's a man, if I'm around him, it won't change much. The lovers screamed at the prince and ran to Pingin. The ladies swarmed around the guy and Chen realized that in a little while he would have to fulfill some difficult request. We need to run, Pingin said to the prince, touching his shoulder. With his current level of the 5th stage Yuan and the body technique that Pingin had learned, it would be easy for him to escape with the youth in his arms. As soon as the guy ran away, the ladies chased after them with all their might. Pingin only had time to look back to make sure that the ladies wouldn't catch up with them. But the girls were not going to give up and continued to run screaming. Only after some time, Pingin managed to break away from the pursuit. He had to run for a long time and the guy, having finally broken away from his pursuers, was able to breathe a sigh of relief. What did you do to them that they want you so much? Pingin asked the young man who was still sitting on the boy's arms. Hearing no answer, Chen looked at the prince, who was looking at his savior with rapt eyes. Ugh, disgusting, shouted Pingin, throwing the young man sharply to the ground. I'm sorry, I've never been carried in anyone's arms since I was little. I got carried away. The boy apologized, rubbing his head. Pingin immediately asked not to say such things again. And in general, why did the prince run away if he liked to sit in arms? It's not that I don't want to, the young man began to explain worriedly. Most of them are my younger sisters and I sometimes teach them alchemy on weekdays, the prince said, recalling how the girls treated him softly, surrounding him from all sides. As a result, he did not expect to find himself in such a situation as now. But Pingana was already worried about the words about alchemy, and the guy changed the subject and asked if this young man was from the Alchemists Guild by any chance. You came just at the right time, the young man replied with a smile on his face. And he said that in 3 days the Alchemist Guild would hold an alchemy competition here, in which only people under 30 years of age could participate, and those who made it into the top 20 could join the sect. It's true that Pingin had a problem. He had never refined pills before. Upon learning this, the young man said with surprise that it would be difficult for the guy then. But thanks to this situation, Pingin now has no need to roam around the city. Thank you. Chen thanked the boy, lightly hitting him on the chest in a friendly manner. The young man was even a little confused, realizing that his savior was about to leave. I need to get ready, so I'm going, Pingin said at last. But the young man immediately stopped him. Actually, I have a way for you to join the Alchemist Guild directly. But there is something I want to ask. The young man began to speak shyly, intriguing Pingin, who immediately became interested. This offer was very good, and the guy immediately wanted to know how he could help. The young man said that his family wants to find him a partner as soon as possible, and, despite everything, he cannot resist his parents' choice. Pingin tensed up at these words. There was a moment of awkward silence as the young man prepared to voice his proposal. I wish you would continue to pretend just like you did in the alley, the prince blurted out, completely baffling Pingin. The guy even felt disgusted because he doesn't like boys at all. Chen thought for a moment and decided to make what he thought was the most correct decision. Goodbye, Pingin shouted and ran like a bullet away from the young man, not giving him a chance to stop the guy. Oh, I definitely should have told the truth. The boy said his thoughts out loud, clutching his head. The prince did not have time to say the most important thing, namely that he was a girl. In fact, she used to have long hair down to her waist, and the girl herself was slender and graceful. But due to an accident while preparing the pill last year, everything had to be changed. One day a girl was sitting near a burning stove, practicing alchemy. But the flames burst beyond the cauldron, and it got on the girl's hair, causing it to burn. She didn't want anyone to know about it, and the girl felt awkward about it, so she decided to keep it a secret. But the girl did not understand that she would face even greater problems in the future with a different status. The girls who studied alchemy with her began to confess their love. So one day one student confessed to the teacher that she liked him, and such a statement really puzzled the girl the first time. The girl had no choice but to admit that she was not a man, which created even more awkwardness. But the students did not take these words seriously, thinking that it was just an excuse. The girl couldn't even imagine that they wouldn't believe her confession at all. And then she started receiving piles of love letters addressed to Mr. Wang. There were so many letters that the girl looked at the envelopes in complete shock each time, not thinking that everything would turn out like this. Making such a decision seems to have been the biggest mistake. "Why do they treat me like this?" the girl screamed when she was left alone in the forest. "They are also girls, and they just want a relationship with a handsome guy." The young lady continued to scream into the hollow tree so that no one could hear her. Meanwhile, Ping'an sat down on a stump in the forest, glad that at least the girls had not caught up with them. But the guy was scared that something like this could happen in this world. However, Ping Gang was able to obtain information about this country and the way to join the Dan Yuan sect. But the truth is that Chen had never practiced making pills before. Even though he had all the books to study alchemy, the guy still didn't have a furnace or stove to cook with. And based on what he said, the guy had never visited Elder Gong's sect, and perhaps Ping'an would find everything he needed there. Having decided to go there, the guy ordered the system to teleport him. And a second later, Chen found himself next to a large, beautiful house. Once he arrived, Ping'an couldn't believe that he was in the right place, not thinking that this could be a world sect and how Elder Gong had grown so much. Even at the gate, there were a lot of people standing as if they were waiting for someone. "When will Miss Mu Rong show up? I've been waiting for days," the young man grumbled as he sat on the porch of the house. Next to this guy, who called himself the Prince of the Empire, there were two more young guys who were also waiting for someone. "Are you stupid? How many princes do you think there are here? You're probably too embarrassed that you came here alone," one of the guys shouted at the prince sitting on the porch. But the three's arguments were interrupted by the appearance of several more people. Prince Zhen Lengshu and Princess Zhen Xia from the powerful Jinyu Empire slowly walked to the threshold of the house. Lengshu, holding a fan in his hand, noticed the people waiting and thought arrogantly, "How did these people who came dare to join Mu Rong despite their statuses and levels?" And when Ping'an greeted him, the prince considered the guy an ordinary villager who dared to come here. "They are just a bunch of small bugs. This time I will definitely take Mu Rong," Lengshu thought in his mind as he looked around at everyone. "Brother, keep smiling, otherwise it's very rude." Princess Xia distracted the guy by whispering in his ear. It was not easy to contact Miss Mu Rong, and the girl asked her brother to restrain his emotions a little. Lengshu promised to restrain himself and behave decently. "Greetings to you two. From the way you spoke earlier, perhaps you are Miss Mu Rong's friends? And are you also joining the sect?" Ping Gang asked Prince Lengshu, who was puzzled that such a simple person would speak to him. "Mind your own business," Lengshu answered angrily, considering such a question impudent. But the guy was stopped by his sister, who slapped him in the face and told him to speak calmly. "Sorry, he didn't take his medicine today. I'm Mu Rong's friend. We came to see her today especially," Xia replied sweetly, apologizing for her brother's behavior. Ping'an happily replied that he was also going to go and ask for the gate to be opened and suggested that they go in together to say hello to Miss Mu Rong. "Elder Gong!" Ping'an shouted with all his might. Prince Lengshu laughed at the futile attempt to open the gates of the world sect. "Elder Gong!" Chen continued to shout with all his might so that his voice could be heard in the courtyard. The prince generally considered the guy stupid, not understanding what he was doing. "Kid, you must be new here. Calm down. If your scream can make Miss Mu Rong come out right now, then I—" The guy sitting on the porch of the house started to speak, laughing at Ping Gang's impudence. But then something happened that no one expected to see. The doors of the house began to open slowly. "Senior, you're here!" the girl exclaimed, looking out of the doors that had just opened. The guy sitting on the porch at first even thought that he was hallucinating from what he saw. Ping'an calmly approached the girl and greeted her. Those who came to see Miss Mu Rong began to line up with bouquets in their hands as gifts. "I would like to invite you to dinner." The guy who was rude to Ping'an shouted, but the girl did not even pay attention to him. "I'm busy," the girl shouted, turning for a moment to the crowd of people wanting to talk to her. The guy was shocked by what he heard, because he had waited for more than 1 hour on the porch. "Senior, how come you're free today?" the lady asked Ping'an sweetly, who only replied that he had simply decided to take a walk since they hadn't seen each other for a long time. "Lady Mu Rong, today my elder brother and I specially came to meet you," Zhen Xia called out sweetly to the girl. But Mu Rong sweetly replied that she didn't have time to accompany them today, so she would ask someone else to show them around later. The prince and princess stood in bewilderment after receiving a firm refusal, and Ping'an continued to have a nice conversation with the girl as if nothing had happened, telling her that he had come here to practice alchemy with the sect, and asked if there was a laboratory here. Yes, that's right. Should I contact Grandpa to check with him? Ron asked, showing her friendliness. But Ping'an asked that there was no need to disturb the elder, and that it would be enough if he was taken to the laboratory to practice. Prince Lenshu stood in wild shock watching what was happening. The prince did not believe that the legendary Murong, who had rejected thousands of princes, was delighted with the village boys, and had already even begun to imagine that they might have an affair. The guy also thought that maybe the girl loved alchemy, and Ping'an was talented in it. Although with his ridiculous soul level, he could refine a 5th-grade elixir and make Sue call himself a senior. The prince thought to himself, holding back his anger. Lady Murong, to be honest, I like alchemy, and I am a 4th-grade alchemist. Can I follow you to the lab? Leng Xiu asked at the last moment, thinking that this might be a great opportunity to get closer to the girl. But instead of Murong, it was Pinggong who responded, saying that since the prince had such a high level of alchemy, he could go with them. For Chen, this could be an opportunity to gain some experience from someone who knows a thing or two about alchemy. Leng Xiu thanked him and immediately thought that maybe this guy had a high level, and he just wanted to use this opportunity to defeat the prince in alchemy. Leng Xiu was already eager to see what Ping'an was capable of, and everyone slowly headed to Murong's house. In the alchemy hall, towards evening, everything was already set up for the practice of alchemy. The final preparations were made and all 4 gathered together. Elder, the alchemy furnace and herbs are ready, Ron exclaimed, after which Chen thanked the girl for her efforts. Lenshu noticed that the guy was only given 1st-class herbs, and the highest pill that could be prepared was 2nd class, which seemed heavy. Wait a minute, I need to read the instructions, said Ping'an, opening his alchemy manual and reading each page in detail. The prince thought that maybe the guy wanted to prepare some kind of special pill. But when he saw the inscription, Book for Beginners, on the book, Lenshu couldn't even believe his eyes at first. The guy thought that maybe this was a disguise and it couldn't be that the person Murong had noticed was a simpleton. First, light a fire, Ping'an said out loud as he approached the stove, trying to light a fire with 2 stones. By this time, Lenshu's patience had already snapped when he saw what kind of fire the guy was using to refine the pill. But for the sake of Murong, the prince tried to restrain his anger and aggression. After all, some very precious furnaces could be used with ordinary fire. And it was no surprise that a powerful sect like Ping'an possessed something like this. After reading the manual further, Ping'an began transmitting spiritual energy. At least he knew how to use his spiritual energy to increase the intensity of the fire. The guy then read that each type of grass needed to be cleaned separately for several hours and found this process troublesome. Ping'an decided to make his job easier and took the entire basket of herbs into his hands at once, and he threw all the herbs into the oven at once. This made Lenshu extremely surprised, thinking that the guy would make a bomb. But at that moment, the prince had the idea that maybe Ping'an was some kind of master who knew alchemy better. While the guy was thinking, Chen was already stirring the herbs that were all boiling together in the cauldron. This mushroom was the best cooked, Ping'an said out loud, picking up a small red mushroom with chopsticks. Lenshu could barely contain his surprise, and his sister standing behind him was already beginning to worry that her brother might do something bad. And just when the prince was about to scream, she covered her brother's mouth with her hand in time. Lenshu could only mumble his words of indignation. Am I doing something wrong? Ping'an asked, as he noticed the princess calming her angry brother and taking him aside. But the boy was distracted when the smell of his creation hit his nose. After looking into the cauldron, Ping'an pronounced the verdict that everything was ready. Lenshu didn't even believe how this was even possible. The pills gave off a very aromatic smell, emitting a yellow light from the cauldron. To the prince's surprise, Chen produced 2 pills with a pattern and also a scent. It felt like this was the highest pill. And on top of that, the density of spiritual energy was higher than the 4th grade. The girl had been watching the guy all this time and was glad that everything went as she wanted. Otherwise, Ping'an would have destroyed everything with his pills, since he had awakened his talent for alchemy too quickly, and now he would only cause more trouble. 2 pills in such quality. It was simply incredible, as expected from an elder. Murong exclaimed, showing admiration for the guy. Ping'an even felt a little awkward from such praise. But the question remained, how did 2 pills come out at all, and maybe he did something wrong? After all, there are only 1 in a million people like him in alchemy, which greatly raised Ping'an's self-esteem. I know you've been doing alchemy for a long time, but why haven't I seen you do anything like this? The princess asked her brother. But the prince could not say a word, which made his sister worry. Lenshu stood there like a fool in wild shock, unable to speak. Hey brother, your brain is too overloaded, the princess screamed, worried about her brother. The prince at this time could not believe what he saw. It was impossible to do such things in alchemy this way, which made Lensyu think that maybe the guy had his own tricks to get 2 tablets out of such a decoction at once. "Senior," was heard from the laboratory door. "Greetings, Elder." The prince greeted him as Elder Shao walked past the boy as if he didn't notice him. Lensyu, realizing that he was ignored, didn't even believe that they simply passed him by. "You could have informed us about your visit. We would have prepared," the man said, approaching the confused Ping'an. "I didn't want to disturb you, but—" The elder began to speak, turning his gaze towards the doors. Suddenly, 2 people entered the laboratory, one of whom was Chen Yangming, who, it turns out, really wanted to see the guy. Lensyu immediately felt a powerful aura coming from the 2 people. "These 2 gentlemen were looking for me?" Ping'an asked Shao in surprise. "Elder," the unknown people greeted him in chorus. But when one of the men looked at Chen's sword, memories began to surface in his mind. "I'll definitely come back," Yangming shouted at last after disappearing last time. "Big brother, you must help me save my reputation." The boy asked for help when he returned to his big brother. "Who dared?" the man asked in a calm voice. But when one of the 10 immortal lords listened to what Yangming had to say, the man promised to kill the offender. But later, for such words, the 2 of them got into a lot of trouble. The golden sword beat up 2 people for his words, which left a deep mark on the man's memories. And after greeting Ping'an, the man wondered where a common man could get the golden sword of an immortal. "Senior, they were the ones who caused a disturbance at the opening ceremony," Shao said, pointing to the guests who had just arrived. "But now that they have repented, we have a good relationship with these 2 brothers, and they have promised me to reveal additional skills and techniques to us," the old man added with a more enthusiastic voice. Ping'an merely expressed his joy that the 2 had discovered their mistakes and repented of them, thinking that since they had formed a brotherhood with the elder, perhaps they were very powerful. Lenshu finally went crazy when he saw how even such great people called Chen a master. His current cultivation level seemed like a sham, and the prince could only guess what his true level was. "So stop! Stop! Why am I arguing with myself?" Lensyu thought in horror, stopping his stream of thoughts. "Let's leave everything for later. I need to practice making pills," Ping'an said as he picked up the second basket of herbs. The prince, noticing how the guy was still continuing to practice, thought that this man was definitely not simple and should be studied better. Ping'an, with light movements, threw a whole basket of herbs into the alchemy manual. Touch the frog on this manual, and after some time, 2 more pills, similar as 2 peas in a pod, were ready. The prince was completely confused and could not understand anything. "Brother, do you feel it?" Yangming asked, watching the elder's actions. The elder must have been afraid of scaring people, so he suppressed the energy of the pills, the man standing next to him thought. But the level was lowered from high to too lower, and this was simply impossible, which made Yangming wonder how it was even possible to use first-level herbs to make high-level pills. "No?" The man standing next to Yangming stopped the flow, and he explained that even in the kingdom of immortals, such a procedure is theoretically possible, and to replenish the spiritual energy of herbs during their cleansing. In this way, the dirt is constantly cleansed while the spiritual energy is constantly replenished and restores the medicinal properties. Thus, the quality of the medicinal materials will reach an unimaginable level. But the reason why this method only exists in theory is because it requires a lot of spiritual energy, enough to squeeze an immortal emperor dry. The guests witnessed this technique, and now the man understood why the sect was under his protection. It all looked simply unimaginable and made everyone admire Ping'an's skill. How terrible! He understands perfectly well that this world is shaking, but at the same time he remains completely calm, the man thought, looking at the completely calm guy. At this time, Ping'an was reading a manual on alchemy. But even with such actions, he forced people to pay attention to him without even doing anything obvious to others. While the guy was being admired from the sidelines, Ping'an tried to figure out why he had made 2 pills again. This was not written in the manual, which really puzzled the guy. "Any problems, dear?" Chen asked, noticing how Lengxiu, Yangming, and his brother were looking at him. The prince was even speechless when he heard how they addressed him. "No, I was even able to extract benefit from your friends," the guy said, bowing submissively. But Ping'an said that he wanted the prince to teach him alchemy rather than to benefit from it. But at that moment, Chen realized that no one would help him, judging by the reaction of others to his actions. Ping'an decided to act on his own and believed that in a few days at the competition he would succeed. "By the way, what are you 2 doing here?" Elder Shao asked, turning to the prince and princess. Lensyu, a little embarrassed, replied that they were just visiting. "Then get out!" The old man chased away his brother and sister who could only obey him. "Brother, you are a coward!" the princess cried out as the 2 came out. But for Lensyu, this man was too scary, and the guy did not want to get involved with him. And in general, their empire has no right to insult this man. By the way, you said that you have a good relationship with Mu-rong, no? But something doesn't seem like it, the prince began to grumble, changing the subject. But Princess Z only replied that she had only seen her once at a sect event, but had not seen her since. Father originally planned for me to get close to Mu-rong in order to conquer their sect. But it looks like there is no longer any hope for that. Lengxiu exhaled, causing his sister to be slightly surprised that their father wanted this. Then, maybe, the girl said mysteriously after thinking for a bit. Something will depend on me if I pull something like this off, Jie replied, hinting that maybe she could win over someone from that sect. Lensyu didn't want anyone to desire his sister, but the girl was already working on a whole plan in her head. After the Pingana practice, the elder decided to give the boy a short tour, telling him that the sect was currently developing very quickly, and the number of students had doubled compared to when they started. And when these two brothers created a branch, the number of students would become even greater. I didn't expect that you would be able to develop the sect so well. Unfortunately, I couldn't help you. It must have been hard? Pingang asked, listening attentively to the news of the sect's expansion, to which the elder replied that the guy was very polite, and in general the entire foundation of the sect was laid by the elder. So all the current achievements belong only to Pingang. Chen even felt flattered after such words because he did nothing except choose a name. And then the guy thought that since he was here, maybe it was worth refreshing all these moments in his memory. Perhaps Elder Nalao and other reasonable people will not think anything definitely bad. I recently developed a technique for improving Shui. Would you like to try it? The guy asked. And he explained that everything is very simple. He will ask a question, and it must be answered yes or no. And there is no need to think about the meaning. And sighing, the guy began to ask a question in the hope that everything would not be like last time. Do you like me? Pingan asked, a little embarrassed. Yes, Mu-ron exclaimed, clinging to the guy. The girl was so sincere that she even stated that she seemed to really feel fresh. The others also began to give positive answers, slightly embarrassing the guy. In total, Pingan scored 10 points from each. Elder, if you want, we can do it again? The elder asked, seeing how much pleasure Chen was getting from this. According to the old man's theory, they can all do it and have nothing to lose. So everyone started shouting yes as much as they could, and a wave of 10 points fell on Pingang. In the end, the reward was 1,000 points, and the guy, a little tired of the noise for too long, teleported into a small forest. But now there were plenty of points, and the first thing Pingan decided to do was buy a gun. A second later, a small pistol appeared in the guy's hand. This thing will be more interesting than any cultivation, exclaimed Pingan, feeling like the coolest one. Even though the guy had shot at the range before, the gun seemed much lighter than expected. And looking at it, it turned out that there was no magazine in the gun, and the fuse turned out to be fake too. It looked as if the weapon was a dummy. But Pingan still decided to test him and pointed the gun at a tree. With a slight movement, Chen was able to pull the trigger. Suddenly, a very powerful shot rang out, which made a large hole in the nearest tree. Pingan couldn't understand why the weapon had such destructive power. The force was even greater than the guy's own attack, and what the gun fired didn't look like a bullet at all. But then Pingan guessed one thing and aimed upward. Taking aim, the guy fired a large number of times into the sky, scaring away all the birds in the area. But then the guy decided to check something else, and with a few shots, he managed to cut the tree, leaving only a small stump. As expected from the system, the gun had infinite bullets, which made life in this world much easier. Pingan was so carried away that he didn't even notice that someone was watching him the whole time. "Who's there?" the guy asked sharply, feeling a presence behind him. "I hid my presence, but you still found me," answered the same guy who was sitting on the porch of the house and waiting for Mu-rong. A little confused, Chen asked the guy who he was. "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that I want to resolve a couple of issues with you," the guy said, looking down. Mu-rong Shu of the World Sect, tall as ice in the mountains, icy to the point of freezing the bones. Her beauty attracts countless princes of the empire, and they all yearn for the moment of meeting her at least once. The guy began to speak, describing all the beauty of the girl. "And you're just a simpleton with a soul level of level 5, the guy shouted in a louder voice. Pingan was very amused by what a chatterbox he was, while that guy continued to shout how dare he run after Miss Mu-rong. And at that moment he was so angry that he got into a fighting stance and already wanted to start fighting. "Today I will administer justice," said the unknown man, turning red. "This level of cultivation that I studied with the help of the resources of the entire country." The young man began to tell, but he definitely didn't have time to finish. Ping'an quickly shot the guy in the shoulder with one movement and he instantly fell to the ground. The entire cultivation level disappeared at once, and the guy couldn't stand up at all. The young man couldn't understand what it was all about and simply grabbed the wound from which blood was oozing. "No matter what kind of weapon it is, are you always so brave?" Ping'an asked as he reloaded his weapon and approached the enemy. And coming very close, the guy Chen pointed the gun straight at the head of the frightened guy. "I was wrong!" The stranger began to scream in fear, pressing himself against the tree. "Run!" Ping'an ordered menacingly, not lowering his pistol. The guy immediately started running wherever his eyes looked, and a minute later there was no trace of him. After such events, Ping'an decided to return home early. "Mr. Chen, you are early today," Duan said as she sat quietly in the yard and enjoyed the weather. The guy immediately looked at the girl's clothes, which were very tight on her body, thinking that she shouldn't wear something like that because someone might see it with bad thoughts. But despite this, Ping'an quickly pulled himself together and looked away. True. A second later, Duan came closer, and the guy's gaze again fell on the girl's curvaceous forms. "Are you staring? Maybe we should go and sit together." "Why just stand there?" Duan asked in a sweet voice, putting Ping'an in an awkward position again. "Little linger," the girl whispered, motioning for the girl to leave. Xiao quickly covered her ears and ran to her room, and once again Ping'an couldn't believe how Duan was making her obey. But otherwise it wasn't so important now. And when everyone calmed down, the guy showed a new pistol. "It's a secret weapon," Ping'an explained, adding that Duan goes out every day and it might not be safe, so the weapon might come in handy. And he handed the gun straight into the girl's hands. Duan thought that Ping'an would take advantage of this himself, but she was flattered that the guy was worried about her. "But I don't know how to use it," the girl said, pretending that she really didn't know how to use it. Hearing these words, Ping'an quickly took Duan's hand and led her somewhere. "Come with me, I'll teach you," the guy said reluctantly, while Duan was happier than ever. Having reached the forest, Chen chose a place where it would be good to begin training. But then Duan received a message from Xiao Linger. The girl had some kind of plan with Xiao that Ping'an had no idea about. Meanwhile, the Yunji sect in the Immortal Mountains was peacefully thriving. Elder Donglai, using the technique of the Immortal Emperor, continued to train while sitting in the forest. It seems that it won't take a man long to move into a new realm and reach its limit. "Well, it seems like it won't take long," a male voice was heard not far from the elder. The man turned around to see who had interrupted his practice lesson, and seeing the great Immortal Emperor, the elder bowed, expressing submission. Having mastered the technique, the Emperor immediately appeared, and if Donglai made a breakthrough, it would certainly shake the Emperor's personality. "There is no need to be so polite because you were chosen by the elder," the Emperor answered with a smile on his face, lifting Dunlay from the ground. The elder tried to understand who they were talking about, and remembered the guy who was in the world of immortals. "I didn't expect that you would also receive the technique of the Heavenly Emperor. Your future will definitely be no lower than mine," the Emperor replied without hiding his joy. But suddenly the man thought that maybe the elder gave Yue Donglai this technique to allow him to become the Emperor, which made him feel a little horrified at the thought. This meant that if Donglai became the Heavenly Emperor, then the man would no longer be one, which meant that it was time to rise to a new level. And the next level was the level of the Divine Kingdom. The shooting lessons didn't last long, and Ping'an quickly returned home with Duan. True, the door to the courtyard was for some reason ajar. "Big brother, something bad happened!" Xiao screamed as soon as the boy entered. From such a scream, Pingana even became worried, thinking that something very terrible had happened. "The door to the room, it was stolen," the girl said, pointing her finger at Ping'an's room. "When did this happen, can you tell me?" the guy asked, not believing his eyes. Xiaolinger said that this happened not long after he left. Some silhouette burst in here, and the girl didn't even have time to react. The silhouette was so fast that Xiao couldn't see it, and later an unknown person stole the door and ran away. "Wait, what kind of robber is this? Was he bored or something?" Ping'an intervened in the story, not understanding why someone needed a door. "By any chance you didn't steal her?" the guy asked Duan, knowing how the girl flirted with him every time, and even dragged him to her bed once. But the girl replied that she couldn't steal her, because she was next to him. And Xiao was generally weak, and the girl wouldn't even be able to lift her. "Brother, if you don't believe me, you can ask the neighbors, they say he robbed many people," the girl exclaimed, showing all her anger. Ping'an, still not believing the two, promised to definitely find out from the neighbors and headed to the other side of the mountain. "Old man, I want to ask you a question. I heard that some burglar is filming doors here. Has something like that happened in your house?" the guy asked the man sitting next to his house. But then Pingana's neighbor, as if out of his mind, shouted that no one could understand what kind of robber this was who was stealing doors. Ping'an was surprised for a moment, thinking that maybe Xiao wasn't lying to him. The old man said that right after he was about to leave, a silhouette rushed past him, and the man didn't even have time to react. The silhouette burst into the house and grabbed the door, and with great force he broke down the door with one hand. Moreover, the robber held the door as if it weighed like a feather, and later he ran just as quickly out of the house with this door. They say that many have already been robbed, even leaving a lot of money behind, the old man added, showing a bag of money, while Ping'an was thinking about whether there really are such boring robbers in this world. The guy returned home when it was already dark. I believe you. The most incomprehensible thing is that so many families only had their doors stolen, Ping'an said, thinking how this was even possible. Well, stealing the door is just a small thing. The main thing is that Xiaolinger was not hurt, Duan added, stroking Xiao, who was still offended. By the way, Mr. Chen, you're not a sleepwalker, are you? The girl asked, remembering the last time. It's just that our rooms are opposite each other and there are no doors, Duan added, looking at her room. Both bedrooms were indeed open to the public. So don't spy on me and don't do weird things, the girl said enthusiastically. But Ping'an promised that he had no intention of doing anything. But something didn't go according to plan. The next morning, Ping Gang woke up in Duan's bed again. For the past few days, the guy has not slept in his room and wakes up next to the girl every time. And here again, Ping'an carefully wanted to get up and leave so as not to wake anyone. A woman's hand suddenly reached out for his sleeve. Duan, as if in a dream, did not allow the guy to get up, continuing to hold the edge of his clothes. Duan, you need to be patient and listen to me, okay? Tired, Ping'an shouted, wanting to dot the i's and make it clear that it was not he who was walking around at night. But Duan calmly invited the guy to lie down next to her, and Chen had no choice but to agree. Meanwhile, morning had already arrived and the sun began to envelop the house in its warmth. As soon as Ping Gang lay down on the bed again, Duan hugged him tightly. I know you snuck into my room every night and slipped out in the morning, the girl said, adding that the guy could come and go whenever he wanted. Ping'an himself considered such words as a hint. The boy was about to get up and go to his bed, but he was drawn by the beauty of the sleeping Duan. And in the end, the guy just gave up. Having decided to lie down for a while, Ping'an tenderly hugged the girl and fell asleep with her. So it was midday. The sun was highest in the sky and the weather outside was pleasant. There were cauldrons for alchemists in the square. Local residents who came to watch the competition had already been waiting for 2 hours for the start. Residents even began to complain, tired of waiting so long. Meanwhile, Wang Xiao, who was saved by Ping'an, did not start the tournament only because the guy never showed up. The girl's father, the master of the Dan Yuan sect, was already thinking about forgetting about the person they were waiting for and suggested starting. But the girl really wanted Ping'an to come and dragged out time as best she could. And suddenly, Ping'an appeared in the crowd, running as fast as he could. The guy knew he was late, but he was very glad that the competition had not yet started. The sect master, seeing the guy, recognized him as an elder. But even earlier, the man was warned about something. For this meeting of alchemy masters, I have prepared very important information, the man said, gathering everyone together before the tournament. The sect master learned that all guild members must obey Ping'an unconditionally, and must remember that the elder liked to pretend to be an ordinary village boy and blend in with the crowd. But everyone was also warned not to act rashly. Before doing anything, one must first understand Pingang's secret plans and act in accordance with them. Let's remember these words. The man didn't even believe that his child knew such a strong person. Ping'an, having managed to run, was already climbing up to the tournament venue. Luckily, I made it in time. I thought the mission was about to fail. The guy exhaled to himself, catching his breath and trying to get ready for victory. But his arrival did not please the local residents, who had already been waiting for the start for 2 hours. Thinking that the sect master would kick Ping'an out, the man, to everyone's surprise, calmly suggested that they finally begin the test. Those who were supposed to take part in the tournament clearly did not expect such a calm reaction. Ping'an didn't even understand at first why everyone started to get indignant. They put it off for so long just to wait for one person? Someone from the crowd shouted, showing their displeasure. At that moment, all eyes fell on the guy. The sect master felt guilty because he didn't understand this before. The man began to blame himself for this mistake, because the president said that everything this elder does has an extremely deep meaning. Since he was so late now, there must be a meaning to it. And the man's negligence made everyone feel hostility towards Ping'an, which made the sect master think that maybe the guy did it on purpose. The man even thought that this must have been the elder's goal, for the boy to cause everyone to hate him. Apparently, the guy really did have far-sighted plans. Silence! This time, the sect has recruited a total of 100 people. The level of speed and quality of alchemy is our benchmark standard. So stop making noise and let's begin the exam," the man shouted, thus starting the tournament. Pinyin quickly began to examine what he would be working with today. His eyes fell on a large basket of herbs and mushrooms. But behind him stood one young man who was still angry about the delay of the tournament. The guy really wanted to get into the world sect, but Pinyin's tardiness only hindered him from achieving victory. And now the grandson of the third emperor of the Danwu Empire has decided to use less than honest methods. And grabbing the pendant on his neck, he was already thinking about how to stop the guy. The tournament is already in full swing. Let's see what the man who is so strongly protected by Lord Wang is capable of, Danwu thought as he watched Pinyin work. Meanwhile, Chen was about to put all the herbs into the cauldron at once, as usual. Such actions made Danwu very nervous, making him wonder if the guy even understood alchemy. "Are you talking to me?" Pinyin asked, noticing the guy who was indignant and looking at him all this time. Chen had been feeling the stranger's gaze since the exam began, and the first thing the guy did was hope in his mind that at least in the kingdom men didn't have any strange fetishes. Meanwhile, the third emperor's grandson continued to go crazy from the thoughtless actions of Pingang, who did everything his own way. The guy thought that if Chen continued to refine the pill so carelessly, he would not lose anything from it. So he decided to forget about it for a while, thinking that such participants would blow up their own furnaces. First, it was worth eliminating those who posed a threat to the guy, and the emperor's third grandson began to look for his first victim. His eyes fell on a very ordinary young man who was slowly putting ingredients into a cauldron. So that no one would see, the guy turned away and began to conjure with his pendant. And suddenly a red flame began to grow under the enemy's cauldron. And at the moment when the fire reached its limit, the boiler suddenly exploded, accompanying the explosion with a powerful flash. Number 15 blew up his own oven. "He's out!" The crowd shouted, announcing the elimination of the first participant in the tournament. The emperor's third grandson, pretending to do nothing, watched what was happening from the side. The guy was going to deal with everyone who could prevent him from winning the tournament. And so, in a chaotic manner, he began to blow up the boilers of several participants. In a matter of minutes, the 3rd and 10th numbers were eliminated from the tournament. Wang Xiao, watching the competition, noticed how strange it was that several participants' stoves had already exploded since the girl had not noticed any mistakes. The sect master also noticed strange things, thinking that perhaps someone was using not quite the right tactics. Sun Tzu, that playboy prince who always ruins his father's reputation, the man thought angrily, turning away from his daughter so that no one would see his bewilderment. But later the man decided to see what the elder was doing, thinking what an interesting person he was and how strangely Pinyin was using refining technology. But at the same time, his furnace remained in a stable position. The boy's furnace did not explode when the herbs with contradictory properties were mixed together, which made the sect master very impressed. The man also noticed that Pinyin allowed the emperor's third grandson to stand next to him and continued to work on the furnace without any fear of losing. The man thought that there was an even deeper meaning hidden in the elder's actions. And since this was the elder's plan, he could not take the liberty of destroying that guy's ugly tactics. And despite his daughter's worries, the sect master simply stood and watched what was happening. Meanwhile, the emperor's third grandson removed from the tournament everyone who could prevent him from winning and was already about to start preparing the pill himself. But suddenly, a rather unusual and pleasant smell hit the guy in the face. Residents who were watching the tournament froze in place from such a rich smell. The smell that everyone smelled came from Pingang's oven, who was calmly preparing a pill. The emperor's grandson, seeing that there was someone stronger than him in the square, became seriously angry and could not just leave it like that. And with the help of his amulet, the boy began to heat Chen's stove. The fire grew bigger with each passing second, causing Pinyin to even step back, not understanding how this had happened. The elder could not allow the furnace to explode, otherwise he would fail the quest. It seemed that he was about to fly out. The fire could not be controlled, and if it continued like this, the grass would simply burn. But Pinyin wasn't going to give up so easily, and decided to use such fire to quickly form a pill. Having covered the stove with a lid, the boiler began to bubble as if it was boiling. And at that very second, the lid of the stove suddenly came off and flew into the air, accompanied by a bright flash, and Pinyin quickly stepped back because of the excessively hot flame. The emperor's grandson, standing to the side, began to rejoice that he had managed to remove yet another obstacle. The residents watching the tournament were very upset to see how hard Chen was trying. But Pinyin was not at all despondent and only smiled slightly slyly. "The pill is ready," the guy exclaimed briefly, holding the treasured pills in his palm. And as soon as Chen opened his hand, 2 identical balls glowing like fire appeared in the air. "Examiner, please check," the guy asked, approaching the sect master. The man took the pill in his hand and began to examine it, and concluded that Pingen had prepared pills of the highest 5th level. The grandson fell into a rage again, not understanding how this was even possible, and the locals began to remember how they had clearly seen Chen's furnace explode, and the guy had actually used first-level herbs. The sect master, who had been practicing this craft all his life, had never heard of anyone being able to perform such a miracle. Did I pass?" Pingen asked calmly, waiting for the pill test result. "Of course, these 2 pills are quite enough," the man replied, while the emperor's 3rd grandson walked angrily nearby, not wanting to believe in the loss. The guy didn't want to give the victory to Pingen with all his might. He was cheating. No one in this world had ever seen a person form a pill after destroying a furnace, let alone 2 pills at once. The guy started shouting, accusing Chen of foul play, suggesting that maybe he had simply hidden the pills in advance. "Your Highness, watch your language, or do you want to blame my sect?" the sect master shouted, not wanting to listen to such accusations against the elder. "Yes, this calls into question your fairness and all the other applications that were submitted to this competition." The guy continued to accuse the sect master, and turning to the city's residents, the emperor's grandson reminded them that today's competition was postponed because of the guy who won, continuing to convince everyone that the sect had been cheating from the very beginning. And in order to completely divert suspicion from himself, the young man also recalled the strange explosions of the furnaces, which somehow exploded on their own. But after these words, the sect master suddenly understood what was going on. The situation was developing exactly as the elder wanted, and if the man recklessly exposed him, then he could possibly ruin Pingang's plans. The sect master was glad that he realized what was going on in time and simply bowed before Pingang with a smile, which made Chen himself feel embarrassed. And after, the guy who didn't know how the sect master treated him, Pingang was glad that he wasn't treated so biasedly, thinking that the sect master believed the guy's honesty and how he made these 2 pills himself. It dawned on Chen that the man might actually want to teach him. "I understood everything perfectly," the sect master and the guy said at the same time, not knowing that everyone thought differently. "It can be solved much more simply. If you think that I cheated and that the result is fake, I can improve the pill again right before your eyes if you want." Pingen turned to the 3rd grandson of the emperor, who agreed. But instead of his furnace, Chen will use the furnace and recipe that his ill-wisher chooses. Pingen didn't even argue and simply agreed to all the conditions. The emperor's 3rd grandson had already begun to rejoice that it seemed the guy had been taken in and would definitely lose this time. "This is the secret recipe of the royal family, which helps to break through to a new level of the kingdom," the guy said, handing the scroll to Pingen. "If you can make these pills, then I will believe you," said the guy at last, who, in order to spite Chen, added a herb to the original recipe that contradicts the main ingredient and created a fake recipe. Once these 2 ingredients come into contact, they will produce a dozen explosions, gradually increasing in power. According to his idea, these explosions could simply kill Pingen, who did not even suspect anything. As soon as Chen read the recipe, he realized there was something wrong with it. The guy didn't really know anything about medicinal herbs. This recipe didn't seem consistent, although the patriarch didn't even say a word when he also looked at the recipe. But in fact, the sect master noticed that the recipe was wrong and simply silently wondered why the elder was not saying anything. Against the background of Pingang and the sect master having their own thoughts, both of them only thought that they wanted to test each other. Pingen, reading the recipe, realized that it was actually a trap question, and the more false it was, the more real it was. Chen was already sure that the boss was trying to test his logical thinking skills. Meanwhile, the emperor's 3rd grandson did not understand why no one noticed such an obvious fake recipe. The guy with a smirk on his face thought that maybe the sect master just wanted to teach this man a lesson. "No problem with this recipe," Pinging and the sect master answered in unison after studying the recipe. Thinking out loud made Pingen think that if the boss didn't respond, then maybe he was doing everything right. And the sect master himself thought that he seemed to really understand the elder's plans. The ill-wisher, looking at what was happening, already saw Chen's imminent defeat. "This oven, I have used before. I can confirm that there are no problems with it, so you will use it," said the 3rd grandson of the emperor, pointing to one of the ovens standing in the ring. Pingen, again without showing any sign, agreed to work with this furnace and began to make the pill. The guy slowly set the stove on fire, trying to maintain one temperature. When the cauldron boiled, Chen threw all the herbs into the oven at once. The herbs were boiled in the oven for some time, giving off a pleasant smell. Pingen, expecting that the pill would soon be ready, was already happy. As it turned out, everything was simple. But suddenly, a powerful flash appeared in the oven, which became larger and larger with every second. Ping'an froze in surprise, not understanding what had happened and what had gone wrong. The guy didn't even have time to think about what to do, when suddenly the oven exploded with great force and threw Chen to the other side. The emperor's grandson, watching what was happening, did not even hide his smile, expecting that Ping'an would not even be able to survive this time. Sect leader Wang warned the boy carefully, pretending that he didn't know anything. If you tell it like it is, then he will not be the culprit and will not be suspected of fraud, the young man added, addressing the sect master. Do you think I don't know what you did? Remember my words next time. If you are to blame for this, you will not live, the sect master suddenly declared, no longer hiding his anger. A shiver ran down the guy's spine and he realized that the man understood everything. Everyone froze in silence, waiting to see what would happen next. But Ping'an not only remained alive but was also able to control the stove and, coming closer, looked inside. When I opened the lid, a bright yellow beam burst out of the oven, reaching all the way to the sky. And then two identical pills appeared in the air. Ping'an took the pills in his hands and calmly replied that everything was ready, as if there had been no explosion a minute ago. Look, the guy added, holding out two small pills. The residents watching the tournament started making noise, saying how talented this guy was. The sect master, taking the pills in his hands, could not even say anything due to great surprise. Wait, the pills in your hands are not the ones used according to the prescription. The emperor's grandson interrupted everyone, coming out in front of everyone. In the guy's hands was a small box, inside of which lay a real breakthrough pill, which served as an example of what a pill should be like. But the residents, having noticed the real pill, actually began to notice some differences, calling the emperor's grandson's pill worse. One of the locals even called her useless, which made the guy very angry. Sect leader Wang can also see the difference between these two pills, ignoring the other's remarks, the youth said, as he handed the box to the sect master. The young man tried his best to disgrace Ping'an by saying that his pills were most likely just fake. Yes, indeed, what I have in my hands is unworthy of being called breakthrough pills, the sect master unexpectedly declared to everyone. The man explained that breakthrough pills can help a person progress to the next stage, so you can use their full potential when you are at a certain peak level. But what is in my hands is something else, the man added mysteriously, raising his hand up. For a moment, the sect master paused and smiled slightly, squeezing the Ping'an pills tighter in his hand. They contain 10 times the potency and are capable of taking a person to a new level at once. If you took this pill at the 5th stage of the nascent soul, you would be able to reach the 5th stage of the outer body realm, the sect master declared loudly for everyone to hear. All the residents were shocked by this statement, and the emperor's grandson was completely speechless. And so the tournament ended with Ping'an winning. Now the recruitment is complete, shouted the sect servant, announcing the list of those who passed. The emperor's third grandson was beside himself with rage when he heard that the application period had ended. Chen Ping'an, just wait and see for yourself, the boy thought angrily, realizing that Ping'an had easily passed the selection. Now the guy wanted not only to win the tournament, all his anger was directed only at Ping'an. When everyone had already left, the sun was slowly setting behind the horizon. Evening was near. Thank you, master, but I can't stay in the Zong sect forever, Ping'an said when he was alone with the sect master. But the man only replied that there was nothing he could do, and with such alchemy skills he could not go against Chen's wishes. If you don't mind, you can just call me Brother Wang, the man added with a grin. Ping'an, who felt slightly awkward from such words, could only agree to call the sect master informally. Both were incredibly happy that they could now call each other brothers. These are the advanced breakthrough pills you made, Brother Wang said, as he handed the bag of pills to the guy. But Ping'an had no use for them, and the guy simply asked the sect master to keep them in the hope that someone might find them useful. The entire cultivation base of Ping'an came from the system, and there was no point in taking the pill, so the guy decided that leaving it in the sect would be the best solution. It's already late, I have some things to do, so I'll go. Ping'an said goodbye politely, getting ready to leave. Since Xin and Xiao are the weakest in the family, the guy began to worry about them considering that a strange robber had recently appeared. The sect master, watching the elder leave, began to think to whom he should give the pills. The man thought that maybe this was another plan of Ping'an's, since he had ordered them to be handed over to him. That's right. I'll give it to Xiaojun, the man decided enthusiastically, no longer paying attention to anything. Meanwhile, Ping'an was already leisurely walking through the city and looking at what people were selling at the market. The guy's eye caught a small figurine of a white cat. Today, Chen was gone for a long time, and if he didn't take anything, Linger would definitely be upset. So before going home, the guy decided to grab something as an apology. But while Ping'an was choosing a gift, something suddenly flew into his head from behind. "Hey, who threw that?" the guy shouted, looking back and rubbing the top of his head. "Excuse me," a young voice was heard nearby. "I didn't mean to. I just threw it in a fit of rage. I didn't think it would hit anyone. If you want, I can give you a spirit stone," said a very young boy, not hiding his regret. The boy was so scared that he was afraid to make an extra move towards Ping'an. "I can quickly run home and bring it to you. I won't run away," Zhou Xiaoming, the son of Prime Minister Danwu, said guiltily. Ping'an, however, decided to calmly pick up what had flown into his head and noticed that it turned out to be a book on martial arts. "Why did you throw it away?" the guy asked, examining the book from all sides. Ping'an was attracted by the fact that the book had a lot of mistakes in words, which greatly changed the perception of this book. "The scammer said that I had a talent for martial arts. I believed it, so I spent all my money to buy it," Xiaoming explained, showing his regret. The book turned out to be simply the most disgusting, and the boy felt very sorry for the money he spent on it. Although he could have bought a much better book, and so he threw it away out of anger. "Forget it, just be more careful next time," Ping'an answered softly, thinking about what terrible scammers there are these days, since they even deceive children. "So you don't need it?" "If not, can I take it?" the guy asked, reading the contents of the book, to which Xiaoming happily agreed to give the book. Pingana was very fascinated by a couple of techniques that could prove very useful. While Chen was engrossed in studying the book, Xiaoming asked shyly if he could go if everything was okay. Ping'an, not hearing the question at all, began to check the equipment from the book right in the middle of the street. And just as Xiaoming was about to run away, his attention was drawn to the guy's aura, which somehow made the lowly martial art look exciting. The boy stopped, wanting to see what would happen next. Meanwhile, a wind began to rise in the air, filling it with yellow light and lifting all the leaves from the ground. Xiaoming couldn't understand why the lower-class arts had become so strong, while Ping'an, not paying attention and burying his face in the book, repeated the techniques. The guy was very curious about what would happen if he changed some parts of this art and whether it would then be suitable. And deciding to check it out later, Ping'an closed the book and stopped using martial arts. Chen didn't know how strong the art would be, so the boy decided to return home as soon as possible and test his guesses. But just as he was about to leave, someone called out to Ping'an from afar. "It's him, he's here!" the unknown people shouted, advancing straight towards the guy. And when the strangers ran up to the guy, several people surrounded him, holding onto the hilts of their swords. "Young master, he must be the man that His Highness told you about," the stranger said to the young man with blue hair standing next to him, who had some kind of high status. "Young man, kneel down," the unknown boy shouted as Pingana was surrounded by swordsmen from all sides. "Perhaps you're mistaken?" Chen asked, not understanding anything. And while the guy was trying to think of something, Ping'an slowly began to take steps back, only to then suddenly run. But behind him there was a big brute who blocked the way with his body. Ping'an turned around in embarrassment and saw that there was no way back and nowhere to run. "Are you trying to escape?" the stranger asked, waving a small fan. "Looks like we should give you a good beating so that even your parents won't recognize you," the stranger said slyly. And several guys standing next to him had already started to advance on Ping'an with bats in their hands. Chen was overcome with panic, and the boy began to quickly think about what he should do and look around for at least something that could help him save himself. "Hey you, help me!" Ping'an shouted to two people passing by, who for some reason didn't even say a word and quickly hurried away. This was the last hope for salvation, and Ping'an realized that there was nowhere to run, and no one would help him. For some reason, everyone around was afraid of the unknown guy, and the street emptied in a second, leaving Chen alone with his ill-wishers. "No one has the courage to stand up to me," the blue-haired boy declared, giving a quick order to deal with Ping'an. And at that very second, an unknown person with a rather large bat in his hands ran towards the guy. "Help!" Chen managed to scream, covering his face with his hand, already foreshadowing how he would be beaten now. Napalm of Buddha. Ping'an remembered the technique from the book, after which his hand began to burn as if with fire. Realizing that the martial art was working, the guy put his hand forward straight at his opponents. And the first offender with a bat, not even having time to run to Chen, was struck down by a powerful blow and flew back, throwing the bat to the side. Ping'an didn't even understand how he did it, examining his hand, which continued to glow with red fire. Chen, realizing that he had a chance to escape, promised himself not to kill anyone. Otherwise, he would have to use the teleporter to escape. And just a second later, the guy dealt a crushing blow to the next stranger, who was also running towards him with a bat in his hands. The third unknown man doubled over in mid-flight from the force of Ping'an's blow. After a while, All the unknown people were already lying on the ground, beaten by the guy. Ping'an looked around and couldn't understand when he had become so strong. "You brat! How dare you hit me? My father is the general of the Danguo army. You are finished. You will not be able to leave Danwu." The blue-haired boy screamed as Ping'an slapped him on the cheek. Hearing these words, Chen turned angrily towards the unknown person. And with each step, he got closer and closer to the young man, who had already begun to panic. "Don't come near me!" the boy shouted, seeing Ping'an already swinging his hand. But Chen decided not to beat the unknown. And because of the 3,000 points, he was completely tired. Leaving his defeated enemies behind, the boy hurried to find a secluded place to teleport home. "Stop!" Suddenly, someone shouted at the guy. Ping'an was horrified and wondered how the army had managed to find him so quickly. But it turned out to be Xiaoming who, out of breath, declared that the technique that Ping'an used was the Buddha's palm. "Can I have a copy of the book? Or the original?" The young man began to beg, realizing that the book was correct, as was the technique. But Ping'an didn't really want to return the book, realizing that he wanted to use the gun to protect himself. But it was the book that saved him. Originally, these arts were of a low level, but I improved them, and they became the martial arts of the immortals, Ping'an declared, realizing that if he were to lie, he would have to behave like that all the way. "Immortal level? Brother, how strong are you?" Xiaoming asked in surprise, showing his fascination with this technique. "I can tell you, but you must never tell anyone my secret. I am an immortal being," Chen proudly declared with a grin. But the guy was interrupted by the shouts of residents in the middle of the street. "There's an asteroid flying. This asteroid will bring trouble." The residents screamed while a large asteroid was flying in the sky straight at the city. It was flying so fast that it even began to burn during its fall, and the city's residents ran away in horror, screaming that the empire was doomed. "Big brother," Ping Xiaoming called in this chaos. "Quickly, stop him," the boy shouted, pointing at the asteroid, which could very well destroy the city in the next few minutes, to which Ping'an was only surprised by such a request, not knowing what to do. "Hey kid, what I just said is a bit of a lie. I haven't reached the immortal stage yet." The guy began to make excuses, embarrassed. "So how can I stop this asteroid?" Ping'an said with a smile on his face, raising his index finger up. And as soon as the guy's hand was raised, the asteroid suddenly exploded into small pieces right in the sky. Chen did not expect this from himself at all, and at first did not even believe that he could do it. "Wow, big brother, you are so strong!" Xiaoming shouted happily, praising Ping'an, who stood in shock watching the flying asteroid debris. On the one hand, it was good that this boy believed Ping'an, and it turned out to be very easy to deceive him. "That's right, I used my mind to make an asteroid explode without even touching it. All because I'm immortal," Chen proudly declared, causing Xiaoming to praise the guy even more. But even after the asteroid exploded, people continued to run for some reason. And turning around, Ping'an saw that another asteroid was approaching the city, which was much larger than the previous one. The city's residents fled in horror, realizing that there was no escape and that they would all probably die. "Brother, stop him quickly," Xiaoming shouted, fully believing in Ping'an's strength. But the guy himself was horrified by what was happening and did not understand what to do now. Chen realized how he had fallen for his own lie and already thought that he would really die now. "I'll just let the asteroid move for a while and see if I don't have to do anything." The guy exhaled, lowering his head so as not to look at the approaching horror in the sky. Xiaoming, who was standing nearby, couldn't understand what Big Brother was waiting for, thinking that maybe there was something that needed to be realized. At that time, the asteroid continued to move towards the city. And while Ping'an was just standing there waiting for a miracle, Xiaoming suddenly realized something. The fire surrounding the asteroid is huge, as if it had swallowed the entire fireball. Its destructiveness will obviously be much greater compared to that, the boy exclaimed, pointing his finger at the fireball. But Xiaoming couldn't continue his train of thought, realizing that he didn't understand anything. "But isn't it strange that the asteroid burns? How does it even catch fire?" Xiaoming asked, completely clueless. To which Ping'an explained that it was all because it was falling and catching fire due to friction. "So that's why he's on fire," the boy said mysteriously, deep in thought. The boy suddenly shouted that he understood. At this time, Ping'an kept thinking that if no one stopped the asteroid, at least the guy would be able to teleport the child with him. But Chen still did not understand what Xiaoming had realized. And suddenly, the boy began to glow, frightening Ping'an. "Did you seriously understand anything? What exactly did you understand?" Ping'an began to scream in horror, not understanding why the boy simply began to glow silently, using some technique. But at that moment, the guy was surprised that he always came across people who became enlightened just by exchanging a few words with him. It was a big coincidence that made Chen think seriously. Am I the only one who doesn't understand anything about cultivation? Pingana thought in horror, thinking that he was the only one who didn't understand anything. Xiaoming continued to stand still with his arms crossed and thinking very seriously about something. And when the light around his body became very bright, the boy opened his eyes as if preparing for something. My trampled spiritual fire root just needed some spiritual energy to start working. It seems I have made a breakthrough. Xiaoming said his thoughts out loud, emitting a very strong aura from himself. Brother, thank you very much for your guidance. The boy shouted thanks to Ping'an, who did not understand anything at all. And right as Xiaoming exclaimed, the asteroid itself exploded into tiny pieces. The problem resolved itself, which greatly calmed Ping'an, and the boy stood there and rejoiced, thinking that his big brother had deliberately let the asteroid fly closer so that he could learn something new. An asteroid of this size is nothing in my eyes. Ping'an continued to lie slightly, continuing to amaze the boy with his strength. Suddenly someone called the boy. Where the hell have you gone? Come to me. It's dangerous here, quickly. The boy's father, Danwu's Prime Minister Zhou Yongping, shouted, running excitedly towards his son as soon as he saw him. Dad, let me introduce you to my older brother. He is the one who destroyed 2 asteroids. Thanks to him I am okay, the boy exclaimed, introducing his father to Ping'an. As soon as the man heard his son's story, Yunping bowed to the boy, expressing his gratitude for saving his son. Don't worry, I have a friendly relationship with your son. As for the asteroids, they were quite simple for me, so I blew them up with ease, Ping'an said, not believing how far he had gone in his lies since he was telling a lie even to the Prime Minister. Xiaoming had been watching his father's reaction all this time. The man thought his son was lying to him because the boy looked like he was in the process of developing a soul. The boy called his father and pulled him by the hem of his clothes. I'm not lying. I actually saw Big Brother stop 2 asteroids with my own eyes, Xiaoming continued to assure his father, although the Prime Minister didn't really believe his words. He even guided me. Look, I was finally able to break through. He showed Xiaoming so that his father would finally believe him. Yunping clearly didn't expect to see this from his son, because all the swindlers his son met couldn't help him break through, and even he himself couldn't do it. The man was even embarrassed, wondering whether this attitude towards his son had offended him and what he should do now. Ping'an, watching the father and son talking nearby, thought that if he continued to lie, they might not believe him, and perhaps even the boy might get into trouble. Kid, you said you wanted to learn those martial arts, right? I'll give you the book, but I need you to do me a favor. Turn to Xiaoming Ping'an, who already had to run to get more points. The boy, who admired the guy so much, was ready to fulfill any of his requests. In fact, all this is needed to increase your luck. All you need is to say that you like me, the guy asked, to which the boy agreed to fulfill the request without questions. Meanwhile, Yunping stood to the side and watched what Ping'an was talking about with his son. I like you, Xiaoming exclaimed happily. The man, noticing his son's actions, thought that all this was similar to fraud, not believing that this would help improve his luck. From the outside, it looked like a scam. But at that time, Ping'an was getting 10 points for every confession. So in total, the guy had 4,000 points. Okay, I can't increase your luck anymore. I'll send you the book tomorrow, but now I have to go, Ping'an said, after earning enough points, wanting to leave already because if someone noticed him, it would be embarrassing. Xiaoming joyfully followed the boy with his eyes, already dreaming that tomorrow his older brother would send him a book. But then it dawned on the boy that he hadn't even told the older man the address, and that he wouldn't be able to find him to give him the book. And after realizing this, the boy rushed with all his might after Ping'an, who had already turned around the house. Yunping ran after the boy, worried about his son. But when the two of them ran around the corner where Ping'an turned, Xiaoming and his father came across a dead end where there was no one. The day was already drawing to an end. The sun had almost set, painting the sky a beautiful orange color. It's good that I left quickly. Such lucky things are hard to explain, thought Ping'an as soon as he entered the house. Xiao, I brought you some delicious things to eat, the guy exclaimed, calling Linger. Brother, you're back already, the girl exclaimed while Duan was cutting papaya. Go wash your hands, you can't eat anymore today, the guy threatened after seeing how much the girl had eaten. And when Xiao Linger stepped aside, Ping'an's gaze fell on Duan. Eat less, the boy said sheepishly. Don't you want to? The girl asked, crossing her arms so that her breasts were slightly exposed from under her dress. This sight immediately embarrassed Ping'an, and his heart began to beat wildly. At this sight, the guy abruptly turned away, while Xiao was indignant about why Duan could continue to eat. Why can my sister continue to eat? The girl asked, not guessing what was going on. So everyone went to their rooms, and Ping'an, tired after all the events, quickly fell asleep and did not even notice how morning had come. Duan had already set the table for breakfast, which was filled with various delicious dishes. Chen had been trying to control himself all this time, not understanding why he still couldn't get used to all of Duan's temptations. But then the guy remembered yesterday, and how his gaze completely by accident fell on the exposed part of the girl's body. Ping'an was so lost in thought that he didn't even notice how his gaze fell on Duan's chest again. "Mr. Chen, what's on your mind?" the girl asked as she joined the breakfast. "I need to go immediately," the guy said sharply, adding that he would be back at night. Duan continued to look softly at the guy who was about to leave. "Wait, you have something on your face?" The girl stopped Pingana, quickly standing up. And coming closer to the guy, Duan helped the young man remove the remains of breakfast from his face. The young people were so close that Ping'an could no longer restrain himself and was completely embarrassed by the situation. The guy started to try to move back while Duan, on the contrary, reached out to the guy. At that moment, Ping'an simply could not stand such closeness with the girl, and he suddenly ran away from his house. The guy ran away so quickly that he didn't even notice how he ended up in the forest. Duan was too straightforward and made the guy think that the girl might soon take over all the initiative. But then Ping'an suddenly remembered that this was not the first time this had happened. This thought even made him stop. It felt like Ping'an had been in a similar situation before, and Duan was very similar to his wife on Earth. At this time, the girl was anxiously thinking about what was happening. Duan had already put up a barrier, but one kiss to the words part of the seal that put the time almost at an end. Duan will still have to give up some things. "You both go, you know what needs to be said," the girl ordered, turning to the dog and the bird, who knew perfectly well what needed to be done. At this time, Ping'an, lost in his thoughts, had already gone very far into the forest. The guy was able to reach almost the mountains where there was no one at all. Pingana was distracted by Smolka, who unexpectedly came to him. "What are you doing here and why is there a bird on you?" the guy asked, noticing a small white bird sitting on the dog's head as if it were still a chick. "We've been waiting for you, master," the animals answered in chorus, causing Ping'an to freeze in shock. "Can you talk?" the guy screamed, clutching his head, as if he couldn't believe what was happening. "Master, please don't panic. But we—" The sword on his belt began to speak, which began to take on a human form. At first, the guy didn't even understand who else could speak and began looking around in search of a third. "Master, don't panic. But yes, we were indeed able to talk all this time," the sword stated, having completely assumed human form while Ping'an was speechless from what he saw. "But for some time, I was afraid of you, so I kept silent," the sword said. And Smolka added that after they got to know the guy better, they felt that he was kind and pleasant to talk to. Ping'an couldn't believe that Smolka herself was a strong monster. She called him scary now. And looking at the sword, Ping'an remembered that as far as he knew, only immortal weapons could change shape. And it turned out that the broken sword that he picked up earlier was an immortal weapon. "I knew about this, of course, but since I began to consider myself mortal, I decided to be ignorant," thought Ping'an, comprehending everything that had just happened. It seems his character still has a bug that makes others think he's a god. Having realized a little what was happening, the guy ordered the bird and the dog to show their true forms and identify themselves. The first to introduce himself was the bird, taking the form of a phoenix. Smolka also changed her real appearance to that of a black dragon. These appearances greatly surprised Ping'an. "Welcome, master," Phoenix and dragon greeted as they both assumed their true forms. Ping'an couldn't even believe what he saw and wondered how long this bug would work. After all, the guy wanted it to last even longer. "Master, you are heading to the world sect, aren't you?" the dragon asked, growing in size and picking up the guy on his nose. "Then I'll give you a ride," the dragon added, flying into the sky with extraordinary force. "You cheated, asshole!" Phoenix shouted, as if they were having some kind of argument about who will carry the elder one. "Master, what's the point of riding a dragon? You can fly on a golden sword instead. People flying on swords are much cooler." The sword began to shout as Ping'an flew away. The black dragon itself turned out to be very fast. He sarcastically called the sword and the phoenix slow and flew into the distance. Meanwhile, a celebration was taking place in the world sect, and large ships with guests were floating in the sky. The guests slowly gathered for the celebration. The elders, sitting at the wedding, waited for the arrival of the eldest, wondering whether he would come or not. Besides, he probably already knows whether he will come or not. It is his decision, Dan Ten said while sitting at the celebration. "Snot, you're here to find yourself a wife. Why don't you show your face?" The old man shouted at the young guy who was sitting silently and eating the holiday dishes. "You know I'm not interested in Xiaoxue, but you keep going," the guy snapped back, to which the old man again reminded him that they had grown up together, and the girl seemed to be very interested in him. A voice was heard from afar, which really attracted the guy. "Good luck finding a wife," Mu-rong exclaimed happily, placing her hand on the guy's shoulder. But it seems that the young man himself was not indifferent to Mu-rong and was very embarrassed by such wishes. Princess Jia, seeing this picture, looked sadly at the guy, hoping that he would choose her. "I'll go find a place for the show," Rong said, and the princess immediately called the girl to their table. The guy, realizing that the girl simply saw her as a brother, only looked into the distance at Mu-rong, who happily ignored him. "I'm not interested, I don't want to get married," said the young man, who was no longer interested in anyone. "Nonsense. The banquet has already started and all these people have come. How do you plan to stop it all?" Dan Ten asked, realizing that nothing could be cancelled. But the guy was very cunning and had already come up with a plan to cancel the wedding. "People, I have an important message," the guy shouted, attracting everyone's attention. "Everyone knows that the world sect enjoys the support of the strongest, and I especially respect the elder. If he says that I should play a wedding, then I will do it without thinking." The guy continued shouting, attracting the attention of everyone who came to become a wife. "Since I know how the elder operates, I understand everything now, so the elder did not come today. It must mean that he does not want me to play the wedding," the young man shouted, satisfied with his cunning plan. So today's event, the guy continued speaking when suddenly everyone stopped listening to him because of some object in the sky. The young man raised his head and realized that it was the elder riding a dragon, and that his entire plan had failed. The elders were the first to run to the eldest to greet him. Ping'an slowly descended from the dragon, arriving at the wedding. The elders greeted each other, to which Ping'an said that greetings were unnecessary and asked why there were only guests there. "It's because I'm looking for a daughter-in-law," the elder replied with a sigh, thinking that the elder's arrival was not accidental and that he wanted to choose a daughter-in-law. "Who did you choose?" Chen asked the guy who stood to the side in complete surprise. "He was waiting for you to choose a bride for him," the elder explained, while the young man was very angry with the elder who arrived at the most inconvenient moment. But Ping'an politely replied that he did not want to interfere because this was not a marriage, and it would be better if the young groom made the choice himself. "That's right. The elder is not here to help me choose a bride, but you help me," the guy shouted to the elders, who realized that the local women were not suitable for the role of a wife, and soon the young man himself would meet his other half. Lin Yu, looking at the elder on the side, had long ago guessed that the elder was held in high esteem. "There is probably no one here who would be suitable for the role of Zhang's bride Xiao. Now you have a chance," the guy declared to his sister, who was looking at the elders and the object of her affection with embarrassment. The girl could not bring herself to approach the young man, and having collected her thoughts, the princess lifted her skirt and walked quickly towards the prince. Meanwhile, the guy stood silently with the elders and was already thinking that he would have to look for someone to marry again. "Senior, I like Zhang Daling," Xiao shouted so that everyone could hear his confident statement. "I hope you will allow us to get married," the girl added, embarrassing Daling, who even took a step back from such a statement. But Ping'an once again could not understand why they were asking him in particular. "I've seen this lady before, she's nice," the guy said, so they would just leave him alone. The elders looked at each other and exclaimed that the eldest still wanted to choose the bride himself. "She confessed her love to you in front of everyone. What do you say?" Ping'an asked the guy who stood there in confusion and didn't know what to do. Now Daling began to argue that wasn't it his wedding, and wasn't he the one who should choose the bride? But the young man had no choice and, sighing, the guy resigned himself to this situation. "Thank you, senior, for your guidance. I will definitely enter into a relationship with this lady." Daling thanked and bowed before the senior. Princess Xiao, hearing that the guy had chosen her, couldn't even believe that it had finally happened. "Thank you, senior," the girl answered sweetly. "No need to thank me, as I see. This lady is also interested in you," Ping'an replied, glad that the guy at least did not refuse. Otherwise, the whole situation could have looked dirty. "Okay, I have some alchemy business here. I left," said goodbye to Ping'an, leaving the newlyweds alone and quickly hurried to the alchemy hall. Meanwhile, there was no one in the alchemy room, which could allow Ping'an to train alone. Brother Wang told Chen that for 6 months, an alchemy competition would be held in the capital, and during this time, the alchemy masters would return. This tournament is the best chance to gain approval from the entire sect at once. But before that, Ping'an needed to refine the 6th level pills to participate. The guy began to work with the herbs while the oven slowly blazed with fire. When the herbs had cooked a little, a pleasant aroma came out of the oven that could attract anyone. Ping'an was very happy that he had managed to do everything again, and now he could rely on the system that would perfectly provide him with an infinite amount of spiritual power to refine pills and elixirs. Just as the pills seemed to be ready, a powerful thunderstorm rumbled outside the window. The guy was very surprised because just a few minutes ago it had been a clear day. It seemed as if the weather had turned bad right after he started practicing alchemy. The sky began to thicken, and lightning flashed around and a thunderstorm raged with all its force, which made the wedding guests begin to worry. The elders, looking into the distance, noticed that the wind was leading towards the alchemy room, thinking that maybe the elders' alchemical recipe did not work. And suddenly, unexpectedly, a strong lightning bolt struck right into the spire of the alchemy building. The sky became even darker and there was even more lightning, creating the feeling that a storm was about to start. The wind became so strong that residents could not even see what was happening. And at one moment, everything suddenly became quiet. Among the debris where lightning struck, two small pills appeared. When the sky became clear again, the pills flew straight into the hands of Daling and Xiao. The elder understood why the senior did not bring a gift to the wedding, because he had specially made such powerful pills for the newlyweds. "Eat quickly! Don't delay the elder's good deed," the old man shouted, and Daling quickly swallowed the pill, after which, suddenly, a very powerful aura appeared around the guy. Princess Xiao, who also swallowed the pill, also began to glow with a strange light. It was an aura shield that was about to awaken, and now the world sect had two people ready to become immortals. Brother Xiao and one of the elders were both overjoyed, thinking that the wedding had made the elders so happy that he had decided to give such a generous gift. Meanwhile, Ping'an was trying to get out from under the rubble of the alchemy room. The guy was very upset that the pills had scattered after the thunderclap and began to shake himself off the pile of dust. Unexpectedly for Chen, Daling and Xiao arrived and fell to their knees and began to thank him. "I didn't make any special efforts and I didn't do anything supernatural either, so it's not worth it, guys. Get up," the guy said, raising the young men from their knees. But now Ping'an was really happy that it seemed he had now definitely helped two people find their soulmate, and was glad that he had done such a good deed. And after all the good thoughts, the guy remembered the most important thing. There were a lot of people around, which could really help you earn a lot of points. Meeting each other is fate. I have a secret method that will increase your luck. If everyone says words of gratitude to me, then the level will increase," the guy shouted, from which everyone immediately began to thank the elder and wish him a long life. Lin Zhu, watching what was happening, remembered that he seemed to have heard a similar secret before. So everyone started telling Ping'an confessions, and after a while the guy already had 10,000 points in total. "My purpose of coming has been achieved," the boy declared, realizing that it was time to leave, otherwise he would not be able to increase everyone's luck. But he was stopped by Lenshu, who asked if the elder had been in the Danwu Empire yesterday. "How did you know?" the guy asked with contempt, remembering how they wanted to beat him. "Should I inform anyone?" Ping'an asked wearily, wanting to leave quickly. "Senior, please don't swear," Lenshu shouted, falling to his knees in front of the guy. The prince said that he heard that 2 asteroids fell in the Danwu Empire yesterday and later decided to check it out himself. And there Lenshu heard from Prime Minister Zhou that the elder had developed a secret technique to save everyone. "I just asked the question a little incorrectly. So get up," Ping'an ordered. To which Lenshu again began to thank the elder, declaring that if his requests even once again somehow angered the elder or interfered, then he was ready to never set foot in the Danwu Empire again. "Forget about it. It wasn't hard for me to help the Danwu Empire. Prepare better for the alchemy competition," Ping'an reassured the guy by patting him on the shoulder. After all, Lenshu would be Daling's brother-in-law, and it was time to start cultivating better manners in him. "I have a gift for Prime Minister Zhou's son here. It would be nice if you could take this book for me and save me from wasting time," Chen asked, holding out the book Buddha's Punch. And for Lenshu, of course, this was not a problem, and the guy happily agreed to hand over the book. "I'm going." "Continue the banquet," Ping'an said at last and hurried away from the event, thinking that although the pills had disappeared, the purification steps had been correct. But for some reason the stove had collapsed. The black dragon, seeing the elder, was already preparing to fly home. And sitting on the tail of the beast, Ping'an flew to the Danwu Empire to return and buy another furnace for alchemy classes, while Lenshu at this time said goodbye to Mr. Zhang to complete the elder's task. After saying goodbye to everyone, Lenshu stepped onto his flying ship, and immediately the ship rose into the sky and flew to the Danwu Empire. Master Zhang looked up at the sky with kindness, and thought with his intuition that great changes would soon occur in Danwu. Meanwhile, Ping'an was sitting on a rock, looking at the system and thinking that he needed to get to Danwu immediately. But while he was not at home, the essence of the Black Dragon did not work so easily, so it would be worthwhile to somehow protect himself. While browsing the system to see what he could buy, the guy came across something very useful. In the system, you could buy a sniper rifle AWM for 10,000 points. Ping'an decided to take it right away without even thinking. and immediately a weapon appeared in the guy's hands. Without a moment's hesitation, the guy decided to try out the rifle and quickly took aim, pulling the trigger. A powerful beam shot out from the rifle, as if Ping'an was shooting not from a gun, but from a cannon, and the beam itself flew straight into the mountain. The shot was so powerful that it split the top. Seeing what the rifle was capable of, Ping'an was very happy that he would finally be able to defend himself. With this weapon, the boy could now not be afraid of the Danwu army that the unknown person had spoken about. After testing the weapons, Ping'an was finally ready to apply to participate in the tournament. It's time to head out into the bustling streets of Danwu again. As soon as the guy found himself in the city, the first thing he decided to do was to keep Smolka on a leash so that she wouldn't run away. But suddenly, Ping'an noticed something very interesting. They led the same unknown guy with blue hair who tried to beat up Ping'an and threatened an entire army across the square. But he walked with shackles on his hands and was surrounded by soldiers. What a shitty general. The former emperor didn't even do anything. A couple of days ago, the new emperor found out about more than 300 crimes of his family. One of the residents began to be indignant watching the guy being led by the guards. "Why don't you know about the news related to the kingdom of Danwu?" the stranger asked when Ping'an asked what happened. To which the guy could think of nothing better to say than that he was a foreigner and was very curious about what happened. "I'll be happy to tell you. Maybe you've already heard about the 2 steroids that suddenly appeared half a month ago?" the man asked, and Ping'an decided to lie a little, answering that he hadn't heard much about it. And the stranger said that the asteroids were a disaster of legendary proportions, and one of them fell into the Prime Minister's house. As a result, the former emperor wanted to remove the Prime Minister. But the fallen asteroid also caught the attention of Emperor Jin. After the emperor stopped the assassins sent by the former emperor, he also formed an alliance with the Prime Minister by offering to provide mercenaries to take revenge on the former emperor. The imperial forces overthrew the previous government, and Prime Minister Zhou took advantage of the situation to become the new ruler. "Brother, are you really well informed about the recent alchemy genius who appeared in Danwu?" Another resident of the city chimed in. The man happily recounted how the Zong sect had recently obtained an incomparable genius. A month ago, the man saw a man who practiced alchemy as a culinary art, who at the same time improved the recipe, the unknown man continued to tell. At this time, Ping'an, hearing these words, did not even understand at first that they were talking about him. "Do you know the name of this genius?" another man asked, to which the narrator replied that his name was Zhen Zanteng. To which Ping'an thought in his mind how good it was that the master had allowed his name to be used. "Brother, do you know about this man?" the stranger asked Ping'an while he was deep in thought. The man already wanted to start talking about that very idol, but the guy did not want to listen to a story about himself. "Brother Jen!" suddenly Chen was called. It was the sect master who happily greeted Ping'an, adding that he had already registered his name. The guy said his final embarrassed goodbye, noticing how the 2 strangers realized that that same Jen was standing right in front of them. Both strangers were very surprised by this turn of events. "I was so close to him, but I couldn't recognize him. All my chances for his autograph were gone." Falling to his knees, the man who had been telling the latest events of the city so forcefully screamed, "So he is the genius that was prophesied?" the second stranger thought, as he watched Ping'an leave for the tournament site. "Don't let me down," the stranger thought as if he knew something. When Ping Gang arrived at the Alchemy Palace, the sect master said that he had something to do and let Chen go first to the tournament venue. Ping'an was only too happy to go to the place himself. Having reached the main square, the guy looked back, noticing that this time there were even more people and maybe even more talented people. "Mr. Zhen," a very familiar voice suddenly called out. "Thank you, Mr. Zhen, for the pills you gave me. It was thanks to them that I was able to break through and take part in the competition," the girl that Ping Gang saved last time by pretending to be his lover began to say. The guy didn't even understand at first who was talking to him, trying to make out familiar facial features. "Mr. Zhen, you helped me in the royal house and I told you about the competition. Have you forgotten?" the girl clarified, causing Ping'an to freeze in surprise, realizing that last time it was a girl standing in front of him, not a guy. The young lady, embarrassed by the guy's shock, quickly explained that her hair had become so short due to her alchemy studies, and she absolutely did not want to be mistaken for a guy. And Ping'an, quickly coming to his senses, began to apologize for his violent reaction. "Never mind. Father said that your alchemy skills are very good. Let's fight this battle," the girl exclaimed, suggesting that if Ping'an loses this fight, he will promise something to the young lady. The tournament was about to begin and everyone began to gather in the square. The sect master and high-status people sat at the table to see each participant, And from that moment, the competition officially began. Ping'an immediately chose a stove for himself to work on. The guy began, as always, to take all the grass and immediately throw it into the cauldron. The second stranger, who was interested in Jen and definitely knew something, suddenly stood next to Chen. Jen Kuang, Emperor Jin Yu, noticing the stranger, immediately asked who was standing next to the master and whether this was the same young and famous alchemical genius whose name for some reason was not even on the registration list. The sect master remembered that this guy was chatting with the elder in front of the reception desk, and maybe he came here specifically because of him. The stranger, meanwhile, also began to prepare pills, hoping that his dignity as an immortal would allow him not to lose. The guy wanted to defeat Zhen Santeng with all his might and was even willing to ruin his reputation. But suddenly, the stranger smelled the smell coming from the stove of Ping'an, who was sitting quietly and waiting. "Have you prepared the pills yet?" the guy asked in horror, embarrassing Ping'an. "Too slow?" Chen asked, not expecting to hear that question. The stranger began to think that maybe Jen had just arrived before him, and it still didn't affect the level of the pill, believing that his elixir would definitely be of the highest quality. The input of spiritual energy is pure enough to raise the level of the pill, and the stranger began to wipe everyone's noses by showing everyone how the immortal pill truly improves. A pleasant smell began to come from the stove, filling the entire area. "The next step is the 1000th formation," the unknown master thought, catching his breath a little. But the guy was distracted by a thundercloud that suddenly appeared in the middle of a clear day. It was quite strange because there was only one pill in the stranger's oven, and it could not possibly attract such a thunderstorm. It all looked very dangerous, making the guy think that he did something wrong. Right in the center of the sky, a cloud began to rejoice, which was about to strike, from which the master's pill could be destroyed. Suddenly, the thunderstorm seemed to envelop the stranger's stove, so the guy didn't even see where the lightning struck. It turns out that a thunderstorm hit Ping'an's oven, causing the young man to fly back. The stranger clearly did not expect to meet such a powerful opponent. A second later, the storm subsided, the clouds scattered, and in the middle of the destroyed Ping'an furnace, two pills formed. The tablets glowed with a bright yellow light, illuminating everything around, and at that very second, the pills flew straight into Ping'an's hands. This time, the thunder pills were well made, and not a single one was wasted. True, Pingana was slightly battered by the thunderstorm explosion, leaving a few scratches, but the guy continued to hold the pills tightly in his hand so as not to lose them this time. "Thunder appeared because of you. Did you make immortal pills?" the stranger asked in surprise, watching Ping'an slowly rise from the ground. But Chen himself didn't even know how to make immortal pills, thinking that last time the book didn't say anything about it, or maybe he didn't understand something again. The unknown master could not believe that his skills were inferior to those of a mortal. All these thoughts brought the stranger to a panic, unable to understand what was going on and why such a mortal had prepared a pill of such power. It all looked like the guy had already given up. "Everything is fine. There is nothing to stare at," shouted Ping'an, noticing that everyone around was staring only at them. Suddenly, the system issued a notification that the host had completed the mission, and rewards would only be issued when there were fewer people. "This is wrong!" the stranger screamed in horror. The guy kept shouting how he made the immortal pill, but for some reason he had no thunder. But it was not to be. Suddenly, a thunderstorm began to thicken in the sky again, and she hit the guy straight, absorbing him with a large amount of discharge. It worked after all. The unknown master exclaimed, who was dirty from head to toe after the lightning strike. But he didn't care much. The main thing was that the thunderstorm also appeared when he made the pill. "Brother Jen, I want to understand. You can't be a mere mortal with your alchemy skills. Stop pretending," the master declared, finally coming to his senses after such a powerful electric shock. But Ping'an, hearing such words, was very surprised, not understanding what the stranger was talking about. "Under the skies of Moshu, a kingdom of immortals appears," the guy proudly declared, causing the residents, hearing as if immortals, to begin whispering. The stranger bowed before Ping'an and added that he wanted Jen to show him his recipes and tell him about them. But Ping'an realized that this could cause a bit of trouble and he had to politely decline the offer. The stranger had no cultivation base or spiritual root, so he couldn't detect the other's chi. But the master knew without a doubt that Chen was an immortal. But Ping'an himself already knew the cultivation base and the origin of the stranger, and exchanging information was such a trivial request. And even more so, Smolka did not react in any way, which made him think that the stranger was more powerful. "Let's talk about your goals first," Chen began, probing why this guy was so interested in him. Meanwhile, Smolka sat at the ready, because if the stranger had evil intentions, the Black Dragon would quickly deal with him. The reason I ended up here is because there were rumors about a genius of alchemy appearing in Danwu. I wanted to see for myself and take this person to the immortal realm for improvement. I didn't expect that you would be the genius, but it seems that your strength is much greater than mine, so I don't understand why such a person is here," the stranger explained. The words about bringing Chen to the realm of immortals to cultivate greatly interested Pingang. But unfortunately, Zhao and Xin were here. But if it weren't for them, the guy would have happily gone. Realizing that Pingan himself would not be able to go to the realm of immortals, the boy remembered that thanks to Brother Wang, his mission went smoothly. Perhaps this was the very chance to take advantage of it and return the favor. The genius is actually a member of the Zong sect. You will definitely be able to find him if you stay here longer, Pingan exclaimed to the immortal, who didn't really believe the guy at first. But Chen didn't have to persuade the stranger for long. The guy agreed to stay almost immediately. And immediately, the stranger ran to the sect master to ask for a favor. "I'll detain the sect master for a while. I hope no one objects," the guy asked. To which Brother Wang was of course happy to chat with the immortal. Due to circumstances, the Song sect would have an immortal, and whether they would take advantage of this opportunity or not was entirely up to them. "Now that you have told us your intentions, can you reveal your cultivation level?" the stranger asked Pingang, who had hoped that this matter had already been forgotten. Why don't you understand? Those who are really able to see my power, they see it. But you lack a little level," Chen began to speak in riddles. The guy decided to let the stranger think about his words and was about to leave. But finally, Pingan added that the young man should work harder and that he would get his chance someday. "Isn't it time yet?" the guy asked in complete shock, not expecting that he could be weaker. "So that's how it is. Now I understand why I still haven't seen the Elder's true power," Zhen Kuang exclaimed, finally understanding what was going on and why he also couldn't see the Elder's level. "You clearly understood me," Pingan answered mysteriously so that everyone would finally stop understanding his level of cultivation. The guy was able to get out of this situation, avoiding awkward questions, but if this happens again, then Pingan simply won't be able to stand it. "Now that my business in the kingdom of Danwu is finished, I'm leaving," Pingan declared and scratched Smolka's shaggy head. "Black dragon, forward," said the boy, and the dog immediately began to take on the form of a dragon. "Let us meet again, if fate allows," Pingan declared, while a dragon several times larger than the guy himself was behind him. At the moment when Pingan sat on the creature and the dragon flapped its wings, a powerful wind blew across the square, almost blowing away everyone who was standing on their feet. The stranger continued to look at the elder, who now interested him greatly. "Senior, what kind of creature are you?" the guy called Chen, who was about to fly away. "Immortal, don't get lost." The sect master stopped the guy, allowing Chen to fly away calmly on his business. The elder once said that he was an invincible existence that stood above all immoral acts. The divine beasts next to him were naturally strong, so don't get too caught up in your thoughts, the sect master reassured the immortal boy. And Zhen Kuang added that, in general, when the sect leader saw the divine beasts, he immediately knelt down. "Oh yes, and how did you manage to meet the elder?" Kuan asked. To which the stranger said that he had met the elder during registration. The guy was just listening to a story from one of the residents about a brilliant alchemist. And at that moment, the guy didn't even know who he was talking to. And then it dawned on him how there were too many coincidences in this world. "The elder was definitely waiting for you," the emperor stated kindly. "Brother Wang, you are very lucky. There are many immortals in the Zong sect. The future will be promising," Quan added happily, although the sect master himself did not think that he was so lucky. The man said that the elder came to his sect only thanks to his daughter who met him first. But now she will suffer from a broken heart or love sickness. "Master Wang, is your daughter the one who made the high-grade pill in the previous competition?" the immortal master asked, slightly embarrassing the man, who did not expect the boy to know her. "And I was wondering why her appearance was so similar to yours." The young man grinned, making the most accurate conclusion. "I think the genius in your sect is your daughter," the guy exclaimed, showing all his admiration. But Brother Wang was very surprised by this statement. Meanwhile, Pingan was finally able to fly deep into the forest to a quiet place to see his reward from the system faster. For quickly completing the quest, the system said that the guy would be awarded a breakthrough level of 1.5 kingdoms. And then Pingan from the 5th stage of the nascent soul passed into the 1st stage of Feshin, and also received an auxiliary function from the system. And now, the guy could get an item by defeating the enemy, and the stronger the enemy, the stronger the item would be. But, unfortunately, Pingan managed to spend all his points and could not try out the new function right now. At this point, the guy needed to go home and find Xiao to gain a few hours. But as Pingan was slowly walking towards his home, he was stopped by a man who lived nearby. The whole town has heard that you want to have a wedding. This is a tonic that I made especially for you. You should definitely try it," the man shouted, handing a small gift to the guy who knew absolutely nothing about the wedding. Chen immediately thought that Xiao must have done something again. Ping'an, afraid of what else Xiao might say, ran to linger, while the neighbor just looked into the distance at the guy leaving, thinking how useful his tonic would be to him. The day was already drawing to an end, and the sun was about to set behind the horizon. "Xiao, what are you doing? What kind of rumors are these?" Ping'an shouted from the doorway. But what the guy saw when he entered the house made him shut up and freeze in place. "Rumors?" Duan, who for some reason had a white veil on her head, asked softly. "Xiao did something bad again?" The girl asked again, standing in a lush white dress covered by a green cape, while Xiao herself, squatting, was doing something very enthusiastically with Duan's dress. Ping'an froze in place and turned red as a tomato, not knowing what to say, wondering why the girl didn't consult with him, and in general, it all happened very quickly. Quickly? "What about those days when we slept together?" Duan asked, slightly exposing her shoulders, taking off her cape a little, which made all the beautiful places of the girl visible. "Does this mean that Mr. Chen does not want to tarnish his reputation and be with me?" the girl asked, after which Ping'an immediately began to shout that this had nothing to do with it, but he was still ready to do whatever Duan wanted. The girl, hearing these words, smiled imperceptibly. "Well then, go and try on your wedding suit. Let's see if it suits you," Duan asked, to which Chen could only agree to the request. While the guy was trying on his suit, day turned to evening, and later night fell and everyone went to bed before the important day. Duan lay with Ping'an in his bedroom, pressed as close to the guy as possible. "Honey, before we get married, don't we need to do something first?" the girl asked unexpectedly, making the guy think of indecent things. "After all, we are not married yet. I think it would be inappropriate if a new life were to be born by chance," the guy explained sheepishly. "Oh my god, darling, what are you thinking about? I'm talking about a kiss between lovers," Duan screamed, even turning away from the guy from such an awkward question. The guy exhaled, glad that the girl was only talking about a kiss. "You!" Duan exclaimed, touching Ping'an's face with her finger, and she abruptly kissed the guy on the lips as if joining into one whole thanks to this kiss, and Ping'an himself did not expect that everything would happen so abruptly and quickly. But later, the guy himself began to enjoy this minute, and it was as if everything around froze just to let the two of them enjoy this tender moment. But Duan herself at this time thought that the time had come and several seals could be released, and as soon as one of them collapsed, Ping'an stopped abruptly and moved away from the girl. "Darling, what's wrong?" Duan asked, to which Chen, clutching his head, explained that he simply had a headache. But suddenly something strange started to happen to the guy. Duan began to seem to disappear, and everything around turned into one gloomy background. And suddenly the guy found himself in the middle of the forest radiating a strong aura. "Even with spiritual energy, I still can't touch this thing?" Ping'an thought as if nothing had just happened. "Strange? The system didn't even notify me about my problems with the body. Apparently I'm just doing something wrong," Chen thought out loud, holding the fire in his hand. But suddenly, something really struck the guy. Ping'an remembered hearing that some immortals could use their spiritual skills to channel the powers of heaven and earth to strengthen their attacks. And just thinking about it, the flames in his hand changed to a blue color. After understanding how it worked, Ping'an decided to immediately test the technique he had heard about. And concentrating on knowledge, a completely different aura began to float in the air, unlike all the others. Apparently, this was the very power of heaven and earth. But the question remained how to use it to strengthen attacks. And concentrating, Ping'an collected his thoughts before striking. "I'll try this," the guy thought, choosing a target where he should hit. The fire around Chen's hand began to take on a more severe red light, as if a fiery projectile would fly out of his hand in a second. "Buddha strike!" the boy shouted, sending a powerful blow straight into the forest. The attack was so powerful that it set fire to several trees in the area where the fire charge fell. And from the very place of impact, only ashes and burnt stumps remained. "You are so strong, my hubby," Duan exclaimed, sitting in her system room, admiring the success the guy had achieved. "Since I have gained such strength after the headache, I will suffer even more," thought Ping'an, rejoicing at such colossal successes in his powers. "This is part of the Tao, not a heavenly power," the girl declared out loud, knowing that Ping'an could not hear her, and began to do something in the system. It was the perfect time to give Chen a new quest, and Duan slowly sent new tasks through the system. The guy, seeing a new quest, immediately began to think about what reward he could get this time and what he would need to do. But when Ping'an saw the task itself, all his enthusiasm disappeared. The system issued a notification that said, The host will receive more information upon arrival at the desired location, which led one to believe that it was about the realm of the immortals. Sitting in the forest outskirts of Qin Yuan City, Ping Gang began to think that although the people in the immortal realm were strong, he had the black dragon on his side. The guy also had a ring and a sword, which gave him a sense of security. "Forward!" the guy exclaimed, pressing the system that he was ready to teleport. The system displayed the question, "Do you want to teleport?" And as soon as Chen clicked on the answer yes, the teleportation to the realm of immortals immediately began. Pingen found himself in the Zhao family's mansion, which looked quite decent from the outside. Through the teleport, the guy found himself in an abandoned room where a lifeless body lay, and a web with spiders hung throughout the room. The system gave out information that the corpse belonged to the owner of the room. His name was Zhao Xian, who was a descendant of a large Zhao family in this city. But when he was 10 years old, his mother and father died, and since childhood, he had a lot of talents and was even destined to become the head of the family. The system wrote that since Pingen is very similar to this Xian, the essence of his quest is to live like him and fulfill his last wish. Ping Gang looked around the room and couldn't understand how someone who was going to become the head of the family could die in such a place. But the system explained that the day before becoming the head of the family, the Xian cultivation power dropped from the Yin Immortal stage to the Feng Shen level. When his cultivation level dropped, he was often bullied for several years by those who envied him. So he fell into more and more depression, and eventually he decided to commit suicide. "Is it clear what his last wish was?" Pingen asked, looking at the already blue corpse, to which the system told about his last wish: to regain the position of the head of the family and to earn the approval of others. "Well, yes, reality is not a comic book," the guy sighed, activating his ring. And when the ring formed a portal, Pingen sent Xian's body through it, thinking that when he returned, he would bury him properly. "Zhao Xian, get out of here!" Shouts came from outside the room. Pingen immediately guessed that these could be the people who bullied Xian. The door to the room slowly opened. Several guys with bats in their hands shouted threats until Pingen, unafraid of his offenders, stepped forward. "If you want to beat me up, there must be a reason. I haven't been out anywhere for a long time. What did I do and how did I offend you?" the guy shouted, deciding to first figure out what was going on. "Don't play dumb. I've already warned you to stay away from Zhao Li, but you still dare to talk to her?" Zhao Mafang, a descendant of the Zhao family from a wealthy family, said, "She will soon be my wife, so it is worth teaching you a lesson so that you will remember. What are you standing there for?" "Beat him up," Mafan continued to shout, when suddenly a cute girl with pink hair intervened in their fight. "You are shameless," the girl screamed, putting her hand between Pingen and the offenders, making it clear that he should not be hit. "Who said that I am your wife and how dare you address Xian like that?" Zhao Li continued to scold, covering Ping Gang with her body, from which Mafan did not dare to take a step towards the guy. "Zhao Qian is just a pathetic piece of shit," Mafan said, as he took a careful step forward. And saying that he would deal with this ignorant woman, Mafan ordered his servants to deal with Xian for now. "We are all civilized beings," Pingen intervened in the conversation, covering Li with himself. The guy said that there was no need to fight or kill, and everyone could resolve the conflict in some other way. But Mafan continued to taunt him, saying that until Pingen crawled between his legs, he would not be able to just leave him. "Brother Xian, don't," Li said quietly with fear in her voice, realizing that Mafan could still beat Xian up. But since the same generation as Zhao Xian is the strongest, and the Black Dragon is not afraid of even Mo Chu Fei, who is at the spiritual stage, Pingong had nothing to worry about. And in any case, even if Mafang underestimates him, the guy will definitely increase the strength of the Buddhist palm with the power of heaven and earth. And Pingong decided to put forward a condition that Mafang will never bother him again. And in exchange, Chen will give him some treasure. "Treasure? What could a scumbag like you have?" The guy smirked, thinking that Xian was very poor. "The reason I became a genius was because of this treasure," Pingen said, looking down and showing a feigned sense of sadness. From these words, Mafan immediately wanted to look at the treasure, to which the guy asked him to come closer. But as soon as he approached, Pingen extended an empty palm to him. "Hello, mommy!" Pingen suddenly exclaimed, forming a menacing flame in his hand. Chen quickly swung his hand to make the blow even stronger, and he hit Mafan right in the face with all his crushing force, knocking him to the ground. Shen's enemy fell to the ground after flying back, catching all the dust in his path. What a sight! What strength! Pingen was admiring him in his thoughts when suddenly Zhao Li asked him in embarrassment if his strength had returned. The guy just smiled and cast a kind glance at the girl, glad that at least someone in this world was worried about Jan. It may seem crazy, but I was at home for years because I met an immortal in my dreams and learned higher power from him, Ping'an explained, realizing that the girl would not immediately understand his legend. I know it's hard to believe, but have you ever seen me use such a special martial art before? The guy asked, pointing to Muffin lying on the ground, who hadn't recovered from a strong blow to the face. Ping'an added that, unfortunately, he had been dreaming for too long, and when he woke up, he realized that he had forgotten a lot of reality and even forgotten the name Zhao Li. So, would you be so kind as to tell me about everything that is happening and about the situation with the Zhao family? Maybe I will remember, Ping'an asked, hoping that the girl would believe it. And as it turned out, Li really believed Chen's story and happily agreed to help him remember. So, where should I start? Asked Zhao Li, who was Zhao Xian's childhood love. Ping'an asked to talk about recent global events. The girl told about the Emperor of Immortals who ascended to the realm of gods. But he did not pass on the position of immortal to the 10 great ones under his command. Instead, he gave power to someone unknown to Yue Dunlai. Tell me more details, Ping'an asked, perfectly understanding which Dunlai was being talked about. But suddenly the sound of an urgent call for the clan to gather was heard, interrupting all the girls' stories. There must be something very important, Li said, taking Ping'an's hand. The two ran towards the sound of the gathering, agreeing to continue the conversation later. The discussion hall was already full of people. Zhao Li slowly made her way through the crowd with Ping'an following behind her. The boy's arrival attracted the attention of one stranger, who did not expect Zhao Xian to dare to come out. The stranger felt that his cultivation level had not changed, without any progress. But then one of his ill-wishers stood right in front of Ping'an. "Yan, long time no see!" exclaimed the young man with a fan in his hands, surrounded by servants. "I thought you wouldn't be here today," the stranger said, surrounding the guy, causing Li to press closer to Chen. Ping'an began to look around, wondering what relation Xian had to all these people. How dare this trash not respond to the words of his older brother Buju? Suddenly heard from the side, causing the guy to start worrying. So arrogant every time Zhao Li finds him, he never answers. Continued to mumble on the side so that the guy could hear the insults. But then unknown people started talking about Zhao Mafan, who, according to them, visited Xian, but now for some reason does not come. Ping'an saw the full picture of what Zhan's life was like, and it seemed no surprise that he eventually committed suicide. Chen realized that this mission was indeed difficult. "Brother Xian, don't listen to their bullshit, they're all just kids." The girl laughed, calming the guy down. But the question remained, who were all these people who were bullying Zhao Xian? Then Li came to the rescue, telling him that the guy with the fan was Zhao Buju, Zhao Mafan's brother, and also the strongest of the younger generation in the clan. Compared to you, he is still a beast. When you were 10, you stopped Mafan who was bullying me, but he still followed his brother's path and began to do evil. Li told Penang, giving him an understanding that Zhao Xian's strength suddenly fell, and this guy, on the contrary, suddenly received so many advantages that it made him think. "The greatest clan leader?" a man shouted in the middle of the hall. "You are all young talents of my clan and I called you here for one purpose. In half a month a secret kingdom will appear. All the young generation will go to explore it." The man unknown to Chen continued to shout. "What's more important, there will be a new immortal emperor. Everyone knows that he likes to accept genius. This would be a unique opportunity for our clan to rise above the rest." The man announced the news, forcing everyone around to immediately start discussing this information. Many have already begun to imagine how they will study under the immortal emperor, who is very sensitive to geniuses. "Okay!" The man clapped his hands and shouted, asking for silence. "The next task for everyone is to make a breakthrough within this month." Zhao Bangku, the head of the Zhao family, continued to speak, when suddenly the man was abruptly interrupted. "Leader!" Mafan shouted limpingly. The guy came to everyone else. "What happened? Who attacked you?" Buju ran up in horror, seeing his brother being badly beaten. But Mafan couldn't even answer right away, as he was very out of breath with several wounds on his body. "This is Zhao Xian, he beat us up!" the guy shouted sharply, causing everyone's eyes to fall only on Ping'an. But no one really wanted to believe that someone like Xian could beat Mafan, who was at the Yin Immortal stage. "Am I dreaming or am I dreaming?" Buju asked slyly, staring at his brother and watching him get beaten. "Brother, it seems, or are you confused by such a situation?" Buju asked carefully, to which Mafan continued to assure everyone around that he was not lying when he told how Xian spoke about the treasure. "But brother Xian is at Fen Shen's level, how could he beat you like that?" Buju continued to interrogate his brother, not believing that someone like Xian could beat him, although Ma Fang still shouted that it was Xian who was beaten. "So what if I beat you up? Don't you deserve it?" Pingen snapped back, showing that he was not afraid of anyone. But his words greatly angered Buju, who stood up for his brother. "If you don't give me a good reason, I promise you'll be in big trouble," the guy said, walking closer to Pingen, who hadn't moved from his spot. Chen saw that the guy was just itching to fight him, and he wasn't really sticking up for his brother. "He abused men and women in the clan many times," Ping said loudly for all to hear of the accusations against Mafan. "Good. Stop two young men Zhao Banku. I don't think Zhao Mafang's injuries are that serious. Go to the pharmacy and get some pills. The secret realm is about to appear. You need to focus on your cultivation," the man reminded, interrupting the demand. Pingen and Buju only obediently agreed with the head of the family. Chen understood that the mission would be long, and therefore it was not worth confronting all the offenders yet. Later, the head of the family told Buzz to stay and the rest to go. Brother Xian called out to Li Pinggang, who was about to leave. "You are excellent," the girl exclaimed while Mafana's brother glared at the two on the side. "At this time, I woke up in a panic and thought that maybe the curse had expired, although this could not be. All that was left was to simply watch Zhao Xian." Meanwhile, Pingen headed with Zhao Li to the very treasury that the girl had spoken of. The guy didn't even expect that she would be so beautiful. She was even different from all those that Pingen had seen, and made him simply freeze from her beauty. And with his furry friend on a leash, the boy happily went to the treasury in the hope that there would be treasures there that would help raise his spiritual level and help with control over the power of heaven and earth. But just before the entrance, Pingana and her dog were abruptly stopped by a guard. It turned out that animals were not allowed into the treasury, and the guy, looking at the dog, decided to just leave it near the entrance because finding useful things to level up was much more important. Small could only look into the distance at the departing Pingen and hope that he would not forget her like last time. While the dog decided to just take a nap near the entrance, someone approached the treasure room. "It's strange how a dog ended up in the kingdom of immortals," the unknown guy exclaimed, looking at the animal. "You silly child, I am actually a powerful dragon," Small thought to herself, demonstratively rolling her eyes. But even such actions greatly surprised and delighted the young man. "Oh, the dog rolled his eyes, so smart, then it's clear why they took him with them," the guy exclaimed, reaching out to the animal, wanting to pet it. The boy was so interested in the dog that he didn't even see how much she didn't like it. "Baby, you better think before you pet me. If you don't want to die, then back off," the dog declared, showing his dragon aura, which was only visible to the boy. The young man even fell back, frightened by such a strong aura, thinking that only the immortal emperor had managed to tame a real dragon. And without thinking, the boy thought that the emperor must be inside the treasury. "Brother, how are you?" A question was heard not far from the young man, which made him very surprised. It was Pingen who came and mercifully extended a helping hand. "Is this pet yours?" the boy asked in shock, to which Chen replied that although the dog was a demonic beast, he was smart and did not bite. The boy thought that if the one standing in front of him could hold a real dragon on a leash, it meant that he was highly valued by the immortal emperor, and perhaps this person must be the very same mortal that the immortal emperor had recently taken in for training. The young man was so deep in thought that he simply stared in the direction of Pingen, who was very embarrassed that they were looking at him like that. "Okay, let's go," Chen said quietly and grabbed the dog's leash. Even though Pingen had found items that could help strengthen his spiritual level, he still couldn't afford to buy them, as they cost 100,000 immortal crystals per unit. The people in the treasury said that the fastest way to make money was to go to the fighting arena, and the guy slowly went to make money, but suddenly that same boy called him. "Brother, wait!" the young man called out to Pingen. "May I know your name?" the guy asked, offering to go to the fighting arena together. "My name is Jian, and I agree," Pingen responded enthusiastically, knowing that this boy could help establish connections with the man valued by the immortal emperor. And the two headed to the fighting arena to the registration area, where Chen learned that the main business of the one who comes up with the fights is selling animals, and then they specially arrange different fights to invite people to place bets. The monsters in the arena are usually very strong, so the applicant must sign all the necessary papers before entering. I wonder what kind of monster strength Mr. Xian would like to face. The man sitting at the registration desk asked, handing over the papers for signing. The young man, standing next to Pingen, advised him to choose a simpler kingdom, since this was his first battle. Chen agreed without objection that it was better to be on the safe side and asked to be given easy opponents, which were called 3 jumps. The next person to enter the arena was the first stage of the Fenshin realm. A voice shouted in the arena that was strewn with bloodstains from past battles. Meanwhile, Pingen, standing behind the bars of the fighting platform, prepared for a fight without hesitation. "Let's support him for his deadly courage," The voice continued to shout, driving the watching crowd even harder. Could he really win? He and his opponent were 3 levels ahead. The young man thought out loud, but his fears were interrupted by Smol, who told him to stop talking nonsense because his master couldn't lose. The boy even gasped when he heard the dog call Pingin the owner. Meanwhile, in the battle arena, the gates where the beast was located were already preparing to open. The Great didn't even have time to rise completely before a demonic beast in the form of a tiger with a large white mane and terrifying long fangs emerged from there. Angry smoke poured from the animal's mouth and drops of blood from recent skirmishes still remained on its fur. People from the stands shouted to tear the enemy apart as the beast slowly advanced step by step towards Pingin. All this only provoked the watching people, who continued to shout. The eldest must have been sent by the immortal emperor. But why do you call him master? The young man asked Smolly, who only snorted in response that the immortal emperor was not even worthy of feeding her. But these words made the boy begin to think that Brother Zhao was not just a genius raised in the immortal realm. And turning to the dog again, the boy asked if it was true that his brother was stronger than the immortal emperor, and who he was then. Small thought for a moment, realizing that the young man was smart, and he also looked rich and it would be possible to help the owner earn some money. Meanwhile, the guy's face was becoming more and more lost in thought about who Xian was. To tell the truth, my master's real body is hidden in the divine realm. He needs to temporarily stay among ordinary people to solve a certain number of issues, Small answered, showing a slight sly smile. Since you are an honest bro, I will give you a chance. Right now the master is short of immortal crystals, the dragon said, coming up with an excellent plan on how to help Chen. Got it. Thank you for the opportunity. I'll find a way to deliver more crystals for my brother, the young man exclaimed with sparkling eyes. But Smol added that the main condition was that her master didn't find out anything. But then their conversation was interrupted by a loudspeaker commenting on the fight in the arena. Running closer to the inspection site, the guy couldn't believe what he saw. The monster that Pingin had fought was already lying lifeless on the floor. A large bright sword was thrust into the animal's chest, and Chen slowly headed towards the exit as if he wasn't even tired of fighting the demonic beast. I lost all the 2,000 immortal crystals I had bet. The demonic beasts in the arena are simply useless. The spectator sitting next to the young man screamed, clutching his head. The guy forgot that you can place bets before the battle starts. And then an excellent way to make money came into his head. Meanwhile, somewhere there was a heated discussion going on, so much so that glass was smashing on the floor. There are no abilities in this world that exceed the level of the 3 realms. This guy was definitely hiding his strength. And you will allow him to perform further? The guy shouted while his subjects stood before him. The subordinates checked everything and also took away his ring for safekeeping. Before he entered the arena, no abnormalities were found, explained the servant of the guy who was afraid to raise his eyes and looked at the floor. He is going to challenge the demonic beast from the immortal realm. Should he be stopped? The servant asked, becoming a little bolder, while the equally frightened servant stood behind him. Why stop? The guy asked again, making everyone shut up. The head of the Sun City Arena, Chen Qian, stood up menacingly and said with a grin that, since this guy was so greedy, then let him die. Let the golden-scaled lion cub with a true dragon bloodline enter the arena. He ordered, even though the beast was capable of killing an immortal spirit realm at an early stage, and if it was released into the arena, many people might think that the city arena was acting in the dark. But for Chen Qian, rumors were of no importance at all. He won't die, otherwise how else will we sell the beast from our arena in the future? The guy answered, sitting down in the chair. Tian also added with all his cunning that, moreover, Pinggang's comrade had bet 1,000 crystals on him until he died, and therefore everything should remain in the arena. So we have a challenger of Fen Shen level, and he challenged the golden-winged lion who was at the Yin Immortal stage. The announcer in the arena continued to shout, but not all viewers took this news as something good, because the golden-winged lion is capable of tearing apart cultivators at the stage of the immortal soul. And it seemed that the tournament leaders apparently assessed Pingin as a problem, and therefore went so far as to do whatever they wanted illegally. To challenge such a powerful being, we are looking forward to this bloody show. The arena screamed as Pingin stood on the blood-stained ground and waited for his opponent. Master Black Dragon, Small heard while she sat at the podium watching the owner. Not understanding where the sound was coming from, the dog began to look around in different directions. I put all my magic weapons and clothes on this fight, the young man shouted, and unexpectedly for the dog, the guy was completely naked and covered himself only with a board. And I also put 80,000 crystals which were intended to buy materials for my family. I'm sure I'll hit the jackpot. The young man continued to exclaim joyfully, while Smol did not understand why he even put his clothes on the bet. My things are worth 2,000 crystals. If the business is tied to money, then I would prefer discomfort to losing money. The boy added as if he was very obsessed with the bet. At this time, Pinyin stood peacefully in the arena, waiting for his opponent. And then, on the other side of the site, yellow, terrifying eyes began to glow, driving one into complete horror. An animal with a lion's mane and Pegasus's wings ran into the middle of the arena, paying no attention to anything. Thick steam came out of the beast's mouth, which indicated that the beast was very angry. Stopping in the middle of the area, the golden-winged lion spread his wings and growled furiously at everyone around him, showing his superiority. Even the spectators behind the stands felt the beast's strong aura. Thinking that releasing a beast with a true dragon bloodline against a cultivator of that level was simply nonsense. But Pinyin clearly had no intention of giving up and had already grabbed his sword ready to fight. But as soon as the guy wanted to activate the weapon, the sword suddenly cracked and broke a little further from the handle. This had never happened before, and apparently, after the last battle, the guy had seriously damaged the sword, and the beast looked very strong, which is why Pinyin decided to call the Black Dragon for help before finishing everything here. "Looks like someone wants you dead." The beast spoke, filling the space around itself with bright lightning, and not even a second passed, the lion suddenly moved from his place in a desire to tear the guy apart. "So don't be offended by me," the animal screamed at last, running with all its might. But what the lion saw next made him stop. The paws that looked like bird legs suddenly stopped, and the beast's aura died down. Smol, who suddenly ran ahead of his master, forced the huge beast to stop and even bow his head. The dog, having released its black dragon aura, began to suppress the lion's power, causing him fear. People in the stands began to wonder why such an animal stopped right in front of the guy. "You impudent idiot," growled the dragon, glaring at the beast. "If you don't want to die, kneel down quickly," Smol ordered, radiating the aura of a dragon. "I admit defeat. I beg you don't kill me." The golden-winged lion stuttered, bowing to the floor in front of the dragon, tucking his paws. Pinyin didn't even understand what was going on, looking at what was happening, because he didn't see how Smol was emitting his dragon aura. What the hell, a clown show? The indignant spectators started shouting from the stands. Gradually, all the spectators began to shout for their money to be returned for such a ridiculous performance. This was a great disaster for Chen Qian and the others, because now it seemed that no one would buy their animals. The rules of the fight say that only one participant can stand. The flying gramophone shouted to the lion who never rose. "If you don't kill him, you're dead." He continued to press his voice on the beast, forcing him to continue the show. But the lion seemed to be afraid of something. The beast clenched its fanged teeth and prepared for something. And suddenly, with all its strength, the animal hit the stone platform of the ledge, breaking its head, from which blood had already begun to flow. Pinyin backed away in fear, not understanding what was happening and why the beast began to behave like this. And the lion himself continued to beat himself against the stone, smashing his head into pieces. The beast rose again and screamed shrilly in pain. And he fell dead on his back, ceasing to show any signs of life. "Is that you?" Pinyin asked the dog, who was happily looking at the guy, remembering that her job was to protect her master. "Oh well, you can help me in the next match if necessary," Chen exhaled, realizing that he didn't have much choice and would have to ask the dragon for help again. And Smol was only happy to help. The spectators in the stands tried to understand what was going on, because what was happening did not look like a performance, and it turned out that some guy simply won, without even entering into pain with the golden-winged lion. All this made me think that Pinyin was definitely some kind of big shot who was just hiding his power. Pinyin himself continued to stand in the arena in front of the dead lion, waiting to be declared the winner. "The golden-winged lion is defeated," the flying gramophone declared reluctantly. The boy who had bet all his crystals on Chen's victory was so happy that he even forgot that he was completely naked. And when he raised both his hands, the board he had been covering his private parts fell, exposing everything to the others. But the guy didn't understand this right away and screamed in horror. "Stop! I'll explain!" the guy screamed, seeing people staring at him in horror. "I'm not a pervert!" the young man cried tearfully, trying to justify himself to the embarrassed spectators. Meanwhile, Pinyin was about to leave the arena. "Hey kid, are you proud of yourself?" Chen Qian suddenly stopped the guy in the stone corridor. Pinyin, noticing the guy, realized that it was probably the one who took care of his sword before the fight. "Since you have decided not to die at the hands of the beast, prepare to die at my hands," Chen declared, showing his aura. "Die!" the guy shouted at last and ran towards Chen. But Ping'an only needed to pronounce the name of his faithful dog for him to begin to protect his master. While the dog was showing its true form as a black dragon, Chen also summoned a bird to protect him. The dragon meanwhile roared with all its might at Chen, who was thrown back hard. The guy even pressed himself against the wall, leaving a large dent in it. Chen couldn't believe that there was a real black dragon standing before his eyes. "Where did you get a real dragon? Who are you?" The guy began to ask questions in horror. "Who do you think you are? Do you really think you are worthy of questioning my master's identity?" The firebird suddenly flew in. Chen, seeing the full picture, was horrified and could not believe that these animals were acting as guards for such a guy. "There is a great immortal behind you. If you leave now, I will pretend this never happened." The exhausted Chen barely answered, trying to get to his feet, who already knew that he would definitely report this to his master. So what if he was a great immortal? Suddenly, the ring that appeared from Pingang's personal belongings bag spoke. "Am I not the same great one?" asked the sword that appeared in human form. Qian could no longer believe what was happening when he saw the golden weapon of the immortals. "Why don't you tell me everything as if we've known each other for a long time?" He asked for the sword, standing right in front of Chen Qian, who was barely able to stand on his own feet. Not very loudly, but so that he could be heard, the guy declared through the pain that he would never kneel. But the sword, the dragon, and the firebird frightened Qian so much that he fell to his knees in horror, shouting words of apology, and explained that Pingang's friend had earned 300,000 immortal crystals after a tax of 50,000 on the bet, and Chen could take the entire prize. "But please spare my worthless life," the boy shouted while Ping'an smiled and rejoiced that he had defeated this man so quickly. "Will this guy really do nothing?" the dragon asked the sword, who only replied that he didn't care at all and was not afraid of anyone in this kingdom. So Ping'an left the arena rather quickly, at the exit of which sat a boy squatting, having invested all his crystals. "The whole city saw me running around naked. How can I communicate with people now?" The young man complained with tears in his eyes, afraid to be seen by anyone. "Oh, come on. In the end, everything is fine." Ping'an tried to calm the young man down by patting him on the shoulder. "Brother Zhao, you are absolutely right. I am immortal. I still have 1,000 years of life ahead of me." Unexpectedly for Chen, the guy screamed sharply, quickly changing his emotions to joy. Ping'an quickly calmed his friend down by saying that it was too noisy, and it would be best to go somewhere quieter. Chen meanwhile watched through the cameras as Ping Gang discussed that they had won 250,000 crystals. The head of the city arena branch could not contain his anger at Ping Gang, wishing for his death as soon as possible. After some time, Ping'an was finally able to retreat to a quieter place. The young man who decided to give all his winnings to Ping Gang without even taking a percentage greatly surprised Chen. But the boy himself was only glad to give away so much money, explaining that he simply took back his main invested sum, and that was it. For Ping Gang, winning 250,000 crystals was simply a great stroke of luck, and having thanked the boy once again, Ping'an already wanted to take a little rest and go have a bite to eat with Small. But the guy wasn't allowed to go about his business so easily. "Why did you go to the Immortals' treasury?" Zhao Banku suddenly came and asked, saying that if the guy needed something, he could just tell him, and when the secret realm opened, the clan would fully support him. Ping'an sincerely thanked the elder, feeling that the head of the family did not seem very sincere. "To tell the truth, I wanted to buy the immortal spirit of Bai Yin for the treasury, but I don't have enough 20,000 crystals. I don't believe that you can help me," the guy explained, slightly embarrassing the man. It turns out that for Zhao Banku, such a sum was not a problem. "If it is the immortal spirit of Bai Yin, then I think it would be appropriate to buy it for Baju," the man said, looking at Zhao Baju standing behind him, who had some kind of amulet hanging around his neck. "Sorry, Brother Zhao, but an immortal spirit would be more suitable for me." "For my level of cultivation," Baju began to taunt, holding that same immortal spirit in the form of an amulet in his hand. Ping'an tried to hide his disappointment that he had missed his chance. "Now you will have to wait for the treasury to be replenished," Baju declared, not even hiding his superiority. Ping'an knew from the treasury keeper that the Yin immortal spirit was very rare, and if he missed the chance now, he might never be able to buy it again. "Brother, can you voluntarily give up this treasure?" "I can even increase the price," Chen suggested, even bowing to his brother. But Baju just laughed at such a request, thinking that the guy would not be able to afford it with his monthly salary. "In any case, even if my brother doesn't have enough money, I have it." Another interlocutor suddenly burst in. "I can pay for everything," said the young man who helped Ping'an earn a lot of crystals. "Young Master Meng, what are you doing to Zhao Xiang?" Baju yelled, not understanding why someone from the Meng family would be around Zhao, and whether his talent could have returned to him, and whether the news had already spread. "I am Meng Fan-yun," greeting the head of the Zhao family. The guy bowed and introduced himself in front of Banku. "Baju, name your price for the treasure. If you decide to refuse, then I will pay this amount to Brother Zhao," Fan-yun said, sincerely wanting to help Pingang. Zhao Banku couldn't believe in his mind that the young man was so easy with his finances, because the Men family was very careful with their finances and always took advantage of every deal. And the man had the feeling that they were trying to recruit Zhao Xian. Suddenly, Zhao Baju stepped forward towards Pingang, and Fan-yun was already happily thinking that the guy had agreed to sell the immortal spirit. "Unfortunately, I need the artifact, so I don't want to give it up," Baju said confidently, slightly showing respect. Pingan, understanding the whole situation, realized that it would probably not be possible for him to reach an agreement directly. Perhaps the guy should have even talked to the boss. "There will of course be a lot of problems if Bayan is not with me. My skills have not only returned, but have also become even stronger than before. Now all that remains for me to do is destroy the clan." Pingan began to speak not loudly, but so that Banku could hear him. "Xian, what are you talking about? Has your power really returned?" the man asked sharply after hearing the boy's words. Chen only nodded slightly, confirming the man's questions. "Baju, well, Xianyu now obviously has a more important artifact. I'll take something else for you, okay?" Banku, whose face changed abruptly, declared. Baju didn't want to give up the artifact at all, but he couldn't go against the head of the family either. "I see. Then I will sell my artifact for 120,000 immortal crystals," he exclaimed kindly, deciding that he should at least get money for the artifact. Although in fact the guy was very angry about this outcome because he could not allow his brother to recover his strength. Otherwise, the Zhao family will simply ignore Zhao, and Pingang will once again be the focus of everyone's attention. "I had to borrow 20,000 crystals from Brother Meng. I only have 100,000 crystals," Pingan said, a little upset, holding out a bag of the required amount. But Zhao Banku, as the head of the family, confidently stated that the clan would pay for him and there was no need to worry about it. So Chen gave the bag of crystals to Baju. "Thank you. Congratulations on a good purchase. Take it." Joyfully, without showing his anger, answered Baju, handing the artifact to his brother. "Since the secret realm is about to open, I will go and increase my cultivation level," bowing to the head of the family, the guy said, with a bag of crystals in his hands. "Come on, keep on enjoying your senseless joy. You spent half your life trying to collect such a sum, and when the time comes to use this artifact, you clearly won't succeed. Then Bayan will be mine." Baju thought in his mind with disgust, looking at the joyful Pingan. After some time, a heated argument took place in the Meng family's house. "How dare you spend the money we gave you to buy materials on gambling?" They started yelling at Fan-yun, who had just returned home. "And try to explain all that shit you did in the fighting arena." The man screamed at the guy at the top of his voice. But Fan-yun calmly replied that he had done nothing wrong and had simply befriended a man who had no equal in the Meng family. And the boy also asked his father about the 3 powerful auras in the arena. "I even, so that you understand, made friends not only with a powerful person but also with 3 others. Among them there is even one from the Divine Kingdom," the guy proudly continued to tell, realizing that as soon as his father finds out everything, he will immediately understand everything. And this turned out to be true. The man quickly ran up to his son and, in great curiosity, began to demand that he be told absolutely everything down to the smallest detail. And as soon as Fan-yun told in detail about Zhao Xian and what happened in the arena, the man's face suddenly changed, praising his son, saying that what he did was simply fantastic. "But you even had to pawn your clothes." "And now we are short 20,000 crystals," the man reminded his son. But Fan-yun again reassured his father, saying that a person like the eldest should not experience financial difficulties, and most likely this was his test. And the boy is ready to do everything to earn his favor. The man, after listening to his son, realized that he was absolutely right. And at the end of his story, Fan-yun warned that the Black Dragon Master said that his master liked to stay in the shadows, and no one should know about this matter. To which the man, without even thinking, agreed to keep everything a secret and even offered the elder another 200,000 crystals. Meanwhile, an unknown guest, who seemed to have descended from heaven itself, hurried to visit the Zhao family's house. The guest landed carefully on the ground and moved towards the head of the family. The head of the Zhao Banku family greets the great immortal emperor. "Why did you come?" The head of the family greeted the new arrival by bowing, but the guest himself seemed embittered by something. "Answer me this question. Is there a person of Fen Shen's level in your clan? And was he in the arena today?" Chen Yicheng, who was an immortal and one of the 3 strongest in the world, and was also called the Ancient Heavenly Emperor, suddenly asked, "You must be talking about Zhao Xiang. Did he cause any trouble?" Banku asked without looking up at the emperor. And just when Yicheng wanted to continue interrogating the man, a small flame suddenly appeared above their heads. The emperor immediately became wary. Deciding to see where the aura of fire was coming from, the emperor and Banku flew straight in the wake of the fire. And as soon as Yicheng saw where the fire was coming from, the guy even froze in surprise for a second. "Great immortal emperor, what is he doing?" Banku asked as he continued to hang in the air, watching everything from above. And as it turned out, it was Baju who was circulating his chi quite well. According to the emperor, the boy was so good that he could possibly awaken the legendary physical form of flame that Yicheng also had. And when he grew up, his results and achievements would be limitless. Banku, hearing about the immortal technique and physical fire, was simply surprised, thinking that God had definitely blessed his clan. "Baju, greet the immortal emperor," Banku ordered as he descended to the ground, thinking that if this was the body of the immortal flame, then the emperor could take Baju as his disciple, and the Zhao family would soar. "Hello, I am Baju. I greet you, emperor." The guy greeted me kindly. "Zhaoshen, as you can see, even without the immortal Bayan, I am strong enough to awaken the body of the immortal flame," Baju thought sarcastically with a slight smile, who quickly wanted to take revenge on his brother. "However, where does the previously mentioned Zhao Xian live? Take me to him." Yicheng quickly changed the subject, and as soon as Baju heard Xian's name, he couldn't believe that they needed him. The guy could no longer contain himself and was incredibly angry that no one was paying attention to him because of his brother. The emperor, who was about to leave, didn't even speak to him. When Banku brought the emperor to Pinggang's house, the man asked him to wait so he could call Xian. But Yicheng replied that there was no need for that, otherwise it would come out very rude. "I came to pay an official visit to Zhao Xian. I think there will be no problem with that?" Yicheng asked, putting his hand to his heart while Banku was slightly surprised that the emperor himself did not come to present something to Xian, but to visit. And as soon as the two approached the gate of Pinggana's house, silence fell all around. "He probably can't hear us. Maybe we should go in and look for him?" Banku suggested, but the emperor responded in a way that was completely unexpected for the man, saying that maybe Mr. Zhao just didn't want to see him. Yicheng himself seemed to expect that a man with strength that impressed even an immortal emperor would not speak. And Xian's actions seemed to the emperor to be truly befitting the manners of a master. "Mr. Xian, I have already communicated with the head of the arena who is in charge of the combat reserve. I apologize," Yicheng shouted too, still standing near the main gate of the house. At this time, Banku looked at the emperor with a surprised face, not understanding anything, because Yicheng treated Xian as if he was an immortal emperor, which made one wonder what he had done at all. "Why does Mr. Chen live in such a rundown house?" the emperor suddenly asked, looking around at the seemingly abandoned courtyard. But the man had nothing to say to that. "Ignorant people, Zhao Xian is the immortal emperor's special guest, and you dare to mock him? Remember this, you must treat Mr. Xian properly. He is a true aristocrat of this family," the emperor said in a commanding tone as he prepared to leave. And finally, Yicheng added that no one should know that he came here. "If anyone asks, tell them that I came here because of the guy with the body of immortal fire. Got it?" The guy asked the last question, and like a bullet he rose into the sky. Banku was so worried that he completely stopped understanding what was going on and what was happening between the emperor and Xian. That's right, Zhao Xian's mother's surname was Yue. The man suddenly remembered, beginning to understand something. Meanwhile, Pingyan returned to his home in Qinyan City. "Xin, Xiao, I'm back. Did you miss me?" the guy exclaimed joyfully as soon as he entered the yard. But before the guy's eyes stood not only Duan, but also an unknown man. Noticing Pingyan, the girl became slightly embarrassed and coughed. "I am Deng Guiqi, Xin's friend. I came here to meet you. Please forgive my complete rudeness." The blonde man with long hair and gilded clothes introduced himself. But a second later, the guy immediately began to justify himself, saying that he was just Duan's friend and didn't want any problems. Pingyan himself did not take the guest very kindly. Suddenly, the door opened from the house. It was the great immortal emperor who slowly walked out of the room as if something had happened. As soon as the man raised his head, he looked at Pingyan as if he didn't expect to see him. "I'll be gone for a while. I hope you can take good care of Xiao," the man asked Chen, who happily agreed and asked the emperor not to worry. Having calmed down, the man hurried away and quickly flew into the sky. "For some reason, it seems to me that you really enjoyed communicating with this guy?" Pingyan asked, not hiding his anger. "What, are you jealous?" Duan asked, a little embarrassed. Chen immediately became embarrassed, denying that he was not jealous at all. "You're not lying?" the girl asked again, coming a little closer to the guy and touching his chest with her finger. Pingin's confusion grew to the limit and he no longer knew where to go. Not wanting to be dominated by the girl, the boy quickly pulled Duan's hand away, firmly grabbing her wrist. "So what if I'm jealous?" "I'm your fiancé, you shouldn't hang out with other guys in the future," Chen said, pulling Duan closer so that they were both very close to each other. The girl's eyes seemed to sparkle and at the same time betrayed an unknown fear. But suddenly, Duan pulled Pinggang closer and, without letting him finish speaking, pressed him even closer and very quickly kissed the guy, who didn't even resist. "Do you want to punish me?" the girl asked playfully, slowly moving her lips away from the guy's lips. This kiss in question simply made Pingin's head spin, and he was again simply beside himself from such a surprise. "What are you doing anyway? Should I spank you properly?" The guy started yelling while Duan just laughed quietly, enjoying how she had put Chen in an awkward position again. But the guy's swearing was interrupted by Xiao, who suddenly came out. "I bought something. I need to take my leave," Pinggan yelled, not knowing what to say at such an awkward moment. All this time, Pinggang tried to avoid Duan's eyes. And the next day, the boy went to the forest near Qinyan City. In the forest itself, Chen practiced using Baiyin so that no one would see him. The amulet seemed to activate his control over his body, and the guy was simply invincible. Pinggan had already managed to control a small part of the sky and earth, which could be very useful in a world where his name was Zhao Xian. As soon as the artifact was activated, a completely new aura began to hover around the guy. This artifact is actually very simple. I wonder how much the system sells or buys something like this for. Pinggan wondered when opening the system. After entering Immortal Baiyin into the search bar, the system found the artifact quite quickly, and as it turned out, the price for it was 1 million points. For Pinggang, such a fabulous price was very unexpected. After some time, when Chen was already completely confident in his powers, the time came to return to the realm of immortals. It was worth seeing if there was another similar amulet that could be bought and sold. In Zhao Xian's courtyard in the immortal world, there was a deathly silence and no one was around. Pinggan landed right in front of his house, which was already covered in cobwebs. Before going on business, the guy had to go get something from the house, and Chen slowly opened the door of the house. But suddenly someone jumped out from around the corner with a sword in his hands. The unknown man sharply pointed his sword at Pinggan, but he managed to dodge in time. "You probably want to die." The black dragon and the firebird declared menacingly and in unison, defending their master. The two were so strong that the unknown attacker simply fell to his knees from exhaustion. The building said that the target was at the level of the newborn immortal stage, the stranger muttered as he tried to get back on his feet. "Aren't you Zhao Xian?" the opponent asked more confidently. But the stranger was once again terrified when the black dragon stepped forward with its stunning aura. Only fear could be seen in the stranger's eyes. "You are nothing!" The dragon continued to scream, causing the enemy to fall to his feet and hit the ground. "Tell me, who sent you?" Pinggan asked while Smol sat next to him as if nothing had happened. And a bird was basking on his shoulder. But the stranger did not even want to talk and simply asked to kill him already. "Master, how about giving it to us? We will solve this situation with ease," the firebird suggested with all enthusiasm. But Pinggan was even afraid of what the dragon and the bird might have in mind. But these two seemed to have their own insidious plans for the unknown guy. Since immortals are hard to kill, you can cut off organs that will never grow back. For example, his male treasure, Smol exclaimed, smiling a very evil smile. "Well, we can also torture his spirit, deprive him of his cultivation base, and then turn him into a girl and send him to the red light district." The firebird picked up the idea, smiling so maliciously. Pinggan never expected that animals could come up with such sophisticated methods of punishment. "Well, the main thing is, don't get the yard dirty," the guy supported, knowing that this would only frighten the unknown guest even more. "Senior, wait! I'll tell you everything if you let me die a quick death," the stranger shouted at the top of his lungs after hearing all the ideas from the dragon and the bird. This was only to Pinggan's advantage, and the guy prepared to listen to who wanted to kill him. "It was Zhao Baju, he ordered you." The stranger screamed in horror, still afraid of Chen's every move. Pinggan wasn't even particularly surprised by who exactly ordered it. It was quite expected. Apparently, Baju was really losing to the guy in terms of cultivation strength. "Okay, as I promised, I will provide you with a quick and easy death," Chen said, touching the man's forehead. It was time to try out his destructive skills, and as soon as Pinggan touched the stranger, his head exploded like a balloon, quickly killing the man. The firebird also came to the rescue, revealing all her skills. And while she was burning the body, Ping'an looked at the stone that the system had given him for killing the immortal. At first glance, the stone looked like an ordinary one lying on the ground. But Chen was not going to give up and decided to check if he could at least be sold to the system. It was worth looking at how many points you can get for this seemingly meaningless stone. The system began to check the received artifact using its scanner. And while the inspection was going on, the figures for the cost of the stone grew with every second. As it turned out, the stone cost 100,000 points, which made Ping'an unable to even believe that the system would offer such a huge amount for some stone. It felt like the immortal Bayan in the system wasn't that important. Brother Xian. The guy was called out in his own house. It was Zhao Li who told him that the immortal Emperor Dugu had come to the Zhao family and that the head of the family wanted to see Xian. Ping'an immediately asked why Banku wanted to see him. Zhao Baju was able to awaken the body of immortal fire, so the immortal emperor came here specifically to select disciples, the girl explained, showing slight displeasure, because this should not happen at all, and a person like Baju does not deserve such treatment. But it won't be my turn to see such an important person, right? Chen clarified, and Zhao Li supported her brother, remembering that usually no one asks to invite him to a meeting. To Ping'an, this meant that perhaps Baju had simply decided to take advantage of the moment to attack him. "Okay, let's go," the guy quickly answered, and headed with the girl to the place where he was called. It seemed as if there was someone in the assembly hall. "Baju, even though you are young, you already have more knowledge in cultivation. Amazing," Emperor Dugu discussed with the guy. Banku, who was sitting next to them, didn't really care what they said about Baju. The man was most looking forward to Zhao Xian's arrival. The man waited for the guy to appear, and if the emperor recognized Xian, then his guess would be correct. But for some reason, the man was already sure that my guess was correct, because earlier, the ancient immortal had already spoken about him, that the cultivation of Xian could be resurrected again. "Xian, hurry up and don't make the emperor wait!" Banku shouted, noticing the guy's barely noticeable silhouette from afar. But Emperor Dugu was not particularly happy that the man was inviting someone else to his meeting, since he had only agreed on one student. But as soon as Ping'an entered the hall, Dugu's face immediately changed. "Why is the elder here?" the man thought in surprise, seeing only the elder in front of him, but not Zhao Xian. The man in front of him looked very familiar to the emperor. At the same time, Baju was incredibly furious that Xian was still alive, because the assassin should have already killed him. Banku simply smiled in his thoughts, realizing that the emperor knew Xian, which meant his guesses were correct. "Immortal Emperor, please forgive me. This guy Zhao Xian, he is the main reason why I came to you. His cultivation base was damaged," Banku explained while introducing Ping'an from all sides. But Emperor Dugu was still surprised. The man thought that there couldn't be so many people who were similar in strength of spirit and appearance. Dugu saw in the guy not Zhao Xian at all, but only the elder in all his glory. And then the man realized that the elder usually looked several steps ahead, and guessed that he clearly had not just ended up in this family by chance, but that there must be a higher purpose behind it. I remember your request, but it seems that Zhao Xian had a strong blush," the man said, wanting to examine this guy more closely. But Ping'an himself only replied that people tend to change, thinking that he apparently rushed to conclusions. "I think we should take a walk," Dugu said, realizing that when Xian called him an immortal emperor, the elder seemed to hint at cooperation and that it would be worthwhile to talk one-on-one. "I am pleased with Baju's talents. Let us have a banquet today," the emperor suggested, rising from his chair. "Please accept my gratitude," Baju exclaimed, bowing before the emperor. And Dugu himself remembered how Murong told him that the elder very often chose weak sects to help in their cultivation. And apparently Baju's awakening was caused by the elder. And this is what made him think that Baju could be a truly worthy disciple. As the evening approached, Zhao's courtyard was already preparing for a banquet. "The banquet is about to begin. Where is the immortal emperor?" Banku wondered as he looked at the final preparations for the banquet. And the man learned from his servant that the emperor was currently communicating with Zhao Xian. "Okay, go get busy and serve the guests well." The man ordered his servant and began to think about this whole situation. Banku was already absolutely sure that these two knew each other and, thanks to this opportunity, decided to check something. Taking out his concealing talisman, the head of the family decided to step away for a while and eavesdrop on what the emperor was talking about with Xian. Meanwhile, Ping'an sat quietly in the courtyard of his house. The guy was reading the book The Main Rules in the Cultivation Base, the monkey knowledge level. Chen hadn't spoken to anyone yet and was simply slowly studying the book in a quiet environment. Suddenly, someone knocked on his gate. "Great Elder," Emperor Dugu exclaimed as he entered, kneeling down. Ping'an realized that the man did know him after all. Forgive my slight rudeness today, I beg you. The man apologized as if someone very important was sitting in front of him. But Pingan looked very calm and replied that he did not expect to see Dugu. All this time, Banku stood almost invisible behind the wall and eavesdropped on the conversation. And at the moment when the emperor called Xian Sr., the man simply could not believe what he heard, realizing that absolutely all his guesses were confirmed. I didn't know that the elder would appear in the immortal realm. The emperor continued to speak, greeting Chen. The man was very interested in why the elder was there at all. I came here for chess, Pingan answered the first thing that came to his mind. The guy understood that his acting wasn't particularly good and that at any moment they might simply not believe him. Doug was only glad that the elder also played chess, because then he would be the elder's pawn, and therefore worth something. I understand, senior, trust me. I will hide your identity and not tell anyone, the emperor suddenly exclaimed, bowing before Pingan. But Pingan already understood that the man had misunderstood him and didn't even know what to answer. But maybe it was only for the best. But shouldn't we inform the immortal emperor to come and greet you? After all, he has admired you for a long time, Dugu asked, expressing his submission. Pingan abruptly stated that now was not the time, and there was no need to call anyone, because there was no point in taking risks, and the visual bug sometimes did not work. Banku stood behind the wall the whole time with his mouth open in shock, not understanding what was happening. All the emperor's words made the man wonder in horror who Zhao Xian even was. And is this really Xian at all? But there was not much time to think and the man had to leave already. Otherwise, he could be noticed. At the Zhao family's home, the banquet was about to begin. Fan Yun himself and his father also came to the celebration. As soon as the boy's father entered the yard, he noticed that Banku looked very puzzled. What's wrong with your face? Aren't you happy that someone in your family has become the immortal emperor's disciple? The man asked. But Banku continued to show his excitement. And suddenly, the man put his hand on the guest's shoulder, wanting to say something very important. Have you already forgotten that Zhao Xian is not who he claims to be? Banku asked confidently, but Father Fan Yun pretended not to understand what was being said. The Ming family is always looking for benefits, and if Zhao Xiang is nothing special, how can we help him? Even though the ancient heavenly emperor stopped him, with so many witnesses, can he be suppressed? Banku asked seriously, wanting to know the whole truth. And to finish his guess, the man said that he heard the conversation between Zhao Xian and Emperor Dugu. So he knows the truth, and immediately received a scolding from the head of the Meng family for how he could eavesdrop on the conversation of powerful people from the immortal realm. This was what Banku wanted, and when the man spoke of two powerful people, he realized that Zhao Xian was not who he said he was. Father Fan didn't even immediately realize that Banku had deceived him, and specifically wanted to expose him. Brother Ming, relax. Just think. Most likely this elder is the driving force of the God world, so he knew that I was eavesdropping. Do you know why he didn't stop me? Banku asked, and hugged the man in a friendly manner. Father Fan Yun wondered if the elder really wanted to be heard and understood who he was. And since both men knew about the elder, Banku asked his friend to tell him more about the elder. As the banquet began, the crowd shouted wishes for Baju's future success. Pingan also joined the celebration, but sat at a distance at the table and thought that if it weren't for the elder's manners, he would have told him to stop accepting students long ago. Brother Zhao, Fan Yun called the guy, do you still want to buy 2 immortal buy-in? I was looking for a way to get more immortal crystals, the guy said, holding out a beautiful small ring with a red stone in the middle on his palm. Well, thank you, Brother Meng, Pingan thanked after accepting such a big gift, and Fan Yun promised to definitely pay when he had money. But in his mind, the guy still didn't understand why he should give the crystals. Last time they weren't too friendly. Although Fan is a junior, so they are probably worth about 10 or 20,000. They are worth only 200,000, so I don't have to give anything back, Fan Yun exclaimed happily, as if this price was nothing to him, although Pingang himself had not expected such a large sum for the ring. Zhao Xian! Suddenly someone called the guy. You see, my brother is the true heir of the Zhao family and you are just trash, Zhao Mafang shouted, wanting to disgrace Xian in front of the entire courtyard. I advise you to think about it and return Zhao Li to me. Otherwise, I will make sure that no one is around you at the right time. The guy continued to shout until Li herself began to shout at Mafan, saying that he was simply shameless. Is it up to you to decide? Pingan asked calmly, not at all worried about his life in front of his brother Baju. You defeated me with just a clever trick. What is there to be proud of? Mafan declared as suddenly a magical golden armor began to form on his body. If you're a man, beat me in sparring, the guy shouted, dressed completely in golden armor. The Zhao family members looked back at the screams and couldn't understand why Ma Fang challenged Xian to a fight at such a moment. But Ping'an knew perfectly well that this was Baju's doing. He wanted to use the guest to make him look like a fool and remain innocent. And all this only amused Chen, that the guy accepted the challenge without a second thought. "Of course I accept your challenge," Ping'an shouted, realizing that this was a great opportunity to ask the emperor not to accept Baju as a disciple. "I will beat you until you beg me on your knees for mercy," Ma Fan said menacingly, preparing for battle. "Who are they?" Emperor Dugu asked, to which Banku immediately introduced his younger brother Baju. Banku himself had already begun to worry about this situation, realizing that he should have punished Ma Fan last time. Emperor Dugu at this time understood that the boy was overestimating his capabilities, and it must have been just the elder's plan, so the man would not interfere. Zhao Mafang took a fighting stance and prepared to strike his opponent. "You defeated me last time with just a trick, but I spent 50 crystals to buy armor," the guy shouted, running at Zhan with all his might. Ma Fan was so confident that he simply continued running towards Ping'an, relying on the strength of his armor. "Die!" Ma Fan shouted at last while Zhan himself stood in one place completely calmly. When the guy was already very close, Ping'an quickly prepared to strike back, and Ma Fan didn't even have time to strike first before he received a strong punch from Xian in the face and flew to the other side, losing consciousness. The guy could only scream in pain and bleed. "All you can do is chat," Ping'an said quickly, glad that everything was going according to plan. All those who watched the fight could not believe how powerful the blow was. Some people thought that this strike was simply excellent, while others recalled that Xian's cultivation was at the level of Fenshen. "Brother, wake up!" Baju screamed, running up in panic, afraid for his brother. When the elder attacked, did he use the art of Dao? Emperor Dugu thought as he looked at the scene through the crowd. For a second, the man closed his eyes and concentrated very hard on something. And suddenly, Dugu managed to make a breakthrough just by watching the senior's attack, and his cultivation also increased. Although the emperor understood that there was no need for the elder to use such a strong attack, the man thought that it was done to give him a chance to see the light. "I'll thank him later, when there are fewer people, and I'll ask him to teach me a couple more techniques," the man thought happily, expressing pride in himself and his elder. "Chao Xian!" Baju shouted as he drew his sword, continuing to shout how dare he hurt his brother. Today, he would teach him a lesson. "Chao Xian, do you dare to duel with me?" the guy asked menacingly, drawing his sword weapon towards the departing Pinggang. Emperor Dugu tensed up for a moment and became angry when he saw Xian being treated like that. This was exactly what Ping'an was trying to achieve, and when everything worked out, the guy was able to breathe a sigh of relief. "Why not? But you'd better consult with the master," the guy exclaimed, pushing Baju to another complete failure. The master definitely began to speak to Baju, thinking that the emperor would only support him. "Silence!" Dugu shouted sharply, causing Ma Fan's brother to tense up. "From now on, we are strangers," the man declared, quickly walking past Baju. "You are no longer my student," the emperor said at last, putting the boy in the most awkward position. "You're joking, right?" Baju asked again, thinking that everything could be fixed. But the emperor stood his ground, declaring that with such arrogance and recklessness, Baju would not be able to go far, and he did not need such a student at all. "I apologize for not being good at understanding people. I hope you are not angry with me," the emperor said, turning to Pinggang, who only called Dugu a kind person, adding that Baju really did not deserve to be a student. "Yeah, next time I'll be more careful in choosing my students," the man exclaimed, happy to have become closer to his elder. But Baju himself at this time was incredibly furious about what was happening. But suddenly a huge portal appeared in the air, causing the others to become frightened. But there was no danger. It was just Chen Yicheng who had come. "Brother Huan is opening the apprenticeship ceremony?" the emperor asked as he gently landed on the ground. The villagers were slightly shocked to see the ancient heavenly emperor and began to discuss that he had already come yesterday, saying that he wanted to see Zhao Baju as his disciple. The banquet continued, and night had already fallen in the sky. The people calmed down a little and continued to watch the powerful people with curiosity. "What an interesting fight. Has the ceremony already begun?" Yicheng asked Dugu, who told him that he had refused to accept Baju as a disciple and asked in return why the emperor had come here. "Can I talk to Zhao Xian?" Yicheng asked suddenly, looking around for the guy. As soon as Pingang saw the emperor, the boy couldn't tell whether the visual bug had been activated or not. But in any case, Yicheng also wanted to talk to the immortal emperor Dugu. There was no point in Ping'an postponing this conversation, and so the guy agreed to talk to both emperors. "Great! I've booked a seat at the restaurant," Yicheng explained as he formed a portal in the ground. and he asked Jian and Dugu to stand in the portal circle so that the emperor could teleport both of them to the restaurant. Baju, watching Jian, could no longer restrain himself after such a big failure. How can a piece of trash like you get the recognition of an immortal emperor? The guy thought in his mind, barely holding back his anger. And now, Baju was determined to show the full pain of the loss of talent. Meanwhile, the three had already headed to the restaurant. Yicheng kindly led Xian and Dugu to the right table. "So why were you looking for me?" Pingan asked when they were finally alone. "My name is Chen Yicheng. I came to apologize for what happened. I was not strict enough, so that time my disciple in charge of the battle arena tried to kill you," the emperor explained, bowing and adding that he had already dealt with his disciple. "If Mr. Zhaoxian wants something, just say so and I will do it," Yicheng declared, continuing to bow to Pingang. Chen, looking at this situation, couldn't believe that the majestic immortal emperor himself had come to personally apologize to him. And did he really think he was so strong? And so the guy decided to check and make sure that this wasn't some kind of setup. "Do you already know that I am actually a different person?" Pingang asked. To which Yicheng said that he had already heard from the immortal Emperor Batian that he should treat him with respect. But Pingan didn't understand why he was again connected with the immortal Emperor Batian and what was going on in general. "It seems that he doesn't know much, Xiao Huang. Tell him in detail," Chen asked Emperor Dugu, who happily agreed to tell him what the matter was. Now the question was raised who Pingan was in this world and what was going on with Emperor Batian. Meanwhile, Dugu began to explain everything, telling every little detail. The man spoke so passionately that both of them even stopped noticing everything around them. Yicheng, listening to the story, began to smile himself, admiring how deep the elder's mind was and how his personality radiated positivity. Pingan, hearing how much Dugu was exaggerating about his personality, the boy kept waiting for the man to get to the main point. "Anyway, I have a very interesting story about the immortal Emperor Batan. Do you want to hear it?" Chen intervened in the conversation, realizing that he had to convince the emperors. Dugu and Yicheng themselves were only glad to listen to the story from the elder. "Do you know the name of the former immortal emperor?" the boy asked while quietly sipping tea, hoping that if Murong, Huang Zhenxiang's friend, is the immortal emperor, then maybe the boy knows who the Batian emperor is. And from Emperor Dugu, it was revealed that his surname was Su and his first name was Yi. As soon as Pingan heard the first and last name, it was as if an idea had dawned on him. Su Yi was Shaolin's father, and this made things even more strange. Actually, he had a different name when he was a child, Pingan said as he put his cup of tea on the table, thinking that it seemed like he should learn more about people in the future. His name was Su Go Dan, and like a bolt from the blue, Pingan responded, making the emperors admire such knowledge. "Damn, Songchen, how many problems you've caused me," Yicheng thought to himself. "But since you didn't know that already, you should learn from your mistakes." "I don't mind giving you a couple of chances," the guy said, as suddenly the two emperors began to bow before the elder asking for forgiveness. Ping Gang had just the right chance to take advantage of such a moment, and the guy told him that Zhao Li of the Zhao family and Ming Feng of the Ming family were blessed, and if Dugu and Yicheng took them as their disciples, they would receive a huge request. "Thank you for your guidance, elder," the emperors of Pingang sincerely thanked. But Dugu was still interested in what would happen to Zhao Baju now. "What do you think?" Chen asked with a sly smile. "Since you didn't kill him, does that mean you have a plan?" the man asked happily, which made Pingan quite tired. The boy understood that, unfortunately, as an elder, he could not simply order Baju to be killed. The banquet in the world of immortals was already coming to an end. The guests calmly discussed the recent events and simply had fun. And suddenly, a bright blue portal appeared in the sky again. The two immortal emperors returned, followed by Zhao Xian. "Zhao, Baju does not deserve to be my disciple because of his arrogance. And besides, I have decided to choose another person from the Zhao family as my disciple," Emperor Dugu loudly declared, causing everyone around to start whispering. And with a quick decision of his hand, the man pointed at Zhao Li, loudly saying her name. The girl did not expect that she could be chosen, so much so that at first she was even confused. "Thank you, sir," Li responded respectfully, bowing before the emperor. "Don't thank me," the man replied softly, asking the girl to stand up. And he said that the girl should be grateful to Mr. Xian. "Brother Zhao," Li whispered, not believing her own eyes and ears. But as Dugu explained, the girl was chosen precisely because of her kindness to Zhao Xian in the past. "Who is Meng Fan Yun here? Come forward, you are my disciple from now on." Emperor Yicheng, who had come forward, shouted after Dugu. Fan Yun was so happy about this that he shot out ahead of everyone, and he ran to hug Pingan, thanking him for not forgetting him. After all the events, Ping'an was finally able to return to his home. The guy was very glad that he was able to get rid of such a loud Feng, and that he would not see him so often. "I'm back," Chen shouted as he entered the courtyard. Entering inside, the guy saw only Xiaolinger, who was watching the fish in the lake with great curiosity. But Chen was more concerned about where Xin herself was. Little sister Xin ran away from home. Xiao answered happily as if it was the most ordinary thing. But this news really surprised Ping'an and made him freeze in place from incomprehension. "Haha, funny joke. Why would she run away if we are getting married in a month?" The guy joked panicky, and he began to examine every corner of the house, thinking that this was just another joke of the girl. "There is no need to collude with Xiaolinger to scare me," shouting Ping'an while looking everywhere where he could hide. "Come out already!" The guy couldn't stand it any longer, but Linger calmly replied that Xin had really left, and, as she said, she wouldn't return until the wedding. "You made Xin angry," Ping'an suggested sadly, and Xiao continued to explain, adding how her little sister said that she wanted to spend the remaining half a month alone. These words went through Ping'an like a knife through his heart and sounded very suspicious. Thinking that something was wrong, the guy decided to find out in more detail what was going on. Xin, come out!" he shouted, knocking on the door of the girl's room. Ping'an continued to shout and call the girl, saying that he knew she was there and since Duan was at home, he could open the door. After a couple of minutes of his screams, the door finally opened. "How noisy!" the girl exclaimed, slowly opening the door and seeing a smiling guy. As soon as Ping'an saw his bride, the guy's eyes again fell on the most piquant and open places of the girl. "I want to be away from you for the rest of the time," the girl said, looking slightly tired, as if she had just woken up. "I'm not here to convince you, I just want clarification," Ping'an asked sheepishly, insisting on his own. Duan quietly exhaled, realizing that she would still have to tell what was going on. "Everything is happening too fast. I'm still not sure about my feelings for you and I want to know if I'll miss you," the girl explained, not really wanting to talk about it. Ping'an didn't expect to hear this from his future wife at all. "Okay, since you've already explained everything to me, I'll go. Since you live alone, don't forget to close the doors, and I'll give you a weapon for self-defense," the guy answered a little embarrassedly, turning in the other direction and getting ready to leave. But Duan immediately stopped him, taking the guy by the thug. Without a second thought, Duan gently kissed Ping'an on the cheek, causing the boy's heart to beat wildly. "Although I already miss you a little, but if I say it directly, it will be difficult to continue," the girl whispered in his ear, which made Ping'an blush like a tomato. And when the guy already seemed to think that everything was fine, Duan suddenly ran away and slammed her door to the room, screaming for the guy to leave. "Xiaolinger is all alone," Ping'an remembered as he continued to stand there embarrassed, remembering the last kiss and rubbing his cheek. But Duan was in no mood for jokes because everything was becoming even more confusing. The girl is especially disappointed and sad that she cannot be with Ping'an as before. But if she didn't leave, then everything would not go according to plan. And this fact caused Duan a lot of pain. Having slammed the door of the room sharply, the girl sank to the floor in the very corner of the room and looked at the system. "It's strange. Why did he suddenly appear here?" the girl thought, looking through the system at the long-haired blonde guy who was in their city. Duan still wondered, but she could find out what was going on quite easily. "I see. You also have plans in Ping'an? But my ability to predict fate is better than yours," the girl exclaimed, continuing to look at the stranger. Meanwhile, the same guy who unexpectedly appeared for Duan was standing at the local market and buying some things. "Have you heard the name Zhou Haoxuan?" the guy asked the cute salesman in glasses. But as soon as the seller heard this name, his mind seemed to change in a second. It was as if a chain had broken in the man's head, allowing him to remember his entire life. "We haven't seen each other for a long time," the seller said with a completely different intonation, smiling at the stranger. The boy agreed with the elder, smiling sweetly at the man opposite. "Let's go, it's time to meet him," the elder said, changing his facial expressions, movements, and actions, the man replied. While Ping'an was at home, someone suddenly knocked on the gate of his house. "Who are you?" the guy asked, opening the doors and seeing unknown people in front of him. "They are coming to you, Mr. Zhen. I brought them here because they didn't know the way," explained the guy's neighbor, who lived opposite his house. And having introduced Ping'an to two unknown people, the neighbor chose to go back. "Should we just let him go?" the elder asked. To which the boy stated that Shenbao's memories had not yet returned, so they could not involve him in this yet. "Mr. Zhen, I apologize for coming to you without warning," the young man said, bowing. And Ping'an had to let both of them in, because even if the neighbor brought them, it would be best to simply greet them. As soon as the unknown guest's foot stepped into the yard, The guy remembered how much he missed the immortal weapon. Walking slowly towards the house, the long-haired guy saw a familiar spiritual wooden sword. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. The devil? Will the master continue to take care of us when he remembers everything? The rooster asked, discussing the guests who had arrived with the fish. But the fish remembered that the lady could also protect them. "Help yourself," said Pinyin, offering the guests hot tea. After some time, the two were calmly drinking tea and heatedly discussing something. While the guests were sitting in the living room and drinking tea, one of the swords in the house began to take on human form. "Brother Taesak, I missed you so much," the sword exclaimed, taking the form of a sweet girl. But the cleaver lay quietly on the table and showed no signs of life while the girl continued to beg him to talk. "There must be someone trying to get between us, that's why you're so cold to me. I'll find him and deal with him," the girl screamed, looking around menacingly. And the girl's eye just happened to catch the right weapon. "I haven't seen you before." "Are you really the one?" the girl asked the neatly standing golden sword aggressively. "Speak," she continued to scream, starting to spin the sword from all sides. But while the girl was screaming, she even noticed how the cleaver began to move. And then he prepared himself to take on human form. "Mistress Sword," the cleaver exclaimed as it turned into a man. "Brother Knife, you finally spoke to me." The girl cried out joyfully, completely forgetting about the sword that had already been thrown to the floor. "Long time no see, Brother Knife. Let's take this chance and fight," the girl with sparkling eyes suggested. But the cleaver quickly interrupted her idea, explaining that the spiritual wooden sword went for a cup of tea, and it was worth fighting next time. The sword in the girl's body looked sadly at the floor and was about to cry. "Mr. Zhen, thank you for such good tea. And with this I bid you farewell," came from the window of Pingyang's house. The girl only cast an involuntary glance towards the window and hurried away. "Don't forget the knife, brother. Next time you have to fight me," the girl shouted at last and ran away. When the cleaver was left alone, the golden sword immediately took on a human form and in horror began to ask who this lady was and why the cleaver was afraid of her. "Let me ask you this. If someone who clearly can't beat you challenges you and cries when they lose, and that makes others look at you with disapproval, would it be just as terrible to let yourself get hurt?" the cleaver asked, making it clear that this lady was very strong. "Oh, I completely forgot. Weaklings like you don't have such problems," the cleaver laughed, looking at the low golden sword in the form of a little boy. These words were like a knife in the heart for a sword that even drooped very much. "Goldie!" A cry was heard from Pinyin, who was looking for his golden sword. Taesak immediately tensed up, and quickly he took on his true form as a weapon, leaving the sword alone with his terrible thoughts. "Goldie, what's wrong with you? Get up! We're going to the immortal realm," Pinyin shouted as he entered, noticing the sword's very sad and downcast face. To the immortal realm at the gate of the Zhao family, Pinyin went with Resin and the sword. As the boy was heading to his house, someone suddenly called him. It was Zhao Baju, who surprisingly looked very calm. "After thinking about yesterday, I finally came to my senses. I shouldn't have gotten angry and dueled with you," Baju stated, showing that he wasn't a threat to Chen. Pinyin knew something was wrong and simply said, just as kindly, that he forgave his brother. "Brother Zhaoxian is so kind," Baju exclaimed as he walked closer to the boy, and he suggested shaking hands to show respect and finally make peace. Pinyin's first thought was whether his brother had smeared poison on his hands, but the system reassured the guy, saying that everything was fine. And with a calm soul, Chen shook his brother's hand firmly as if nothing had happened. But when Pinyin was already heading off on his business, Baju looked into the distance at his brother with a sly smile, knowing that he was already doomed. After a while, Chen reached the main trading area and looked around in search of boring goods. Suddenly, a bright red notification from the system, "Attention," appeared before the guy's eyes. Pinyin's head felt like it was splitting, and his strength was slowly fading. "Warning! An unknown curse has been cast on the host's body," the system displayed. But the guy couldn't even look at it. Pinyin's body suddenly went limp, and his head was cracking at the seams while the system continued to write that the cultivation level was being absorbed in large quantities. "Please wait. The system is replenishing the cultivation base," the system wrote, protecting its master. But Chen quickly stopped the cultivation replenishment. "Don't replenish it all at once, just create the illusion that my base is decreasing, and let him absorb it slowly," the guy asked, barely holding back his strength, relying on everything that came to hand. If Pingyang wasn't mistaken, it was this curse that had caused Zhao Xian's cultivation base to decline. And now, the guy wasn't going to let it go. Pinyin promised that for all his actions, evil and hatred, Baju would certainly pay. Zhao Baju himself sat in a remote place and, using several techniques, observed that Xian's cultivation base had quickly dropped. But nothing happened, and the guy sat there for so long that he even started spitting blood. Because Baju had already sacrificed 1,000 years of his life, his turquoise hair had turned white and his strength had diminished slightly. But no matter how hard he tried, Zhaoxian still had a cultivation base left. Previously, it only took me 500 years of life to return his level from the immortal realm to the swamp. The guy screamed, tearing his hair out, unable to contain his anger. Next to him was also a magic book that hovered in the air, creating a circle around Baju himself. Kid, don't you understand yet? You've been tricked. This guy probably has treasure on him. The book started talking, and Baju certainly didn't expect a book to talk. I am the most valuable mystical book of the mysterious pavilion of the divine realm. You have already learned so many secrets from me, so what are you afraid of now? The book asked proudly, continuing to burn with a pink flame around itself. I didn't intend to learn this. Baju screamed in horror, jumping back. Don't be afraid, boy. If you could learn it, then this is your path. The book continued to speak insidiously, as if it were something very evil. I was awakened by the years of life that you have just given me. I am very pleased with you. Do you want to become the master of the mysterious pavilion? The book asked, rising higher, kindling its magical flame stronger and stronger. Baju, hearing about the mysterious pavilion, froze in horror, realizing that he was now being offered to become the owner. Meanwhile, Ping'an was slowly coming to his senses in a quiet street of the city. Sitting at a table outside and drinking hot tea, the cultivation base slowly stopped decreasing, and it seemed that Baju would not be able to absorb it. The system had completely restored Pingang's cultivation base, and the boy could now calmly use his power again. Having rested enough, the young man was already getting ready to go look for Baju. But his eyes fell on a very familiar man who could not be confused with anyone else. In the crowd, there was a blue-haired guy with a pigtail, accompanied by an unknown lady. The guy looked exactly like Liu Shua, whom Ping'an met on his first mission. However, Chen wasn't entirely sure that it was Shua, but it was worth checking to confirm his guesses, and Ping'an ran after the guy who was entering a large building in the middle of the street. The guy followed the two who were climbing up the stairs somewhere. Young Master Xian, someone called the boy at the wrong time. The way the elder behaved at the ceremony yesterday was admirable. May I have the honor of dining with you? The stranger asked, bowing to Zhaoxiang, expressing his admiration for him. Ping'an had no choice but to lie that he had a meeting scheduled for today. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know the master had an appointment. I shouldn't have asked. The Pingana fan answered fearfully, leaving the guy alone. Ping'an ran as fast as he could, hoping that he hadn't lost Shua. Having run into some establishment, the guy began to look around. The young man's companion was still sitting here, which meant Shua was also somewhere nearby. Sitting down near the girl, Ping'an decided to just wait. This Liu Shua has no manners at all. The girl spoke as if she was not particularly delighted. Ping'an heard that this man was also called Liu Shua, but the question remained how he got here and whether he was also immortal and hiding his identity. Although Liu Shua has a clan in the Zhanwu kingdom, his position is different from Huang Zhenqian, and there should be a chance. After all, he is a disciple of the immortal emperor. He probably thinks that he doesn't need anyone. Just fawn more on him. The second interlocutor at the table where Shua's companion was sitting answered. But Liu Ruping, the second disciple of the immortal emperor Bai Yuan, reminded him that she was also the emperor's disciple and would not show off in front of anyone. Suddenly, the girl fell silent, looking towards Ping'an, who pretended that he had simply come in to drink tea. Do you think he's gay? Zhupin whispered to her friend and asked him to check it out. Ping'an choked on his water when he heard this. Who are you? Asked the guy sitting next to Zhupin. After asking the question, the guy immediately stood up and headed towards Chen. Who had the nerve to eavesdrop on our conversation? Friend Zhupin continued asking questions, and Ping'an began to justify himself, saying that he had not eavesdropped on the conversation at all, but had simply sat and drunk tea. At that moment, Ping'an's interest changed to what he saw completely by accident. On Liu Ruping's neck was a huge piece of immortal spiritual bayan, twice the size of the boy's. Are you looking for death? The girl asked again, noticing how Chen was looking at her. Don't blame me when you yourself are behaving aggressively, Ping'an declared, seeing that it would not be possible to sort things out amicably. Haven't you ordered yet? Liu Shua asked as he suddenly entered the room. We've been waiting for you, Brother Liu, Zhu Ping spoke sweetly, as if nothing had happened. But the girl's friend continued to pester the boy, saying that Ping'an should keep his mouth shut and advised him to think twice before provoking the emperor's second disciple, Bai Yuan. As Ruping continued to chat sweetly with Shua, Ping'an realized that the two were afraid that Liu Shua might hear what he was saying. And deciding to try his luck, the guy called out to the young man by name. The supposed Liu Shua turned towards the voice with some distrust, but as soon as he saw Ping'an, his face immediately changed into emotion. "Brother Long?" the boy exclaimed, running happily towards Chen. The guys, having exchanged greetings, began to discuss how they did not expect to see each other here, thinking that maybe it was fate that they met. "How did you get to the immortal realm?" Ping'an asked, remembering how Zhuping said that Shua became the emperor's second disciple. "I must thank you, Brother Long. If it weren't for your advice to buy these 2 stones as a birthday present, I wouldn't have been accepted as the immortal emperor's disciple," the boy exclaimed, expressing his deep gratitude. But Ping'an completely forgot when he gave more advice and what 2 stones he was talking about. When everything fell into place, Chen said that since they were in the immortal realm, there was no need for aliases, and introduced himself as Zhao Xian from the Zhao family. Zhao Xian? This must be the elder's nickname, Shua thought, incredibly happy that he met the guy. But Zhupin and his friend were not particularly happy about this meeting, and, watching the two, they wondered whether Xian would tell them what happened before Shua arrived. "He wouldn't dare. Even the head of the Zhao family bows when he sees us," the guy said, not worried at all about it. But still, as it turned out, Ping'an was not even afraid to tell what happened here before Shua arrived, and Zhupin and her friend had to be begged to forget this misunderstanding. "What are they doing here?" Liu Shua asked menacingly, guessing that these two had caused displeasure to the elder, and there was no need to agree to the request of the immortal Emperor Bai Yuan to accompany them. "Nothing special. I just have exactly the same pendant as this lady. I wanted to forgive her for taking it off to take a better look and make sure it wasn't the one I lost," Ping'an kindly explained, pointing to the Zhupin artifact. The girl herself had already begun to think that this guy wanted to rob her, but the girl's brother reassured her, saying that Liu Shua would not neglect them because of such a commoner. Zhupin, full of confidence, looked at her brother and immediately calmed down. Shua quickly guessed that the elder was not looking for those people who fight over such a trifle as a pendant, and he must have decided to teach a lesson. And for Shua himself, this would be an excellent chance to prove himself. Since Brother Zhao asked for it, then Madame Liu should just show it to him, Brother Liu said, confusing Ruping. The girl was about to start arguing with Ping'an, but her brother abruptly stopped her. "Don't forget the mission of the immortal emperor. We can't do anything since Brother Liu Shua said so." To the girl's surprise, her brother responded, realizing that he would have to resign himself. Zhupin, although reluctant, nevertheless gave her amulet to Ping'an. "Here." The girl threw the artifact as if she was doing me a favor. Ping'an began to examine the artifact in detail from all sides. "This is indeed my lost pendant." "Miss Liu, thank you very much for returning it," Chen exclaimed, rejoicing in his thoughts that he was able to obtain another immortal Beiyin. "Congratulations on the return of the lost thing." Shua supported his old friend. "Forgive me. I can't stay with you longer. If Brother Liu has nowhere to stay, then I invite you to Zhao," Ping'an kindly invited, and Shua, of course, happily accepted such an invitation from the elder. But as Chen hurried out of the establishment, Shua briefly wondered if the elder might actually have something in mind. "We will stay at Zhao's residence for a while. If you are not satisfied with this, then find a place yourself," Liu Ruping's brother stated to her brother. "Brother, what should we do?" the girl asked, not understanding at all what to do. But the girl's brother replied that they should do as the emperor's second disciple wanted and stay at Zhao's residence. It was already afternoon when Liu Shua and his entourage arrived at the Zhao family's house. Zhao Banku was the first to greet the young people. "I am truly delighted that we will have 3 distinguished guests staying with us," the man exclaimed, shaking Shua's hand. While the boy was talking with the head of the family, Zhuping grumbled about what was the point of visiting such a small family. But her brother remembered that recently, the immortal Emperor Dugu took the youngest of the Zhao family as a disciple. "Elder, I heard we have important guests." Zhao Baju's voice was heard. Brother Zhupin turned around cautiously, and I saw a white-haired guy who looked like a very kind person. Could he really be the immortal Emperor Dugu's senior disciple? The boy asked himself with a loud cry. But Zhao Baju immediately refuted these words, saying that he was almost accepted but was expelled yesterday, so he did not dare to turn up his nose. Brother Zhuping couldn't believe that the immortal Emperor Dugu didn't take a person with the physical characteristics of the immortal flame as a disciple. That's right, Brother Zhao has outstanding talent. How could the immortal Emperor Dugu expel you? Liu Ruping also asked, not understanding how this was even possible. Baju, showing his disappointment, told about the situation yesterday, how during the initiation ceremony, his younger brother was injured, and then Baju wanted to fight the man who injured his brother. But the immortal emperor decided that he was a bad person. "Why don't we think of a way to atone for the crime with good deeds?" Jupin asked her brother, who was happy to support his sister. "Don't despair, Brother Zhao. As long as you are interested, I can continue to recommend you," the guy exclaimed, wanting to sincerely help one of the Zhao family. "Thank you very much." Baju thanked the guests without showing his sly smile. Meanwhile, in Qingyuan City, the weather was warm and sunny. Even in such a bright hour, there was silence in Pingana's courtyard. The boy was training to use the immortal buy-in that he received from Zhuping. The artifact surprisingly turned out to be very useful and opened up several new possibilities for the guy. In just one night, he was able to move the fourth silk thread slightly. It was, of course, a pity that Pingan had not bought the new immortal buy-in in the treasure pavilion, because with it, he would have been much stronger now. However, recently, affairs in the realm of immortals have been almost settled. As Pingan was leaving his bedroom, he was about to start his day calmly, but he bumped into someone. What he saw made Chen freeze. Near the tree, Xiaolinger sat with her legs dangling. But there was a bright yellow light around the girl, which she didn't pay much attention to and simply ate watermelons. Pingan didn't even know what to say. And as soon as Xiao saw her brother, the girl quickly hid the watermelon behind her back as if nothing had happened. "Xiaolinger, aren't you at the qi refining stage?" Pingan asked as he walked closer to the girl. But Xiao said that it was impossible to fly at the qi refining stage, and also said that she had recently recovered some memories and found that she was already at the soul nascent stage. "How much did you remember? Do you remember your true identity?" The surprised Pingan began to bombard her with questions, and as it turned out, the girl did not remember her identity. "But I remember who my father is. He is the immortal Emperor Baitian," Linger proudly declared. At this point, Pingang thought that if the immortal Emperor Batian was Xiaolinger's father, then she should be just as strong. And it's possible that her true power and memories are sealed together. "Sister Peachtree, do you really want to tell your brother?" the girl asked in a whisper, leaning her back against the tree in the middle of the yard. "Yes, I asked the owner," she agreed, as if the wind answered the tree. And the fish in the water thought very excitedly that if they did not tell the master right away, then when he regained his strength, he might get angry and fry her. And so the fish asked to quickly tell their secret to Pingan. Xiaolinger was even very confident in herself and prepared to tell the secret for everyone at once. "Oh, brother, I want to say something," the girl began to say mysteriously. And then Xiao said that she had just recently learned that their things in the courtyard of the house seemed to be very strong, but it seemed that something was preventing them from showing their strength. Pingan was immediately very surprised that Linger could talk to all the things in the house. Out of awkwardness, the girl fell silent, continuing to maintain an awkward silence. "Brother, stop asking questions. My head hurts every time I remember something." Xiaolinger waved her hand, clutching her head while Pingang himself continued to stand in shock. Seeing the girl holding her head pretending it hurt, the guy promised not to ask about it anymore and offered to take her to the room so she could rest. "I did everything I could. Now it's up to you," the girl whispered to the tree as she headed to her room, and the tree promised to take care of the rest. Pingan, after seeing the girl off, began to think that Xiao would not have said anything just like that. But the guy forgot about her words for a while, wanting to cook soup for Xiao to make her feel better. Going out into the yard, Chen began to think about what would be the best thing to make soup from. The guy's eyes fell on a rooster and Pingan quickly grabbed the bird and carried it somewhere. The rooster, meanwhile, while being carried to the cutting board, made various sounds and kicked, not understanding what they wanted to do with him. The bird began to scream even louder when she realized that it seemed like they wanted to cut her up for food. "I need to make some chicken soup to ease Xiaolinger's headache a little," Pingang exclaimed out loud as he picked up his cleaver. And the bird continued to scream louder and louder, not believing that they wanted to make soup out of it. The cleaver in Pingan's hands also began to respond to the rooster's crows. Hiding behind Chen's back, taking on human form and turning away, the cleaver decided to pretend to be just a knife and continued to do nothing. Meanwhile, Pingan was already preparing to swing his knife, and the rooster, resigned to his fate, closed his eyes, thinking that he should not have agreed with the peach tree's stupid idea. When the knife was already near the rooster's head, the guy stopped, wondering why the bird didn't even beg for its life. Continuing to hold the rooster in his hands, Pingan realized that it was, after all, an ordinary bird. And then the question remained, who is the unusual one in his yard? After letting go of the rooster, the guy's eyes fell on Smolka, who was sitting peacefully, and Pingan decided that if he couldn't ask Xiaolinger, then perhaps he should ask the Black Dragon. "Come to me, Blackie, I want to ask you something," the boy exclaimed joyfully, calling the dog to come to him. The fish and the rooster immediately began to sternly warn the dragon in the form of a dog not to say anything unnecessary and to simply keep his mouth shut. The animals threatened Smolka so much that she simply pressed herself to the ground out of fear, covering her face with her paws. Pingin, noticing the animal's fear, realized that someone was definitely threatening him. Raising his head, the boy saw a small bird sitting on a tree branch. As soon as the bird saw that someone was looking at it, it quickly turned the other way, closing its eyes. It became clear that even the bird would not budge. Pingin had no one left who could answer his questions, and the last only option was the golden sword, which could explain, although it was unlikely that it would reveal all the secrets. But suddenly, Pingana remembered that there is a system that tells everything as it is, and perhaps it can help the guy. "System, are you here?" the guy shouted, pressing all the buttons in the system in a row. As soon as Pingin started screaming, the system issued a notification saying, "Master, please control yourself." But the guy continued screaming and asking why she, having given so many treasures, did not tell him about the secret associated with the items. The guy was screaming and swearing loudly, repeating the same thing over and over. The system couldn't stand it and gave out a huge message saying that she had given so much to Pingin. All the treasures and even the black dragon were her doing. But could the guy even rely on them? The system also asked the guy if he would have been able to complete missions if she had told him everything at the very beginning. And this made Pingin think very hard. "Okay, you're right. I can rely on my own strength," the guy said, calming down. Pingin thought that it was not too late now, and although he should become Zhaoxian for this mission, the guy could not overcome himself. But Chen decided to now complete missions with all available treasures, which will greatly reduce the time it takes to complete tasks. There was little joy when the system seemed to read the guy's thoughts and warned him that if he decided to use these items, then there would be great danger, since these were all first-class weapons, and if a greedy person appeared in the realm of reason, then Pingin would be doomed. But the guy continued to think optimistically and said that there couldn't be many people in the immortal world realm. But the system added again that the conditions for descending to the mortal realm from the god realm were not strict, and ordinary people in the god realm would not touch Pingang. But the amount of his treasures would not completely stop the temptation of the strong, and the immortal weapons, including the black dragon, cannot use their power now. They can only protect Pingang in extreme cases. And therefore, the system warned the guy to be very careful. "Even if I can use them in places where there are few people, they are still useful. Later, I will go to threaten Meng Fanyun, who told him to bully me." Pingang exhaled, realizing that all the methods of defense could help him in this matter. But since Xiaolinger is the princess of the immortal realm, and these things are immortal weapons, the guy had a very important question. Then what about his fiancée Duan Xinshin? She didn't have any problems either. Meanwhile, Duan, sitting in her space and watching Pingang, began to wonder when he became so smart that he began to guess. To stop the guy from thinking so often, the girl decided to give him a new job. And perhaps Pingin won't think about it for a while. At this time, the street of the Immortal Kingdom lived its own life. Local residents slowly went about their business, and the weather outside was warm and sunny. "There are so many unusual things in this Immortal Kingdom. It's good that I came here," the sweet girl exclaimed, looking around. The man standing next to her replied that she was right, and it was indeed a nice place to go on holiday, and later told the girl to go play, and that she didn't have to guard him. "Okay, thank you, master." The young lady thanked him joyfully and ran off to have some fun. The man, having waited until the girl ran away, began to look around, remembering how his ancestor had said that it was a great stroke of luck that Xiao Yan could help him break through. But this immortal kingdom was quite far away, and perhaps some other talented person could live here. Exhaling, the man also remembered that there were only 2 days left for everything. But suddenly a bright light appeared right in front of him. The man immediately thought of the immortal weapon, feeling how strong the aura was coming from the light. "I decided to quickly see what this place hides." Opening something like a screen, Pingin appeared in it, going about his business. At first, the man thought that such a strong aura was coming from the teapot that was in the guy's hands. And then the question arose as to how such a treasure could end up in the hands of a person who was at the Fenshin stage. Much to the man's surprise, Pingin, unaware that he was being watched, looked straight into the gentleman's eyes through the surveillance screen. At that very second, the portal slammed shut. In great shock, the man couldn't believe how this guy had discovered him so quickly, since it was impossible to do so while at the Fenshin stage. At this time, Pingin, unsuspecting, looked around and felt as if someone was watching him. The sword in the form of a man stood next to the boy and simply smiled, protecting his master. "This tea is not very tasty, but it has a unique aroma." Try it, Ping'an said, placing a small cup of the drink on the table. Sword, sitting down at the table and taking the drink in his hands, understood that in the hands of the elder was a teapot that could cause a strange vision of the sky and the earth. He must be a treasure from the divine realm. And having decided to take advantage of this excellent opportunity, the sword drank the tea to the very bottom without hesitation. But as soon as he drank the tea, something changed dramatically in his mind. Sword felt his spiritual root become stronger, meaning his journey along the immortal path would go smoothly. Ping'an, watching the sword, was glad that it seemed his tea had helped. But the sword itself, after its epiphany, became very thoughtful. The thing was that he could not repay the kindness of his master, and so the sword joyfully asked to accept his respect. But for Ping'an, making this tea was a small thing and there was no need for gratitude. When the sword began to remember how the guy urgently needed an immortal spiritual bane, some sounds were heard in the courtyard. I, Li Moxian, and my disciple Xiaoyange came to greet the elder. A voice was heard from outside the door of the house. Ping'an immediately went to check who had come to see him this time. And before his eyes appeared the same man who had already seen him through the portal, and next to him stood a little girl. Chen noticed that the sword, although not familiar with the guests, was afraid of something, which meant that these two were definitely looking for Ping'an. But it wasn't just their presence that frightened the sword, but also their aura, which was stronger than that of the immortal emperors. This meant that perhaps the guests came from the divine realm itself, which showed what an amazing person the elder was in the eyes of the sword. Having let the guests in and seated them in Ping'an's house, he politely asked why they had come, realizing that if Ming Feng was a disciple of the immortal emperor, and if he was already scared, then the uninvited guests were not so simple and it would be better to be more polite. Greetings, senior. I am Li Moxian. The man introduced himself without showing any threat. The girl who was watching Moxian didn't understand why the master brought her to meet the elder, because no matter how you look at him, he was only at the Fenshin stage. But suddenly something else caught Yange's attention. The teapot that Ping'an was holding emitted energy stronger than the ancestor's weapon, which greatly surprised the girl. While the man, explaining the reason for his appearance in Chen's house, was talking about how he accidentally sensed the energy of the kettle, the girl, trying not to show her anger, could not believe that such a powerful object could be in the possession of such a weak person. Ping'an, having heard about the teapot, realized that its energy could be felt from so far away, and in the future he should be careful because it might not be to his advantage. People might think that he is an elder because the guy has a first-class immortal weapon and might even think that he is an immortal emperor. Having decided to hide the teapot away so as not to cause any problems, Ping'an asked where the guests had come from, to which Moxian replied that he and his assistant had come from the kingdom of heaven and earth. The man tried to be more polite, remembering how his ancestor had told him that there were several divine kingdoms, and the eldest must be from one of them, so it was worth being more specific. But Ping'an didn't even know where it was, only assuming that it was somewhere in the immortal realm. "You mean this insignificant place?" Ping'an exclaimed, recalling some details about this place. And when Moxian and Yanga heard the elder's words, they could not believe that the kingdom of heaven and earth was called an insignificant place. The guy, quickly realizing his mistake, quickly decided to change the subject. "You are quite strong. Your cultivation is correct and your further path is also worthy," the guy said, more focused. Moxian bowed obediently and thanked the elder for such words, promising to continue to work hard. And realizing that this was a great chance, the man said that he was having some problems with cultivation and asked if the elder could give him any advice. Ping'an didn't expect such a request because he had never cultivated before. And after thinking for a while, the guy decided to just pretend and make up a couple of lines. As is usually the case in such cases, they speak in riddles, and if a man can't understand them, then he's not good enough. I will say this, a problem that hinders progress is like a vicious circle. As soon as one problem is solved, another one appears and in the end you find yourself back at the very beginning, Ping'an answered mysteriously, which made the man wonder what the solution to this whole situation was. Ping'an coughed slightly as if he was thinking about what to answer, and, having declared that everything was simple, he remained silent for a few more seconds, putting the kettle on the table. "How to untie a rope if there is no knot?" "Without breaking character," the guy asked mysteriously, and Mozian just stood there with incomprehension. "Cut with a sharp knife," exclaimed Ping'an, from which the man seemed to see the light, realizing the truth. After these words, Moxian began to thank the elder, expressing his respect. Ping'an, having answered all the questions, hurried away so that the man would not bombard him with any more questions. But as soon as the guy left the house, Chen saw something frightening, bright red, like a portal in the sky. The sky around Ping'an's courtyard suddenly turned red. The wind increased, and the red circle in the sky continued to hang. Mojian looked at the sky and recognized the absolute deity imprisoned in the oppressive massif. Suddenly, a human silhouette appeared in the red circle, began to laugh, and then turned to Li Moxian, saying that he had been hiding in the outer sect for a long time and that he would not escape death today. "Bloody Buddha! I have done nothing to you. Why do you want to attack me?" The man shouted questioningly because of the strong and loud gust of wind. The Blood Buddha only replied that he was from the demon realm, which was a good reason to kill Moxian. Coming almost completely out of the portal, a man with several scars on his face and large beads on his neck threatened that if the man resisted, his death would be long. Smiling madly, the uninvited guest himself was already thinking about how, by killing the man and taking his key, he would perfect his demonic art. Li Moxian, meanwhile, stood there in horror, trying to figure out when he had managed to anger this madman. The man understood that with his cultivation, he would not be able to defeat the enemy, and even more so, he would definitely not be able to escape. Although Li Moxian was not afraid of death, he was very worried about the very young Xiaoyan, and the man was ready to do everything to protect her. As the bloody Buddha loomed over Pinggang's house, Moxian thought that the elder had already solved his problem today, so he couldn't ask for his help. But his disciple was too young, and he could only ask the elder for her protection in the event of his death. The girl, meanwhile, with horror on her face and the understanding that the teacher was ready to die to protect her, promised to repay his kindness in the next life. Pingan, watching this chaos, saw what a great master Moxian was, since he was willing to sacrifice himself for his students. Having looked around, the guy began to think about what to do, realizing that he did not know whether the system would be able to teleport him. "Don't worry, master, it's just small fry," a voice came out of nowhere, frightening the guy. At first, Pingan didn't even understand who was speaking, and the voice itself asked to leave the enemy to him. After these words, the guy began to guess who was speaking. It was a cleaver hanging from the belt of the boy who had been told to wait for Pingan's command. Coming closer, Chen put his hand on the man's shoulder and asked why he was so nervous. And saying that Moxian should take care of his only disciple, the guy stepped forward. Seeing that the elder was willing to help, Moxian began to sincerely thank his savior. The bloody Buddha was only amused by the guy's appearance and was already ready to have fun. Raising his hand up, a bright ball, similar to a hot core, began to form in the sky. "Well, die," the Buddha shouted at last and threw that very core right at the place where Pingan stood. But Chen didn't even move from his spot, continuing to stand there imperturbably, crossing his arms. The guy only needed to utter a single word for the cleaver to prepare for battle. "Show me who's boss here," said Pingan at last, when the cleaver, having taken on human form, ran straight towards the falling burning core. Raising his hand, a small flame appeared on the finger of the cleaver, and jumping into the sky, he cut the projectile in one motion. The bloody Buddha's surprise knew no bounds. The enemy didn't even have time to say anything before the cleaver cut him in half in mid-flight, and as if nothing had happened, the knife landed on the ground, glad that it had at least briefly been in another form. Pingan, pleased with the result, happily praised the weapon, and he ordered to return to his previous form. The guy was so happy that he thought he was his soulmate. Meanwhile, Moxian looked at the remains of the Buddha in horror, and the girl even covered her eyes with her hands and screamed out of fear. The man had never seen anyone deal with such a strong person so quickly. At this time, the divine kingdom seemed to tremble, shaking everything around. The inhabitants of the kingdom began to fall off their feet, not understanding what was happening. "Who did the divine emperor lose to?" the man shouted, sitting on a large pillow. And his question was immediately answered that the divine emperor had recently emerged from seclusion. Hearing the answer, the man thought that it was not easy for the divine emperor to attack. Suddenly, while thinking about what could have happened, the amulet hanging on his belt began to swing, falling apart into small pieces. The man couldn't believe that the Count of Destinies had been broken. The amulet finally fell to the floor, shattering into pieces, which meant the death of Qing Wu's disciple. Without fully realizing what had happened, the man began to click and fiddle with his fingers as if he wanted to find out something. And his surprise knew no bounds when the man learned that his student had died from the Sword of Tao. The attack of this dream was so strong that the man understood that if he took revenge, then just one blow and he would be finished. And, sighing sadly, he decided to just forget about it and do nothing, because a man can take more students and send them to certain death each time. The Eternal City sect of the Divine Realm stood high in the mountains and surrounded itself with high mountain peaks in the middle of the clouds. Suddenly, it was as if he teleported from the sky into the city. "Elder, I have come to report," Li Moxian shouted as he quickly flew in. Before entering the courtyard, the man stopped and waited for permission to enter. And having successfully entered the courtyard, Moxian greeted the master. In front of the man sat Wang Chenglian on a large soft surface that was floating in the air. And when the master saw his student, he noticed that Mo Xian had solved his problem and asked what made him come to his teacher instead of cultivating. Moxian responded enthusiastically that something important had happened and that a wonderful opportunity had presented itself to him in the immortal world. Chung Lin, after hearing the disciple's entire story, wondered if there could be a divine emperor hiding in the immortal world. "Remember the sword energy that shook the divine realm?" Moxian asked mysteriously. The master remembered everything perfectly because, in the divine realm, they still wonder who could have released such power and whether there could be such a strong emperor in the immortal realm. Li Meishan was pleased that he was the one who knew this information and said that it was not the divine emperor, but someone more powerful. Or rather, this someone is from a kingdom that is higher than the divine. The master could not believe the words of the disciple, thinking that it was impossible to just meet someone from the kingdom above. Li Meishan understood that they might not believe him, and so the man decided, before coming here, to specifically go to the immortal emperor and persuade Xiaoyan to go to the secret kingdom, which the elder would also go to when the time came. Full of confidence, Chunglin said that he would go with his disciple to personally verify everything. Once again, no one disturbed Pingana's house, and the boy went about his business. Chen stood with the system open to finally receive the gift for completing the tasks. The guy was already burning with curiosity about what he would come across, and without a second thought, he quickly pressed the receive button. At that very second, the guy received a package of fertilizers that helps quickly grow fruits and vegetables, an offering mask that can change the appearance by introducing spiritual energy, and a scepter, the weapon of the bloody Buddha Chung Wu. The first thing Ping Gang did was to look at the bag of fertilizer, remembering how Xiaolinger had complained that there wasn't enough fertilizer, but now there was much more. Then the guy picked up the mask, thinking that it would help him prepare for the mission, because after all, a dead person doesn't always look like him, and Pingen won't always be able to pretend to be him. Chen had questions about the scepter, and the guy thought that it simply had spiritual intelligence, and the monk himself simply decided to take revenge. And in order not to create problems, Chen decided to simply exchange it in the system. But suddenly, the scepter itself shouted that it was surrendering. And rising upward, the object began to disappear. And the system started updating something. Suddenly, a large sum of money appeared in Pinggang's account, and the happy guy was already dreaming about how he would be able to buy himself 2 whole immortal spiritual Bai-yin. The secret kingdom was about to open soon, and Pingen was going to cultivate for these few days, wanting to finish the mission before the wedding. And so, the guy went to the immortal secret kingdom to its very opening. The boats floating in the sky began to arrive at the city just in time. The transport kept moving and moving towards the secret kingdom, and now the residents have begun to go to his lands going about their business. Pingen, noticing how many people had arrived, realized that it seemed that the secret kingdom was in great demand and was not the last place. Zhao Buju also arrived in the secret kingdom, having come here to become the young master of the Pavilion of the Gods. But even here, the guy did not leave the desire for revenge. All this time, the guy had a voice inside him like last time, which directed him where to go and what to do. But as soon as Buju arrived in the kingdom, the voice learned that in fact the guy came here to kill his brother, because he told the gods from the pavilion that someone would come when the expedition ended, and at this time even an immortal emperor can be easily killed. Buju needed to beat up Zhao Shan to get rid of the feeling of resentment. And after the guy defeats his brother, everyone who dared to humiliate Buju will die. The immortal emperor's ship appeared in the sky above the heads of the waiting locals. Emperor Dugu standing on the flying ship gave everyone an overwhelming feeling. The secret realm will be used in the competition. Flying within the realm is prohibited, the emperor shouted so that everyone could hear him, and explained that the competition will be held in 3 stages: the gravity hill, the beast capture, and the thorny blackberry bushes, and the wounded will be sent immediately outside the secret realm. And adding that the entrance to the secret realm was officially open, Emperor Dugu waved his hand as if opening a portal that stretched all the way to the sky. Immediately, the residents who were waiting to enter began to fly straight into the sky, approaching the portal. There were many who wanted to get into the secret kingdom. Already in the kingdom itself, a portal opened in the sky, and everyone who passed through it began to fall, hitting the ground. It was not difficult for Pingen to soften his fall with the help of his powers. The guy carefully stood with his feet on the ground of the secret kingdom while everyone around him continued to fall. Finally, Chen saw what he came here for. The clan leader said that the first stage of the competition was a gravity hill. The higher you climbed, the stronger the gravity. and Ping'an decided to use the power of heaven and earth to strengthen his legs to rush up the slope. But the chance that he might fall was not small. Deciding to get used to it slowly, the guy slowly set off, but was immediately overtaken by hundreds of running people wanting to win. "Elder!" someone called out from behind Ping'an. It was Yang Ge, Lee Moxian's student, who was very happy to meet the elder, but the girl was worried why the guy was in no hurry. Ping'an decided not to reveal everything and simply replied that he wanted to enjoy the view, and the girl was happy to join him. Outside the secret kingdom, meanwhile, someone was watching the tests. Through the large screen in the sky, the resident saw Zhao Xian from the Jia family walking along with an unknown girl, which raised many questions. But what surprised people more was that Buju, also from the Zhao family, was running ahead of everyone. Immortal Emperor Bai Yuan, sitting in the best seat, shouted how talented Zhao Buju was and how worthy of his attention, while the other two disciples couldn't even catch up with him. Emperor Yicheng and Dugu exchanged glances and laughed ironically at the fact that the emperor wanted Buju as his disciple. But it was no surprise that the Zhao family allowed Buju to prove himself and show off to Bai Yuan. And Yicheng Yuan was completely infuriating, and the emperor even thought that he should have beaten him last time. Elder Donglai also observed the tests and noticed that this little girl from the divine realm was walking next to the elder, which meant that there must be someone great from the divine realm somewhere here. The elder's past was incomprehensible, and the man was very surprised that even the inhabitants of the divine realm respected him. Wang Chenglin and his disciple Li Moxian also came to look at the elder to make sure that he did not look particularly outstanding. But the man thought that his student was being played because he did not feel any powerful energy coming from him. But suddenly, Chenglin suddenly felt something that made the man seriously surprised. Meanwhile, the race on the gravity hills continued. Ping'an, without much effort, was able to break through almost to the very front in a matter of seconds. And now the guy was already running on par with Buju. As soon as Zhao Buju noticed his brother, the boy tensed up. But his surprise became greater when the little girl Yange ran past him, also without much effort. The two ran so fast that they even raised dust into the air, leaving Buju behind. Ping'an and the girl, leaving behind a blue light, ran to the very front, breaking into first place. Watching his brother run away, Buju saw that Zhao Xian was gathering aura in his legs, giving him more of an advantage. The guy was amazed beyond measure, and out of desperation, Buju fell to the floor, pounding his fist. The guy's anger was already running out and his brother had outplayed him again. Unable to contain his resentment, Buju only managed to shout his brother's name into the distance. Ping'an, not paying attention to anything, continued to run, noticing that apparently even with the power of heaven and earth, he was not so slow. But to complete the mission, the guy must become even stronger. And at that very second, Chen's legs became several times faster and stronger, which greatly increased his speed. From such speed, a powerful explosion was heard on the mountain, shaking everything around. Even such a strong explosion did not frighten Ping'an, and the guy jumped over it and continued on his way. Chenglin stood up in amazement, not believing that anyone could control the Tao like that. The man realized that his disciple was not mistaken after all. But Chenglin was worried about what could be on the mind of such a strong man who was hiding his strength in a small, immortal world. Li Moxian was horrified when he heard the teacher's question, stating that they should stay away. "I guess it's too late to back out now that we're in this," the man exhaled. And patting the student on the shoulder, Chenglin suggested that he think about his words. The rich can become pawns in the hands of powerful people like Ping'an. One step of this elder was equal to 10 steps of Chenglin and his disciple, and probably Ping'an already knew that they would come here. But during the conversation, the man suddenly stopped, feeling something very strong. Looking up, Chenglin tried to figure out what was going on. The man began to feel the aura of his old friend as he continued to look at the sky. Li Moxian tensed up when he heard this, thinking that they might be gods, and perhaps he should detain them. But the man's teacher didn't even do anything and continued to stand among the crowd. Although it was a chance, and if they could cope with the problem, then maybe the elder would treat them better. And deciding to just wait, Chenglin continued to watch the test on the screen. And so Ping'an appeared on the entire screen, successfully making his way to the finish line. After resting a little, the guy looked back, hearing sounds behind him. It was Yange and Buju running, trying their best to overtake each other. Seeing that everyone was left behind, Chen was very happy at how fast he was. Having completed the first test, Ping'an moved on to the second test, catching the maddened beast. Hoping that the animals were not too scary, several large animals with red eyes full of anger appeared in the forest. And immediately a lion with wings flew at the guy, which looked like the beast with which he fought in the arena of duels. The ferocious lion let out a terrifying roar, frightening its victims. Pingyan was not even afraid of such an opponent and quickly reacted to attack. And activating the Buddha's palm, he placed a kind of flaming shield in front of himself. The burning palm of the Buddha flew straight at the beast, throwing the lion back. And right in flight, Pingana's technique destroyed the animal. Whispers began to spread through the forest that the master had killed the demon that had swallowed the lion. Pingyan didn't even understand at first what had happened, wondering that with the help of the power of heaven and earth, one could make the palm of a Buddha so powerful. Having turned his opponent, the guy looked questioningly at his palm and thought, and then he smiled slyly, thinking what would happen if the beast dispersed the power of heaven and earth. Having figured out how to do this, Chen began to create something like a burning circle with his hand. And immediately there was a sharp explosion in the forest, which blocked the entire view. The participants who reached the finish line stood near the cliff and tried to see what was happening. Someone thought that maybe there was a fight with a beast, but the sound was more like someone destroying a secret kingdom. Little Yan Ge couldn't help but be happy and surprised, thinking how amazing this senior was, and he was clearly not above Fen Shen's level. But he could produce an attack on par with an immortal emperor. The only Zhao Buju was not happy for his brother. The guy was angry at Shen again, not understanding when he became so strong. The voice in Buju's head began to remember that even though he had said that there was a secret treasure hidden in Pingyan's body, there was no need to be angry, because soon the people of the Pavilion of the Gods would arrive, and then the guy would be able to do whatever he wanted with his brother. While everyone was standing there trying to at least make out something, a blue portal appeared in the sky. Everyone started whispering and guessing who had won the test and would now come out through this portal. But when people saw the winner, they weren't particularly happy. But a joyful Pingyan calmly walked out of the portal, leaving the participants wondering how this guy got through the last 2 stages alone. Everyone could feel how low the guy's cultivation was, which made them wonder even more how he did it. Pingyan, ignoring the hubbub of the participants, landed in front of the immortal emperors. The guy remembered that Huang Zhenqian said that the immortal emperor admired him, and if he called the guy senior, then Chen's identity would be revealed, and this could not be allowed. Disciple Zhao Xian greets the immortal emperor, Pingyan shouted as he greeted Donglai, making it clear that he was not the senior here. Elder Dunlai quickly guessed that the boy was hiding his identity, but he still didn't fully understand why he was doing it. And realizing that Pingyan should not be treated as an elder, the emperor stepped forward and asked what family the young man was from. Before he could answer, Zhao Banku spoke up from the side, introducing the Zhao family, introducing the guy as Zhao Shen, the heir to the Zhao family. Dunlai said that he was very pleased with the guy's strength and suggested that they talk a little later in their free time. Pingyan was very pleased that most of the Zhao family members recognized him, and now that the elder had named him the heir to the Zhao family, it meant that Pingyang's mission was complete. And at that very second, a system notification popped up that the mission was complete and it was time to go get your reward. Thanking the system, the guy was very pleased that he was able to complete this mission so well. The test participants were standing at the start of the second test when suddenly sparks appeared in the sky. The sky began to thicken, forming a powerful portal, and someone started coming out from there. The release of the unknown was so powerful that it was accompanied by a strong wind. An unknown guy from the kingdom of the gods flew leisurely towards the people, and next to him a book hovered in a blue flame. The residents were left wondering what someone from the divine kingdom was doing here. The only Buju already knew perfectly well who it was, and simply shouted how he had been waiting for this man to appear, and that he was the young master they were looking for. It became clear that the Holy Scripture had chosen the master. Introducing himself as Diao Jatian, the young man greeted Buju and asked the young master to return to the God realm as soon as possible. Zhao Buju himself said that he could not return now because he had an enemy here whom he would not be at peace until he defeated him. Jatian tensed up, looking around for his master's enemy. And turning to Buju, he asked his master to show the impudent man who dared to become his enemy. Emperor Donglai, looking at the guy who arrived, was tense, not fully understanding what was happening. "I want him dead," Zhao Buju shouted, pointing his finger at the peacefully standing Pingyan. Chen didn't even flinch and continued to look at his brother condescendingly. Emperor Donglai was in incredible shock upon hearing these words. Emperors Dugu and Yicheng had already predicted how this fool would climb into the grave himself. Dunlai, looking at the calm Pinggang, thought that the elder was probably thinking about how absurd the situation was now. But Pingyan, trying not to show his emotions, was very tense deep down, not understanding how he managed to anger someone from the realm of the gods, thinking that it was his end. Running away was also a bad idea. If the guy teleported using the system, the enemy would follow him. All this time, while the boy was thinking, his gaze was fixed on Cheng-Lin, who, noticing this, thought that the elder probably already had everything planned out. And turning to Mo Xian, the man declared that it was time for them to show themselves. At this time, Diao Zhetian was already preparing to deal with the master's enemy. Gathering his strength, the boy was glad to serve his master. Having formed a powerful, large projectile, Zhetian threw it with all his might at Brother Buju. Ping'an himself, having decided to look up information about this person in the system, was in great surprise. It turned out that Diao Zhetian had very great power and authority, which made him very strong. The guy already thought that he would never win. But just as the projectile flying towards Chen was about to hit him, Cheng-Lin appeared out of nowhere and protected the elder. Zhetian, seeing the elder, stopped abruptly, asking the man what he was doing here. While Cheng-Lin was dealing with the guy, Mo Xian turned to the elder and said that this weakling was not worth his attention and the elder would quickly deal with him. Seeing the boy's distress, Cheng-Lin realized that since the elder had appeared here under the name Zhao Xian and had made him come here too, he probably didn't want to reveal his identity to these people. And having understood the whole point, the man declared that it was none of Zhetian's business why he came here. But the arrogance of the God Pavilion was despicable, so teacher Mo Xian should not have revealed the identity of the senior. Diao Zhetian himself understood that if an elder was involved in this matter, things would not end well and the guy would not be able to simply kill a person from the lower realm. And turning to Buju, the guy said that the elder, they are one of the strongest people in the divine realm, and it would be better for them to simply give up and return to the realm of the gods. Zhao Buju was again dissatisfied with this arrangement, but he understood that Xian could not stay here forever and could be killed another time. The guy had no choice but to simply accept defeat, letting Ping'an live for a few more days. After hearing the young master's response, Zhetian declared that he had behaved inappropriately and killed innocent people, and he promised to return the young master to the divine kingdom. But Elder Cheng-Lin wasn't going to let these two go just like that. The man couldn't just let Diao Zhetian leave after he wanted to attack Zhao Xian. Servant Buju realized that all this was not without reason, and that the elder wanted to fleece him in broad daylight. And so Zhetian decided to immediately ask what the elder wanted. Cheng-Lin calmly stated the price of 15 spiritual essences and pseudo-god artifacts from the secret realm. Hearing such a high price, Zhetian was not prepared for it, and the boy began to shout that he would never give up these things and accuse the sect of lying. Cheng-Lin was only amused by the boy's words, and the man then suggested that they simply fight. And to scare the guy, the man showed his strength a little, knocking everyone off their feet. Realizing that there was no way out, Zhetian decided to simply do what the elder demanded. The things the man asked for were kept in a ring that the guy always wore, and after saying goodbye to him, Zhetian simply hoped that the elder would let him go. The green ring with a metal cut finally ended up in Cheng-Lin's possession, but when the man began to examine the offering, he noticed that the artifact had no soul. This was very suspicious, and the elder decided to check the ring in detail with his power. Diao Zhetian heard about this and began to worry, but this was all he had. Perhaps the ring was simply in the secret kingdom for too long and the soul could have dissipated. But, be that as it may, the guy decided to leave quickly, and having formed a portal, Zhetian quickly jumped into it and hurried away, leaving Buju alone. After checking the ring, the elder handed the artifact to young Zhao, although Ping'an himself did not even know how to react to this. Cheng-Lin himself was happy to help the elder, stating that he deserved compensation. Once the situation was resolved, the man began to look around mysteriously, which greatly surprised Ping'an. And after making sure that there was no one around, Cheng-Lin asked the elder to talk to him alone if the guy was not busy, and Ping'an himself was only glad to talk to such a strong man. The commotion died down, and Zhao Buju was left behind everyone again. The guy could no longer contain his anger, realizing that Zhao Xian was at an advantage again, and Zhetian was trying to calm the gentleman down, trying to explain that it was still not worth it. But Buju, on the contrary, was interested in why this idea seemed bad. It turned out that the pseudo-god artifact was a treasure of some kind, and the pavilion owner had banned divine artifacts, and in fact, it had a soul, and Zhetian would be able to return the treasure once he met the pavilion owner. So the two went to the divine world, which lived its life peacefully. Did the immortal elder really interfere? The man asked, after Zhetian told him everything that had happened. The guy behaved very restrainedly and swore that, as a subordinate, he did not lie. Mo Huan, the master of the God Pavilion, wondered why an immortal elder would suddenly come to this world, guessing that perhaps this child was special. When the man found out everything, he decided to help return the pseudo-god's artifacts, wanting to get them as soon as possible while he was creating a connection with the soul of the weapon. Huan quickly sent a request to his servants. But through the other end of the screen, the man's servant immediately began to shout, asking to be saved, stating that he was surrounded by a group 100 times stronger than the god of artifacts. This statement shocked Mo Huan and Zhatian. Not fully believing the assistant's words, the man began to find out in more detail what was going on. But the servant did not have time to answer anything and was quickly captured. It was Pingan's cleaver, which defended its owner after realizing that he had been deceived and that someone wanted to steal the artifact. Tessak was very serious about protecting Pingan, and with a quick movement of his hand, the servant of the Pavilion of the Gods was defeated in a matter of seconds. The obstacle was eliminated, and in place of the disappeared enemy, a dagger appeared, ready to serve its owner. The weapon was small, glowed blue, and seemed very powerful. Mo Huan couldn't contain his tension after seeing his servant killed in a matter of seconds. But the man was even more surprised when the cleaver looked at him directly through the screen and said that he felt like someone was sniffing out all the secrets. And with the help of that very dagger, Pingan's servant cut the means of communication, leaving the man in the dark. Mo Huan was panicked. The man shouted that they had messed with the wrong people, and with his cultivation that guy would destroy the god pavilion with one finger. Buju and Zhatian looked at each other, not fully understanding the essence of the problem. "We need to move the pavilion of the gods urgently," Mo Huan shouted in horror to his servant, not even hiding his fear. Zhao Buju knew that Xian couldn't possibly have such abilities, and this guy wasn't even him. The guy was worried that he had angered Zhao Xian enough that he would take revenge on him. In the immortal world, on the contrary, it was calm. Birds were singing in the street, the sun was shining, and life went on as usual. In the middle of the street, Donglai and Chung Lin began to emerge through the portal. Pingan followed them out, looking around. When the three were left alone, Chung Lin bowed to the boy, apologizing for this turn of events and for not having the opportunity to greet the elder. Donglai in turn expressed gratitude for Sun Guo's kindness and disciple, and if it were not for the elder's help, he would not have been able to rise to the position of immortal emperor. Pingan didn't even remember what exactly he had done, and simply pretended that he remembered everything perfectly. But it became clear that Donglai seemed to think that Pingang had helped him, and that this Wan had been deceived by Li Mo Xian. Chen, deciding to pretend that he understood everything perfectly, only replied that there was no need for gratitude, and that these were all trifles. And later, Chung Lin decided to thank Donglai for bringing him here so that he could apologize to his elder. But the men still had the task of making friends with the guy that the Elder One had chosen. Pingan watched the two elders and saw that it seemed like Brother Wan wasn't a big deal in the Divine Realm, since he was calling someone brother. Chung Lin and Donglai continued to talk, but Pingang couldn't wait any longer and decided to interrupt the men's conversation. "Since you're here," the guy interrupted the elders, and when the attention was on him, Pingan revealed that he was getting married in 3 days and invited the emperors to bring their family and friends to the celebration, holding out 2 envelopes with the invitation. The men began to thank the elder in unison, promising to definitely come. And Pingan was only glad to see them at his wedding. Already in the evening, the guy returned to the mortal world to his home. The first thing the guy decided to do was to look at the rewards for completing the mission, which this time were not very big. Having opened the reward, the system gave the owner 2 great worlds and warned that the next task had already begun, and it would have a special reward that the guy would definitely like. Chen's cultivation had increased by 2 stages, and now his divine senses had also increased. Now Pingan would be able to control 10 silk threads, although it was still questionable whether the attack would be as strong as that of the Immortal Emperor. Having received the reward, Pingan became interested in what the next task would be, but the system was not going to tell yet, threatening that if the guy tried to find out, the task would simply be random. The guy really wanted it to be in the immortal world, where it would be much easier if the Immortal Emperor helped him, so the guy even asked the system itself for it. The day had been hard, and it was finally time to do other things. After all, right now something was much more important than the tasks, and this was a wedding that was about to take place, and the guy even had his red wedding suit waiting for him. Chen's house was beautifully decorated with various flowers and good luck inscriptions, and on the guy's house there was a seal symbolizing good luck. On the wedding day, the guy and Duan were already dressed in wedding attire. Pingang was quite nervous before such an important event, and Duan tried her best to calm her future groom down. The girl, hugging her betrothed, assured him that everything would go wonderfully, and she quickly sent Pingan to greet the guests. Before leaving, the boy glanced at Duan once more. It was very strange that she was almost not nervous at all. As soon as he left the house, people started greeting the guy. The first to approach him was a doctor who lived on the other side of the mountain. After congratulating Chen on his wedding, the man handed him a red envelope containing money. And then he introduced his two friends who had already come to the guy's house. The guy was glad to see everyone at such an important event and asked to go into the yard. And when Ping'an walked away from them, the white-haired guy asked the doctor why he didn't give the special gift that he had prepared especially for the guy. When the conversation turned to this, the man immediately became embarrassed. After all, last time he thought that Mr. Chen was interested in him, and so the doctor prepared a bunch of pornography to change his orientation. The two guys accompanying the doctor couldn't hold back their tears of laughter, finding the situation very funny. Guests continued to arrive at Ping'an's house. Standing on the threshold, the guy suddenly saw a cleaver, Goldie, and another girl walking in human form. Introducing themselves as the Duan Xin family, the three happily greeted the gentleman. Slightly surprised that the guys came in such guises, the guy pointed out where Duan was now. And then the most important guests arrived. But what the guy saw next made him open his mouth in surprise. Elder Chung Lin walked in front with his disciple Mo Xian, and behind them walked Mu Rong, Yun Hai, and Old Man Mu. Having congratulated the eldest on his wedding, everyone took turns greeting the hero of the occasion, to which Ping'an kindly replied that he had been looking forward to the arrival of all three. Mu, Cheng Lin, and Dong Lai were once again convinced of how great the elder was, since he had predicted their joint arrival. The guy invited the important guests to follow him, saying that special seats had been prepared for them. When everyone was inside the house, Chung Lin noticed that there were many important families at the elder's wedding, and perhaps the man would even be able to meet someone from the upper world. The guests gradually began to sit down in their seats. Cheng Lin, sitting at the table in the middle of all the guests, suddenly and sharply felt something very strange. A very strong aura emanated from the table where Cleaver and Goldie were sitting. The same thing happened with the table where the doctor sat with his friends. Their entire table was strewn with simply incredible power, and it seemed that they could even overthrow the entire world. Ping'an, noticing the man's agitation, immediately asked what was the matter, to which the man preferred to remain silent, saying that he should not be paid attention to. After making sure that everything was fine, Chen hurried to the other guests, and Chung Lin continued to look from afar at the table where Cleaver and the others were sitting. The elder had already told him once that he would have a bright future, but the man was not sure that he would ever be able to reach the level of these people. The doctor and neighbor of Ping'an, noticing the excitement of the others, asked his students to restrain their aura so as not to frighten the young ones. The man's student immediately apologized and calmed down his strength a little, and as an apology, he gave the young people the opportunity to prove themselves. The doctor, seeing how strong the cultivation had become over the millennia, was so surprised that he couldn't even answer. The Mu family also sat at the table in full force and were treated to treats. All the food served at the celebration looked very appetizing and smelled just as appetizing. "Consider this my generosity for Elder Chen helping me in the past," the boy said to the doctor as he raised his glass of drink. All these actions could be considered as an expression of generosity, which was very good for the doctor and his friends. But the celebration was about to begin, and the doctor's student declared that there was enough chatter for today. "Let's drink!" the man shouted with all his might, raising his glass high, and the others followed suit, beginning the celebration in all its glory. The celebration lasted the whole day. The wedding took place, and closer to the night, all the guests headed home, barely able to stand on their feet from the large amount of alcohol they had drunk. Duan, seeing off the guests with Ping'an, asked her husband how he was enjoying the wedding. The guy, holding his cheeks, replied that he was very tired of smiling. But the girl said that this was not a problem, since there were still several things to do. And taking the guy by the arm, a smiling Duan warned Ping'an to leave his strength for tonight. The guy completely forgot about it and just blushed awkwardly. The guests outside were already running to their homes. Tesok, looking around, looked along the departing people. And just as he was about to leave, the guy felt someone running towards him. It was a sword in the form of a girl who kept wanting to fight the Cleaver. But the weapon, with a smile on its face, replied that today was a lucky day, so it was not the time for fighting and suggested next time. But the girl tried to insist on her own, accusing her brother of constantly running away somewhere, and this time she would not just leave him alone. Tesok understood that the owner was now in a specific situation, and he saw that even the rooster had taken on human form, turning into a tall young man with red hair. It turns out that the rooster didn't just turn up for no reason. The guy immediately headed towards Mrs. Peach, and he suggested that the girl look at the stars together, because today they should not distract the owner. Coming closer, the rooster whispered to the girl that he did not want to deal with this now and asked her to help, and in return to give him some fine wine. Hearing about such a good reward, the girl immediately dragged the guy, shouting that they were going to look at the stars. Tesok only looked with distrust at the couple walking away into the distance. And later he saw a teapot and a broom in human form, which were also very drunk. Everyone just started running in different directions, leaving Pingin's house. The teapot, having grabbed the broom, also quickly ran away, not giving the cleaver a chance to say a word. It seemed that he was left completely alone, but someone was still nearby. Sword, patting the guy on the shoulder, said that it seemed everyone agreed that they should fight after all. Tessak had already begun to think that there was no way out, and he would have to do it. But he still came up with a last plan, and the cleaver declared that he would no longer hide anything from the girl, and explained that he did not want this because he had recently found a loved one, and the cleaver did not want him to think of him as bloodthirsty and insane. The girl, confused, began to guess who it could be. Because of the girls in the yard, there were only Sister Peach and the teapot. And having made up his mind, the cleaver mysteriously replied that it was because he had changed his orientation. The girl froze in place upon hearing this. "My little brother," she whispered, hesitantly taking steps towards the guy, and having realized the whole situation to its full extent, she shouted to the whole street that her brother was now gay. Tessak looked questioningly at the sword, thinking that he had said something wrong. But these words were enough for the girl to run away in tears, and for there to be no fight today. And the cleaver itself continued to stand in place, not understanding what he had said wrong. Although it was good that the girl would not bother him anymore, and the guy, left alone, the guy decided to go drink since he could not go home. Meanwhile, Pingena's house was empty, and the atmosphere at home was filled with love. Duan, with a smile on his face, complained about how short the spring nights were and how they should hurry. Pingen sat to the side, afraid to even touch his wife, and so Duan decided to take the initiative into her own hands. The girl slowly walked towards the guy, already dressed in a nightgown. Encouraging the young man, Duan gently placed her hand on the boy's shoulder, causing him to flinch. And later the girl abruptly turned her husband towards her, sat on his lap and moved closer to his face. The shyness slowly began to disappear and the two intertwined in a kiss full of love. All the guy's shyness went away and he simply enjoyed this kiss. Duan hugged Pingen tighter and tighter, fueling his interest to continue. When the guy was already ready for the moment, the girl stood up, and she gently took Chen's hand. Pingen didn't even understand at first where they wanted to take him. Duan simply stated briefly that she preferred the bed and led her husband to their soft bed to continue the night. Pingen knew that this moment would come someday and simply decided to enjoy the moment. The night passed quickly, and in the morning, Pingang, Duan, and Linger were sitting together enjoying breakfast. The guy didn't even say a word and just drank tea. Suddenly, Linger jumped up from her seat and began asking when she could hold her little sister or brother. Pingan almost spat out his breakfast from such an unexpected question. But Duan sweetly replied that it would depend only on her brother. Chen clearly didn't expect such questions because Linger was still too young for such questions and children shouldn't ask such questions at all. The guy is not particularly happy that the little girl is interested in such things, and therefore threatened his wife by saying that she had stopped talking about such things. While the adults were arguing, Linger quietly sat down in her seat and continued eating the food, which for some reason tasted like dog food. Meanwhile, someone was hiding in Pingena's house. Goldie, hiding from everyone, told Smolka that he had not closed his eyes since yesterday, feeling something approaching. The dog tried to encourage the sword, thinking who could possibly allow the boss knife to abuse them. After the wedding, life in the house went on as usual for a few more days. Pingen had been at home for half a month already and was already tired of idleness. And early in the morning, going outside, the guy decided that it was time to start a new mission. After pressing the teleportation activation button on the system, Chen instantly disappeared and flew off to do his business. And a second later, someone came into the yard. It was the sword girl who last time ran away in tears after learning about the secret of the cleaver. Finally, Pingana and Duan were out of the house, and she could finally do what she had planned. Looking around, the girl screamed, asking who took the golden feather. Goldie immediately began to take on the appearance of a human, and coming out in the form of a man, rubbing his head, he declared that it was he who took the pen. "So you're that trash. How dare you start a relationship with Brother Knife?" the sword asked rudely, although Goldie had no idea what was going on. Having come to his senses, the guy remembered what the cleaver had said that night and decided to play along with the knife by starting to say how strong and cool he was. The girl's anger quickly died down, and she simply looked down at the floor, realizing that her brother would no longer be able to fight her with the knife. Baring her teeth, the sword could no longer contain her anger at Goldie. And with all her might, the girl screamed, "How dare he continue to praise the cleaver?" Peach and the rooster were watching all this from the roof of the house, laughing at the situation. The rooster was amused by the fact that his brother Knife could come up with something like this to avoid a fight. Peach was already starting to think that it was worth intervening in the conflict, But the rooster reminded her that angering her sister with a wooden sword was not the best idea. And Peach, remembering what the girl can be like when she's angry, even decided to hide away from her. But there was no point in worrying, even though the sword was fiery. She couldn't do anything without her master, and it was unlikely that she would kill or harm anyone. So Peach and the rooster could only mentally wish Goldie luck and continue to watch them. The Battle Reservoir sect in the Divine World was empty at this time, quietly waiting for people to wake up. The morning fog had not yet cleared from the streets, and the crickets were about to die down. Suddenly, a portal appeared in the middle of the street, and in this place Pingin appeared, who went on a new mission. As soon as the guy stepped on the ground, he felt that on this land there was a high flow of forces from heaven and earth. Sitting in the empty house, Chen realized that he had entered the immortal world. The system immediately issued a quest that said that the guy needed to pretend to be Hao Wu-Chi, the master of the Battle Reservoir sect of a 5th rank sect. And because his talent was stuck in the intersection period, he could only travel, but unfortunately, he had recently died. Seeing the body in front of him, Chen looked at it and assumed that he might have been poisoned. After explaining who this person was, the system issued a mission to help the Battle Reservoir sect rise to the 4th rank. Having received instructions, the guy was about to leave when suddenly someone began to enter the yard, actively saying something. Pingin, not knowing where to go, looked back in fear, and he saw a surprised man who was looking at the guy with bulging eyes. "Intruder, what are you doing to the sect master?" the stranger shouted, taking hold of his sword and running straight towards Chen. Pingin tried to justify himself, trying to convince that he had just arrived and had not seen anything. But the man didn't even listen. He shouted how dare he mock his intelligence and ran towards the guy. Pingin, taken aback, suddenly began to activate the Buddha's hand, taking slow steps back. And when the man was already next to Chen, the burning hand flew straight at him, and she knocked the stranger down with stunning force. The blow was so strong that the Buddha's hand even broke through the fence. Realizing the power of the strike, Pingin could not even imagine that the Tathagata God Palm would be so strong, and what would happen if he added just 10 streams. The sounds of blows and attacks were heard by other people who were already running towards the guy, protecting their master. It became clear to Pingin that he would have to return to the mortal world to understand the mission better. Shouts and curses continued to come from Pingana's courtyard. Wooden Sword, not letting go of Goldie, continued to shout at him, wanting to teach him a lesson despite even Goldie's own shouts. But the girl's plans were interrupted by the arrival of the owner of the house, who was about to appear here. Hearing the sounds and telling Goldie to stay put, the girl took off like a bullet and quickly disappeared from the scene. At this time, Pingin slowly landed in his house. As soon as his foot touched the ground, the boy heard someone calling him. Turning his head to the guy, a crying Goldie quickly ran up, who was very happy that the owner had returned, because otherwise the girl would not have left. The sword's behavior made Pingin very nervous, and he decided to ask what happened. Goldie, of course, did not tell what exactly happened, and simply asked to call the cleaver, saying that he needed to ask him something. Pingin tried to at least find out something and even offered his help, but the sword remained silent, saying that these were just personal matters. And realizing that Goldie wouldn't say anything, Chen summoned the cleaver. The guy decided not to get into the essence of the matter and just help his servant. Leaving Goldie and the cleaver alone, Pingin went off to his house, wishing the two good luck in the end. The golden sword was silent for a second, not knowing how to start the conversation, and he shouted sharply that the cleaver had to say something to his sister, and the knife immediately realized that it seemed like a wooden sword had come here. Realizing that everyone had misunderstood each other, the knife explained that he was simply trying to get rid of the girl, saying that he liked Goldie, that he had beautiful eyes and a kind heart. The golden sword expected to hear anything, but definitely not what the cleaver would say, who tried to calm the guy down by saying that she would eventually give in. Thinking that the situation had been resolved, the cleaver was about to change the subject, but Goldie started yelling like crazy about why the knife had said that. Although the cleaver himself had started to claim that a fight with a wooden sword would be useful, Goldie didn't want to fight with this girl at all and started to complain about it to his boss, who was trying to come up with something. In fact, everything was very simple. Goldie could simply hide in Pingin's ring, and then the wooden sword would not be able to reach him. Goldie even liked this solution to the problem very much. And thanking the knife for its help, the sword ran to its owner to ask for a favor. Worried, Peach asked the knife if her little sister would be able to give up the wooden sword. But of course, no one knew the answer to that question. Meanwhile, in the Divine World, the Battle Reservoir sect was recovering from the recent attack. 3 men were discussing how someone had recently poisoned the leader of a sect, and someone had even seen the face of the perpetrator. The Great Elder knew that the sect would not last a day without a master, and after the recent attack, The man was injured, so he asked the other two elders what to do. The second elder stated that the man was pretending and was simply afraid to become a leader. There was tension in the room, and the first elder tried not to show that he was weakening. But still, such accusations against him were very harsh, and the man stood up from his seat and approached the second elder, declaring that he should answer for his words. But their quarrel was stopped by the third elder, who shouted that he had someone in mind who could become the master, and the candidate could be the son of the sect's owner. And his name was Hao Wu-Chi. The first and second elders thought it was a great idea, since the son was supposed to take over from his father, and especially since he was a terrible cultivator. It was just perfect. After some time, Ping'an decided to take advantage of the second attempt, and again arrived in the immortal world. This time, the guy thought everything through and took with him a disguise mask that would allow him to change his appearance. By investing spiritual energy and taking on the appearance of Chen Ping'an, the guy went to carry out the mission. Walking through the city, the guy noticed that there were a lot of flows of forces from heaven and earth. Fortunately, Chen brought with him peak immortal weapons, which could be of great help in this world. When Ping'an was about to go back to the place where he saw the body, someone suddenly called him by the name of Hao Wu-Chi. The second elder started shouting where his communication talisman was, and why it didn't respond when they tried to contact him. Ping'an was slightly embarrassed, trying to think of something to say on the fly, and simply asked if he knew the elder. The man, seeing that the guy didn't know him, was very surprised, not understanding what was going on. Chen decided to simply say that he had an injury and lost his memory, so he only remembers his name. At first, the elder did not believe that the boy had amnesia, but later, having decided not to delve into the problem, he only smiled slyly because this would be a great opportunity to use the guy. And later the man asked Uchi to follow him, promising to tell him everything he needed to know. Meanwhile, Huan and Jatian were carrying out their plan to safely move to the Mo family's residence. After completing all the assignments, Jatian reported to his master that all the masters of the neighboring sects had been replaced by people from the God Pavilion. Only the Weapon Reservoir sect had not replaced the master because an unexpected incident had occurred and they were unable to retrieve the body of the sect master. Mo Huan ordered to do nothing with the last body and forget about it, because they suffered many losses due to the resettlement, and now the guy's task is to secretly increase their influence. Jatian understood everything perfectly, but the guy still had a question as to why they were doing all this because of just a child from the immortal world. But Huan reminded his student that he had never met anyone with such a powerful aura before, and therefore he did not understand. "But when I remember that day," the man whispered, feeling a chill run down his spine. Meanwhile, Ping'an was carrying out his mission in the Battle Reservoir sect. The second elder brought the boy to the other elders, who explained that they could not continue the activities without him, and Ping'an must take on his father's responsibilities. The guy thought for a second about who the body he saw belonged to, because his plan was to increase his influence as the son of the sect master in order to increase his rank. But now he himself becomes the master of the sect. And not having come up with anything better, Ping'an declared that he could not fulfill his request because his cultivation was too low and people would not listen to him. The second elder tried to calm the boy down, saying that they would deal with it. After thinking for a while, Chen wondered why these men were so excited and wanted him to be the master. But in any case, it would be a great opportunity to fulfill your wishes. And the guy, pretending to think, agreed to become the owner of the sect after a couple of seconds. When all the questions were resolved, Pingana was escorted to his chambers and he, entering the house, placed a broom next to the entrance, ordering it to simply stand in the corner. Sitting down on the bed, the young man was finally able to rest. It was good that he pretended to have lost his memory. Otherwise, Chen wouldn't have realized that he was in the divine world. But either way, the guy's luck was just terrible. Having activated the aura, Ping'an clearly didn't expect that this spiritual source was so valuable. Even the low-level spiritual sources he has are enough to kill for. But the question remained, why did this thing inside the spiritual source look like the flows of power from heaven and earth? And what will happen if the guy adds more flow to it? While everyone was sleeping, Ping'an decided to test his theory and, secluded in his house, tried to implement his idea. And soon, he managed to form a round, bright ball of energy in his hands, in accordance with the elder's method of distinguishing the degree of the spiritual source. Now the guy could become rich with just this one thing. After finalizing his development, the boy decided to go to the 1,000 Treasures Chamber of Commerce that the elder mentioned to buy treasures to improve his skills. The city of the divine world was strewn with thousands of lanterns, illuminating every corner, and was surrounded by high mountains. Entering the square, the guy took off his mask for a while, since he felt more comfortable with his own face, and it was good that no one knew him here. Having decided to first look around and then head to the Chamber of Commerce, hoping that the sellers had something similar to the immortal tree, the guy did not even notice a completely familiar face. Jatian, who was also walking around the shopping area, suddenly froze when he saw a painfully familiar face, and turning to the owner of the pavilion, Huan Yu said that he only saw someone who looked like an elder. The man didn't even believe what he heard at first. He thought that this could really be the owner of a powerful spiritual weapon of one blow. The man's loud cries made Jatian doubt what he saw for a moment. But Mo Huan was no longer able to be stopped. The man in a panic ordered the guy not to turn around, hoping that as long as he did not see them, they did not fit into his plans. At this time, Ping'an continued to go about his business, not even suspecting anything. Just for a second, the boy felt like someone was watching him. Turning around and seeing no one, Ping'an decided that he must have been mistaken. Deciding to forget about it, Chen wanted to go directly to the Chamber of Commerce and buy something before he met the enemies. The Thousand Treasures Chamber of Commerce was located near the square and stood among tall trees. In the middle of the center of the chamber, Jatian and his teacher emerged from the portal. As soon as the two entered the room, the locals began to exchange glances. "Hey kid," called an unknown boy who was calmly passing by. A tall man approached the boy, reminding him that he couldn't teleport to the Chamber of Commerce. But Jatian said that it was all nonsense and that he had brought his elder, who had something to offer. But the security guard at the entrance only snapped at the young man. The insults directed at Jatian made him angry. And to show who was stronger here, the guy activated his power, raising a powerful wind into the air, knocking everyone off their feet. Suddenly, someone's footsteps were heard from the direction of the stairs. The man who ran out began to apologize for not meeting the gentleman after a long journey. Yan Zhe, the elder of the Thousand Treasures Chamber of Commerce and the 5th Stage Divine World King, continued to apologize, saying how he hoped that the master would not hold a grudge against him and that he would do everything in his power to complete all the assignments. Jatian, speaking for his master, said that they had a proposal that they wanted to discuss with the Chamber of Commerce. And before leading the guests into the chamber, the man warned that the Chamber of Commerce was under the leadership of the Eternal God. And wanting to finish the sentence, the man suddenly fell silent, sensing something was wrong. Someone again wanted to come into the room via teleportation, which was prohibited. At that very second, a man came out of the portal. Everyone nearby turned their gaze to the newly arrived intruder. A completely calm Ping'an walked through the portal, going somewhere on his own business. As soon as the guy's portal closed, the elder's cry flew at him, shouting that teleportation was prohibited here. And the man started screaming and calling security, ordering them to teach the impudent man a lesson. The guards immediately began to do their job, surrounding Chen from all sides. Ping'an continued to stand there in confusion, completely unaware of the rules of this world. The man, walking away, turned to the boy one last time, thinking that if he did not help the one who was at the stage of a divine sovereign, then there would be no help for Ping'an, who was in a transitional period. But what the man saw next made him stop. In front of Ping'an, Jatian and Mo Huan were kneeling, and they began to believe that they had forged the weapons that they had given him. And without raising their heads, they both begged for mercy. Yanji, watching this scene in horror, realized that it seemed he had gotten involved with someone who was not worth arguing with at all. And for Huan and his disciple, the man also fell to his knees, apologizing for his behavior. Ping'an didn't understand what was happening at all. But it was a great opportunity to get compensation. And if the guy doesn't use it, he won't get anything else. "Do you think you can trick me and I won't notice the fake spiritual weapon?" the guy asked, turning to Jatian and Huan, who continued to bow to the floor, declaring that he would spare them only because they were still useful. The man was so frightened that he began to scream words of gratitude for the pardon. Ping'an understood that these two were still afraid of him, and it seemed like he could really get this pseudo-spiritual weapon if he scared them some more. After thinking for a while, the guy said that in order for the guilty ones to be able to prove their honesty, he would give them another chance and told them that one of his younger ones did not have a spiritual weapon. Hun understood perfectly what he had to do and took out a small sword from his pocket, imbued with spiritual energy. The man held out one of the few remaining pseudo-spiritual weapons that were in the divine pavilion. The man felt very sorry when he handed over the weapon, because it was his sword, which had served him for thousands of years. And mentally saying goodbye to the weapon, Huan held it out into his hands. Taking the knife in his hands, the weapon trembled in the guy's hands, although this time it was unlikely that he could be deceived. Without even realizing it, there was a cleaver standing behind the guy's back the whole time. He looked at the weapon slyly, showing all his energy and anger. From such attacks, the weapon in the guy's hands went completely out. Mo Huan, seeing what was happening, began to fear the guy even more, realizing that even weapons were afraid of such a terrifying aura. Deciding to deal with the sword later, the guy ordered everyone to stand up, saying that he didn't come here for that. And after Pingan was kindly escorted to a separate room, the first thing Pingana wanted to know was if anyone knew about the Battle Reservoir sect. Yanja happily exclaimed that he knew her very well, describing her as a 5th-rank sect and saying that she was not that strong but quite famous. "What about you?" Chen suddenly asked the silent Jadayan, who was even afraid to answer that this sect was weak. But even these words were enough for the guy to understand that the power of the Divine Pavilion was not bad and it would be easy to deal with it. Saying that he could forget his grievances, Ping Gang put forward one condition, explaining that he wanted the Battle Reservoir sect to rise to the 4th rank. Chatian was immediately happy, thinking that if they did as the guy wanted, he would simply not pursue them anymore. And all three bowed in unison and answered that Pingan should rely on them, promising to do everything in their power. When everyone had agreed, Chen was already about to go back. All the way back from the Chamber of Commerce, he was accompanied by Huan with his student and Yanjie, who bowed to the floor and thanked the elder. As soon as the guy was out of sight, all three exhaled. Had thought that since the elder had already ordered to quickly deal with this, then it was worth going to the Battle Reservoir sect right away. And Yanju happily agreed to see the man off. At this time, the wooden sword in the form of a girl returned to Pingana's house again. The girl wanted to find Goldie again to continue their conversation about how bad he was for stealing her cleaver. The peach tree was the first to notice the worried girl and decided to tell her right away that Goldie was not here. Hearing this news, the girl became even more excited and asked Peach where the golden sword might be. The girl tried to convince her little sister the wooden sword not to do this and just forget. But she, on the contrary, began to scream louder and beg Peach to tell her where her ill-wisher was. The peach tree, realizing that the girl would not leave without an answer, exhaled and said that the one she was looking for in the owner's ring along with the knife, and Goldie was simply hiding. Little sister wooden sword without holding back screamed how it happened that brother knife went with this trash without hesitation. The girl could not accept the relationship between these two and decided to come up with something to separate the cleaver from the sword. After thinking for a bit, an excellent plan suddenly appeared in the girl's head. The idea she came up with made even the wooden sword smile again. And, happy with her own thoughts, the girl rushed like a bullet to Madame Duan to first agree on her plan. After some time, Pingan returned to the mortal world again after all his deeds. People from the Divine Pavilion should arrive here soon to help the Battle Reservoir sect. But the guy decided to just leave everything to them. When Pingan was about to go about his business, he was stopped by his sister who suddenly arrived with a wooden sword. Ms. Duan told her that as long as she didn't reveal any information, she could do whatever she wanted with the trash that wanted the cleaver. So the girl decided to just wait for the elder to give it to her. And stuttering a little, the girl introduced herself as a wooden sword, declaring that she was the wife of a golden sword, telling how long she had not seen him and had come to beg the elder to allow her to see her husband. Pingan was speechless from the great shock of learning only about Goldie's wife. Having realized this news a little, the guy began to fiddle with the sword, shouting why it didn't tell him anything. But the sword didn't seem particularly happy to see his fake wife, although the wooden sword's little sister assured the elder that they had a very deep relationship. And to really convince the guy, the girl, laughing a little, said that her husband was just shy. Goldie had no choice but to remain shyly silent. Having promised to sort everything out themselves, the little sister grabbed Goldie's wooden sword and hurried away so that the elder would not understand anything. Pingan, watching the young couple leave, thought how the golden sword was probably glad to be reunited with his wife. The guy was even touched, happy for his assistant. Meanwhile, the wooden sword, having taken the guy's ring, began to call Goldie back to human form. And after some time, a golden sword burst out of the ring with crushing force. As soon as he appeared in human form, the golden sword flew with powerful force into the ground, shaking everything around. Little sister wooden sword was very serious, and not even wanting to listen to Goldie, the girl sternly declared that since he continued to interfere with his brother's knife, he needed to be taught a lesson. The golden feather begged the girl to listen to him, saying that there were others in the ring, but the wooden sword flatly refused to listen to anyone. The girl was hovering in the air and was already thinking about how to take revenge on the guy. Without hearing any excuses, the little sister was about to strike the wooden sword, although the golden sword itself still believed that it would be possible to convince the girl that there was nothing between it and the knife. But words didn't help and the guy was hit with a powerful blow, knocking him off his feet. The impact was so powerful that even the shockwave from the explosion spread throughout the entire forest. Little sister didn't feel sorry for Goldie's wooden sword at all. And from the explosion, the forest began to shake. The peach tree noticed this, seeing how the wooden sword was causing a commotion and watching the forest burning in the distance. The girl asked the cleaver if he didn't feel guilty about all this. The knife only replied with a grin that it would be good for the golden sword. Meanwhile, Goldie lay on the ground after the blow, trying to come to his senses. The attack of the wooden sword was very powerful, and the guy was pretty badly battered. The little sister, the wooden sword, herself said that the lesson for today was simple. But if the golden feather did not change, then she would find it again and only make it worse. Goldie was no longer able to comprehend anyone's speech and simply continued to lie there. Having taught her enemy a lesson, the wooden sword immediately rose into the sky and disappeared. Having made sure that she was gone, the golden sword slowly tried to get up, holding his sore head, thinking about how the knife had set him up. Meanwhile, it was calm and quiet in Pingana's courtyard. The golden sword slowly hobbled home, leaning on a large stick due to multiple bruises and abrasions. As soon as Pingan noticed his assistant, he immediately thought that the immortal weapons were probably getting very close. But for some reason, the guy noticed how devastated Goldie looked, and after the golden sword, he asked the owner that next time if his wife came, he should not give it to her. Chen, not understanding the situation, just laughed, joking that it looked like all the energy had been sucked out of the golden sword and, out of curiosity, even asked what they were replenishing it with. The guy's words came as a bolt from the blue for Goldie, who didn't expect Chen to start talking about such things. And to fix the situation, the sword began to shout that he was actually a cheat and innocent. At this time, things in the divine world in the Battle Reservoir sect were proceeding as usual. At the threshold of the sect, someone wanted to go inside and was waiting for the arrival of the elders. The three elders all kindly opened the gate, apologizing for the wait in front of Mo Huan. But the man said that there was no need for delicacy, and he came to discuss something with the Battle Reservoir sect. And to make the conversation go better, Huang suggested holding it inside the house. The elders kindly escorted the man and the others into the house. Noticing Yanja's presence, the sect elder asked the man if the sect was really bothering him that much, since he himself had a lot of things to do. But Yanja himself only replied that he couldn't divulge what they had prepared, simply stating that he was here to give the Battle Reservoir sect a discount. The second elder reminded that the sect was already receiving a 30% discount from the Thousand Treasures Chamber of Commerce. The first elder clearly didn't expect that his conversation would be interrupted with such tactless words. And without a twinge of conscience, the first elder gave his brother a strong slap in the face. The second elder was about to call the man a bastard for hitting him, but he still decided to remain silent. And the first elder seemed to feel a surge of strength after he slapped him and didn't even believe that he had done it. After a slight misunderstanding, the conversation finally took place. Everyone went into the discussion hall, seating Mo Huan in the most important place. The oldest elder began to speak first, asking what teaching the elder had prepared for them. Mo Huan took a cup of tea in his hands and explained that it was nothing serious and that he simply wanted to be the guardian of the Battle Reservoir sect. Mo Huan, the peak of the sovereign god, recalled Pingang's words and criticism and understood that this would be the only way out. And so the man said that he was going to send experts to the sect to teach the disciples, including Diao Jatian. The ninth stage of the sovereign god was also supposed to begin teaching. All three elders could not believe what was said and did not believe that each of their students could be taught high techniques. Mo Huan could only wait to see whether the elders would agree or not. And the elders quickly replied that they agreed. But they would not be able to repay in any way, since their master had recently died. The man laughed and replied that they shouldn't do that. And he was doing it because the elder liked the sect, and so the sect should just accept the gifts with an open heart. But all three of the Battle Tank sect representatives were worried about the sect master then, to which Huan stated that he didn't care who it was and that he was only here to support them all. These words gave all three elders something to think about, and everyone began to think that this was a great opportunity to become the master of a sect, having in this case a huge advantage. After such stormy news, everyone in the waiting room fell silent, thinking about how each one would become the master. Standing up from his seat, the first elder decided to take the initiative first and stated that after all, Hao Wuqi's cultivation was low, so he could not become the leader of the sect, and suggested that they take on someone from here to fill that role. The other two elders volunteered with the same initiative, and it turned out that they were all thinking about the same thing, and in order to resolve their situation, they all decided to have a duel. All three quickly gathered in the arena and began to fight in full force for the title of the sect master. The first elder smashed his brothers from all sides, scattering them with powerful blows. The man immediately began to think that these two were not as good as he was, and therefore the position of the owner of the sect must necessarily become his. The other two elders, having received several injuries from the first one's blow, tried to get up. The first elder, having made it clear that he was the strongest here, understood that all that was left was to take the master's pendant from Hao Wuqi, and then he would become the master. In the mortal world at the Qian residence, the sun was shining calmly, and it was approaching evening. Ping'an was sitting in the yard reading a book when suddenly his ring began to vibrate. Putting aside his reading, the boy decided to find out what they wanted from him. It was the great elder who worriedly told him that the sect was in trouble and that the boy needed to go back, holding out the pendant that the elder had already spoken about, wanting the boy to take it. After listening to the concerns, Ping'an realized that something urgent seemed to be happening and he needed to find out everything as soon as possible. And at that very second, the guy went to the immortal world. Through Pinggang, he quickly returned to the Battle Reservoir sect. All three elders, as well as Huan and Zhatian, were sitting in the discussion hall. The guy immediately noticed that everyone was quite submissive and calm, and it was strange why there was all this rush. The first elder, sitting in the main place, declared that from now on he was now the master of the Battle Reservoir sect, and the man immediately ordered to give the sect master's pendant. Ping'an didn't understand what was going on, because earlier the man himself had begged him to become the master. But looking at Huang, it became clear that they now had a lot of advantages and that everyone had stopped being afraid of death. Deciding not to enter into conflict, Ping'an decided to kindly give the pendant, rejoicing for the new owner of the sect. The guy wanted to rest anyway, and after all, someone was helping him with the mission, so changing the owner wouldn't be a problem. The elder, having received the pendant in his hands, exclaimed that he would always be fair. Zhatian, watching what was happening, asked his master that the young man looked like an elder, and maybe he was his descendant, and whether they should stop him from passing on his title. Mo Huan only quietly replied that it was none of their business, and there was no point in interfering. The man had already tried to contact the dagger, and it turned out that the man was the elder, so it seemed like this was part of his plan, and that was why Huan decided not to interfere, telling his assistant to also stand aside. The other two sect elders noticed that Mo Huan looked like he knew Hao Wuqi, but their thoughts were quickly interrupted by the first elder. The man, holding the pendant in his hand, could now officially call himself the owner of the sect. The second elder bowed obediently, greeting the new master, but the third did not even glance in the man's direction and demonstratively turned away, crossing his arms over his chest. The new owner of the sect was no longer very concerned about the attitude towards him. The man was very happy with his new status. But after a while, trouble happened. The disaster happened in the new room of the sect owner. One of the servants found the man sitting lifeless on a chair with blood near his mouth. The servant immediately screamed at the whole sect and ran to report the trouble. Running into the main hall with screams that filled the entire house, the servant quickly reported that something had happened to the owner of the sect. The second elder quickly tensed up as he heard the servant's worried cries, and having ordered them to quickly tell him what was going on, the man learned that the owner of the sect had been found dead. The man sat on a chair with his head thrown back and blood flowing from his mouth. The second elder immediately went to check, not believing what was said to the end. But as soon as he entered the owner's house, the man could not take a step. Before his eyes, the sect master was indeed sitting lifelessly, with his eyes still open but lifeless. With some doubts, the man decided to check the owner for signs of life, and he raised his hand to the owner's face to check whether he was breathing or not. And then, the man finally realized that the owner was not breathing and was already dead. This news quickly spread throughout the sect, and after a while, the remaining two elders gathered to discuss what had happened. The second elder told the third that the owner was killed in the same way as the previous owner of the sect. The third elder could not believe that two sovereign gods as guards were not enough to scare off the intruder, and in that case, the question arose of what to do, because the same fate could befall the others. The second elder tried to remain calm and said that he had already told Mo Huan and his assistant about what had happened. But one very strange detail made him nervous, because when Huan learned about the death of the sect master, he took the news very calmly. The third elder did not fully understand the meaning of what was said, but he was already frightened, and the man said that it was strange how Hao Wuqi just gave away the pendant. And besides, he noticed that Huan and Zhatian knew Hao Wuqi. This meant that the elder's death was somehow connected with Hao Wuqi. At this time, in the Divine Pavilion, Mo Huan turned out to have taken this news for a reason. The man immediately began to think that one of his people had done it, because that was the order. Zhatian said, a little embarrassed, that after Hao Wuqi became an elder and took the title of sect master, he was not always there, so the killer could not find a suitable moment to attack until the elder became the sect master. The man immediately wondered why the killer didn't retreat if they had formed an alliance with them. Jatian guiltily said that in the end they were doing something dishonorable, so he secretly hired an assassin to keep it a secret. And the assassin only received orders to kill, so he didn't even know that he was working for the Divine Pavilion. Mo Huan was still worried about why the guy didn't withdraw the order then. And as it turned out, Jatian simply forgot to do it. Huan, having understood the essence of the matter, could not contain his anger at his assistant, declaring that they were all just a bunch of clowns. The guilty Jatian asked the man whether they should present gifts to the elder and beg for forgiveness. I thought for a second, considering every step, and I decided that I just had to pretend that it had nothing to do with them, although there was a chance that they could still be accused of this matter. But the man still knew that the senior expert was using the sky and the earth to play like chess, and most likely, he must have expected something like this. Even Jatian thought about his elder's wish, and yet it was clear that the elder was truly incomprehensible. Meanwhile, Pingan returned to his home again. The fake wife of the Golden Sword returned to the guy and chatted sweetly with Pingan, telling joke after joke. The guy, having laughed his fill, took the sword again to let him see the wooden sword. The girl looked so innocent that Pingan gave her to Goldie without even thinking. Having thanked the elder, the girl sweetly said that she would have a good time with her husband and hurried away. Pingan, looking into the distance at the flying away girl, was touched by the relationship between these two, thinking what a sincere love they had. But the guy's thoughts were interrupted by Duan, who quietly arrived and was interested in who the guy was jealous of. "Don't you like me?" the girl asked, holding a block of some kind wrapped in cloth. Pingan did not expect to see his wife and was even a little scared, and he immediately began to say how inimitable the girl was, offering to help her. Xiaolinger had been standing behind the tree the entire time, not understanding how the two of them could be so cute and not quarrel, realizing that they seemed to not notice her. Next to the girl sat Small, who was actively eating her lunch. Not paying attention to the lovers, Xiao distracted the dog by asking if it agreed with her words. Realizing that Small wasn't even listening to her, the girl quickly brought the animal to its senses, threatening it with a small hoe. The dog pushed his food bowl away in fear, and she apologized to the lady, saying that she shouldn't have been so carried away by food. This only made Yaolinger even more angry, making it clear that even the dog wouldn't listen to her. And the girl, offended by everyone, yelled at the dog, shouting that she only thinks about food. The little sister, the wooden sword, having flown away at that time, began to summon Goldie's human form again. The golden sword fell to the ground again with crushing force. The girl didn't think that the guy would dare to ignore her warnings and decided to remind him once again, but more forcefully, that he shouldn't just take her words for granted. Goldie, pressed against the stone and finding himself in a dead end, realized that this was a serious matter, seeing how angry his little sister was, and it looked like he would definitely die this time. Now there was only one way out. It was time to finally prove that there was nothing between him and his brother with a knife. And getting up from the ground, the guy seemed to be preparing to say something very important. "Actually, I like you," Goldie shouted, leaving the girl stunned. And then the guy went on to say that he liked the wooden sword even at their first meeting, and her strength and charm simply enchanted him. The golden sword continued to talk nonsense, saying that as an ordinary immortal weapon, it did not know the concept of love, but once it met the wooden sword, nothing was the same anymore. The plan seemed to almost work, and the guy only had to make her believe, and then she would definitely believe in the absence of a relationship with her brother with a knife. And to add drama, Goldie began to sing a love song about how he constantly thinks about Lady Wooden Sword. The girl, standing in a stupor, did not expect that someone like him would love her. The little sister of the Wooden Sword immediately felt ashamed, and she already thought that maybe she had done the wrong thing, seeing how the guy, although exaggerating, was saying sincere things. And when the girl seemed to believe Goldie's words, the Wooden Sword suddenly wondered how weapons could exist that fall in love with those who harm them. And at that very moment, the Wooden Sword realized that the golden feather was lying. This untruth only made the girl even angrier, and gathering all her strength, the girl fired a powerful beam at the sword, knocking him off his feet. Goldie didn't even have time to say a word before he quickly flew off in the other direction. And at this time, an idol reigned in Pingan's house. The rooster and the peach tree, sitting on a branch, watched from afar, laughing at how Goldie decided to get out of the situation. But then Peach decided to stop laughing and asked the rooster if he had lied to her when he also confessed his love. And the rooster himself was so taken aback by such a sudden question that at first he didn't even understand what to say. But then, having collected his thoughts, he nevertheless answered that he would never dare to deceive Peach, who he really liked. But the peach tree seemed upset, not really believing in love. And the rooster thought that since the girl asked, maybe this was a good chance to tell the truth. And starting from afar, the guy asked if Peach asked this because she wanted to hear whether he liked her or not, from which the girl quickly blushed and, embarrassed, began to cover her face with a fan. Then I will say this, Mrs. Peachtree, The guy began to speak, gently touching the girl's hand. But suddenly, as if in his head, the Emperor Phoenix heard someone calling him. The voice desperately asked to save them, and the boy suddenly jumped up, realizing that his clan must have been exposed since they were asking for help. Without finishing speaking with Peach, the rooster jumped out of the tree like a bullet, and he turned to Lady Duan with a request to allow him to return to his clan and help him. The girl couldn't just let the phoenix go, because the return of its owner was already planned. But the rooster began to scream desperately as he heard the cries for help from his clan. Sighing, Duan knew that she couldn't hold the phoenix back by force, so she allowed him to help her people, but warned him that if he was discovered, not only would he not be able to return, but even if he died, Duan wouldn't be able to help him. Phoenix was not stopped even by the girl's words, and he only wanted to help his clan. As he was getting ready to leave, the rooster promised the excited Peach that he would return and continue what he had started. The girl didn't have time to say a word before the rooster rose into the sky to his clan, and Peach could only watch as the phoenix slowly moved away from the house. Clutching her fan in her hands, the girl hoped very much that nothing would happen to the rooster and that he would return back. Unable to bear such separation, the girl decided to go after her lover and immediately began to ask the lady for permission to go after the phoenix. Even though they were connected by nothing but their hearts, the girl felt that if she did not follow the rooster, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Duan, realizing that she could lose another one, could do nothing and had no right to hold on to her lovers and let Peach go, asking them to be careful. The girl was very concerned about what was happening around her and could no longer just sit on the sidelines. After thinking for a while, Duan called for a knife, and she told him to follow Peach and the rooster and, if possible, let the knife help them. Left alone, the girl could only hope that in the midst of all this chaos, everything would be fine. Phoenix, meanwhile, quickly found himself in a world of chaos. Having landed on the ground, the rooster began to look around. The distress signal was definitely coming from this land, but there was no one around. But as soon as the rooster realized that it was a trap, fear appeared in the bird's eyes. And at that very moment, an unknown voice from afar declared that it was too late. The silhouette emerging from the fog insisted that it was too late, and that the Phoenix Emperor had been deceived. The stranger who came out picked up the stone in his hand from which the cry for help was coming. An elderly man with cunning eyes forced the rooster to admit that he had been deceived after all. But seeing the man in front of him, the phoenix declared that it was unlikely that someone like him would be able to stop him. The acquaintance had his own plans for this, and the man laughed and prepared for something. Having said that, he could of course stop the phoenix alone, but the heavenly prison array could help him greatly in that. He began to form a huge magical core with great power with its energy, and suddenly the ground under the man's feet began to thicken, forming a bright circle. Along with the bright flashes, equally bright small sparks began to fall around. With a powerful push, the circle quickly moved under the rooster's feet. Emperor Phoenix couldn't believe how the man activated such a powerful circle. After all, it was worth several lives. But it was precisely for this purpose that the array of the heavenly prison helped the man who so badly wanted to overthrow the rooster. As soon as the stranger waved his hand, a beam of light seemed to fly at the rooster, causing him to freeze. "Will you be able to be reborn from nirvana?" "Why are you so afraid of death?" the man asked slyly, watching as his opponent could not move. The rooster immediately realized that the stranger was using a heavenly prison array that could seal his soul, making him unable to move. The guy quickly realized that the man wanted to use him to get close to his owner, and so the phoenix had to prevent this. But the stranger was not stupid either, and realized that the guy wanted to kill him using the phoenix blood while his soul dissipated, realizing that it was just suicide. After thinking for a bit, the man showed a sly smile that could mean anything. And as it turned out, his owner had predicted this. With a snap of his fingers, bright hieroglyphs began to appear around, showing an improved version of the array. Having struck the center, the magic circle seemed to increase in size, beginning to shine brighter and brighter. And as soon as everything was ready, the stranger prepared for the climax, looking at the rooster with cunning eyes. Suddenly, a seal in the form of a hieroglyph appeared on the circle, and Phoenix, who still couldn't move, didn't understand what was happening. And before he could even say anything, a powerful beam quickly flew at him, taking away the guy's strength. The Phoenix Emperor felt a piercing pain throughout his body that gradually took away his life force. "This time you lost?" the stranger said slyly, watching as the rooster couldn't even get up. But suddenly, a female voice was heard nearby. It was Peach who quickly came to the rescue and, shouting death wishes to the ill-wisher, eased the phoenix's pain a little. The enraged girl, ready to defend her lover, immediately entered into a fight with the man. The stranger didn't even have time to react before the shockwave immediately flew towards him, knocking him off his feet. The man wasn't very surprised by Peach's appearance. After all, the owner already said that most likely another weapon or a divine beast will appear. That's why the stranger was even amused by the girl's arrival. And taking hold of the hilt of the katana, the ill-wisher prepared to attack 2 more times. But suddenly, as it turned out, the man had other assistants, one of whom crept up unnoticed from behind and, without any regrets, pierced the peach tree through and through. The girl didn't even understand who it was at first, looking back. But as soon as the blade began to penetrate deeper into the body, it became clear that there was something else here. Having made a hole right in her chest, blood gushed out of Peach's mouth, and the girl herself began to choke, looking into the distance with fear in her eyes. And at that very second, the peach tree fell to the ground like a stone, covered in blood. The phoenix's heart began to beat wildly, and the fear in his eyes filled his entire body. Hoping that the girl might survive, the rooster crowed, trying to crawl towards Peach's body. But the peach tree could barely breathe, and could only say that she did not regret anything. The girl didn't care about the wound in her chest. She was most upset that she couldn't save her lover. With the last of his strength, the rooster managed to crawl to the girl, who gently grabbed his hand. The main thing for Peach was that at least they would be together even when facing death. And this thought made the girl die with a smile on her face. With their hands touching, the peach tree and the phoenix began to be surrounded by Peach's vines, allowing the two to peacefully pass on to the other world. As soon as the vine completely enveloped the young ones, the branches of the tree rose straight from them into the sky. The man began to panic as he saw branches trying to break through the prison he had created. The stranger understood that they could explode at the same time, and then the mass of the heavenly prison would not withstand it. All this time, the knife was watching this without revealing its location. Following Lady Duan's order, the cleaver waited for the right moment and was ready to intervene. The man raised his head and saw only a beam quickly flying past him, not understanding who was behind it. Before he could see anything quickly running past, a beam of light passed over the man's body several times. Returning to its original position, the knife was pleased with its work. Next, the cleaver needed to help the tree with the phoenix and cut through the mass of the heavenly prison so that everyone would begin to come to their senses. Peach, seeing the knife helping her get up, was very happy about such help. Phoenix was speechless for a second, trying to comprehend how lucky they were to have his brother with the knife. "I really love you," the rooster whispered, looking at Peach with loving eyes again. The two began to flirt right in front of the knife, exchanging sweet words. But the cleaver reminded him that now was not the time for flirting, and that he needed to get out of here. But as soon as the three were about to leave, a bright flash appeared in the sky, asking where they were going. Very quickly, the flash turned into a huge ball from which a large fiery hand extended, wanting to grab the weapon. Knife quickly got into a fighting stance, ready to defend himself and the others. And from the circle in the sky, they continued to shout offensive words. And when the big fiery hand tried to grab everyone, the knife managed to summon the same big hand of Buddha, which entered into a fight with the unknown. As it turned out, someone was controlling this hand from the world of chaos. The man sitting in the large hall moved his hand through the air, and along the way, he shouted that he would make them pay 100-fold. Having dealt with the problem, the knife returned the phoenix and Peach back to the mortal world. The rooster turned into a small yellow bird, which Duan quickly hurried to look after. Before going for medicine, the girl added that when the owner returned, she would ask for a couple of drops of blood so that recovery would be faster. The peach tree and the rooster kindly thanked Madame Duan for such care. As soon as the girl left, the remaining objects and weapons in the house ran to the wounded. The fish in the teapot began to ask the two worriedly how they were feeling, saying that they were very worried. Goldie, who was standing near the table, also expressed his relief, glad that the boys had returned safe and sound. The rooster, in the form of a small bird, cooed, saying that everything was fine, but he was still a little battered. Peach also supported him, saying that if it weren't for the knife, the phoenix would have been a roasted rooster. Although the peach tree was worried about her lover, the girl suffered greatly and loudly declared this to the rooster, asking how he would compensate for it. Phoenix offered good wine and riches, but it was not enough. And then the bird offered to tell embarrassing stories about the goldfish, not knowing what else to offer. This proposal only made Peach even more angry, shouting at the rooster and asking if he wasn't going to tell her that he would marry her. The phoenix, not expecting this, happily flapped its small wings. Hugging the tree, the rooster, of course, agreed to take Peach as his wife, and he decided that when they both recovered, they would transform and ask the owner for permission. The peach tree, hearing the agreement, waved its branches, showing joy. The goldfish in the teapot rolled their eyes and snorted, looking at the two doves. After a while, everything calmed down in Pingin's house. The guy returned to his home again through the portal. Chen didn't expect that the leader of the Battle Reservoir sect would die. After all, he had the title of master in front of him, which meant that he could also die. But in recent days, in the immortal world, he found a sufficient number of immortal spiritual trees. And in addition to this, Pingin could now control the forces of the flows of heaven and earth and would definitely be able to break through now. It would have been worthwhile to practice a little before this. Pingin entered his house, sat comfortably on a chair, and closed his eyes, concentrating on the matter at hand. And still with his eyes closed, the guy began to count, until he suddenly realized that he was able to count to 14, which meant that he could already control 14 streams. When the guy figured everything out, he decided to return to the divine world to find a mountain there, far away from the sect, to test his powers. Without hurrying, Chen headed towards the courtyard of his house. Duan was already waiting for him there, sitting quietly near a tree and reading a book. Seeing his beautiful wife, the guy even froze in place, admiring such beauty. But the girl quickly brought the guy to his senses, telling him that in her home there is a tradition where newlyweds put a drop of blood into a bag and then hang it in his house so that it will last a long time. And approaching with a bag, Duan asked her husband for a few drops of blood, who happily agreed to do so. Taking the needle, Pingin carefully pricked his finger with a small needle, and he dripped a little of his blood from his finger directly into the bag. The blood quickly found its way onto the fabric and was intended to aid in the restoration of the tree and the rooster. Duan smiled sweetly, glad that the guy did it without asking any questions. And having thanked him, she promised to definitely hang the bag on the house. Pingin wanted to ask that shouldn't the girl also drip her blood, but the guy was quickly distracted by the arrival of his little sister with a wooden sword. The girl quickly sank to the ground. Chen was very happy to see the girl who came for her fake husband. And still smiling, the guy handed the girl a golden sword, not suspecting anything. Having taken Goldie, the two again moved away from the house. Turning into his human form, Goldie looked at the girl with fear, who reminded him of how he couldn't shut up last time, and so she decided to deal with it now. Goldie immediately broke out in a cold sweat from fear, realizing that since she didn't believe his tales of love last time, it meant his acting wasn't very good. But this time he must act as if he is in love. "Wooden sword, I've been waiting. Torture me," the guy exclaimed, pretending to be in love. Little sister Wooden Sword didn't expect the guy to say that, and so Goldie, taking advantage of the moment, tried to make the girl believe how much he liked her, and that's why Goldie was happy even if a wooden sword tortured him. And to make it look even more plausible, the guy came closer and began to persuade the girl to start torturing him. It was strange for her little sister, but the girl still decided not to stray from the intended path. And deciding to see what would happen next after the beating, she prepared for the blow. This time, Goldie got it bad again. The blows could be heard throughout the forest. But the guy continued to stand steadfastly in place, enduring every torture. And to maintain the drama after each blow, Goldie said that when he thought that it was his little sister, the wooden sword, who was doing this, his soul immediately felt good. Barely standing on his feet, the guy began to persuade the girl to continue. And looking straight into the girl's eyes, the golden sword tried its best to appear very much in love. It worked. Little sister Wooden Sword was simply beside herself with such words and confessions. For a second, the girl simply froze in shock. And having understood the whole point, she began to run away from the sword. Goldie, watching the girl run away, begged her not to run away until the very end. And as soon as the girl left, the golden knife was able to relax, happy that it was able to scare away the wooden sword. After such a successful acting performance, Goldie was simply in heaven with happiness and decided to quickly go and celebrate such a small victory. In the courtyard of Pingana, the day was drawing to an end. Everyone was leisurely doing their chores or resting. Goldie proudly told the dog how he scared his little sister away with a wooden sword, glad that she finally left him alone. Peachtree, watching the golden sword briskly recount its plan, told Brother Knife that she didn't think that the wooden sword would be so easy to deceive her sister. The knife wasn't particularly happy and just waited until the wooden sword realized that this was all a lie. Peach could only feel sorry for Goldie because the knife brother was his brother. By evening, everyone in the house was tired and had a good night's rest so that they could get back to their business in the morning. Ping Gang, leaving again for the divine world, said to Xiaolinger at the end that it might be too late. But the girl didn't let the guy leave just like that. She, grabbing her brother's hand, began to beg him to let her go with him. Ping'an didn't even know what to answer and decided to say that he had things to do. Xiaolinger started shouting, promised not to interfere and asked to be allowed to go anyway. But Linger understood that the guy was going to the divine world, and if she met her father there, she would be reluctant to talk to him. Duan intervened in their conversation, asking her husband to just play with the girl since she had nothing to do at home anyway. Ping'an wasn't sure if it was a good idea, even though he had brought a lot of treasure, and it might not be dangerous at all to take Linger. Sighing, the guy allowed the girl to go with him, but on the condition that she behave well. So the two went to the divine world. A joyful Linger looked around, glad to finally be out of the house. This time, Ping'an spent a couple of points to go to another place, and it was still unknown how far it was from the Battle Reservoir sect. But as soon as the guy began to look around in which direction he needed to go while continuing to hang in the air, a bright, powerful beam suddenly flew between Xiao and him. The beam hit somewhere deep into the forest, accompanied by a huge shockwave. The guy immediately ran to Xiao to make sure she was okay. Having made sure that the girl was okay, the guy looked into the distance, looking out where this unknown beam was coming from. From afar, Chen saw an unknown man with a katana in his hands. He fought with another stranger right in the sky. The two men were clearly strong, and this was proven by the force of their attacks on each other. Ping'an, looking at the two idiots, immediately realized that they definitely had no public ethics. Noticing the owner's agitation, the knife asked permission to intervene. But Ping'an decided to deal with it himself. Before that, the guy gave Xiaolinger a broom, saying that it would protect her. Leaving the girl in a safe place, the guy flew off to sort things out. The guy was even amused by such tactless strangers. And activating the Buddha's hand, the guy directed it straight at the two of them. The strangers only had time to look back when the Buddha's hand immediately covered both of them. The attackers were separated in a matter of seconds by striking a shell between them. One of the strangers started shouting that the guy must be crazy to use the Buddha's hand. But Ping'an was very serious because they had scared his younger sister, and the guy was ready to do everything to get an apology from them. But the two men had no intention of apologizing to God knows who. "Let him come. I will apologize with my blade," the man said, holding his katana forward. Ping'an didn't like these words at all and even made him very angry. After asking him to repeat what he said, the guy activated his power again. The stranger, looking at the young guy, said that if he dared to interfere in his battle, then he would have to pay for it with his own life. The second stranger was hovering in the air at this time, simply watching. Ping'an focused on the first man and put his hand forward, ready to strike, and shouting a wish for death, he released the Buddha's hand onto the frightened stranger. The hand was getting closer and closer to the man, who had already even lowered his weapon. There was no time to think about what to do next. And just as he managed to scream, the hand completely swallowed the ill-wisher. And then she slammed it shut in her fist with crushing force. The second man looked at this in horror and could not even move. All that was left of his enemy was a still hot mark in the ground. Having dealt with the first one, Ping'an noticed the second man and immediately addressed him. More menacingly, the guy asked if the second ill-wisher wanted to kill him. The man, in fear, began to make excuses, saying that he would never dare to kill. Having intimidated him, Ping'an ordered him to fly after him. Otherwise, things would only get worse for the man. And the stranger had no choice but to obey the guy if he wanted to stay alive. The two landed in a dense forest where there was absolutely no one. As soon as the man stepped on the ground, his attention was drawn to one very interesting detail. His eyes fell on the broom in Linger's hands, which emitted an incredible aura. It was countless times stronger than any divine weapon. Noticing how the man froze, the boy reminded him of his apology to his older sister. Frightened by the boy's rage, the man quickly fell to the ground. "Mo, you ignorant idiot who dared to interfere with you. I hope you will show generosity and be able to forgive me," the stranger shouted, bowing before the girl. Xiaolinger gently tugged her brother's sleeve, and she whispered to the guy that everything was fine and he needed to let go. Having told him to get lost, Ping'an cast a last menacing glance at the man. Mo, happy to be alive today, began to thank in an exclamation tone for sparing his life and showing mercy. Bowing again, he stood up, and with all his might he hurried away to avoid getting into even more trouble. The man flew away so quickly that only a small spark remained of him in the distance. Having flown further, Mo was finally able to catch his breath, realizing how frightening it was because he no longer thought that he would survive. While the man was coming to his senses, suddenly an unexpected feeling appeared inside him. As it turned out, his world had broken through to the peak of the Divine King. This meant that he had received a double blessing for today. which was very good because not only had his enemy died, but peace had also broken through. All this happened only thanks to the elder, who forced him to apologize to his younger sister. And then the thought flashed through the man's head that maybe he had given him an opportunity. After Ping'an dealt with the stranger, Ping'an went to the city of the divine world. Right in the center of the square, two young men stood with a sign and shouted that they were looking for someone in the spiritual divine world to catch the blue thunder tiger in the monster mountains, and the spoils would be divided equally. Ping'an, who had just arrived, immediately called the young people. The boy expressed a desire to go with them, telling them that his powers reach the spiritual divine world. But the guy standing with the sign looked at Chen uncertainly. He felt as if Ping'an was only in the transition stage, and his younger sister Xiaolinger was standing next to him so sweetly, which was also very embarrassing. But Ping'an didn't give up so easily and revealed that he used the artifacts to hide his cultivation, because if he didn't have enough strength, he probably wouldn't even talk to them. And the guy also added that there was no need to worry about his younger sister and that he would protect her himself. The guy with the sign continued to doubt, saying that this mountain was not a place for a picnic. But suddenly, a nice girl intervened in the conversation and decided to discuss the terms of the deal with the guy. Leaving Ping'an with Xiao, the two went to a secluded place to decide whether to take the guy or not. When his girlfriend asked the young man if he could take them along, he immediately firmly stated that although they could handle the blue tiger themselves, it would be better to team up with people who knew how to fight, and this guy didn't even show his cultivation. But the girl was sure that they as a family would always be together and no one would be able to harm them. And in addition, she reminded him of a very sweet girl who stood next to Ping'an, who inspired confidence. The guy was silent for a few seconds, realizing that it would be very difficult to refuse his sister. In fact, the girl also liked the guy, who seemed incredibly handsome in her eyes, and she did not refuse to marry him. In the end, the girl's brother could not refuse her, and all four of them headed towards the mountain through the dense forest. The girl walked ahead, holding Xiaolinger's hand and chatting sweetly with her. Ping'an, noticing how happy the girl was, thought that taking her with him wasn't such a bad idea. While the female part of the group walked and chatted about their own things, the guy decided to ask his companion about the monsters on the mountain, since he had heard little about them. The guy walking behind couldn't believe that Ping'an didn't know about the monsters and became even more lost in his thoughts. Chen called out to his brother again but still received no answer. It was strange that the guy walked very absent-mindedly and thoughtfully. Thinking that he was probably just lost in his thoughts, Ping'an decided not to distract him and quietly continued on his way to the mountain. But not even a second had passed when Brother Wu suddenly called out to the boy when he heard that Chen was about to ask his sister about the mountain. "Stay away from my sister," the guy exclaimed angrily, as if baring his teeth. Ping'an didn't even understand what Brother Wu meant. Deciding not to repeat it twice, the guy simply suggested forgetting his words, promising to tell him about the mountain now. And while everyone was walking through the forest, the guy said that their family was one of the strongest in the city, and their elder Wu De Jin was on the divine royal peak. No one knew the mountain better than his family. And as far as is known, the elder of the family went to the mountain to test the king of the two-winged red lion. Once they get rid of the monster king, the monster mountain will be like a garden for the Wu family. Suddenly, the boy's story was interrupted by his sister, who called the two to come to her. The girl and Linger, sitting on their knees, watched the only traces of the blue thunder tiger they could see. Seeing the tracks, the guys quickly rushed along the beast's path so as not to lose it in time. But the beast itself was not far from the young people. A large, sparkling tiger slowly walked towards the group, showing all its grandeur. As it turned out, Brother Wu noticed that this was not an ordinary thunder tiger, but a beast with exceptional blood, but the guys still had to cope. Sister Wu immediately asked Ping'an to take Linger away while they detained the beast, and then everyone could meet at the beginning. It was too late to object, because the girl was already very much in the mood for battle. The brother and sister began the countdown, working as a well-coordinated team. And on the third count, the girl ran straight towards the beast, and the guy fired a multitude of burning cannonballs like projectiles. The blue tiger began to run back away from the fireballs. But this was part of the plan, because, on the other hand, the girl was already waiting for the beast. Jumping upward with all her might, Sister Wu prepared to launch a powerful cannonball at the beast to stun it. But unfortunately, it missed and flew past the beast. The tiger only managed to get angry, which is why the animal began to bare its teeth, showing its sharp fangs. Having landed on the ground, the girl began to think about how to attack the beast again. The excited Brother Wu started calling out to Xiaolan and quickly ran towards his sister. Ping'an was already ready to release the knife to help in the fight, and having decided to run closer, the guy began to wait for the moment. but suddenly a sharp blue beam flashed past him. He hit the tiger right in the face, which immediately stunned him. A powerful beam made a hole in the blue tiger's head so large that its bones and entrails were visible right through. The beast quickly fell lifelessly to the ground, lifting the earth upward. Xiaolan and Brother Wu ran up to each other and looked back to see who had released such a powerful beam. And the two saw a completely serious Xiaolinger who was gradually calming down after the attack. As soon as her energy returned to normal, the girl happily asked if everything was okay with the guys, worrying about each one. The guy couldn't believe such an attack power. It seemed like Xiaolinger was at the level of a god. The girl, hearing these words, laughed and added that she would soon have a breakthrough to the divine world. Xiaolan, who was only at the spiritual deity level, did not show her envy and was very surprised at how such a girl could be so strong. This thought made her tense up sharply, and falling to her knees, the girl began to call herself trash, cursing her power. When everyone came to their senses, the boys went to examine the beast. Pinggong took Xiaolinger aside and asked her why she didn't say that she had such a high cultivation. The girl simply replied that her brother simply didn't ask her, so she didn't say anything. But still, regarding cultivation, the girl kept something silent and decided to finally confess. "I ate watermelon," Linger said guiltily, noticing how Pingan rolled his eyes again, sighing languidly. The guy didn't believe it at all, even though the girl persistently assured him that it was so. She even said that the watermelon growing in their yard had more spiritual energy than spiritual medicine, so it helped her increase her cultivation. Pingan immediately thought about the fertilizers from the system, not believing that they were so good. Linger only continued to assure the guy that, due to her unique physical abilities, nothing would have worked out. All that was left for Pingan to do was believe his sister's words and think about how to make Xin Xin eat more watermelon. And even if it worked, he had to try, especially since mortals don't live long. Brother Wu at this time continued to calm his sister, who was completely depressed due to the girl's great abilities. Suddenly, someone called out to Chen Yuan and Xiaolan from behind. A man appeared in front of the boys and said that the elder was hunting the king of the mountains. The monsters here were all agitated and asked what they were doing here. The young people, upon seeing the elder, immediately began to greet him, expressing their respect. Yuan said that his sister needed materials from the Blue Thunder Tiger to cultivate, and judging that it was weak enough for the two of them, they went to the mountains. Wu Lantao, the elder of the Wu family, noticed that the beast had exceptional blood, which raised the question of how they were able to kill it in the first place. Unwilling to admit it, the brother and sister explained that they were not the ones who killed the beast. And pointing to Pingan and Linger standing to the side, they said that if it weren't for them, they would have been in danger. Lantao couldn't believe it because the guy's cultivation was at a low level, and as Linger stood to the side, it was completely impossible to see what kind of cultivation she had. Yuan revealed that they use artifacts to hide them, adding that the girl was able to defeat the tiger with just one attack, and she also said that she was almost at the Divine King level. The man could not believe such power because the girl was young, because she had a lot of vitality, but the level of cultivation was the same. Lantao immediately realized that such talent could not be wasted and that he needed to find a way to invite her into the family. "You two," the man shouted, calling the boy and the girl. And coming closer, he thanked Chen Yuan and his sister for their help and protection. Pingan was only too happy to help and kindly replied that it was not difficult. But the man still insisted that the boy leave his address so that the family could thank him. Chen Pingan, starting to worry, decided to lie that they were just travelers and had nowhere to send gifts. But these words only drove Lantao mad, who, seeing the opportunity, began to offer to take the family's name and join them, promising to treat them well. Pingan immediately indicated that he did not like this idea, and politely declined, saying that they were used to being alone, so they weren't going to join anyone. Lantao's expression instantly changed, thinking that the guy probably had no manners since he dared to refuse him. The man was very sad that such a person would not become part of their family. To test the waters, the man also asked about the boy's sister's cultivation level and found out that she was much more talented than Pingang and was currently at the level of a spiritual god. The man's eyes sparkled even more once he recognized the cultivation level, considering both of them to be very valuable. Deciding not to delay the guys, Lantao kindly said goodbye to the guy. And leaving them, Lantao was actually already thinking of a cunning plan that since they did not want to go to their family, the man would simply force them. Not far from the boys, in the forest, someone else was hunting animals. A lion with a large mane lay lifeless on the cold ground, and a man was jumping on top of him, making it clear that he had killed the beast. Having finally dealt with the animal, the man exhaled, letting off all his steam. Lantao appeared behind him, desperately calling out to the elder to pay attention. The man, wiping the sweat from his face, began to listen to his assistant. Lan Tang. What is it? He asked, turning to the elder, leaving behind the huge body of the beast. The elder who came said that he had discovered a young genius, and he should soon break through to the divine royal level, and the girl also had an older brother who was at the spiritual level. But, unfortunately, they did not want to join their family. And so the man thought, in order not to kill the girl's brother, to erase her memory, and then their family would become even more famous. Lan Tao didn't just tell this thought to the elder, because he would have done it better than anyone else. The man, having heard such an interesting idea, decided that he had nothing to lose and should try to attract a stronger person to himself. Meanwhile, the boys were still standing near the mountain of monsters in the divine world. It was time to go on with their business, and Yuan and Lan sincerely thanked Pingyang and Linger at the end. The elder and Lan Tao had already arrived to the young people to assess the situation from afar. After examining the boy and his sister, the man told Tao to offer to join the family again, and if they refused the second time, then he would take over. The man quickly rushed to carry out his king's order, and quickly flying to Pingyang, Lan Tao blocked their path. "Mr. Chen, please wait," the man asked politely, starting to speak from afar. Pingyang immediately felt something was wrong, but still clarified what the elder wanted again. And the man asked again if they had changed their minds and would still like to join the Wu family. But Chen continued to stand his ground, refusing once again. It was stupid for the guy that he was being asked this question for the second time. Even Yuan intervened, saying that Mr. Chen had already refused. Lan joined the guy, declaring that one cannot respond to kindness with hostility. Lan Tao sighed and raised his hand, realizing that in this case there would be a fight now. And after firing shells at Yuan and his sister and throwing them back, the man asked them not to interfere. For now, the time has come for the elder to intervene. And at that very second, the elder of the Wu family descended like a bullet. Pingyang began to tense up and already think about what would happen next. The man who came down looked menacingly at the guy, saying that if he didn't want it the good way, then it would be the bad way. But seeing the guy's face, the elder's expression changed dramatically. Pingyang also recognized the man because it was the same Wu Mo, whose life he had saved by killing his opponent. Lan Tao continued to ask them not to think badly of him, when suddenly the elder disappeared from sight. The man looked down and saw Mu on his knees, screaming that he had sinned and deserved to die. Lan Tao couldn't believe that the elder would start bowing to such a guy who was standing there watching this completely calmly. The man, looking at his king in horror, realized that this was the end and he had made the biggest mistake of his life. Pingyang was very amused that he met the elder of the Wu family who was at the royal divine peak, realizing how strong he already was. Mu, afraid to look up at such a strong man, continued to apologize for such impudence. The man said that he should not have listened to his assistant's advice because he wanted to take the boy's sister. And since things had come to this, the man decided to hand the evil instigator over to Pingyang to be torn apart. Chen heard that someone wanted to take Linger away and became really angry. And he realized that it looked like he would have to teach these two a lesson. "You know what I want?" the guy answered briefly, letting the man know that things were bad. But Mao had no right to be insolent to him. And so, bowing once more, the man headed towards Tao. Lan Tao himself could not move due to the accumulation of fear and surprise in his head. Wu Mao started shouting that it was all Tao's fault and therefore he was responsible for it. But then Yuan and Xiaolan intervened, asking the guy to wait and make a decision ahead of time. The brother and sister fell to their knees, and they began to beg Brother Chen to pardon the elder, at least for their sake. But Pingyang didn't understand why the guys were trying so hard to protect the man even after such a terrible act. Still, the guy decided to pardon Lan Tao for the sake of Yuan and his sister, but the blame for the man still remained on them. Lan Tao, hearing that he would not die today, fell to the ground and began to bow, thanking the guy for saving his life. The formidable Wu Mo turned to the man and declared that he was no longer a clan elder and that his punishment would be decided upon his return. But Mu didn't understand why the children decided to intervene just to save the life of Lan Tao, who had not served them before. After thinking for a moment, the man happily declared that Dong Yuan would be the new elder of the Wu family. The guy was very surprised, not understanding how this was possible because he was still very young. A little embarrassed, Mu decided to ask Pingyang what he thought about it. The guy himself was not against Yuan becoming an elder. He was only happy for his new friend. And since everything had already been decided, Chen was already eager to quickly move on with his business. And finally, having ordered everyone to behave well, Pingyang rose into the sky, quickly flying away. Lan, Yuan, and Mao thought it was very generous that the whole situation was resolved this way. Chen and Linger quickly returned to the mortal world. Once home, Ping'an immediately asked the girl to cut the watermelon and serve it in the kitchen, and the joyful Xiao Linger ran to fulfill such a wonderful request. Before a small snack, the guy decided to go to his wife to offer to eat some watermelon together. But noticing how she was getting ready to go somewhere, he asked the girl to come back, quickly telling her about the wonderful meal. But Duan sweetly replied that there was no need to wait for her since she had already had a snack and was not particularly hungry. Ping'an was very serious about this topic and therefore did not let the girl leave just like that. Taking his wife's hands, the guy revealed that Linger had increased her cultivation simply by eating watermelon. And even though she said it might not work on others, it was still worth a try, and even just enhancing Duan's body could add another couple of years to her. And saying that this way they would be able to live longer together, he led his wife to the table. But Duan no longer paid attention to all the guy's subsequent words, because the phrase about living longer made her heart begin to tremble. The girl was both touched and amused by this behavior of her husband, who did not even suspect anything. After a while, Linger came to the table with a whole plate of watermelon. Xin, you can eat everything, Ping'an said, moving the plate with the treat closer. Duan just held her head and sighed, assuming that someday this would still happen. By nightfall, everyone went to their rooms and then went to bed, contemplating beautiful dreams. Goldie, having come out into the center of the yard, began to rejoice, glad that today his little sister, the wooden sword, did not come for him and he could breathe a sigh of relief. Noticing the knife's brother, sitting quietly near the tree, the guy even told him about this news. For now, the golden sword was free from the cleaver's accusations. So, to tame a woman you don't need, Goldie began to say, when suddenly someone interrupted him. A small hand rested on the boy's shoulder, causing him to freeze in place. Still, it was the wooden sword sister who noticed how energetic Goldie was. The frightened golden sword did not have time to say a word to the knife, when suddenly the girl dragged him to a secluded place, saying that she had something to talk about. "Let the master protect you," the knife asked, bowing before the retreating sword. The girl took Goldie into the deep forest again for a conversation. Goldie kept waiting for the wooden sword to attack him, but it never happened. And so the guy decided to start the dialogue first, asking what the girl wanted to talk about. To her surprise, the wooden sword asked what could be wrong with Goldie because she had already cursed him for how much she had mocked him. The golden sword, fearing that he would be beaten again, began to shout that this was not at all the case and that everything was fine. But in fact, little sister Wooden Sword said that she simply realized that Brother Knife said this just to get her to leave him alone. Having said that she realized her mistakes, the girl looked kindly at the guy, placing her hand on his shoulder. And looking at the frightened Goldie, she promised not to disturb him anymore. Goldie didn't even believe it at first and asked again if it was true. Little sister Wooden Sword, as if embarrassed by her actions, only quickly stated that she would return in 2 days to apologize and compensate Goldie for everything, and quickly disappeared from the forest. The golden sword was glad that the girl would not bother him anymore. But for some reason, the guy felt empty as soon as his sister admitted her guilt. In the end, Goldie was unable to sleep, and until the morning he wandered in confusion. Brother Knife, noticing how sad the sword looked, could not understand what was wrong with it, because it had not been beaten yesterday, but for some reason today it looked even worse. The rooster, sitting on the branch of the peach tree, said that the knife, being alone, could not understand this, and the reason for it all was that Goldie had fallen in love with his little sister, the wooden sword. Brother Knife looked at the rooster with distrust, not believing that the sword was as much of a masochist as the phoenix. The knife was sure that the sword was like him, and therefore he could never fall in love. But Goldie at this time continued to sigh and look into the distance. The golden sword showed his saddened face, making the knife think that his brother had actually fallen in love. "Brother Knife, if you told her about our relationship again, would she beat me up again?" Goldie asked, putting the cleaver in an even more awkward position. Knife couldn't quite believe that his brother could fall in love, and even he decided to ask the guy himself. But Goldie did not understand his feelings, because the meaning of love was completely alien to him. True, when the little sister Wooden Sword was angry, the sword found her very cute. These words simply finished off the cleaver, who until the very end believed that this would not happen. Suddenly, the silhouette of a girl appeared in the sky, which made the knife start to panic, not understanding why she came back. Perhaps the girl wanted to get back to her old ways and continue to pester Goldie. But the knife wanted to talk about this later with his brother, and until the sword arrived, he made Goldie go hide so that nothing would happen. The golden sword had no intention of hiding, but instead ran to his new beloved. The knife didn't even have time to grab hold of his brother, and he had to run after it in order to have time to hide it. But the little sister, the wooden sword, arrived before the cleaver could do its job. "Hey, little sister," the wooden sword called out to the knife, deciding to shift all attention to itself so that Goldie wouldn't get it. But the most terrible thing for the cleaver happened. A golden sword, holding a red rose in its mouth, quickly appeared in front of the girl, showing its love. The knife didn't expect at all that the little one would start to act so strongly. While he was in shock, the wooden sword came closer to the two. Noticing Goldie's behavior, the girl shouted that she was here to pay compensation and there was no need to pretend to be in love anymore. The agitated golden sword didn't think that the girl would take his behavior so harshly and therefore asked her to at least listen. But before that, the wooden sword handed the guy a spiritual metal stone, which could be used to sharpen his sword form, and the spiritual body could also be rid of any impurities. Having received the box with the stone, Goldie wanted to convey his thought to the sword again, but she continued speaking. As it turned out, the wooden sword would accompany its owner in the world of chaos, so it was unknown when she would return, and so the girl came here to say goodbye to everyone. The teapot, the rooster, and the others began to sincerely wish the girl good luck, wanting to be more careful. And the knife, just in case, he said that if something happens, his sister can always contact them for help. As she was getting ready to leave, the girl told them to take care of each other and almost flew away. But Goldie wasn't about to let his chance slip away, and so he ran with all his might, pulling the girl by the edge of her clothes, not letting her go. For a second, it seemed that the sword did not have time to hold his beloved. But the wooden sword still stopped and asked what was the matter. Goldie, deciding not to mumble, said that in fact he was not pretending. Or rather, at first he did it to confuse the sword. But now everything was different. Only now did he realize that he wanted to be next to the wooden sword, and the guy no longer cared about all his embarrassment, because the main thing was that he confessed. Goldie also handed back the compensation box, saying that he didn't need it if the girl felt guilty towards him. And after giving the box, the guy asked the wooden sword to give him a chance to win her, causing the girl to blush like a tomato from embarrassment. "Who gave you the right to choose?" the girl began to scream, hitting the guy with the same box. The little sister wooden sword refused to take the box and so threw it back into the hands of the sword. But the question still remained open, and Goldie asked again for permission to get the girl. The wooden sword hung in the air for a second as if thinking about something, and finally, the girl said that she had always been warlike, and if Goldie had the strength to defeat her, she would think about it. The joyful golden sword immediately asked his beloved to wait a month so that he would become stronger for the fight. Having said that she would think about it, the wooden sword quickly flew into the sky, leaving a joyful Goldie alone. There was no limit to the joy. The golden sword was simply beside itself with such happiness. But as soon as the girl disappeared, the guy turned to the knife with a box in his hands. Goldie immediately noticed the strange face of his brother, who could not say a word. "How dare you talk to her like that?" "Aren't you afraid of being rejected?" the cleaver asked, really not understanding what was going on. As it turned out, Goldie didn't care at all because in his eyes, the wooden sword was very sweet and gentle, and she would never be so cruel. The knife was even more surprised to see how confident the golden feather was. The next morning, Pingan was getting ready for business again. At the end, the guy shouted to his wife that he was leaving, but Duan immediately stopped him. Coming closer, the girl guiltily said that she had lost the bag of blood, and she asked to drop it again onto a new bag. Pingan asked the girl not to worry, promising that when he returned they would make more. Duan was very happy with her husband's gentle attitude, but finally, she still asked her lover to drip some blood now. Without thinking, Pingan took another blood sample and pricked his finger. A drop of blood slowly trickled down the needle, and she fell onto a new bag, waiting to help the rooster and the tree recover. "But didn't you hide it in the room? How did it get lost?" the guy suddenly asked, causing Duan to start worrying. Pingan began to suspect that Shinsin was hiding something from him, so the guy asked his wife directly, hoping that it was just his bad thoughts. Duan barely kept an unwavering face, trying not to reveal all her secrets and what this blood was needed for. Unable to bear the tension in the form of Pingan, the girl nevertheless shouted that there was something very important. Duan said that the bag was not lost, and the reason why it was needed was completely different. The Duan family's client needed 100 drops of blood, but the girl said that she didn't want to scare Pingang, so she didn't say it directly. The guy was scared for a second and asked directly if the people in the girl's family were really demons. And upon learning that this was not the case, Pingan breathed a sigh of relief. Having finally learned the reason, the guy asked not to hide such things anymore because he could just give his blood. And if this would help him to be with Duan forever, then he would only be glad. The girl didn't know what to answer to such unexpected words from her beloved husband. Having resolved the situation, Ping'an was about to leave, promising to help the girl as soon as he returned. When the guy left, Duan was able to vent her emotions, not believing that her husband so easily believed this nonsense, because she just wanted revenge for the fact that he forced her to eat watermelon. This whole situation simply confused the girl, and she wanted to hide from everyone as quickly as possible. Left alone, Duan went to the peach tree, and she hung a bag with a drop of blood on the branch where the rooster sat in his nest, saying beforehand that this should be enough for recovery for today. Phoenix, looking at the worried girl, thanked the lady. Duan herself could think of nothing else but this situation, not knowing what to do at all. Meanwhile, in the divine world, in the Wu family's home, life went on as usual after the appointment of a new elder. Suddenly, ill-wishers appeared in the sky. Immediately after their arrival, a powerful projectile flew into the main house of the Wu family, cutting the roof in half. "Where is the elder of the Wu family?" the unknown man asked, as he continued to hang in the sky. Wu Mao slowly walked out from under the rubble of the house, and he introduced himself as the elder of the family, asking the man what brought him here. Wang Jian unceremoniously asked who dared to kill his disciple Li Xiding, whom Ping'an killed because he refused to apologize to Linger. Mu looked at the man who arrived in surprise. He couldn't believe that his enemy could have a master in the sovereign's world. And since he was killed by an elder, why was the sovereign looking for him? But it immediately dawned on the man that this must be a test from the elder, and that he should show himself. Therefore, Mao without hesitation told Wang Jian that it was he who killed the sovereign's disciple. Wang, as soon as he heard the answer, quickly activated the Buddha's hand, shouting how arrogant Mu was. The Buddha's hand suddenly grabbed the confessing man, who already had fear in his eyes. Jian's anger grew with each passing second, and he shouted that today he would kill Mu to avenge his disciple, and prepared to commit a terrible massacre. The Buddha's hand began to squeeze the man even harder, causing him to start bleeding from his mouth. Mu, unable to resist, began to think that this was the end, and he could only whisper a prayer to the elder to save him. After all, since this was a test, the elder would certainly save him. Wang Jin, hearing the man ask for help, said that there was no point in waiting for it. But suddenly, in the sky next to the almost exhausted Mo, a blue portal began to appear, from which someone was about to emerge. Wang Yin tensed up when he saw that someone had actually come to help the man. Reacting quickly, the man activated his power, preparing to defend himself. At this time, Unmu continued to spit out blood from complete impotence. At that moment, Yan couldn't believe that the elder whose enemy had called him had actually come. He watched with curiosity to see who would emerge from the portal. And it was strange that the person who came was only in a transitional stage, and there was no way he could be the one who could save Unmu. Ping'an, who had only just happened to come to Mao, looked in surprise at the man who was coming to his senses. Noticing Jian, Chen decided to ask what was going on, noting that it seemed like he had appeared at the wrong time. Unmu, having come to his senses, quickly flew up to the guy and, hugging him with his arms, began to ask the elder to save him. Ping'an, not understanding anything, interrupted the man and asked him to calmly explain what was happening. The man, seeing that the boy was asking for details, thought that the elder was definitely checking him out and decided to remind him about the old man in black who insulted Linger and was rude to the boy himself. Ping'an remembered very well the man he had killed with one slap from the Buddha's hand. From Mu, the boy learned that the stranger standing in front of him mistakenly believed that he was the one who killed his student. Fearing for his life, the man began to assure Ping'an that he did not want to reveal the elder's identity, and so he took the blame on himself, but almost died at the hands of a stranger. Mao didn't care whether he died or not, but he was afraid that the Yun family would be involved in this and feared for the well-being of the family. The man began to beg Ping'an to become the master of the Yun family. The guy immediately interrupted the man's pleas, asking him not to worry. Ping'an came to the Yun family to ask them to help collect a large amount of immortal spiritual tree, and it happened because of him, and since Mo even took all the blame on himself, Chen could not ignore it and had to definitely help. Since the guy was able to kill someone at the royal level with just a slap, maybe he was already at the god sovereign level. And with Ping'an's treasure, all of his immortal weapons were top tier, and although the power of the knife was limitless, it was unclear whether Chen would be able to control it. Wang Jian, looking at the very young guy, called him closer, calling him a child. The man advised the young man not to interfere, although he felt that the elder of the Yun family seemed sincere, and it seemed that this person was truly able to defeat someone at the divine level, and most likely the elder was simply hiding his level of god sovereign. Full of confidence, the man loudly declared that no one could stop him except the god emperor, thinking that it was not worth provoking someone so strong without reason. Ping thought about the stranger's words, thinking that perhaps he was very strong to say such a thing, which meant it would be difficult to deal with this problem. Since Xiaolinger was having a fun time with Miss Un, Ping had to intervene. Otherwise, it would be difficult for her to explain what happened. For the sake of the girl, the boy decided to try to defeat Wang Jian despite the risk. To show his determination, Ping laughed loudly and declared that it was his opponent who should be afraid. "With your level of power, you don't even deserve to know my name, but I will tell you," he shouted, demonstrating his power. All that was left was to come up with a name, and in order to scare Wang Jian, it had to sound as terrifying as possible. Calling himself an invincible being from the higher world, Ping raised his hand, and the clouds began to gather. In a few seconds, the sky was covered with black clouds. There was a deafening clap of thunder behind him, and lightning struck the ground, causing everything to shake. Wang Jian tensed up when he saw this, but tried not to show his fear. Unmu even opened his mouth in surprise, realizing how powerful the elder was. While everyone was trying to understand what was happening, another thunder rumbled in the sky. This time the thunder was chaotic, which surprised Jean even more. Ping found that, as he expected, the divine world was too weak to support his true name. Since the Yun family's problem now lay on him, the boy asked the enemy if he had any objections, hiding the fact that he himself was afraid of the lightning. Wang Jian didn't know what to answer, doubting whether the person in front of him was truly the strongest of the upper world. He thought that such a person would not have appeared here just like that, and perhaps it was all a coincidence. Deciding that his disciple Shi Ding should not die in vain, the man prepared to fight to the end. But when he wanted to answer, a blue portal opened in the sky and someone called out to the elder. It was Wang Chenlin, who bowed respectfully to Ping, ignoring the others. Ping didn't expect to meet him here, and immediately asked how he found him. Chenlin explained that the level of chaos was incredible, so he guessed that the elder was here. Ping, realizing that he was lucky, praised the old man for his observation. Big words sounded more convincing coming from someone else's mouth, and Chenlin's appearance was very opportune. Wang Jian looked at everything in shock, not believing this turn of events. Ping took advantage of the moment and asked Chenlin to explain the situation to Jian. "Long time no see, Brother Wang," Chenlin said, agreeing to help the elder. Jian, recognizing him, immediately bowed, not believing that this man was familiar with the young guy. This reaction made Chenlin laugh, and Wang Jian became even more embarrassed. "Don't be so shy," Chenlin said, slowly approaching him. Coming close, he put his hand on Jian's shoulder and said that if the elder had instructed him to explain, then he was now also his pawn. Wang Jian didn't understand what pawns were being talked about and what he had to do with it. Chenlin added that it was an honor to serve the elder, and such a chance should not be missed. But Jian, being a proud cultivator, did not want to become someone's pawn. He would rather die than blindly obey orders. Chenlin, noticing his resistance, asked him to calm down. Seeing that he didn't understand, he took Jian aside and explained the matter. He spoke about the Dao marks and the divine weapons that were thousands of times stronger than normal, which made Ping feel embarrassed. Unmu, who was watching this, was finally convinced of the elder's strength. Ping, seeing that Chenlin was going too far, stopped him, saying that enough talk. The guy wanted to finish quickly without going into details, otherwise the old man might say too much. Chenlin immediately fell silent as he looked at Wang Jian. In the end, he said that since the elder wanted to finish, he explained everything, and Jian should think about his words. Wang Jian still had doubts as he looked at the old man and the young man. Turning his gaze to Ping, he thought for a moment. Having said that the answer was in front of him, Jian slowly walked towards the guy with a stern face. As he approached, Ping tensed up, seeing his serious gaze. But a second later, Wang Jian fell to his knees and screamed that he wanted to be his dog. Chenlin laughed, and Jian was embarrassed by his own fervor. Unmu thought with envy that he had not thought to ask first. Ping, realizing that the situation was under control, put on a serious face. He sighed and placed his hand on Jian's shoulder. "I need pawns, not dogs," he said, and if he wanted, he could join the mission, to which the man immediately agreed. Once everything was settled, Ping explained that he needed many immortal spirit trees and asked if they could handle the task. Mao, Chenlin, and Jian all assured each other that they would do everything for the elder. Having satisfied himself that the matter was in good hands, Ping said that he had a lot of things to do and hurried away. All three of them respectfully saw him off until the portal closed. As soon as he disappeared, a new portal with a different glow opened in the sky. Another person came out of it. It was the immortal emperor, who immediately asked if the elder had left. Wang Jian was surprised that the emperor knew Ping and asked him about it. The emperor replied that he knew the elder well, and if it were not for the elder, he would not be here today. Hearing this, Wang Jian finally understood that serving an elder was a great honor. Meanwhile, Ping'an returned home to do his business. In his room, he laid out many diamond-shaped pendants on his bed. Locking himself in a room, Ping'an began training to strengthen his abilities. The collection of spiritual trees by the inhabitants of the divine world has proven to be very beneficial. Thanks to this, Ping'an's divine consciousness began to grow much faster. Having mastered 1,000 heavenly and earthly forces, the boy was sure that now his blow would shock the whole world. This made him happy, because he was one step closer to completing his mission. After finishing leveling up, Ping'an immediately opened the system. As expected, she reported that the mission to raise the rank of the Qi sect had been completed, and the reward would arrive soon. There was no need to wait. The system immediately strengthened 2 of his key spheres to the limit. Ping'an was delighted with his new abilities and was already eager to test them. But there was no special reward, and the guy began to indignantly demand it from the system. She replied that the strengthening was the reward, and now a new territory was open for exploration. Disappointed, Ping'an decided to check out this place without enthusiasm. When the system gave an answer, he froze in surprise. The next target was Earth. Surprise quickly turned to irritation, and the guy again began to inquire about the special reward. The system persistently repeated that new territory was the reward. Ping'an felt like he had been deceived. Resigned, he slowly rose from the bed, warming up before the journey. Thinking about Earth, Ping'an decided to play it safe and took a black dragon and a fire phoenix with him. Meanwhile, a passenger plane was flying high in the sky above the Earth. A little girl sat by the window, looking at the clouds with interest. Suddenly, she hurriedly woke up her mother, shouting that someone was flying outside the window. The sleepy woman lifted her sleep blanket and looked tiredly at her daughter. Smiling, she decided to look out the window. But the smile instantly disappeared. Her eyes filled with horror. There really was someone flying behind the glass, waving at the girl. The stranger in the red shirt easily maneuvered next to the plane. He smiled slyly, as if he was plotting something. Suddenly, the man shot lightning into the wing and one of the engines stalled. The plane shook, and the mother hugged her daughter, preparing for the worst. The wing caught fire, and the flames spread quickly. Small lightning bolts ran through the hull, disabling systems. It was a cunning plan. While everyone was rescuing passengers, the attacker hoped to escape. Suddenly, the engine exploded, and the plane plummeted towards the ground. A girl appeared in the sky nearby, floating easily in the air. Ji Shuya looked angrily at the culprit of the disaster, thinking about how to save people. With a wave of her hand, she created a protective barrier in front of the plane. But her strength was not enough to completely stop the fall. A new plan was needed, and fast. Hongya thought that she might be able to save at least a few, but that would mean the death of the rest. She stood frozen in indecision, not knowing what to do. At that moment, a shadow suddenly appeared next to her, and the girl shuddered. It was a huge black dragon that came out of the portal right above the plane. He began to circle around, slowing his fall. But the ship was still descending, and the dragon was waiting for instructions. Seeing no solution, he asked the owner what to do. Ping'an quickly assessed the situation and gave the order. Use spiritual energy, protect everyone inside and gently lower them to the ground, he said. At this time, a fiery phoenix flew towards him. I caught the one who did this, the bird reported, awaiting further instructions. Ping'an, having figured out the situation, realized that this man was clearly a scoundrel, and, coming closer, loudly asked why he attacked defenseless mortals. The man, trembling in the phoenix's clutches, muttered that it was an accident, but only fear was visible in his eyes. Ping'an didn't believe him, noticing that there wasn't a drop of sincerity in his gaze. Suddenly, Hong Ye intervened in the conversation. Flying closer, the girl menacingly declared that this man had deliberately caused the disaster in order to escape from her, using the lives of innocent people as cover. Turning to Ping'an, she added that the old man was practicing demonic techniques, feeding on the lives of mortals, and his words could not be trusted. Ping'an, seeing her anxiety, calmed her down, saying that he was not so naive as to believe his lies. Hongya was a little embarrassed, knowing that she had said too much. But since he controlled the dragon and phoenix, he was clearly an ancient master, and she only hoped that she hadn't angered him. Ping'an ordered the phoenix to make sure the prisoner confessed to everything while he dealt with the rest. When everyone had gone to follow orders, the guy took a deep breath but immediately started coughing. The air here was thick and poisonous, not at all like the air in the divine world. If it weren't for this acrid smog, he wouldn't have even immediately realized that he was already on Earth. What surprised him most was that there were cultivators here too. and to understand the situation, he asked the girl what year it was and when they appeared. Hong Ye obediently replied that it was now 2227, and as far as she knew, cultivators had been around for about 100 years. Hearing the date, Ping'an wondered why the system had sent him here. At that moment, a notification about a new mission appeared in front of him. The task was to reveal the truth about cultivators to the world and return spiritual energy to Earth, starting a new era. After reading the task, the guy closed the system and thought, restoring spiritual energy was not difficult. It was enough to ask someone from the divine world to bring a few spiritual roots. Deciding to establish contact with the girl, he politely asked how to address her, and Hong Ye introduced herself without hesitation. After meeting her, Ping'an asked her to tell him more about cultivation on Earth. The girl was confused, not knowing where to start, and asked what exactly he was interested in. The guy decided to first find out how many people with demonic powers there were. Hong Ye explained that there were few like this old man, but many cultivators looked down on mortals. It became clear to Ping'an that cultivation here had already become established, and the world was not as simple as it seemed. The girl added that they lack spiritual energy, and although they compete, they have to unite to hide from mortals and prevent the emergence of new cultivators. Hearing this, Ping'an realized that the sudden return of spiritual energy could upset the delicate balance. All this irritated him, and, tired of the problems, he decided to return home for a short while to rest. After thanking Hong Ye, he politely said goodbye, saying that it was time for him to go. But the girl stopped him, asking him not to leave so quickly. She handed him a communication token, explaining that this would be how they could contact each other if anything happened. Ping'an appreciated her foresight and took the gift. In addition, she gave him some spiritual stones and elixirs, saying that they would help in cultivation. Thanking her, he mounted his phoenix and headed home. Hong Ye watched him go for a long time, realizing that a big change was coming. Today showed her that the world as she knew it was about to change. Meanwhile, in the city of Vai, life went on as usual. Skyscrapers sparkled against the sky and people hurried about their business. But suddenly the sky darkened and everyone froze, staring up. One of the passers-by screamed in horror upon seeing a huge black dragon. The Pingana dragon circled over the city trying to find a place to land the burning plane. There were too many buildings around and there was hardly any free space left. He needed to find an open area urgently before the plane crashed into the city. Meanwhile, flames engulfed the hull and the engines finally failed. For a moment, the plane hovered right above the heads of the frightened people, who did not understand why the dragon was saving him. Finally, the dragon noticed a vacant lot next to a historic building. People ran away in panic as the huge ship slowly descended to the ground. After landing carefully, the plane finally came to a stop. The stunned onlookers began to cautiously approach closer, examining the burnt hull. The dragon, pleased with his work, flapped his wings. No one was hurt. At this time, Ping'an was already flying home. His home was on a quiet street surrounded by cozy cafes and shops. Before entering the house, Smolka and Phoenix reported to Ping'an about the completion of the tasks. Having praised his pets, the guy finally crossed the threshold of his home. It had been 5 years since he had last been here, and the familiar walls of the apartment building brought back a wave of memories. She and Shinshin had worked so hard to buy this apartment, but now it didn't seem to matter. Inside it was empty and lifeless, as if no one had lived there for a long time. Running his finger across the table, Ping'an shook off the thick layer of dust that covered the entire furniture. This meant that Shinshin was no longer here, and one could only guess where she had disappeared to. Having decided to ask the neighbors, the guy put on a camouflage mask so as not to be recognized. The first thing he did was knock on the door of the nearest apartment. An elderly woman opened the door, looking at the stranger with distrust. She asked him what he wanted with obvious hostility, not hiding her suspicion. Ping'an remained friendly, introducing himself as Xiao Chen, the neighbor's cousin, and respectfully calling her Madam. As it turned out, the woman liked it when she was treated with respect, and then she willingly made contact. Her mood immediately improved, and she even praised the guest's manners. Having invited him inside, the hostess poured him tea and sat him down in the most comfortable chair. Noticing Ping'an's hanfu, she remarked how well it suited him. After some small talk, the woman finally told him that the owner of the apartment had drowned 5 years ago while saving people and asked why he had come. Ping'an, continuing to play the role of cousin, explained that he had been unable to attend the funeral and now wanted to visit the deceased's fiancée. With concern in his voice, he added that she was not in the apartment and this worried him. The grandmother sighed and said that the girl had disappeared shortly after the funeral. These words pierced Ping'an like a knife. and he couldn't believe that Shin Shin had simply disappeared. The woman explained that the police had been looking for her, but to no avail, and everyone had decided that she had committed suicide out of grief, although she had not shed a tear at the funeral, which surprised many. Hearing the word suicide, Pingen was stunned with shock. Clenching his fists, he suddenly remembered a name, Zhan Yuxin. Having slightly frightened his grandmother with his reaction, the guy quickly apologized, citing urgent matters. At parting, the woman consoled him, saying that they certainly loved each other and would meet in the next life. After thanking her, Pingen kept a calm expression on his face until he returned to his apartment. He remembered that their wedding photos were supposed to be in the bedroom and hurried to find them. He walked slowly into the room, as if afraid of forgetting his wife's face again. Having promised himself to remember her this time forever, he began to look for the treasured photo. So much time had passed that he thought he had completely erased those memories. But when he saw the photo, his memory returned, and he suddenly realized the truth, recognizing painfully familiar features in the picture. Realizing this, Pingen immediately returned to the mortal world. Duan happily greeted her husband when he came out of the portal. Jumping up from the bench, she immediately offered to cook him something to eat. But her smile disappeared when Ping Gang called her Zhan Yuxin. Pretending not to understand, she asked with false indignation who it was and why he was confusing her name. Pingen calmly explained that he had been on Earth and seen their wedding photo, remembering everything. Duan froze, desperately trying to come up with an excuse. Still pretending, she muttered that she didn't understand him and headed towards her room. Pingen insisted, saying that it was no use lying anymore, and asked why she didn't trust him. The girl continued walking in panic without turning around. She knew that the system would not let her just complete the mission. The girl only sighed heavily. Turning to her husband, she asked irritably what exactly he wanted to know, realizing that it would no longer be possible to hide the truth. Hearing about the mission, Pingen grabbed her hand, asking how she ended up here and if the system had sent her. He was persistent, demanding an explanation, causing Duan to fall silent for a few seconds. Realizing that there was no point in lying any further, she finally decided to answer. Thus, Pinggang learned that Duan was the reincarnation of Shin Shin, and her mission was to hide her identity. And if he became invincible without knowing the truth, she would also gain power. Now he was worried about what would happen if the mission failed. As it turned out, failure only meant receiving half of the promised power, but not death. This news shocked Pingana to the depths of his soul. He had never expected such a turn of events. Realizing his mistake, the boy began to beg the system to pretend that nothing had happened and not count Shin Shin's mission as a failure. When the system remained unyielding, Pingen began to bargain, offering a compromise of 3/4 of the promised power. However, the system coldly reminded that this was not a market bargaining where one could beg for discounts. Without giving up, Pingen tried to appeal to logic, pointing out that since he had already revealed the truth about the immortal weapon, it meant that the system had lied to him from the start, probably fearing hasty actions in the face of the upcoming battle with the main enemy. He continued to insist that a stronger wife would only help in the upcoming battle, so the system shouldn't care about a small violation of the rules. But the system remained adamant, already preparing to register the mission's failure, while Pingen bitterly regretted his excessive curiosity. Noticing his distress, Duan gently hugged her husband from behind, pressing her cheek against his back. She whispered that he shouldn't blame himself because she herself had long wanted to tell him the truth. Even half the promised power would be enough, she added, trying to calm him down. "You will protect me, right?" Duan asked, hugging her husband tighter. Having learned the whole truth, Pingen was ready to do anything to protect his beloved. Having experienced loss once, he vowed to never let anything happen to her again. They stood there, embracing, until Duan reminded them that now was not the time for affection. There was still much work ahead. Having dealt with his personal experiences, Pingen again went to the city on Earth. Once there, he stood there in bewilderment, watching the daily life of the townspeople. Despite yesterday's incident with the dragon, people acted as if nothing unusual had happened. This made Pingen think that the cultivators on Earth had enough influence to cover up such incidents, and that the situation here was more complicated than he had assumed. Being a native of this world, Pingen knew that he had to act carefully, and the first thing he did was to contact Hong Ye through the token he had given her. More information needed to be gathered before any decisions could be made. Meanwhile, Hong Ye was just discussing yesterday's events with a certain Ding Hai. They were sitting in a luxurious apartment where the man was casually sipping a drink from a crystal glass. Ding Hai, being one of the strongest cultivators of their generation, asked with obvious interest about the dragon that the girl saw. Hong Ye was irritated by his feigned attention and the constant compliments he lavished on her, calling her the beautiful Taoist Jie. Holding back her irritation, she only sighed tiredly, continuing the conversation. In the end, the girl admitted that the elder really helped her in a difficult situation. This statement made Ding Hai feel envious. He thought that such luck was not in keeping with the girl's status. His rage was so strong that the crystal goblet in his hand cracked. The man muttered through his teeth that, as a true cultivator, he would never stoop to stealing someone else's luck. Tired of this conversation, Hong Ye yawned demonstratively, indicating that the conversation was over. At that moment, the token in her pocket began to vibrate and glow. Realizing that the elder was calling her, the girl immediately stood up from her seat. Throwing out on the go that she had urgent business, she quickly left, without deigning to give the man a parting glance. Ding Hai, who had long dreamed of winning the favor of the mysterious elder, wondered, where was the girl rushing to? It became obvious that the meeting was with someone very important, perhaps the elder himself. Left alone, the man immediately called his servant, who outwardly was no different from an ordinary bodyguard. Without wasting a second, Ding Hai ordered to follow the girl and find out who she was dating. Hong Ye quickly reached the place where Ping'an was calmly surveying the surroundings. The girl was happy to see the elder and was ready to fulfill any of his wishes. To her surprise, the guy shyly asked for only $50. Hong Ye laughed and handed him a black card with an unlimited limit. As she handed over the card, she wondered if the elder knew how to use modern payment terminals. Just in case, the girl offered her help with the shopping. Ping'an honestly admitted that in his past life he had only heard about black cards and legends and really had a poor understanding of modern technology. But before he went shopping, he asked to be shown around the local cultivator community. Soon they found themselves in front of a luxurious high-rise building. At the entrance stood 2 tall security guards, carefully filtering visitors. Hong Ye explained that the club belonged to a novice cultivator from the Soul Realm who basically controlled the entire Wei City, and because of the alert system, she couldn't bring him inside. Hearing this, Ping'an only smiled slyly. He had already come up with a plan. Having changed his aura, the guy became invisible to the warning sensors. Without a shadow of a doubt, Ping'an headed straight for the entrance, ignoring Hong Ye's warnings. The girl tensed up when she saw how fearlessly he approached the guards, breaking all the safety rules. When he walked inside unhindered, Hong Ye realized that this was truly an invincible creature, even if defensive spells had no effect on him. In addition, he generously shared his ascension resources with her, which further strengthened his status. Inside, the club was striking in its luxury: crystal chandeliers, marble floors, expensive furniture. As he looked around the room, Ping'an became interested in who was in charge of this place. His attention was drawn to the conversation of 2 young men in expensive suits, discussing someone who had not shown up for a meeting. They laughed at Jun Feng, who demanded some compensation. The name made Ping'an frown. It was the name of his former roommate at university. Coincidence? Or should I check? On one of the upper floors in a closed room, a rude man was pinning a skinny guy to the floor with his foot, mockingly asking where his desire to get money for his father had gone. The guy, not having the strength to get up, only wheezed that karma would catch up with the offender. These words angered the man, changing his original plans. Deciding that he was tired of his victim, he kicked the guy in the head with all his might, causing him to hit the floor with a dull thud. The body went limp, a few drops of blood flowed from the mouth. It seemed that breathing had stopped. The man thought with disdain how useless these mortals were. After making sure the guy wasn't moving, he decided to feed him to his sword. Taking from its sheath a magnificent blade with a golden hilt, he pointed the tip towards the lifeless body. He treated the sword as if it were a living creature, hoping that it would eat its fill from this victim. Suddenly, there were loud bangs on the door, and then someone tried to blow it up. With a deafening roar, the door was torn off its hinges and flew into the room with great force. The shockwave was so powerful that even an experienced cultivator received several injuries. Seeing Ping'an in the doorway, the man screamed, demanding to know how he dared to attack him. "I am from the Ding family," Ping'an replied briefly, slowly walking into the room. Anticipating the attack, he prepared for it in advance. With a light movement of his hand, he threw his opponent aside, pressing him into the wall. The stunned man slid helplessly to the floor, unable to resist. Ping'an's attention was drawn to the lifeless body on the floor. Taking a glowing pill out of his pocket, he carefully lifted the boy's head. As soon as the pill touched the lips, it burst into a bright light before it even entered the mouth. When the boy swallowed it, the glow became even more intense, penetrating through the skin. Soon his entire body was illuminated with a healing light. However, the eyes remained closed. The wounds were too serious. Ping'an asked Hong Ye to take care of the attacker's body, warning her to call him immediately if there was any problem. The girl grabbed the body by the leg without objection and dragged it out of the room. After some time, the young man began to show signs of life by coughing. Opening his eyes and seeing Ping'an, Jianfeng recoiled in horror. "If I see you, then I am truly dead," he whispered. Ping'an laughed, as if watching his son in the afterlife. To stop the panic, he hit the boy on the cheek. "Look closer! Your father is alive and saved you!" Jianfeng clutched his head, not understanding what was happening, and Ping'an realized that he couldn't do without an explanation. He told the whole story in detail, about teleportation, cultivation, the need to find a way to return. Feng learned that his offender was a cultivator from this world, and Ping'an now possessed incredible strength. Ping'an kept silent about the system, not wanting to shock the young man even more. Feng expressed concern that they might be overheard, but Ping'an only chuckled. There was no one on Earth he was afraid of. Ping'an mentally praised Hong Ye, hoping that she understood the need to remove the body to preserve the secret. "Right now, something else is more important," he said, moving on to the main question. Ping'an explained that he wanted to return spiritual energy to Earth, but the abuses he had seen from the cultivators made him doubt that this would lead to disaster. Jianfeng thought about it, realizing the importance of the question. Several minutes of tense silence passed before he found the answer. Feng sincerely believed that the revival of spiritual energy on Earth was a good thing, but Ping'an was wary, suspecting that the guy wanted to seize this power for himself. Feng quickly explained the difference. If spiritual energy was not fully restored, cultivators would forever remain a privileged minority, meaning they would hold absolute power over ordinary people. Only when everyone has equal access to power can humanity change. And as Ping'an rightly pointed out, there are others beyond this world. And if Earth remains weak, it will not be able to fight off an invasion from outside. Initially, Ping'an assumed that, after completing the mission, he would simply return the spiritual roots to their place. But now he realized that there was no need for this, which meant that it was time to find a secluded place where he would reveal the path of Taoism to Feng. Jianfeng, overjoyed by this turn of events, agreed to accept this power without hesitation, because the opportunity to become stronger was his cherished dream. The choice fell on Zhe Hongyi's house, where everyone else soon headed, including Hong Ye, who had already completed the preparatory rituals. After finishing her work on the man's body, Hong Ye focused on Feng, seating him in a special chair and beginning to unlock his hidden potential. The girl made every effort to bring the guy to the threshold of immortality, but something went wrong, and the ritual gave an unexpected result. Feng, rising from his chair, tried to calm Ping'an down, reminding him that he had already avenged him and provided treatment for his father, which meant that there were no more responsibilities. However, Ping'an had no intention of stopping, because Feng was like a brother to him, and he considered it his duty to bring him to the same level of strength that he himself had achieved. After asking everyone to wait, Chen delved into his search. He clearly remembered that somewhere there was a method that was ideal for Feng's body. The guy mentally went through the archives of knowledge until he remembered an ancient scroll containing unique cultivation techniques. After a short search, Ping'an pulled out a small blue book, tattered by time, but containing invaluable knowledge that would now help Feng. An intense brainstorming session began. Chen flipped through the pages, combining ingredients and drawing complex symbols, creating a spell that seemed impossible. Feng, watching this, did not understand the essence of what was happening. But Hong Ye explained that the elder was developing a revolutionary method that could turn the foundations of cultivation upside down. The boy was amazed to see how deep Ping'an's knowledge was, and he could not contain his admiration, because a real miracle was happening before him. Noticing his reaction, Hong Ye added that the elder was not only a genius but also an immortal, which made his achievements even more impressive. Feng couldn't understand why such a powerful man would be friends with him, an ordinary guy, to which the girl suggested that even immortals could value simple human connections. While they were discussing this, Ping'an finally finished the work, and there was a feeling in the air that something great had just happened. Chen had a ready-made method in his hands, perfectly balanced, not requiring rare ingredients, and allowing him to achieve incredible results in a short time. Feng, carefully taking the scroll, suggested not limiting himself but spreading this knowledge among others so that everyone could become stronger. Ping'an agreed. But first the planet's spiritual energy had to be restored, and then the dragon and phoenix could be sent out with brochures to spread the technique throughout the world. Hong Ye expressed doubts about the success of this plan, and Feng suddenly realized that the black dragon that had terrorized the city yesterday belonged to Ping'an. As it turns out, the dragon did cause a stir, and the news was flooded with reports. But the Ding family quickly settled things by convincing everyone that it was just a large-scale hologram. Now, after such a debunking campaign, it would be extremely difficult to make people believe in the existence of mythical creatures. Ping'an became interested in the Ding family. Why did they take on the role of settlers, and what connects them with the dragon? Hong Ye began to explain that Ding Hai, the head of the family, was considered the strongest cultivator in the modern era. But her story was interrupted by the insistent ringing of the doorbell. The girl's face instantly turned pale. She had not told anyone about this place, and an unexpected visit could only mean trouble. Their thoughts were confused. Who could have found their shelter, and how was this even possible, since they had taken all the precautions? Ping'an, remaining calm, suggested simply opening the door and finding out who had come. But there was also a note of caution in his voice. Hong Ye glanced sideways at the door, scolding herself for her possible oversight, while the uninvited guest continued to knock, and in the end, she had to give in. Standing behind the door was Ding Hai himself, and his smile seemed to radiate genuine joy from the chance meeting. The girl asked sharply what he wanted and how he found them, but her voice trembled. She knew what threat was now on the doorstep. Hai pointedly ignored her, stepped inside and walked past her, heading straight for Ping'an as if he was the target of his visit. Stopping, the man bowed respectfully and said, "Senior," and the word carried a strange combination of respect and hidden threat. He said there was a bastard in his family who was committing lawlessness, and so he came in person to apologize for what he had done. Ping'an immediately realized that Hai knew about his actions, and so he asked directly what the real reason for his visit was. Ding Hai straightened up and answered honestly. While spiritual energy was low, it was better to have as few cultivators as possible, and therefore he asked the senior not to disturb the delicate balance. Ping'an did not believe in his good intentions and asked what would happen if he refused to follow this advice. Hai sighed and replied that although it was difficult to face a strong opponent like Ping'an, he was now a hero after saving the plane, and that came with obligations. However, if the dragon appeared again, he would personally eliminate anyone who tried to use the revived energy, and a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Ping'an immediately recognized the direct threat, and his suspicions were confirmed. Ding Hai was not just warning, he was declaring war. The tension in the room reached its limit, but outwardly Ping'an remained unperturbed, as if this threat had not affected him in the least. An ordinary person in his place would have already been trembling with fear, but Chen even smiled, as if he had heard a joke. Ding Hai snorted, thinking that Ping'an was overestimating himself, and the sound sounded like a challenge. At the same moment, Chen's hand moved imperceptibly towards the knife on his belt, and his fingers closed around the handle, ready for an instant attack. The movement was lightning fast. The blade flashed through the air, leaving a deep, almost surgical cut on Hai's body. But it wasn't just a blow. The wound seemed to suck the strength out of his body, and Hai felt the energy rapidly leaving. Blood gushed from his mouth. His legs gave way, and he realized that this blow was not just an attack, but something much more terrible. The suddenness and force of the blow were such that Ding Hai lost his balance and fell on his back, and something like fear flashed in his eyes. This blow should have been a harsh lesson for him. Ping'an does not warn, but acts instantly, and now Ding Hai will remember this forever. The man, writhing in pain on the floor, convulsively clutched the wound on his stomach from which blood was gushing, and his body refused to obey. Rage filled Ding Hai, and through clenched teeth he promised revenge, swearing that he would one day destroy Ping'an for this insolence. However, the guy just calmly watched his impotent anger, explaining that he had deliberately deprived him of the basis of cultivation. Let this be a lesson for the future. Ping'an told him to get out, and Ding Hai, with difficulty getting up, hobbled towards the exit, every movement made by him through unbearable pain. He understood that he was now powerless, and the only reasonable way out was to flee, but a thirst for revenge burned in his eyes. Hong Ye, watching this, thought that the man had gotten off easy. Ping'an could have killed him without a second thought. But the girl realized that if Chen had committed the murder, all of Hai's minions would have risen up against them, and now they would focus on restoring the powers of their leader. Ping'an, noticing her insight, nodded approvingly, and this unexpected sign of attention made Hong Ye feel slightly embarrassed. However, there was no time for sentimentality. The guy had already come up with a new plan, and the girl had to immediately begin to implement it. Hong Ye immediately confirmed that she was ready to act, since Ping'an's tasks were now her top priority. Then Chen revealed his plan. There is a catastrophic lack of spiritual energy on Earth. and he intends to transfer spiritual roots from another world to restore balance. Hearing this, the girl was delighted and could not even hold back her words of admiration, praising the boldness of the elder's idea. But before she could put her plan into action, Ping'an instructed her to gather the cultivators from the Order Group to destroy the Chaos Group and their leader, Dinghai, himself. Hongye readily agreed, for these madmen had been terrorizing mortals for a long time, and now it was time to put an end to it. To inspire her, Ping'an promised that her efforts would not be in vain. She would receive a worthy reward. As a reward, he will invite a powerful master who will train all members of the Order Group, greatly strengthening them. Moreover, with such a teacher, it will be easier for her to recruit new allies because strength always attracts followers. The inspired girl immediately went to carry out the task, and Ping'an headed to the God's Kingdom, to the Un family mansion. There he approached the head of the clan, Unmu, with a request to train several cultivators from the mortal world, where spiritual energy had almost dried up. After confirming that the man was free, Chen entrusted him with the mission, promising a generous reward upon its completion. However, for Unmu, it was already an honor to serve his elder, and he was ready to carry out the task even without reward. Having created the portal, Ping'an reminded that they would be waiting for him on Earth, and emphasized that this world is fragile and must be protected. Mo, having received his final instructions, stepped through the portal and found himself in an unfamiliar world full of mysteries. Meanwhile, Ping'an had to find a way to collect the spiritual roots without disturbing the balance in other worlds. On Earth, Hong Ye and Feng eagerly awaited the arrival of their teacher, preparing for the next stage of their mission. As the portal flared, they met Un Mu, who cautiously stepped onto the foreign land, looking around with curiosity. At first glance, the man understood why the elder had shown interest in this place. Everything here was different, from the architecture to the very air. Hong Ye greeted him politely, trying to show all her friendliness because their future depended on this man. Mao, wanting to win over the students, introduced himself and offered to ask any questions. He was ready to help. The girl was struck by his posture and aura. She immediately suspected that in front of her was not just a master, but perhaps even an immortal. Unmu laughed when he heard her guess, and there was something mysterious in his smile, as if he knew much more than he seemed to. Deciding to reveal the truth, the man explained that he was not just immortal, but a being of a much higher level. Seeing their interest, he told them that mortals could achieve immortality through trials, and if Hong Ye reached the final stage of cultivation, she would have a chance to ascend to the divine realm. Feng, listening to this, could not understand how his ordinary neighbor Ping'an could easily command such a creature, and this caused him a mixture of admiration and fear. Hearing the boy call the elder neighbor, Mao inquired further, and was shocked to learn that they had been friends for years, with Chen even creating a unique cultivation method for Feng. Realizing that he was dealing with a close friend of Ping'an, Unmu decided to win his trust. This promised great prospects. The man immediately approached Feng, starting a casual conversation, and asked his name, trying to appear as friendly as possible. Noticing the guy's stiffness, Mo waved his hand. "Relax, you can call me Brother Un," and this immediately relieved the tension. He asked Feng to give him a tour, noting that too formal communication only distanced them, and it would be better to get straight to the point. Xian Feng, delighted by the request, enthusiastically agreed to show them around, looking forward to exploring the city together. Before leaving, Unmu gave Hong Ye his first task. Gather all future students. Training will begin immediately. Thus began a grueling month of training, with each session testing their mettle. Hong Ye progressed quickly. Her sword now pierced enemies with deadly accuracy, and she learned to feel combat on an instinctive level. During one of the lessons, she once again achieved victory, mercilessly dealing with a cultivator from the Chaos Group. The girl enjoyed the moment. Finally, she could take revenge on those who had terrorized innocents for years, and her movements became deadly. Un Mao, watching the fight from the shadows, came out and began to applaud, nodding in approval. Her progress was obvious. He noted that she had made a huge leap in skill in a month, but Hong Ye modestly replied that this would not have happened without his guidance. They were about to discuss the details of the fight when suddenly the girl turned around sharply. Something flashed in the alley. The unknown man rushed past at breakneck speed, disappearing so quickly that she didn't even have time to see his face, and this caused her anxiety. Hong Ye loudly ordered the fugitive to stop and rushed in pursuit, holding her sword tenaciously at the ready. She had no doubt that this stranger was definitely one of the devil cultivators, since he ran away when she appeared. The girl could not allow him to hide under any circumstances, because every missed enemy meant a new victim in the future. Boosting her speed with spiritual energy, she shouted, "Stop!" again, and released a magic seal that slammed into the fugitive's back with a whistle. The seal passed through his body as if through smoke, leaving behind only a shimmering trace. The man fell heavily to the ground, immobilized, but this only alerted Hong Ye. She froze. It was strange that such a fast opponent fell from one attack, as if he had given in on purpose. Suddenly, a cold premonition came over her. Something was wrong here. This was too easy. Taking a cautious step forward, she felt the ground beneath her feet shake and glow with an ominous blue light. Her body felt like it was filled with lead, and in horror, she realized that she was trapped. That's right. Someone deliberately lured her to this deserted place, and now a real hunter has emerged from the shadows. "Well, hello there, girlfriend Zhe," a familiar voice rang out, and Ding Hai appeared from around the corner with a crooked grin. This was his plan for revenge, which he hatched after the humiliating defeat at the hands of Pingang. Hong Ye, gathering her will into a fist, reminded that she was acting on the orders of her elder, and if he touched her, Pingang's anger would be terrible. But this only made Ding Hai angry. He was thirsty for revenge, even if it cost him his life. His path as a cultivator was destroyed, meaning he had nothing left to lose, and before he died, he would bring hell to all those who crossed him. Hong Ye was supposed to be the first victim, the starting point of his bloody revenge. And even if Pingan destroyed him later, he would make him regret being born at all. "Are you completely crazy?" the girl screamed. "Even now you can't stop?" But Ding Hai just laughed. What kind of change could there be when everything was already lost? If she had received the elder's blessing, then the only thing left for him was revenge. Paralyzed, Hong Ye desperately tried to reason with him, but her words were shattered by his stony expression. Tired of the chatter, Hai decided to end it as his hand erupted in white light, forming a deadly sword of pure energy. Using magic, he began to form a sword with a white handle that was supposed to pierce the girl. Before he struck, he looked at her mockingly, enjoying her helplessness. The magic ball in his palm grew, accumulating destructive power. "Goodbye," he hissed and released a punch, while Hong Ye screamed one last time, "This is a mistake." But suddenly, nothing happened. The blow was deflected at the last moment, reflected into the sky as if someone had redirected it. Ding Hai stared at his hands in shock. His killing technique had failed and panic was starting to grip his throat. "You're late with your revenge," came the calm voice of Unmu, who seemed to appear out of nowhere. The teacher calmly said that he had already dealt with the rest of the devilish cultivators terrorizing the city. And now, it was the turn of their leader. Hong Ye, having barely come to her senses, looked at Mu with admiration. If he alone cleared the entire city, then the elder would definitely appreciate his efforts. Unmu was slightly embarrassed and modestly remarked that if he hadn't held back his strength, he would have managed it in a split second. After confirming that the student was safe, he turned to Ding Hai, his gaze filled with cold disdain. Hearing about split seconds, Ding Hai's face turned pale. He finally realized that he had angered not just a strong opponent, but someone from another plane of existence. "Dirty piece of shit," Mo hissed. "Do you really think the elder would pay attention to Hong Ye just like that?" For him, it was all part of a bigger plan. For the rest, it is an honor to be his pawns. And when Mu said this, Ding Hai suddenly remembered the story of his brother in the divine world and realized how terrible the honor of being a pawn in the elder's game was. Meanwhile, high in the mountains, among the endless forest, plunging into night, a dark-haired man sat alone at the top. He seemed to be deep in thought until he was distracted by a slight rustling sound. Behind him, a ghostly white fox materialized, with blood-red eyes radiating ancient wisdom. Landing gracefully next to him, the fox quietly informed him that the demonic beast would no longer be able to assist him in the mortal world. "It's time to become immortal," she whispered. The boy nodded and began to stand up, his movements filled with new determination. He had only reached this level thanks to the guidance of the spirit beasts, and now the fox had reminded him of his promise, to take her to the Chaos Realm and avenge her. Chen Ying, the eternal wanderer, firmly promised to fulfill her request. With a fragment of the soul of a powerful teacher, he will succeed. Concentrating, he began to create a portal, and the space around him began to tremble. At that moment, his true power was revealed. Time stood still around him. The colors of the world faded, leaving only a gray emptiness. The forest turned into a frozen picture, the birds froze in flight, and only he could move freely in the stopped time. Enraptured by his own strength, he did not notice how a portal appeared behind him. The fox suddenly got into a fighting stance, warning, "These are people from the divine realm." Her voice trembled with tension. At that moment, space burst open and figures began to emerge from the suddenly appearing portal, one after another. The first to come out were Pingong and Mo Huan, their confidence and calmness in sharp contrast to the fox's wariness. The animal bristled, its red eyes blazing with rage, its whole appearance showing its readiness to fight. "Run!" the fox hissed, rushing forward. "I will hold them back and you must keep your promise." There was a deadly seriousness in her gaze. For the spirit, the honor of the word meant more than life. But Ying didn't move from his place. His attention was drawn to Mo Huan, whose gaze seemed to shine through him, seeing all the dark corners of his soul. Without thinking, the guy activated his ability. Time around him froze, the colors of the world faded. Before Huan could even blink, a strange sensation pierced his body, leaving behind an icy chill. He froze like a statue, but Pinggan, who was not affected by the technique, only looked around in bewilderment. "What the? Why isn't he moving?" The elder watched as Ying, having grabbed the fox, already turned to run, confident that he had stopped time for everyone. Imagine his shock when he heard Pinggan's voice. Not a bad trick, but it clearly needs some work. Chen wondered if an earthling had really mastered such a rare technique. This changed the balance of power. "You know," he said, slowly approaching. "Such a skill could be very useful in the coming battles. It's a pity that you underestimate him." Ying froze, feeling cold sweat running down his back. This man spoke as if he had already seen his future. The boy, desperately trying to buy time, asked Pinggan why he had come. Pinggan smiled. "First answer me. You are from Earth, right?" "We are, so to speak, fellow countrymen." Realizing that in front of him was a fellow traveler between worlds, Ying tensed up internally. This guy was clearly not who he claimed to be. After a moment's thought, he carefully lowered the fox to the ground. Having said that he would turn off his ability, the guy apologized for this misunderstanding, adding that he sometimes irritates those around him. Getting up from the ground, the guy began to put everything back in its place. And the next second, time returned. Everything came to life again and acquired its colors. Mohan seemed to suddenly wake up from sleep, and for several seconds he couldn't understand what had happened. The man thought it was strange that it seemed as if his thoughts had slowed down for a while, but Pinggan quickly reassured the man by saying that he had fallen for little brother Chen Ying's trick. When everyone came to their senses, Pinggan could finally voice that he was planning to resurrect the spiritual energy on Earth. So he needed to collect the spiritual roots from here, and then he and Huang would leave immediately. And just in case, the guy suggested to Jian Ying that if he needed anything on Earth, he could take it with him before leaving. Jian Ying looked up at the sky and began to rejoice that he would be home, remembering how beautiful it was at home. But finally, the fox reminded that, unlike the guy, she was not a frog from a well, and they would soon return home. So, Pinggan returned to the city of Vi with new people and a fox. Pinggan, performing all the same actions as usual, created a portal for everyone to pass through it. After crossing the portal, the guy dropped everyone else off in a safe place so that people wouldn't see them. Saying that the boy could do what he had to do, Pinggan asked the boy to return to the same place when Ying finished his business. After letting the fox look around, the guy asked his companion if she liked the view. But the fox was not delighted to see that everything here was somehow strange, which made her feel uncomfortable here. But this was only the beginning, and there was much more to see behind the buildings. Deciding to speed up the tour, In soared above the city, showing the wonderful city in its entirety. When Pinggan was left alone with Huang, the boy told the man to start releasing the roots. Mo Hao touched his ring and began to carry out his elder's order. And as soon as the roots began to be released, a bright blue light began to glow around the man and his ring, accompanied by flashes. Activating the ring, the man raised his hand to implant roots into this city. And having released them abruptly into the city, the spiritual roots of blue color began to gradually fill the city. Pinggan was very pleased with his work and promised himself that he would definitely find time to prepare Mo Huan for a better destiny as a reward for her good service. Having thanked the elder, the man remained with Pinggan to watch the city living its life peacefully. After standing for a while, Pinggan asked Huan to follow him to see how the others had completed their assignments. Zhehongye's house served as a training place for students, and that's where Pinggan went. Unmu, sitting next to the training area, calmly watched his students fight. The man noticed every incorrect movement or technique. Hongye and Feng trained against each other and improved their strength very quickly. At this time, Mao felt that the spiritual energy in this world had changed dramatically, which meant that the elder could already return. Hongye, having already become more confident and stronger, was very glad that now earthly cultivators would no longer fight for spiritual energy. And Feng noted how good it was that they had already completed the task of destroying the devilish cultivators, and there was no need to worry about them harming mortals. All this time, Ping'an looked down on the young people and noticed that while he was gone, they had been working very hard. Unmu was the first to notice the elder and immediately stood up to greet him. When Ping'an landed on the ground, the man reported that they had cleared the city of devil cultivators, and if the guy wanted, he could check it out. But Chen said there was no need for that, and he believed them. Hong Ye and Mo Chorus thanked the elder, happy that they were able to carry out his order. A little later, the guy introduced the head of the God Pavilion, Mo Huan. While the men were discussing the divine realm and powers among themselves, Feng ran up to Ping'an, asking if he had managed to do everything he had planned. The guy certainly succeeded, but there was still the task of spreading news about the existence of cultivators on Earth and leading the Earth into the era of cultivation by resurrecting spiritual energy. Ping'an knew that he had most likely completed the first part of the quest after dealing with the devil cultivators. And now that he had resurrected the spiritual energy on Earth, it was unclear why the quest had still not been completed. While he was thinking, Mo interrupted the guy and shared that during the destruction of the devilish cultivators, it turned out that there was no spiritual energy here, not because it was not here to begin with, but because someone wanted it not to be here. These words made Ping'an start to worry, and he wanted to know what was going on. As it turned out, the man accidentally found out that the path to ascension from this world was blocked by someone. Mo gave the example that the one who locked the world was definitely stronger than Brother Mo, so there was no way the man could break the barrier. And then it dawned on Ping'an why the task was considered uncompleted, and the guy immediately asked to be taken to this barrier. Once Huan saw how powerful the barrier formation was, which had a completely different aura than that usually associated with divine emperors, he could not believe the strength of the one who did this. And apparently, this is the kingdom of Chen Amun, not under the supervision of the ancient divine emperor. The barrier glowed bright red, having a round shape with multiple hieroglyphs. Unmu looked at the surprised Ping'an and thought that if he could break the formation, he would definitely impress the elder. And so the man was the first to volunteer to do it, saying that he needed a little time to prepare. Han didn't expect that Mu would want to do this, because he himself was scared. But still, it was a great opportunity to show himself, and saying that Brother Un's abilities were rather weak, Han volunteered to do it himself. Both were not ready to give each other a chance, wanting to show their abilities to the elder and break the formation. It didn't take long before Huan and Mu, standing opposite each other, began to quarrel over who exactly should do this. Ping'an thought that judging by the men's reactions, destroying this formation would hardly attract the attention of the local divine emperor. Having interrupted the argument between the two, the guy suggested that it would be better not to argue but to do it together. Huan and Mao froze for a second, not wanting to do this together. But the word of an elder was law, and the men promised to do everything possible. After giving the task to the two, Ping'an returned again to Hong Ye's house to talk with the young disciples. The guy said that he would stay on Earth for some time, thinking about spreading cultivation here. And so the guy was open to suggestions on how to do this. Fing suggested that they hold a live broadcast so that many people would know about cultivation, and Hong Ye offered to help her manager and a team to do this. The word manager was not very familiar to Ping'an, and the guy even got lost in his thoughts for a second. As it turned out, Hong Ye was a celebrity with a couple million followers, and she could really help. Assessing all the risks, the guy asked the system if he would get anything if people said they liked it. As it turned out, the guy would get 0.2 tenths for every person who liked this news, which was very beneficial for Ping'an. Having made his decision, the guy instructed Hong Ye to do it and organize the broadcast. The girl prepared everything quite quickly and after a while launched the broadcast. The broadcast invited everyone to watch it as soon as possible and was screaming about the legendary supreme cultivator of the Pinggang sect leader who would be teaching self-improvement methods on the stream. Local residents watching the broadcast could not understand what it was. Some were scared to learn that the dragon was not a hologram but real, and some considered it all a fake. Absolutely everyone watched the broadcast. People took a break from their work and lives and listened about spiritual roots and cultivation. Meanwhile, Ping'an continued to say that people with spiritual roots are able to cultivate to the point of becoming immortal, while people without them can achieve the ideal body. After telling a little more about cultivation, the guy began to finish broadcasting. Finally, Ping'an added that if people want to know more, they should write like in the chat and he will tell more as soon as possible. Comments immediately poured in one after another. The guy's points quickly began to rise. and the system didn't even have time to update the number of points. Ping'an was very happy with such a jackpot, considering that it was necessary to find people who would do this until the end of time. Looking out the window, Ping'an wondered how Huanya was making progress in destroying the formation. Meanwhile, work near the barrier was in full swing. The barrier began to slowly collapse, disintegrating into small pieces. Huan and Mu, having achieved destruction, were already very tired by this time, and they did not even believe that they had succeeded. But both were still able to admit that they could not have done it alone. The men even thought that the elder probably originally wanted them to work together. But suddenly, when the two were discussing the resolution, a bright blue star appeared in the sky from which a voice was heard, shouting, "How dare they destroy his formation!" And after the scream, a figure of a man appeared in the middle of the sky, slowly descending from the clouds. Noticing the cultivation of the divine rank, the stranger could not remember seeing these two in the god realm. Huan and Mao immediately bowed to the man, stating their names. The stranger, seeing the vassals of Dongguanqi, knew that there was no world passage between the kingdom of Jiankun, and so he persistently began to ask how they ended up here. And he threatened that if they didn't answer, it would be very bad. Mao tried to calm the man down, saying that they were simply following the orders of their superior. As soon as the stranger heard about the elder, his facial expression immediately changed, not understanding how this could have happened. In a panic, the man quickly approached the two who were still bowing. Grabbing Mo by the clothes, the stranger began to tugging at him, asking who was their elder. Mu, not wanting to get involved in the conflict, immediately said that his name was Chen Ping'an, but he also called himself the Supreme One. And upon hearing this, the man froze in place, not believing that they were talking about the same one. Noticing that the stranger might be acquainted with the elder, Mu offered to take the man to the elder. And the man, of course, agreed and asked to be taken to him quickly. The three of them headed towards Pingong, who was still sitting in Hong Ye's house. While looking at the system, the guy read what they were writing about his words on the broadcast and, as it turned out, everyone took the news well. At that moment, the boy heard the familiar voices of Huang and Mu. Turning his head, the guy saw another tall man with a long tail behind them. As soon as the stranger saw the guy, he couldn't believe that he was seeing him in real life. There was no doubt, and this was definitely the one he was thinking about. Huan was about to introduce the stranger, but the man fell to the floor first and began to greet the guy, calling him mentor. Mao and Huan froze in place in surprise and confusion as to who this person was. Meanwhile, the man, bowing his head, shouted how glad he was to finally meet the guy and asked him to accept his bow. Huan and Mao once again realized that it was not surprising that Ping'an the elder, since even such a person bowed down to him. But Ping'an himself had no idea what was going on, and, moreover, he was seeing this man for the first time. The guy couldn't understand why he was calling him a mentor, and at the same time saying that they had met before, although maybe he was just mistaken. The man continued to shout how he was very happy to meet his mentor, and for him it was a great honor, even if for the guy himself it was not the most significant, and how his instructions from the letter really helped. Ping'an realized that it seemed that the stranger was indeed the divine emperor, and if it turned out that he was not his mentor, Ping'an would only be glad. But still the guy pretended and said that he was pleased to know that his efforts were not in vain while he was thinking about how to carefully ask about the letter. The man stated that the mentor told him to set up a formation here and predicted that he would meet him in this mortal realm when it was destroyed. All these words made Ping'an think that all this was very strange because the formation was necessary to complete the mission, and whether the man was really mistaken or the system was hiding something from him. When everyone had calmed down a bit in their emotions, the stranger said that Mu and Huan said that Ping'an lives here on Earth, and he needs help in creating a bridge between the worlds for better communication, and therefore the stranger was ready to carry out any order. Ping'an, still pretending to know the man, said that even if he didn't use the bridge, it would still be convenient for the man to travel back and forth. Having promised to discuss this with the Divine Emperor, the man looked at the elder with joy, not believing what was happening. Finally, Ping'an decided to tell how talented Chen Ying is and let the man take him to the kingdom of God and train him. Having dealt with all the affairs on Earth, Ping'an decided to go back home to the immortal realm. Like a meteor, the boy landed on the ground, accompanied by a long fiery tail behind him. As soon as it landed, Ping'an knew it had worked. What he worked so hard for on the land, he now has. Ping'an was finally able to break through. Realizing that he could now rest, the guy pulled himself together and decided to go to his room. Broom, who was standing aside at the time, also saw that the master's strength had already reached the immortal stage, which raised the question of whether it would grow faster now. Suddenly, the boy stopped, realizing that he heard someone call him sir. Looking around, Ping'an began to search for where the voice was coming from and whether it was possible that after ascending he began to hear the voice of the system. And suddenly the guy began to hear the voices of Peach, the fish, and the others who were discussing something among themselves. The fish swimming in the pond tried to calm the others down by saying that they had nothing to be afraid of, and that a guy with such strength would never hear them. The rooster sitting near the tree began to pick up the conversation, wanting to say something about the gentleman. But suddenly someone shouted at everyone else to quickly shut up, making it clear that the guy could hear everything. Ping'an, standing in the middle of the yard, was still looking around, searching for the source of the voice. Now everyone knows that he hears them, and because of the voice blocking it was unclear who was speaking, a man or a woman, and whether it could be a system. Hoping that the fish could explain this, the boy approached the small lake, remembering how the fish called him stupid. But the fish only pretended that it did not speak. After waiting a bit, Ping'an laughed, saying that if he was a man with a big heart, then wouldn't he be able to harm the fish? Or at least until she explained all the details to the guy. For a second, the fish pretended to be the most ordinary animal, but she immediately turned away, floating in the other direction, thinking that it was all over. Ping'an immediately realized that the fish could still talk, and he needed to be able to get it to talk. Having decided to take it in his hands, the guy extended his hand to catch the animal in time. But suddenly, the system started screaming that a new mission had appeared. Noticing how the system was rushing, Ping'an even laughed with a little irony, realizing that it wanted to save the poor fish. But the system pretended that it did not understand what was going on, telling him that the system's investigation showed that this was necessary to complete the mission, and suggested that the owner go to the Rabbit Kingdom as soon as possible to take advantage of this opportunity. Ping'an, realizing that they wouldn't leave him alone, decided to take advantage of this opportunity. And having ordered to transfer him into this world, the guy stood in the middle of the yard to form a system. A second later, Ping'an disappeared, leaving everyone alive. The guy found himself in the kingdom of God, the domain of the demon, which looked very empty. There were only sands, stone mountains, and bare trees around. Ping'an didn't even understand where she ended up, and decided to ask the system what it needed from him. As it turns out, this is the demon's domain in the realm of God, and the purpose of the mission is to convince the most powerful of these places, Ruoshang, the head of the Demon Slayer sect, and cast off evil by voluntarily becoming a disciple of the kind-hearted Gate of Eli. After listening to the task, Ping'an immediately realized that the mission would probably be problematic. And the first thing the guy did was go in search of that very Ruoshang. The system couldn't transmit his location, so the guy had to do it himself. Ping'an, remembering that this mission was not that important, decided to remind the system about it, realizing that it definitely did not want the guy to return home. And having threatened to go to the fish now, the system nevertheless began to direct the guy. Nearby in a vacant lot stood an unfamiliar man among many bloody corpses. The guy looked very focused, like he had just killed them all. "Get up! Didn't you come here to destroy evil and exalt justice?" the boy shouted, kicking the body lying next to him. But the one he kicked turned out to have already died from his wounds. The guy couldn't believe that dying was so easy. It was as if he wanted more battle, defeating everyone to the end. But no one gave him a good fight, which is why the guy could not contain his hysteria, and he screamed shrilly throughout the desert. But suddenly he saw someone approaching him in the sky. Getting into a fighting stance, the guy began to wait to see who had come. Jumping on Ping'an, Ruoshang asked the guy in mid-flight if he had come to kill him too. At that moment, Ping'an didn't even understand what to do until the system let him know that he was its target. As it turned out, the guy needed to fight Ruoshang, and he realized that this would be a very difficult fight. But still, Ping'an decided to give it his all and fight this guy at full strength. After creating an all-knowing palm, Ruoshang stopped in an instant, not understanding what Ping'an had done. The palm quickly flew towards the guy, who didn't even have time to dodge. She suddenly grabbed Ruoshang and dragged him to the ground with stunning force. The guy was quickly pressed into the ground. As soon as the palm disappeared, dust began to appear around. And Ruoshang couldn't even stand up from such a powerful attack. Ping'an, watching what was happening, thought that it wasn't that hard. But suddenly, Ruoshang quickly stood up and flew towards the guy like a bullet. Before Ping'an could even blink, the guy he had seemingly just killed appeared before his eyes. Chen realized that he had used all the power of heaven and earth, and now he was definitely finished. At this time, Ruoshang, as if rejoicing at this, noticed how one blow had harmed him.